Synopsis. In an alternate timeline, Paragus refuses to stay silent during Broly's execution. Fueled by rage and desperation, he rallies allies and escapes Planet Vegeta with his son. Now fugitives from the Saiyan Empire, their journey reshapes destiny itself. How will Broly's life, and power, evolve under a new upbringing? What ripple effects will this rebellion send across the universe? Discover a reimagined saga in Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 1. Age 732. I'm retiring. The entire central square was immediately silenced, albeit a few gasps managed to escape. King Vegeta's mind began to work rapidly. It was just some years ago that these freaks of nature noticed our fighting capabilities and consequently forced us to become their hired thugs. Surely he can't be letting us go so soon. Hope and anticipation flashed in the eyes of some Scions in the capital square. Although they enjoyed the fighting, something about doing another's dirty work left a bad taste in their mouths. I am going to hand over leadership over our vast and powerful Cold Empire to. King Cold lifted his right arm, slowly moving it, pointing to his successor. My youngest son Frieza. Fuck. King Vegeta couldn't help but curse watching the scene before him. He once again glared at the two beings in front of him, seemingly born from his nightmares. King Cold was a frighteningly tall, muscular man. Two gray horns protruded out of his white head while a large green gem sat where his forehead should be. He had bright pink skin and 3 foul toes. In sharp contrast to his father, Frieza was shorter than King Vegeta, being exactly like his father in head structure and the disgusting lack of toes. His skin was a darker shade of purple and both he and his father were wearing the latest edition of battle armor, blue and black colors respectively. King Vegeta couldn't help but shiver under Frieza's hateful gaze. He was more than aware of what Frieza thought of his race, but he maintained his cold and aloof composure. In celebration of my miraculous rise to power, I have a present for you, Frieza said with a wicked smirk. King Vegeta nearly fainted, his heart began pumping blood at faster rates, his body entering fight or flight mode. Many Scions in the surrounding area had similar responses. If they said they weren't tired of this tyrant they would be lying, some almost wanting to die in combat than continue to live under the frost demons. Relax, I'm not going to kill any of you, yet, Frieza said almost high on their fear. Frieza waved his hands and several of his goons who were guarding his spaceship went inside the 40-foot vessel carrying multiple large boxes. King Vegeta couldn't help but reflect on the current circumstances. We Scions, as many as we are completely helpless against 2 frost demons, his hand subconsciously forming a fist, his face hiding his dissatisfaction. Frieza saw this happen and his smirk intensified. He knew he was hurting the pride of King Vegeta and he was loving every second of it. Battle scouters, capable of detecting any life form with a power level under 20,000 in a 3-mile radius, as my arms and legs in the universe, I can't have you go under-equipped, can I? Only the best for my monkeys. Frieza said, chuckling to himself, King Cold behind him adopting a similar smirk. King Vegeta trembled, completely oblivious to the insult. 3 miles. Our current scouters can only reach 500 meters. If he wears 1 then, King Vegeta was visibly shaken. Noticing this, Frieza's smile vanished, an even scarier sight for the Scions in the capital. Frieza raised his hand and a scouter from one of the boxes being transferred to the Scions by his goons, floated towards him. Many of the Scions in the audience witnessing Frieza's telekinesis for the first time marveled at the sight. Frieza's action confirmed King Vegeta's suspicion and he wallowed in despair, panic resonating deep in his soul. Equipping the scouter, Frieza said, 3542, 2187, 1983, 2145, 4435, 3546, 2762 and 4283. Only King Vegeta knew what he was doing. Frieza raised a finger and 8 wicked ki blasts flew in different directions. Multiple Scions in the capital square exclaimed, some openly questioning Frieza, others shouting curses. Boom! Arg harg! Multiple explosions and screams filled the capital square, taking the vast majority of people by surprise. Smoke wafted from the tops of destroyed buildings. Frieza then extended his finger towards King Vegeta's palace. Pew! A single ki beam leveled the entire structure, more than half it destroyed and falling to the ground, the rest catching fire. Snipers, King Vegeta, really? King Vegeta's eyes were firmly locked on the ground. He didn't dare receive Frieza's gaze, not after the stunt he just pulled. And to use monkeys with such low power levels, well, I suppose they wouldn't have been much use to me anyway. Cho. Frieza began laughing wildly, eventually clutching his sides and rolling on the floor. Seeing such blatant disregard for Scion life, many Scions in the environment began feeling righteous indignation. Unbeknownst to them, mysterious energy started to circulate in their bodies, slowly building in both pressure and size. But then they saw their king, their leader and the most powerful among them stare firmly at the floor instead of standing up for his dead subjects. It was beyond disheartening. The mysterious energy started to dissipate and a thick aura enveloped them. Despair. Listen up, you filthy monkeys. From today onward I am your king. Not this lowly half-wit but me, you shall all obey my commands if you dare not too well, ho. Frieza couldn't even finish his sentence, bursting into laughter. The thought of these low-class warriors even resisting him was deeply amusing to him. Little did they know he didn't even need the scouter to detect the Scions on the rooftops. A weak and low murmur began to grow among the crowd. Yes, Lord Frieza. King Cold nodded approvingly before turning his back and walking towards his spaceship. Other miscellaneous races fled from his path before following him back into his ship. Frieza eventually composed himself before following his father. As he was about to enter his ship he released his aura, causing many of the ship's attendants to collapse. King Vegeta for the first time in years pissed himself. Not even looking at the Scions, Frieza simply said, "Know your place," and departed into the ship, which promptly flew away, the pilot not daring to delay after the previous events. Hours later the capital of Vegeta managed to regain life and various races moved on with their lives, the previous scene deeply ingrained in their minds. King Vegeta immediately ordered for his palace to be reconstructed and fled from the public eye. Even the ministers were unaware of his whereabouts, and it was only after his palace was reconstructed that he came out of hiding. Despite my attack on his life, he still left me alive. Yes, he needs us Scions. The show today was just an intimidation tactic. Yes. It all makes sense. King Vegeta's delusion intensified and thus began the downfall of Planet Vegeta. Chapter 2. Mutation, a rare and random chance for a variation in genes. A mutation could be caused by a significant environmental factor or a specific set of events occurring during cell division. In a particular baby in the Scion incubation room, the hormone responsible for the creation of the cell which slowly diffuses S cells into the body died prematurely. The brain noticed this and commanded the body to produce more. However, due to a malfunction in the electrical impulse sent by the brain to the effector, more cells which secreted S cells were created than necessary. This resulted in a number of unsecreted S cells in the body to go from around 1,000 to 1 million. This was an invisible occurrence that went entirely unnoticed by the strange caregiver aliens that were responsible for the maintenance of Scion still inside incubation pods. After conquering many organizations in the name of King Cold as well as the Royal Academy of Science, the study of science dramatically increased. In the entire universe, the newly christened Frieza Empire was probably the only one which accidentally spread mass knowledge throughout multiple systems. In the eyes of the Frost Demons, it made sense to increase the scientific capacity of their empire, which consequently industrialized planets that were formerly hermits unaware of basic science. Races with unused potential in memorization and understanding of science caused consecutive breakthroughs. This influence consequently reached the Scions, meaning that some of the top scientists, including Dr. Challenger, a scientist currently collaborating with the Scions under the command of Frieza, caused some biological breakthroughs as well. After multiple experiments, Dr. Challenger managed to create the ultimate nutritional liquid, a special type that gave the baby Scions all the proper even additional vitamins and minerals they needed to grow in the most optimal manner. This caused the new generation of Scions to be a cut above the last generation. 3 years later the mutated Scion was brought out of the incubation chamber by a funny-looking purple alien and a tall muscular man that stood behind him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and check his power level." The tall man shouted at the purple-looking alien, startling the alien. Okay. You're seeing your baby for the first time and all you care about is power levels. You Scions are worse parents than I thought, the purple alien said in a judgmental tone. The tall man, named Paragus, turned a deaf ear to the alien. Scions were a fighting race, meaning that your standing was based on your power level, so all parents naturally wanted the best for their children. However, this didn't translate well to other races. In this type of society, weakness was an unforgivable sin. The purple alien squinted. "What's the matter?" Paragus said in a worried voice, his irritation barely evident. "His power level is high, so high it must be a mistake. On top of that the numbers keep changing. Yes, there is clearly something wrong with Scouter." The purple alien said, justified in believing there was no way a baby could be on par with the current Monkey King. Paragus did not know how to feel. On the one hand, his baby was strong, but on the other hand, it could be due to a Scouter malfunction. But these Scouters were supplied by Frieza himself. There is no way it could malfunction, right? Paragus reasoned with the funny-looking alien. The alien paused, seeming to be lost in thought. Paragus grew impatient and snatched a Scouter from a nearby worker, equipped it and said, "What is your power level?" The alien blushed, embarrassed and said, 13. A clear and visible 13 appeared on the Scouter Paragus wore. Paragus then turned to look at his son. Paragus gasped, his eyes widening, and almost cried tears of joy. "TT 10,000, he shouted, drawing the attention of the workers and scientists in the incubation room. Paragus picked up the baby, swinging it around and hugging from time to time, while rejoicing, saying his hard efforts were finally recognized. A grown muscular man was showering his child with affection. The workers and scientists in the room stared at Paragus dumbfoundedly. They had never seen a Scion express emotion other than being hungry or angry. In all reality, Paragus was a gentler Saiyan in the first place, so he found contentedness very easily. The baby was fast asleep, completely unaware of the uproar it had caused by being born. Paragus? We need to report this to King Vegeta immediately, one of the upper-class Scions said awkwardly. He too had never seen a Scion jump for joy in his 30 years of existence. He didn't actually believe that the baby was so powerful. He thought it was a scouter malfunction and that needed to be recognized. It didn't make sense for a 3-year-old to be on par with the current king. It was more likely Frieza would hand over his current empire to the weakest creature he could find, out of the goodness in his heart. Nigh impossible. Scion ranks were decided at birth. In accordance with the power level they had, a low-class warrior had a power level of around 1 to 200 at birth, a mid-class at 201 to 500 and the elite 701 to 850, with King Vegeta's son being the highest known case at 1000 at birth. If the baby's power level was correct, not only did that mean that as a child, the baby could fight one-on-one with King Vegeta and it would be close, but also that every other Scion in comparison looked like complete garbage water trash tier individuals. All the Scions that heard the news were more likely to believe God himself came down and possessed the baby. No wonder Paragus was so excited such a monster came from his loins. Paragus and several warriors arrived at King Vegeta's palace where a meeting was taking place. And then I asked her, do you want it all at once or just the tip? King Vegeta said with a cocky expression. Laughter broke out amongst all the ministers in King Vegeta's palace. Suddenly, a guard burst through the door. King Vegeta. There are reports of a Scion baby with a power level of around 10,000. PFFFFFTTTTTTT. Frieza, who was eavesdropping on the conversation through the scouters, suddenly spat out his juice. What the fuck did I just hear? Frieza shouted aloud. Chapter 3. Well, I'll be. King Vegeta was at a loss for words. Initially, he wanted to make the argument that since the funny-looking alien said the power level of the baby was inconsistent, the baby was unstable and therefore had to be exiled for the safety of his people. 2 birds with 1 stone, he could get rid of the troublesome child who had more potential than his own as well as getting rid of a potential usurper. He almost commended himself for the plan. However, the baby's power level remained consistent. The baby stared at him angrily like he had something to prove. No matter how long he waited, there was not one fluctuation in the reading. It was almost as if the baby knew what was going on. Paragus. Yes, sir. Meet me at my castle in 13 minutes. Yes, sir. We will be discussing the fate of you and your offspring. Paragus was silent. While on paper this sounded like a good thing, obviously, he should be treasured and kept close to King Vegeta as he produced a Scion unlike any other in existence. In fact, it wouldn't be irregular if King Vegeta showered Paragus in females to try and reproduce a similar effect, but Paragus couldn't shake off an ominous feeling despite King Vegeta looking the same as always. King Vegeta and his ministers left promptly while Paragus also departed to prepare for his meeting with King Vegeta's court. He's dead. I give him 4 days tops. 4. Yeah, right. I wouldn't be surprised if he was dead by the end of the day. The aliens in the incubation room gossiped without end regarding the events that would unfold today. Let it be known that they only respected Frieza and therefore collaborated with the Scions. They couldn't put themselves on the same level as people who Frieza openly and continuously mocked for being weak, even though their only purpose was to fight. Although they themselves were weak, they had other traits that they excelled in. The same could not be said for the Scions. Needless to say, they didn't respect King Vegeta, but they couldn't say this to his face as they wanted to avoid unnecessary violence. Paragus stood in front of the door in full mission armor. In Scion culture it was disrespectful to enter the king's court without looking your strongest. Paragus took a deep breath and entered the room. Paragus, we have been expecting you, a minister Paragus had never seen before said slowly. The ministers of King Vegeta were special cases. Each of them all having power levels of 9,000 and over, they were the peak of current Scion existence. Of course, excellent strength didn't correlate to strategic competence, leading to the current situation under Frieza. I am proud to be in your presence, my king, Paragus said, performing the most respectful gesture he could. Rise, King Vegeta said quickly. King Vegeta sat up and leaned back into his throne and said, before I make a judgment on you and your son, I must first tell you of our history. Paragus furrowed his brows. He didn't see why a story was needed in this situation. Know that Planet Vegeta is not our mother planet. Paragus gasped. This was the first he heard of this. King Vegeta continued, initially, we Scions appeared on plain Sadala, however we were little more than chickens, on that planet, waiting to be slaughtered by the dominant races. Paragus waited in anticipation. After centuries, our race evolved due to harsh gravity, uncooperative climate and violent predators, becoming something else entirely. Science, King Vegeta said with detectable pride. We fought back against the other races and were eventually able to overpower them. It was at this point all the other races collaborated to destroy us. But we survived, King Vegeta's voice becoming grand and incomparably arrogant. Not only did we survive but we became stronger, obtaining what as scientists call a Zenkai boost. Paragus already knew of this, it was already common knowledge to the general populace how Zenkai boosts functioned. After conquering the other races, something happened that hasn't happened again since that day. Paragus was in suspense. A civil war broke out between elite and low-tier Scions. Paragus once again furrowed his brows. Although a civil war wasn't impossible, Scions were so straightforward and honest when dealing with things, especially each other, it was very difficult to imagine them fighting amongst each other. From this conflict emerged a Super Scion. A Super Scion. A Super Scion. The key of the Super Scion was so chaotic and destructive that when he powered down, not only did he kill himself but he also killed all the Scions around him and fatally wounded planet Sadala, his body completely blown to shreds. Paragus was shocked. This was the deep and hidden history of his race, but why was King Vegeta telling him this now? After 3 millennia, jumping from planet to planet, Scions evolved to what they are now, versatile lifeforms who can quickly capture any terrain and destroy any foe. Paragus had to resist the urge to scoff at King Vegeta's words. He might have agreed with him if Frieza didn't exist. Eventually, we found Planet Plant, which was inhabited by the Tuffles, who we managed to overcome with the strength of our Oozra transformation, which multiplied our strength by 10. King Vegeta said, his pride growing thicker. Paragus also knew this, as inside the libraries and schools, books that had described the battle with the Tuffles in detail and how the presence of the full moon was the decisive factor determining their victory, were not hard to find. Now on to your son. Paragus was startled, so caught up in the story he almost forgot why he was there. We have reason to believe, your son is the second coming of the Super Scion, King Vegeta said in a heavy tone. These words struck Paragus like a hammer. No, Paragus stuttered. In addition, the Super Scion wounded the planet once, so it is likely to wound the planet again. No. Paragus, for the longevity of the Scion race, we are going to eliminate your son with or without your permission. No. Squad 1 capture him. Squad 2, King Vegeta couldn't hide his smile. You know what to do. Yes, King Vegeta. 8 muscular men rushed towards Paragus, breezing past another 4 holding each of his limbs, pressing his body onto the floor. Make sure you dispose of the body properly this time. Yes, King Vegeta. No. Paragus desperately tried, but the Scions holding him down had power levels double his own. The feeling of powerlessness, he hated it. Never in his entire life did he feel as distraught as he was right now. His entire life flashing before his eyes as reality seemed to slow down under this crushing truth. I won't let you. Explosive energy burst out of Paragus, dormant S-cells in his body, supplying him with strength. Muscles all over his body began to swell and his strength began to increase dramatically. King Vegeta's expression crumbled as he pointed a crooked finger towards Paragus, who began to throw his elites like toys. SS Super Saiyan. King Vegeta shouted, fearing for his life. The so-called elites were sprawled all over the floor. Paragus stood triumphantly, breathing heavily. Paragus' muscles had grown considerably, increasing his height by about 7 inches, his hands and feet much larger than they were before, his hair solid black with lightning arcing in and out of existence. Argh! Paragus let out, the most out-of-character, visceral guttural roar he had in his life. Raw sound bouncing off the walls fearfully. King Vegeta, just by feeling his ki, could tell he was not his match and looked miserable before Paragus. Paragus glared at King Vegeta hatefully before running after the people who set out to kill his son. Chapter 4. Paragus? You good bro? Aspa said, surprised at Paragus' appearance. He had only seen this appearance once before and he was intimidated on an instinctual level. Aspa, you are my good friend and sworn brother. We have fought on the verge of life and death multiple times and in the same squad for years. If our friendship means anything to you, please prepare as many escape pods as you can in the next 40 minutes. Paragus then accelerated left, leaving Aspa in the capital marketplace by himself to think. Aspa furrowed his brows. Paragus was his good friend, but this was a big ask. TCH, you bastard. Aspa said before taking off south. Aspa wasn't dumb, on the contrary, among Scions, Aspa was among the most sneaky and underhanded, making him uncommonly quick-witted. Aspa saw Paragus, ki included, so he knew something big was about to happen, but fleeing to another planet big? Aspa's brain began firing on all cylinders as he weaved past the collection of races in the busy marketplace. Move. Paragus roared, scaring many of the aliens in front of the town library. Paragus? Is that you? Celery said, walking towards Paragus, who was causing a small crowd to appear, wondering what the disturbance to the normally quiet library was. I need you to gather all the information you can on the planet in the next half hour, then meet Aspa at the transportation dock. We're leaving the planet. Done, Celery said, moving quickly. Every generation there were very few people amongst Scions who had a passion for learning and knowledge, but Celery was one of such people. She, in her free time, did this type of thing for fun, browsing through the Frieza Force archives, meaning she already knew where everything was, so it wasn't incredibly difficult. Although 30 minutes was a very short time frame, it wasn't impossible. Celery trusted Paragus, not only because in Scion culture lying and being deceitful was heavily frowned upon, but also because they were the only survivors from their old squad back when they were young. Aspa, Paragus and Celery were all very close, even though they ventured into different areas. Paragus, worry-free, made a beeline for the baby incubation chamber, relying on his increased speed to match the Scions who had already departed. Paragus felt primal rage build up from the depths of his stomach but breathed deeply, not allowing it to cloud his judgment. Whoa! What the fuck? Watch where you're going. Many different races yelled out as Paragus charged forward, ignoring any potential collaterals. Eventually, he caught up to the slowest assailant at the entrance of the incubation chamber. Paragus! He yelled out violently. You have a lot of nerve to go against King Verggh. My sternum. Paragus swiftly jabbed him in the chest, not wasting any time at all. He had to make sure his son was safe. Paragus didn't even punch him with all his strength, he just made a quick hit that sent the attacker flying into a wall with such force, even Paragus was surprised. Paragus entered the incubation chamber, his ki rising, as he remembered why he was there. Ki was something each Scion had control over but not much supply of. Their ki reserves were very small, so they focused on prioritizing and optimizing their ki. In all honesty, Paragus had never felt so much ki in his life, but he didn't have time to focus on that. Gathering an ample amount of ki to his right hand, Paragus threw the ki ball at one of the assailants guarding the door to the inner chamber. He didn't have time to scream as he exploded against door, knocking out the Scion next to him. Oh shit! One of the caregiver aliens said, watching the scene unfold. Many of the workers and scientists were watching the scene with rapt attention. They already kneeled on the floor with their hands up, indicating they were not a threat, so they watched the scene like it was a movie. Not much action happened on their end day by day, so they were very interested to see what was going on. Put him down, Paragus yelled at King Vegeta's guard who was holding his son by the neck. Scions are really brutal, to heartlessly murder one of their own. This is why a funny-looking yellow alien began to gossip. Shut up. The other aliens shouted at the yellow alien. And what will you do if I don't? The guard said, increasing his grip on the baby's neck, drawing a knife closer to the baby's stomach. Please, stop, Paragus said, pleading with the man, his ki starting to dwindle. No. The guard quickly swung his knife at the baby's stomach. No. Paragus' ki exploded for the second time today, the solid arcs of lightning revolving around his black hair increasing in size, his muscles also expanding once again. It was at this moment, the unexpected happened. The knife broke. What? How? Strong baby. The various aliens in the room were dumbfounded. What? Impossible. How could a baby, only 3 years old, survive a strike from me at full strength? How is his skin tough enough? This is absolutely ridiculous. Clack. Paragus' fist clearly connected with the guard's jaw, his grip on the baby loosened and Paragus swiftly caught him before putting him in a nearby crib. Young Gearg. You bastard. Do you know who I am? I'm a Scion elite. Sworn protector of King Vegeta himself. Do you think a low-class Scion could get away with ? The guard's words suddenly stopped. He saw Paragus. In his current state, Paragus was now 7 feet tall with extremely large muscles on his every limb. His ki, a fierce whitey green, extended a full foot from his body. The guard was scared shitless. Even Lord Frieza didn't terrify him to this extent. He could already tell his death wouldn't be swift. If you're expecting me to apologize, I won't. I was given an order by our king and I am sworn to carry out that role to my dying breath. The guard's eyes found focus. Even in the face of death, he refused to be a coward. I can respect that, Paragus said honestly, his voice incomparably low. However, you have committed a grievous crime today. Paragus squatted down, looking the guard in his eyes. And for that crime you will die, Paragus said straightforwardly. With that said, Paragus lifted up his right fist, charging it with ki before looking down on his victim. The guard, while terrified, was resolute. He didn't waver in the slightest. Before I kill you, what is your name? Mushro, the guard said clearly, staring Paragus in his eyes. Paragus brought his fist down. His fist firmly collided with the floor, sending shockwaves throughout the entire building, destroying lots of equipment and disorientating multiple people inside. Outside the incubation chamber, a massive shockwave could be heard, capturing the attention of everybody. They rushed to the entrance of the incubation chamber where a figure emerged. Science! Paragus shouted loudly. Everybody's attention was drawn to the figure who boldly caused all the ruckus and addressed the Science openly. Chapter 5. Back inside the incubation chamber. Follow me if you want to live, Paragus said aloud before turning his back and leaving the room. Nobody in the room knew who he was talking to specifically, but none were willing to take chances. Quickly getting off their knees, the aliens hurried after Paragus. Mushrow was on the floor, visibly confused. He was more than certain that he was dead and was almost content with it. Death by a stronger foe and even combat was fair game. However, he was still here. He was more than certain Paragus was speaking to him, so he tried to get off his feet, but Paragus had worked him. Stumbling for a few moments, Mushrow supported himself with a nearby table. Standing up, he saw something. The baby. Paragus had left the baby. Mushrow thought for a few seconds before picking up the baby, this time carefully and walking outside with him. Science! Paragus shouted with all his might, trying to attract as much attention as possible, his new form helping him communicate much better than his base. Listen well, I am tired of living under a cowardly king who does not care about his people. This morning King Vegeta prepared a plan to kill my son because of his awesome potential. I am tired and personally disgusted by his shameless act of tyranny. I have decided that reign under such a king is a fate worse than death. Paragus didn't waste time with unnecessary words. Scions were simple people, they followed the strongest. Paragus moved quickly, clearing a path among the crowd and making a dash to the transportation dock, followed by the aliens in incubation chamber still not wanting to be killed by Paragus. Seeing the crowd of people openly planning to leave the planet, many Scions who would have stayed were swept in the momentum while others scoffed, saying they weren't going anywhere. Although Planet Vegeta was big, there was only one Saiyan settlement, one Scion city with the royalty at the center and the poor at the outskirts. Nearly all Scions on the planet heard the words of Paragus, who now looked like he was now causing a stampede, and those who didn't quickly heard from others and had a decision to make. 1. Stay on Planet Vegeta with Frieza and King Vegeta. 2. Follow the tall muscular man with scary key that wanted to start a revolution. Was that even a decision? Let's fucking go. A massive number of Scions followed Paragus, influenced by his stronger energy and confidence. It was a sight to behold. Arriving at the transportation dock, Paragus saw entire spaceships, ready to be used for their escape. Aspa, always overdoing I see, Paragus said with a slight smile on his face. Paragus, you're here right on time, I had to knock out all the workers in charge of the transportation dock, holy shit. Aspa said, covered with scratches, recognized the multitude of people behind Paragus. All of them? Paragus asked. All of them, Aspa said with a wide smile. Who's gonna fly the ships? Celery said, arriving with a white and green backpack. It's not my fault. Aspa tried. You idiot. Celery said, facepalming. Fighting junkie, Paragus muttered Aspa's nickname while shaking his head. Paragus suddenly felt sorry for the aliens. Aspa had fought in his name. Did you really think I would let you go so easily? King Vegeta roared. King Vegeta and several of his loyalists as well as other races armed with key rifles, blocked the crowd from the ships. Paragus. Come out and atone for your sins. Paragus walked out, directly confronting King Vegeta. Fire. King Vegeta said, wasting no time. Paragus had stepped out of line in his eyes. Multiple key beams struck Paragus' body, however not only was he significantly stronger than before, but he was also wearing full battle armor, so the beams didn't do much damage at all. Paragus took a step towards King Vegeta. Take another step and we'll shoot at the crowd. King Vegeta declared hastily. Paragus thought for a second before taking multiple steps forward, nearly reaching King Vegeta. Fire. King Vegeta shouted, desperately trying to overpower the crowd. Pew. 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 Ack. Erg. Eett. He shot me. Dar motherfucking bastard shot me. I'm gonna kill him. No, I'm gonna kill him. Charge. Paragus was speechless. From the crowd emerged several Scions who jumped King Vegeta and his goons, the first wave getting washed with ki blasts, the second and third however landing successful consecutive blows, essentially swarming them. Enough ants can kill an elephant after all, and this fight was akin to 1,000 ants fighting a cat. Paragus. Celery shouted, finally getting his attention, we need to go before Frieza arrives. That's right. Frieza. Paragus had almost forgotten Frieza existed. Paragus was sure Frieza had several spies planted among the Scions, hell there were probably spies among the crowd, waiting to report back to Frieza. A troublesome situation. Paragus was still thinking. Let's fucking go. Celery shouted, tugging Paragus' arm, causing him to fall forward. Celery, Aspa and Paragus headed inside the first ship, Celery sitting in the pilot's seat. Where are we going? Celery asked Paragus. It's not my fault. Paragus tried. Why are all my friends idiots? Celery screeched. Scions and other races began to fill up the ships soon, bypassing the recommended capacity. Lead by example, we'll look for a planet in the air, we have enough fuel for it, Aspa said quickly. He's right, the other ships will follow when we suddenly leave, Paragus added. Finally, a fucking plan, Celery said with visible aggression. Try to stay on your feet. Shwoom. The spaceship swam into the air, the other races, whose bodies could not resist the movement, began to bounce around the ship before settling as the anti-gravity technology began to function. Eventually, 100 or so ships could be seen on the horizon of Planet Vegeta before zooming out of the atmosphere completely. I thought you said, King Vegeta tried to kill your kid, where is he? Around, Grey Alien asked Paragus something that had been bothering him. Paragus' heart stopped. He left his son. Everything that he had worked for, he left it behind. At the end of the day, Paragus was only a regular person, he was not immune to forgetting things and he was caught up in the momentum of the revolution, embarrassingly leaving his son behind. Paragus felt like exploding, his body and his ki losing strength and vigor. He once again returned to his original size. I have him, a voice among the group of people cramped in the ship had spoken up. Mushro stood behind Aspa holding a sleeping naked boy in his arms. You should really get him a blanket or something. The round grey alien spoke up again. Broly. Paragus cried, disorienting everybody on the ship, some even kneeling and putting their hands up indicating they weren't a threat. Cowards, Aspa muttered, earning the scowls of a few aliens. Paragus felt relief, his mind finally at rest, but this was interrupted. I don't know how to tell you this, but I see an awfully familiar ship coming towards us. Oh shit, the grey round alien exclaimed. A ship, almost 20 times as large as the one Celery was flying, appeared on the edge of Planet Vegeta. Pew! A single laser beam escaped from the ship, piercing 3 of the ships that had just escaped Planet Vegeta, turning them to dust. On the ship, there were only 2 words at the side. 2 words that made everyone on the ship collectively panic. The 2 words read, Frieza Force. Chapter 6. Pew. Pew. Line upon line of laser beams flowed from Frieza's ship like water, erasing hundreds of lives from existence. Whose idea was it to trace the Scion scouters so we can hear everything they say? Frieza asked all of his advisors in his ship. Mine, my lord. A certain advisor stepped forward hurriedly. Finally, my hard work has been noticed. The advisor mentally exclaimed. After being enslaved by Frieza, he worked his way to the top, displaying his excellent technological knowledge. He was finally about to eat the fruits of his labor. You get a raise, Frieza said happily. But sir, you don't pay us. The advisor exclaimed bitterly, releasing all of his pent-up aggression. It was truly aggravating, to continuously work without pay. Pew. Ack. Would you look at that? A stray ki blast killed him. What a shame, always the bright ones. Frieza said, shaking his head. Which stray ki blast? Frieza had just murdered a man in broad daylight. Any more complaints? No sir. The other advisors were much brighter than the dead one, knowing that asking Frieza for something was the same as digging your own grave. Engaging evasive maneuvers. Celery roared while increasing the speed of the spaceship. Fwoom. A laser beam brushed the edge of the ship, destroying a part of the wing. That doesn't look good, Aspa said with noticeable concern. Working on it. Celery said, fiddling with the ship's navigation system. Pew. 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 Several laser beams engulfed the other ships, wiping out all the people inside. I don't think the other ships will make it, they don't have a pilot as good as ours, Aspa said, fearing the worst. That's tough, Mushro said, collapsing into a seat, his jaw, which was injured by Paragus, hadn't fully recovered yet, so he still felt lightheaded. The funny-looking yellow alien that was in the incubation chamber got on his knees and kissed the floor. Thank you RN Jesus, it said repeatedly. Mushro, who saw this from beginning to end, shrugged his shoulders. Must be their native tradition, he said while closing his eyes, focusing his ki on his injury. This didn't rapidly increase the speed of healing, but something was better than nothing. Fwoom. 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 The spaceship bobbed and weaved through the laser beams. However, the other ships weren't so lucky. Some of the makeshift pilots were able to dodge one or two beams but were sniped by the third. Done. Celery said, sounding satisfied. Hold on, she said excitedly. Shwoom. The spaceship blasted off, spinning and spiraling away. The spaceship roared, reaching terminal velocity, forces of drag and thrust becoming equal, leaving Frieza's slow-moving ship in the dust. What did you do? Aspa screamed by resisting the increased force from traveling at high speeds. You're too stupid to understand, Celery said, breathing a sigh of relief. How are you fine? Aspa asked angrily. She seemed to be perfectly fine in these conditions. The forces only affect dumb people, Celery said dryly. Fuck you. Aspa said, exasperated. Sit down here, Paragus said quickly before the situation got out of hand. Aspa finally sat down and felt the stress on his body alleviate. Why am I only okay now? Aspa said, feeling the science in this scenario was not there at all. You're too stupid to understand, Celery said, smirking, shamelessly controlling the ship's anti-gravity technology. Shut up. Aspa said, his face turning slightly red. Paragus chuckled. He had missed this type of banter back on Planet Vegeta. Broly, Paragus looked at his son happily. He managed to escape Frieza and King Vegeta while with his friends and a helpful portion of aliens. This was his plan in the first place. When King Vegeta announced that he was going to kill Broly, Paragus realized his time on Planet Vegeta had ended. He needed to find somewhere else to live. Celery switched the spaceship settings to autopilot. Which planet are we supposed to settle on? Celery asked Paragus, who was currently nuzzling his child. Paragus began. Men. Celery muttered while reaching her hand into the backpack she brought. Inside was various books, but more importantly, a universal space bus, USB. Here we go. Celery said as she loaded the drive into the ship's holographic system. So, according to this map, we are somewhere called the Empty Zone, and it should take us 6 to 7 hours to reach the nearest hospitable planet, Celery said matter-of-factly. Do we have enough fuel? Barely. We won't be able to go anywhere else unless the planet has been colonized and a quick database check tells us, Celery said. It hasn't. This is troublesome, Aspa said dispiritedly. Not really, since it hasn't been colonized and it has the necessary flora and fauna for our survival and not much is known about it. It's a decent hiding place for us to regroup against Frieza, Celery said optimistically. That bastard is still coming back. Wouldn't you? Fuck, the people in the ship collectively groaned. Hey, at least this time we are free to train and not do missions for that bastard. We should have enough Scions to overpower him, Celery said optimistically. How many Scions do we have? Let's do a head count, everyone line up. Celery shouted. Okay. Okay. Who died and made you queen? The round grey alien spoke up again. What did you say? Celery said, staring daggers into its soul. Nothing, my queen. The round grey alien said quickly, hurrying into a horizontal line that was forming. Let's see what we have. For Scions, why are there only 4? Celery said tiredly, looking like she was about to cry. It seems that there was a majority of Scions on literally every ship apart from ours, Aspa said critically. Phew-wuck. Celery moaned. We're doomed. Celery said pessimistically. On Frieza's ship. Sir, the pilot said nervously. Yes, weakling. Frieza said, visibly irritated. One got away, the pilot reported, trembling. Oh, did it now? Well, don't worry, it's your lucky day. Frieza said with a smile. I'm fucked, the pilot thought inwardly. You can choose who I destroy, you or Planet Vegeta, Frieza said, eyes glowing after every word. Planet Vegeta, the pilot didn't even hesitate to save his own life. He saw an escape route, so he took it. Are you sure? Isn't a bit selfish to sacrifice an entire planet for your pathetic life? Frieza inquired. The pilot got down on his knees. Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta, the pilot said, hammering his head against the floor viciously. Pick a number from 1 to 10, Frieza said patiently. The pilot thought briefly, considering his options. 2, the pilot said, going for a low number. Very well, in 2 years I will come back and destroy Planet Vegeta, Frieza said. The pilot sighed, releasing a breath he didn't know he was holding in. And you have 2 years to find the ship that got away before I kill you, Frieza said ecstatically. The pilot's face crumbled as he realized he had put a timer on his life. I should have said 10, he cursed inwardly. Chapter 7. Several hours later. Is that the planet? Aspa asked curiously. Yep, Celery replied. Seems kinda big, what's it called? Aspa asked. Planet Sithis, Celery said. Planet Sithis was a bright cerulean blue, two huge land masses occupying the planet. Sithis was as large as Jupiter, the intergalactic profile stating that it had large trees which all bore ripe nutritious fruit, both land masses devoid of any natural predators or creatures that could soil the Earth's beauty. Vast oceans completing surrounding the two islands, both a fair distance from each other. Error. Error. Fuel is at minimum, the ship will cease function if fuel is not replenished in the next 60 seconds. Everybody in the ship was startled. I thought you said we had enough fuel to make it. Aspa said, confused. Barely, Celery repeated, hitting a big red button. Fwoom. The spaceship accelerated towards the planet, entering its gravitational field increasing its speed by a considerable amount. Foom. The external body of the ship caught fire under the relentless air resistance, second by second, the resisting metal slowly melting. The anti-gravity technology inside the ship started to give out and the atmosphere quickly became messy. Are you trying to kill us? Aspa said looking at Celery. There's an ocean, isn't there? Celery asked rhetorically. Boom. The ship collided with the water, extinguishing all the fire on the ship. A huge tsunami formed looming over one of the land masses, threatened to engulf it entirely. However, moments before impact, a translucent force field flickered into existence, sending the tsunami crashing back down on the ocean from which it was formed. The waves from this motion pushed the ship that was floating gently atop the water, fiercely towards the other landmass. Washing up on the island, the spaceship, which was heavily damaged and had multiple parts destroyed, rolled reluctantly on what appeared to be a beach. Inside the spaceship, the people were safely seatbelt despite the continuous rolls and forces on the ship. They were fine. Let's get outside before it explodes, Celery said, quickly getting out of the pilot's seat and making a dash for the exit. It's gonna explode? Paragus asked, attaching Broly to his back with a few bandages. I wouldn't take chances. Celery said, swiftly opening the door. With newfound motivation, the people rushed outside, everyone abandoning ship only to find a new problem. Why does my body feel so heavy? Paragus said. Fuck. It all makes sense. Why would such a beautiful and lush planet be uninhabited? Because the gravity is so strong that nearly all life would be smushed to death. Celery said, having an epiphany. The ship is gonna explode, any second now. We need to go. Paragus, who was able to walk with a little struggle, started panicking. If the ship exploded while he may be fine, Broly might die. He was only 3 years old after all. Horrible scenes began to play in Paragus' mind as his body and muscles once again swelled, his ki rising to a similar state. In this form, Paragus found he was able to walk with ease, while running was a minor challenge. Making his way from the beach to the forest, Paragus decided this was a safe distance for Broly and looked back. Nobody else was there. While Celery and Aspa were at the entrance of the forest, the other races were not even capable of standing up, not to speak of walking. Some of the aliens were even worse off, heavy pressure pulling them deep into the ground. Fuck! An alien shouted. Help! Help! An alien began roaring. We're all gonna die, another started to cry. Not like this, an alien said, struggling to sit up. Error! Error! The ship will initiate self-destruct in 10 seconds. The process cannot be stopped. Please evacuate to approximately 200 meters. 10, 9, 8 dash, the ship began counting down. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh dash. Boom. Almost prophetically, the explosion wiped out everything within 200 meters of the ship, small waves changing the tide of the ocean. The races around the ship that were pinned down by gravity, were cleanly swept up in the explosion, various body parts flying into the forest. Mushrow, who was barely able to stand, was launched a few hundred meters into the air before colliding with the ground gracelessly at Paragus' feet. This is a disaster, Mushrow said, lying flat on the ground. His elite Scion body pushed to the brink to survive. On the bright side, nobody who's alive is bleeding, Celery said. Too soon, Paragus said, wistfully looking at the tattered remains littered across the forest floor. In all honesty, Paragus was not willing to leave Broly to go back and help some of the other aliens. Initially, he had brought them to alleviate some of the burdens that occurred when preparing a new settlement, as laborers, but they died too easily. Scions had been sent on missions to different planets before to perform various activities, so this was not a new experience for any of the older Scions. The weight of all the deaths that had occurred hit Paragus hard. I saw a civilization, while we were landing dash, Celery attempted trying to change the subject. Crashing, Aspa interrupted. On the planet, we need to go this way, Celery said staring daggers at Aspa who returned her glare with a smile. Come on big fella, we need to go, Aspa said extending a hand to Mushro, who was breathing heavily. I'm hungry, Mushro complained, taking Aspa's hand. As if on cue, multiple stomachs began rumbling. Let's get going, Paragus said leading the group in the direction Celery pointed at. Mushro walked, feeling slightly out of place. Previously, he had thought the group beside him were inferior to him, that they were simply low-class scions. However, while he was not certain, he had a feeling Paragus' power level was much higher than his own and both of his friends had been much more useful than he had been. Celery piloted the ships that Aspa prepared while he carried a baby. His eyes were peeled looking for a way to prove that he was better, his Scion pride eating him up. Eventually, he spotted a green and blue fruit on the side of a tree. Gathering his key he leapt off the ground and snatched it before landing with a satisfied expression. Look what I found. Mushro said, extremely pleased with himself. The other scions looked at Mushro disinterestedly. I wouldn't eat that if I were you, Celery said, looking for the city entrance. I think it's best not to eat anything until we find the city, Paragus said, relaying his gut instinct. Mushro was annoyed, he spent much of his ki and much of his energy trying to get the fruit and nobody cared. Defiantly, Mushro bit into the fruit, it tasted sweet and watery. Mushro began to see stars, the whole world spinning around him, Mushro barely managed to stay on his feet. Paragus, why do you have two heads? Mushro asked, his legs starting to wobble. Paragus didn't know what to say. Celery, since when did your breasts get so small? I could have sworn they were bigger before, Mushro said, the fruit sliding out of his hand, blue juices running down his palm. Why you little dash, Celery said, eyes burning with rage. Was there always a moon there? Mushro said pointing his finger to a distant but visible moon that illuminated a small portion of the night sky. Fuck. Everyone keep your eyes down and hurry this way. Celery shouted. This sudden shout woke up Broly who followed Mushro's finger. For eyes locked on the moon and something strange began to happen. Shit. If the kid transforms there is no hope of survival, our only option is to transform. Aspa said raising his eyes to the moon. No. If dash, Celery began shouting but it was too late. Paragus who had followed Aspa's advice also began to transform. Fuck it, Celery said reluctantly, raising her eyes to the moon. At that moment a change began to occur in her body. Thick fur grew from hairs, completely enveloping her tan dark skin, her face changing structure looking more animalistic and fierce, her body began to increase in size dwarfing her previous height. Her eyes changed color as thin and primal ki swallowed her body whole. She felt powerful. Ro-aware. They all bellowed in unison. Sir. The giant monkeys of legend are back. A small human-like man reported to a figure sitting on a throne. God fucking damn it, the Tuffle Queen muttered. Execute plan Giant Slayer H. The Tuffle Queen commanded with a fearful expression, reacting quickly. At that moment, a robot much larger than the Tuffles was released into the air. Fool me once shame on you, fool me twice and prepare your grave. The Tuffle Queen said as the robot was being released into the air. Chapter 8. The Tuffles were not all wiped out on Planet Vegeta. The Tuffles, also known as Tsufurians, were arguably the most technological race in existence. They made countless scientific breakthroughs and advancements before other races could count. With this type of uncommon intelligence, they had enough foresight to realize relatively early that the Scion strength could not be reached by their mutant machines in the given time frame. This meant that King Appa II, the former Tuffle King devised a plan. Himself as well as all the Tuffles over the age of 40 would stay on Planet Plant and bitterly fight to the death with the Scions. If they won, they would go to Planet Sithis and bring back the younger Tuffles and if they failed, the younger generation would live in their stead. The Tuffle King Appa II, refused to let the older generation flee from Planet Plant because if the worst-case scenario occurred and the Scions found the Tuffles again, he feared their race would not survive. At the very least, if the elders died, the dim-witted Scions would not actively search the universe in order to find the Tuffles so they could rest easy. Naturally, King Appa II did not let the Tuffles leave empty-handed, passing on all valuable biological samples as well as books containing all relevant and advanced research the Tuffles had been developing since their conception. As a result, the Tuffles not wanting to be put in the same position again, the Tuffles had prepared countless countermeasures for giant creatures who could potentially destroy them. Since the mass migration, Tuffle science temporarily delved into biological warfare as well as technological combat. Needless to say, they were more than capable of defending themselves against the 5 giant monkeys. Plan Giant Slayer H was to release HIATUS, a mutant machine developed hundreds of years ago. As there were centuries of peace, the Tuffles who were innately peaceful did not continue to develop war machines. Most of the Tuffles that were alive did not inherit their parents' hatred of Scions, and as a result, the previous conflict before was water under the bridge. This was until Scions appeared on their home turf in their giant monkey form, destroying their forest after thousands of years passed. The war between Scions and Tuffles became legend, a period of time that was so far away it was difficult to picture, and as time passed the relevance of the legend decreased. All of this caused the current Tuffle Queen, Queen Nana III, to be confuzzled at the appearance of the Scions. However, she wasn't worried as she had much faith in HIATUS, who was a sentient AI that made continuous battle enhancements without Sulfurian input. HIATUS was a 7-foot mutant machine made of Kyrite and Kachin. Its actions were controlled by a massive supercomputer deep underground the Tuffle city. Kyrite was a metal native to planet Sithis that radiated Ki. After a few centuries in development the Tuffles learned how to optimize it, updating the former war machine. It had thick arms and legs encased in red metal, many oval-shaped gems in its body and a pink gooey midsection that parted to reveal a gray elastic metal. HIATUS scanned the forest, huge trees being snapped like toothpicks under the aggressive and random rampage caused by the giant apes. HIATUS realized that the apes, while similar, were not the same. There was a small one being maybe 16 or 17 feet in size with larger hands and feet, two 20-foot apes, one much slender and faster, the other much louder and angrier, one 21-foot ape, and finally a 25-foot ape with similarly large hands and feet with a low-key aura around it. Scanning power levels: 120,000, 130,534, 143,012, 189,900, 210,200, HIATUS thought, sending information to and from the supercomputer at immeasurable speeds. Determining plan of action: targets are capturable, commencing non-lethal assault, HIATUS said finally. HIATUS flew, blue jets of Ki flowing from its feet propelling it forward. Roar! The apes growled violently in unison. Initiating enhanced gravity field. HIATUS declared heroically. HIATUS flew around the apes, releasing strange capsules that on contact revealed 4 identical devices. Activating enhanced gravity field. HIATUS declared. The Tuffles in the first place were able to survive on planet Sithis due to their anti-gravity technology, so it didn't take long for them to go in the other direction and conquer that science as well. Boom! The ground crumbled underneath the Oazris, who stumbled quickly as they bitterly tried to resist the force pressing them down. Let it be known that the current gravity on planet Sithis was 4 times greater than planet Vegeta without the gravity field, with it was 8 times stronger. Roar! Celery in her Oozra form was the first to screech, resisting the gravity, gradually increasing her movement from small steps to rampageous jumping. Noting, Ape seems to be adapting to harsher gravity, initiating subjugation plan. HIATUS declared, flying towards the yelling Oozru. Pew! From its arm emerged a missile that fell apart to reveal a needle that embedded itself in the ape's chest. Pew! 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 HIATUS similarly did the same to the other Oazris beside the smallest one, who struggled to raise its head. Ararurur! The apes tried to yell, but the sedative was taking effect, causing them to lose vigor and strength, barely stopping them from falling to the ground. Increasing gravity field. HIATUS declared. This ranged method that resolved the conflict resulted in a 0 probability of HIATUS being injured or harmed, so it opted for this route. The gravity changed from 2 times to 5 times. Boom! Boom! The 2 20-foot apes fell, finally reaching their limits, and crumbled down to the ground, flattening multiple sections of the forest. However, the 25-foot ape and the 21-foot ape stood defiantly. Roar! The ape stood ignorantly, roaring, beckoning its kin to stand as well. Roar! The 16-foot Oozru, as if in response, began to stand unbendingly and roared back. HIATUS considered his options. He detected a power level increase indicating that they had gotten stronger, and the remaining sedatives would not have the necessary dosage to completely overwhelm the Oazris. It also did not want to go too close, as it had some other ranged options it could try instead, which would have a 0 possibility in sustaining injuries. HIATUS decisively shot a Ki blast at the biggest Oozru, who in return charged at it. HIATUS flew high into the sky where the Oozru could not reach and shot multiple Ki blasts at the Oozru, peppering it with injuries. The Oozru, infuriated by this, gathered at Ki at its mouth. The other standing Oazris started rampaging, turning what was once a quiet and serene forest into an apocalyptic wasteland. Ruruer! The Oozru with a mighty shout fired a wide Ki beam at HIATUS, who dodged at the last second. Upset that it missed its target, the Oozru shot an even wider beam that followed HIATUS, who with years of martial arts theory downloaded, began to dodge masterfully and unpredictable in a way only a robot could. The Oozuru was further maddened by this but did not have the energy to continue its rampage. Paragus had not eaten and therefore the Oozuru submitted to gravity and fell down. Mushro in his Oozuru form barely managed to resist the gravity. Upon facing a frontal assault from Hachiyak it shortly fell to the floor. Hachiyak now paid attention to the remaining Oozuru. Chapter 9. Hachiyak, who was more confident that the major threat was gone, flew closer to further examine the Oozurus. They had bright red eyes and deep brown fur. Currently, they were stationary, eerily calm, not moving a muscle. Increasing gravity field to 10x. Hachiyak declared, once again activating the devices to their current max setting. Gravity crashed down on the Oozurus, forcing their bodies into the ground. The standing Oozuru's muscles pulsated under the force, convulsing madly as it resisted the unforgiving atmosphere. Arrrrrrrrr, the Oozuru bellowed, its ferocity and viciousness, increasing with the gravity. Boom! Ki exploded from the Oozuru enveloping it from head to toe, giving it strength. Roar! The Oozuru began jumping up and down, pressing the already destroyed trees further into the soil. It began to jump from place to place in the forest, trampling trees and fruits alike while wildly shouting from time to time. Noting, gravity appears to be inconclusive, commencing ranged Ki assault. Hachiyak said flying towards the rampaging Oozuru. Pew! 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 Ki blasts rained from the skies inflicting much more damage than before, the remaining Oozuru trembling physically but outraged mentally under the abusive onslaught. The Oozuru began to roar with unseen vigor, seemingly getting stronger after every attack, although now it was visibly wounded. Final ranged attack. Rocket Fist. Hachiyak declared, firing its fist at the Oozuru. The fist flew towards the Oozuru, who upon seeing it attempted to grab it but before it could, the fist suddenly increased in speed, easily flying past the Oozuru's clumsy arms and eventually hitting the Oozuru in the stomach with a firm bang. The Oozuru groaned before crumpling to the ground, running out of strength. Commencing full organism scan. Hachiyak declared robotically. A white luminescent light shone from Hachiyak's eyes and engulfed the Scions from head to toe. Processing, Hachiyak said its supercomputer brain analyzing and testing the data it had received. An uncommon volume of Blutz waves detected. Initiating wave disruption sequence. Hachiyak declared, enunciating each word. The same white luminous light engulfed the Scions, interfering with the Blutz waves stored in their eyes. Not even a second later, all 5 giant apes shrunk back into their former humanoid figures. Initiating telekinesis sequence. Hachiyak said as white Ki shone from its body and once again enveloped the Scions. Dark blue Ki burst from Hachiyak's feet and it barreled towards Tuffle City, Scions bound by strange white Ki. As it flew to Tuffle Queen Castle, cheering resounded throughout Tuffle City. When Hachiyak was first deployed, everything that it could see through its eyes was broadcasted onto Tuffle Media where the vast majority of Tuffles were watching the conflict. Seeing how easily Hachiyak disposed of the Scions made the Tuffles feel like they not only avenged their ancestors who died by Scion hand but it also put them to rest, confirming that they didn't have to pull a last-minute planet switch. The Scions were all taken to the same place, a high-tech lab underground Tuffle Queen Castle. They were all placed in rooms with a one-way mirror where a group of scientists were busy performing various tests and experiments with Scion DNA. When was the last time we had a live sample to dissect? A Tuffle scientist said excitedly. I have a feeling Queen Nana will want to speak to the Scions in the morning. Don't kill them, another scientist said with a pensive expression. Of course I wouldn't. What do you take me for? The scientist said with a shocked look. The air in the Tuffle lab seemed sweeter as the Tuffles moved with new motivation. Science for them had been advancing at a much slower rate than before as there were only so many breakthroughs you could make before you get stuck. There was finally something brand new to do so they were all very happy. Paragus woke up groggily. What is this fabric? Paragus said pressing the material on the bed he was sleeping on. It was quite literally the softest bed he had ever slept on. Paragus looked around him to see a pure white room with black lines that formed squares decorating the walls and floor. There was a huge bookshelf with hundreds if not thousands of books in it and various devices that Paragus had never seen before. Where's my son? Paragus screamed as loud as he could, realizing Broly was nowhere to be found. A hole opened on the white wall which revealed a pole with a megaphone attached at the end. Relax, Scion. The child is in a room similar to the one you are in now, he is sleeping. A Tuffle said, his voice clearly transmitted through the megaphone. Paragus nodded before going back to bed. This was the softest thing he had ever touched and he would be damned if he didn't sleep on it again, not to mention he was tired and hungry so sleep was one of the things he needed at the moment. He actually believed us. The Tuffle said surprised at how straightforward Paragus was. These Scions are really strange, another said. When Paragus woke up the second time, he got up and stretched his body. He felt stronger and tougher but couldn't explain why. Poof! With a little bit of effort, Paragus brought out his ki and wrapped it around his body. He had practiced and theorized doing it before, but he finally seemed to have enough ki to do it. Unknown to him, multiple scientists were watching this process and recording this, behind the one-way mirror. A hole opened in the same place opened and the pole with the megaphone at the end extended again. "If you are properly rested, Scion, our queen would like to speak with you," a voice at the other end said. Paragus thought for a second before saying, "Fine." Another hole opened on the floor revealing a tube. Paragus, not needing to be told, entered the hole sliding through the underground tunnel system. These Scions are really trusting. Wouldn't he have died if the tunnel led to the edge of a cliff or deep under the sea? A Tuffle scientist said, clearly surprised. The Tuffles in the room murmured, agreeing with her. The reason why Paragus was so trusting was that he believed that if the Tuffles wanted to kill him, the Tuffles would have done so already. What kind of powerful creatures are able to handle 5 Oozris so quickly? Paragus thought as he slid through the underground tunnel system. The Oozra form was the most powerful known form of the Scions and was why Frieza and King Cold sought them out, for their destructive capabilities, yet they were of no use against the race Paragus had yet to meet. They must be really strong, Paragus thought, hoping that the race would not be evil or warmongering like the Frost Demons. A hole opened from the ceiling of the Tuffle Queen's throne room, dropping Paragus, who landed on his feet gracefully. Paragus guffawed. These are the people who can stand up to our Oozris. Chapter 10. The Tuffles were short, much shorter than Paragus expected. Paragus estimated that the Tuffles were all close to around 4'9" with little to no muscle mass. They were humanoid in appearance, all having white skin, 2 arms, 2 legs and multiple cybernetic implants, some with glowing metallic eyes, others with strange cubes around their ears appearing like exotic headphones. The Tuffles also had metallic bands around their arms and feet with yet-to-be-seen functions. The Tuffle Queen was particularly short, only reaching 4'5" in height, and was relatively plump in size. She stared at the Scions with curious eyes. In Sulfurian culture, when a king or queen does not have children of appropriate ruling age, a competition is held between all ambitious Tuffles, determining who the next king or queen would be. Queen Nana III was a winner of the most recent competition when King Paris IV retired early. Needless to say, she was among the most intelligent of the Tuffles and debatably the most suitable leader of her generation. Paragus studied Queen Nana, who was sat on a throne made of the iridescent metal kyrite. The throne was simple, a large crystalline chair with pillows at the seat and back. The throne was surrounded by mutant machines, notably the same type as HIATUS but with a bold black shine instead of HIATUS' usual red. They stood stationary, making little to no movement. Sulfurian ministers also lingered, moving from room to room in the castle, gazing at the Scions with interest. Their throne room puts our own to shame. Paragus thought inwardly. Celery and Aspa, who were already there, greeted Paragus, who had just landed. "Excuse my tact, but why are you here?" the Tuffle Queen said bluntly. Paragus, Celery and Aspa exchanged glances. Aspa spoke up. "We apologize for any disturbance we may have caused you, but my friends and I were desperately fleeing from the evil tyrant known as Lord Frieza," he said, dramatizing the situation, causing the Tuffle Queen's eyes to narrow. "Please continue." Aspa then began to narrate the story, changing things where he thought necessary in order to win the Tuffles' favor. "Our race was enslaved by an extremely powerful race. They forced us to do their work for them for centuries now, murdering anybody who opposed them. In the beginning, there were hundreds of us, but they were all slain by his hand," Aspa continued, raising his hands at various points for theatric effect. "Eventually, due to civil conflict, my friend hastily decided to leave the planet, deciding to take us with him," Aspa concluded. A few of the Tuffles were captivated by their story. On paper, everything was logical and supported by the treatment and preparation of the Scion baby. No supplies, no food or extra clothes, especially after what could have been salvaged from the ship. Nana furrowed her brows. Aspa had said that they left their former planet because of civil conflict, not because of the dreadful tyrant who was chasing them. What was the cause of the civil conflict? Nana said, trying to get all the puzzle pieces. "King Vegeta was going to kill my son," Paragus spoke up. Nana's expression twisted when hearing the words, King Vegeta. All Scion royalty had that name, going all the way back to the Scion-Tuffle conflict. Vegeta had become something of a curse among Tuffles, so from the point alone that King Vegeta had wronged the people in front of her, almost made her want to help these people. Almost. Previously on Planet Plant, the Scions and Tuffles reached a point to where a complete genocide of either race was necessary for survival. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Scions and the Tuffles were sworn enemies, and yet. "We won't force you off this planet," Nana said decisively. Many of the advisors in the throne room were internally distressed at their queen's decision, but they were not idiots, they knew better than to voice their opinions immediately. Paragus and Celery looked at Aspa with a sense of pride. They had relied on Aspa's silver tongue before and it seemed to work again. However, Nana said boldly. The smile on Aspa's face quickly thinned. He was feeling pleased with himself before what seemed like an if clause was being made. You will not be staying here for free. You will not only train to protect our planet from any threats, but you will also be required to give some of your DNA for our research as well as assisting with any manual labor tasks we require you to do. Queen Nana said stoically. Paragus, Celery and Aspa let out a sigh of relief. While the conditions were not extremely pleasing, it was 1,000 times better than being Frieza's armed goons. On top of that, they could train to become stronger, which was every Scion's wish. Do you agree to these terms? Nana said somewhat impatiently. The Scions relaxed, taking more time to respond to her ultimatum. We do. We wholeheartedly agree to your terms and look forward to collaborating with you in the future, my queen. Aspa said, immediately kneeling, Paragus and Celery doing similarly. TCH. This Scion knows how to talk. Nana noted inwardly. Where is Mushrow? Celery said, only now realizing the biggest idiot was missing. If you're talking about your adult friend, he was in horrific shape, we were barely able to salvage his life, Nana said, her beautiful white eyes unmoving. The advisors, after hearing Nana's proposal, marveled at their queen's intelligence. How would their ancestors feel if the descendants of the race that wiped them out were willing to lay down their lives for the descendants of their own? The Tuffles were inherently peaceful people, working on technology that would better their own lives and be convenient for their people. Even when they were pushed to the brink of extinction by the Scions, they didn't develop war machines, instead opting to create an evacuation vessel to leave Planet Plant for the betterment of their own people. The Tuffles were inherently nice people. This deal was especially sweet for the Scions, who could have easily been tied down and killed by a mutant machine. The Tuffles accepted the Scions into their society swiftly. The Scions became overnight celebrities due to their unique physiology and blatantly different characteristics. Before the Tuffles could appropriately exploit the Scions, they needed to learn more about them. These Scions are a little bit too overpowered, Dr. Limiter said, exclaiming at his results. Mushrow had managed to overcome what seemed to be multiple life-threatening injuries in under 24 hours with simple healing stimulants. More than half of the diseases discovered by the Tuffles would have little to no effect on the Scions simply due to their unique blood. The Scion body was a walking cheat code. 3 Scions stood in a wide room wearing black training suits with various gems embedded on them. Small wireless devices were hidden underneath, sending information back to the Tuffles in the lab. This next test will determine your physical limits, please cooperate. Dr. Limiter, the head Tuffle scientist in the biology department, said excitedly. Begin. Chapter 11. Fwum. From various walls in the training room, faceless pale blue humanoids with metallic bands around their necks and arms emerged seemingly out of nowhere. These are going to be your combat partners. They are the latest in our line of androids with nearly all of our martial arts knowledge programmed into their very being. Dr. Limiter spoke through a megaphone pole that retracted back into a wall. A pale blue humanoid charged at each of them, creating a one-on-one scenario. The androids will gradually become more difficult to fight against as you fight. Please try your best. An android swung its fist at Paragus. So fast. Paragus only saw blue as the android pummeled his face, causing him to stumble backwards. The android didn't ease off at all, pressing Paragus by throwing multiple punches at him. Left. Right. Left. Right. The android womped Paragus in a very basic manner, not using any complex techniques at all, just basic martial arts, not even using its legs. Paragus grew frustrated at being overwhelmed so easily. Freya! Paragus yelled quickly, turning into his stronger form. Paragus had no idea why, but when he reached a certain level of concentration in battle, his muscles would swell and his ki would nearly triple. The android still didn't let up though, swarming Paragus with strings of punches. Clang! 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 The sound of metal meeting metal rang throughout the room. It seems like its attacks are much less impactful in this form, Paragus noted mentally. This was the first time he had been in combat with this form. Paragus brushed the android's incoming left arm and delivered a mighty strong blow to its chest, sending it a few inches into the air before slamming his fist repeatedly into its head. Interesting. Dr. Limiter said with a vested interest. He and a whole department of biology were busy making notes on the Scion's actions. It appears that the Scions have the ability to undergo some kind of physical transformation in combat. One that is completely unrelated to their giant ape form. Dr. Limiter scribbled away on his notepad, other scientists doing similarly. At the same time, An android charged at Aspa, dashing forward without wasting any movements. So fast. Aspa admired the android's movement technique as he closed the distance between them in seemingly no time. The android was completely silent, its face not showing any response or hint to what it was doing. Noticing this, Aspa concentrated. Whoosh! The android's fist brushed past Aspa's head as Aspa dodged at the last moment. Aspa jumped back trying to create some space, but the android jumped towards him, putting all of its weight forward, gambling on a single punch. Aspa leaned to the side, again narrowly avoiding its punch. An opening. Aspa thought inwardly as he saw the android miss. Hurriedly, he struck the android's abdomen with his knee. So hard. Aspa yelled frustratedly as his leg collided with metal. Despite Aspa's yell, his attack did its job, lifting the android off the ground. Aspa capitalized off this by throwing a straight punch as hard as he could at the android's head. Time seemed to slow down as he subconsciously copied the android's form, wasting no movements. He clearly saw his fist traveling towards the android's face. Aspa smiled briefly, happy with some of the progress he made. Arf. Aspa felt something hard connect to the back of his head. For a brief second he lost focus, the world around him becoming dark. Ugh. Aspa groaned again as something hard connected with his stomach. He barely resisted the urge to fall over. The android managed to kick the back of Aspa's head at an impossible angle, then, recovering from its missed hit, followed up with a swift punch to gut, severely disorientating Aspa. Rah! Rage flickered in Aspa's eyes as his ki flared. He hadn't been able to land a single hit on the android, and he didn't like that at all. Aspa found new speed, gradually dodging more and more of the android's jabs. It was at this point the android suddenly slowed down, creating what Aspa thought was a clear opening. Aspa threw his fist straight towards the android, thinking it was impossible to dodge at this point. He was right, the android didn't dodge. The android then sped up, using its left arm to deflect Aspa's fist and sent its right arm straight to Aspa's chest. Kuah. Aspa coughed out all the air in his lungs under the impact, his body flew towards the wall behind him. Slam! He bounced off the wall before finding his feet with a crooked posture. The android for the first time in this interaction spoke. Analyzing guinea pig, determining to be overhyped, it said passively. I am the hype. Aspa roared, charging at the android, swinging furiously, his hands connected multiple times, pushing the android back. Dr. Limiter looked at Aspa weirdly. While he has not gone under a physical transformation, his ki has been increased by a few folds. Dr. Limiter said, confirming his suspicions with a key detection device otherwise known as a power scouter. At the same time, an android charged toward Celery. Arriving in front of her, it gave her no time to think. The android spread its legs out, adopting a wide stance quickly, then thrust its fist at Celery. Celery did not even have time to respond, so she hurriedly crossed her arms trying to block the blow. Ack! Celery was sent flying back, stopping just before making contact with the wall. HRGH. Celery grunted, releasing ki and enveloping her body with it. Celery created space between herself and the robot in the wide room. The robot processing this charged at Celery the same way it had before. She saw this frame by frame and her brain worked, thinking quickly about what to do. Celery deflected the punch before sending a palm out, which pushed the android back. The robot then pushed forward, putting all its weight into one attack. Celery caught its arm, spun her back and leaned forward, putting all her weight into lifting the android off its feet and throwing it over her shoulder. Celery had just attempted a move she saw in a martial arts book she had read with fleeting interest. Didn't think it would be as useful as it was. Plunk. The android hit the ground with force, but Celery didn't let go of its arm. She pulled back and began stomping on the android. She seems to be the brightest of the three. At level 1 any basic martial arts move will be able to overwhelm the androids. Dr. Limiter said, somewhat disappointed that Celery did not display a similar boost in power like Aspa and Paragus. It seems that their strength is born from necessity, not desire. Interesting, Dr. Limiter said, scribbling again on his notepad. Paragus was first to throw his beaten android into the center, followed by Celery, whose android seemed to be missing an arm. Aspa was much faster than his android, eagerly ducking and weaving any blow the android would deliver, but he still couldn't deal decent damage to it, and in a battle of attrition he would lose because he was not an android. Aspa decisively made space between the two of them, inching closer to the wall. The android did what it always did, charged as fast as it could, put all of its weight into one punch. Aspa deliberately waited for the android to get close, then darted right at the last moment, swinging his right hand into the back of the android's head, crashing it into the wall. The android and the wall seemed to be made of the same material, so the damage was not extremely significant. HNNN. Aspa grunted before repeatedly slamming the android's head into the wall until it stopped moving. Aspa then threw the mutilated android into the center along with the other two androids. Aspa and Celery looked at each other with visible satisfaction, while the volume of ki they had increased by was not incredible. They could feel the martial arts training paying off. On Planet Vegeta their training methods were literally being beaten by elders of varying power levels until their bodies grew in response. Now they felt like they were using the muscles they had trained for so many years. They both turned to look at Paragus in awe. He had the same appearance as when he approached them initially and it was still as oppressive. They could feel the ki pouring off his body. Very good. Time for the next test. Another one? Aspa said, slightly worn out by his fight with the android. What's wrong, out of stamina already? Celery said, looking at Aspa from head to toe. Bring it on. Aspa said, his cheeks flushing red slightly. Dodge. Chapter 12. Various holes opened up from the walls, and from those holes emerged pale blue balls that were 3 centimeters cubed, and they bounced off the walls vigorously. A ball flew towards Paragus, who stretched out both of his hands in order to catch it. Pat. The ball bounced off Paragus' hands, bruising them in the process. The balls are hard and too bouncy to catch. Paragus exclaimed, beginning to evade the balls that followed. Dodging? My favorite. Aspa said, weaving in and out of the balls with little to no effort. 15, 16, 17, Celery said, counting the balls that bounced off the walls. Oof. Ack. Ick. Paragus and Celery struggled to dodge all the balls that they were bouncing and were consequently hit by a few, Paragus because of his larger size, Celery because of her overconfidence. Paragus, when he transformed, gained a whole body growth spurt, becoming several inches taller and a few inches wider, causing him to find dodging very small, very fast objects difficult. Celery, on the other hand, was much smaller, but she more often than not thought that she would have enough time to dodge a ball when she didn't. Frustration built up as she was pelted by balls from all angles. Eventually, stumbling, losing all balance. I know you like getting hit by balls, but try a bit harder. Aspa said tauntingly. Taking Celery's hand, Aspa began to push and pull Celery in an almost jovial manner, making it seem like they were dancing. While holding Celery's hand, Aspa had a firm smirk that he made sure Celery saw. A deep red hue glowed from Celery's cheeks, enhancing her beauty twofold. Aspa almost dropped her when he saw. Celery, feeling like she was being toyed with, naturally began to feel frustrated. Hinga. A key pressure greater than Aspa's but less than Paragus was released from her body. Immediately she enveloped her legs exclusively. WH. Celery began to whiz around the room similarly to Aspa. I guess I kinda took your thing, huh? Now that we're both fast, you're not that special anymore, Celery said critically. Aspa was peeved by this. Smiling irritatedly, he also enveloped his legs with ki. His legs came to life, bursting with energy, and he began leapfrogging all over the walls and roof, dodging the balls leisurely. HNNG. Not wanting to be left behind, Paragus let out a low growl, drawing out more ki, and the number of times he was being hit by balls per minute eventually reached 0. Time to take it up a notch. Dr. Limiter said excitedly. The walls, floor, and roof began to glow with pure white shine. Oh. Aspa said curiously, about to land on the ground. Whoosh. A ball that was formerly landing on the ground hit the floor and soared, crashing straight into Aspa's face. Seeing this, Celery burst into laughter. Whoosh. 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 The balls gained energy from each collision with a surface and roared around the room recklessly. Paragus was at peak concentration. He was certain that if he relaxed even a little bit he would be pelted with balls, and the bruise on his hand from before was a fresh reminder that the collisions would be painful. Seeing Paragus, who was more than double her size, masterfully moving to dodge the balls, competitive spirit rose within Celery, who eventually copied Paragus' movements and also began dodging the balls with more precise and accurate movements. I'm supposed to be the fast one. Aspa roared, determined to outdo both of them. These Scions are real freaks, huh? A few hours ago they could barely stand up to HIATUS 01, and now they can consistently evade balls moving at 40 milliseconds. The Tuffle scientists were in awe. The Scion's growth rate was a bit too exaggerated to be real. Oren. Yes, Dr. Limiter. Increase the output. Are you sure? They can barely dodge as it is. Increase it. Yes, sir. The balls and walls were partly made of kyrite, so they could temporarily absorb and conduct ki, causing them to have more energy. This resulted in TCH. Koa. ACKK. A high-speed super dodgeball death room. Just let us know if you are too weak to handle this. Dr. Limiter said through the megaphone. The Scions in the room were too proud to openly admit that these conditions were too much for them. Dr. Limiter was at ease, he now had an assurance that although they were powerful, they were not omnipotent. Kaiwea. Aspa's ki soared out of his body. As the fastest in the group, he felt like if anyone should be able to overcome a challenge like this, it should be him. He once again enveloped his legs with ki and began to masterfully dodge the balls moving at their maximum speed. Celery. Aspa called out. I understand that your body is not built for such rigorous action. I know that you prefer it much slower so you can keep up. Simply call out to me and I'll speak to the scientists on your behalf. Aspa said, his widest smirk to date clear on his face. Celery's face as Aspa spoke began to crumple before turning completely red as he finished his statement. She clearly got what he was trying to insinuate. Keep my name out of your mouth. She roared, her ki also rising. Get a room. Paragus said, shaking his head. He knew he was near his limit and seeing these two bicker didn't help. They're monsters. It doesn't make sense. The more we push them the stronger they get. I don't know about that. A single Tuffle scientist made an observation. Everyone, including Dr. Limiter, turned to face him. Their ki isn't infinite. Arg. Almost prophetically, Aspa's ki ran out. Nanny. Aspa stuttered confusedly. Omi wa mau shindiryu. A ki ball whistled out, producing sound due to sheer speed, before slamming viciously into him, knocking him into another ki ball. What's wrong, are you dash? Before Celery could even finish her taunt, her ki also ran out. Omi wa mau shindiryu. The same thing happened to Celery, who was also being ragdolled around the room by the ki balls. Paragus, seeing this happen, stopped dodging altogether. NGH. Tanking the blows, he threw his two unconscious friends. He yanked his unconscious friends mid-air and threw them into the corner and protected them using his body. Time to see my true limits. Paragus said, steeling his mind for the physical punishment he was receiving. These Scions are really special. Oren, cut the power, Dr. Limiter said reluctantly. A small part of him wanted to see the Scions ragdolled further, but he felt like that would damage their long-term friendship. The ki supplying the balls with their energy ceased and the balls began to slow down. Holes appeared in the walls and the balls left as quickly as they came. Ha ha ha, Paragus was breathing heavily. I did it, he said before hitting the floor. Thud. Chapter 13. Broly woke up in a completely white room, startled. While he was extremely comfortable on the bed he was sleeping on, he couldn't recognize the presence of his father. Feelings of panic and anxiety overwhelmed him and tears began to well up in his eyes. Wah wah hawaii. Broly's cries were particularly loud, his voice bouncing off all the walls as thick streams of tears escaped from his eyes. The scientists on the other side of the wall were dumbstruck. None of the other Scions expressed any type of deeply emotional behavior. Dr. Limiter panicked. He had not even seen his own children cry so emotively before, and the sight honestly melted his heart a little. Wah wah wah. Broly's crying did not settle down in the slightest and Dr. Limiter was paralyzed. He had never encountered this type of problem before, so Furian children were very well behaved and rarely complained, let alone cried. I have an idea, a scientist said with a pensive expression. 30 minutes later. Wah wah wah. The boy is full of such energy and vigor. The Tuffle scientist exclaimed. They had taken their time when trying to resolve the issue, so when they found the child crying still, they wondered how he found the energy. Naturally, the Tuffles had seamless noise control technology, but they felt inhumane to tune out the sound of a crying child. Deploy it, a Tuffle scientist said nervously. From a hole in the floor emerged, a 3-foot yellow humanoid robot with a holographic smiley face displayed on its robotic face. The robot then began to play music, its speakers were hidden under its yellow body. As the music began to resound within the room, the cries of the child began to dimmer. Eventually, the child stopped, captivated by the strange sound coming from the robot. Instinctively drying his eyes, Broly looked at the robot with inquisitively. Previously, Broly was feeling potent fear and sadness from being by himself in the strange room, but the robot made all his negativity go away. Subconsciously, Broly felt a strong connection to the robot because it took his bad feelings away. Rather childishly, Broly liked the robot after this one encounter. The scientists behind the one-way mirror breathed a sigh of relief. The boy had been sleeping since he was delivered by Hachiyak, and when he woke up crying they did not know what to do. After racking their brains, they used a song that was scientifically proven to lower blood pressure levels as well as lowering anxiety. This discovery was accidentally made by Tuffle musicians who made the song on a whim and were currently unable to explain why it was so relaxing. Nevertheless, it was particularly effective on children and by proxy Broly. The Tuffles were scared to approach themselves because they did not know how the baby would react to them. The child had a power level of 12,000 and they didn't want to send a cold, uncaring war robot to him, so they edited a cleaning robot to be compatible with children and, in particular, to play the soothing song. "Everything is all right," the robot said in a soft voice as it slowly approached Broly. Gently touching Broly's hand with its own, it asked him, "Can you speak?" Broly's silence and intensive stare was all the answer the robot needed. The scientists in the room were at a loss. "We can't do much if he doesn't understand us," a scientist said, troubled. "Should we teach him?" A murmuring sounded out within the lab. "If we do, it will teach us much about Scion neurology as well as their academic capabilities," another scientist said thoughtfully. "I will arrange for a teacher to come and oversee our operation," a scientist named Dr. Propeller said, exiting the lab. At the same time, Celery, Aspa, and Paragus were flying over Tuffle City with a dark green HIATUS. "Look! It's the Scions," a Tsufurian citizen said. A small crowd of people were pointing and exclaiming at their existence. Most Tuffles only learned about them in history, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were all living legends. Celery felt conflicted about this. In her eyes, they invaded their planet, destroyed their forests, and they were still kind enough to let them stay. She felt a sense of gratitude towards the Tsufurians who cheered them on for just being there. Paragus felt bad initially, but he felt at this point there were no hard feelings, so he shouldn't dwell on the matter. Aspa didn't care. "Where are we going?" he asked suspiciously. The Tsufurians so far had given them homes, food, and even a source of income, so Aspa felt deep within his soul some shenanigans were about to occur. "Your first job site," HIATUS said cheerfully. The Tsufurians had built several models of HIATUS, all being physically identical but each having different purposes. The dark green model of HIATUS was an information droid. Ideally, it would blend into the environment and send information to Tuffle headquarters. This particular android was programmed to have a sweet voice and a charming disposition. The Scions arrived at the forest they had trampled as Oazarus. It looked like multiple natural disasters had hit the forest consecutively. "Job number 1, the HIATUS said happily. Celery, Paragus, and Aspa looked at it with rapt attention. "Since our beautiful and peaceful forest has been destroyed, we have no other options but to clear all of the damage away. We hope sincerely you will assist us." Celery's heart shuddered as HIATUS blamed them with finesse. If another Tuffle heard this, they wouldn't bat an eye because this was just how the Tuffles spoke. However, to the Scions it was potent emotional manipulation, even if they didn't realize it. Paragus furrowed his brows and Aspa squinted. "This robot knows how to talk," they thought simultaneously. The robot then brought a cube-shaped object. "This is what you'll use to collect the trees, on this fine day," HIATUS declared cheerfully. From the cube he held, 3 smaller cubes emerged. Chapter 14. "What's that?" Celery asked curiously. "It's a capsule cube. Our Tuffle scientists, after years of trial and error, were able to figure out how to shrink and store inorganic objects in these handy cubes," HIATUS declared chirpier. "That seems convenient," Celery said cynically. "Extremely," HIATUS responded. "So what happens if you put something alive in the cubes?" "It dies." "Wouldn't that make the capsule cubes a really powerful war weapon?" "Perhaps," HIATUS said with a trace of irritation. "So why don't the Tuffles just imprison any attackers? The Tuffles would much rather prefer to capture the target alive, so they can study it as we did you Scions. On top of that, there's no guarantee that all races in the universe will die if imprisoned. All we know is that respiration can't take place in the cubes," HIATUS said dryly. "Don't you think that is a massive underestimation of Tuffle technology?" Celery asked again. "You're just full of questions, aren't you?" HIATUS said with clear annoyance. "Cool." Their conversation was interrupted by a shout. Aspa was currently carrying 2 thick trees on each arm while Paragus held a capsule cube. Paragus pressed the only button on the cube's smooth surface and it made whirring sound. Aspa shifted forward and on contact with the cube, the tall trees were sucked out of Aspa's hand and into the cube. "These capsule cubes are awesome," Aspa said childishly. There was something about a small object that completely absorbed large objects that enticed him. "You're such a child, Aspa," Celery scolded. "I know you are, but what am I?" Aspa said with a smile founded on baseless confidence. Celery normally wouldn't be bothered by such teasing coming from Aspa. He was a man-child. However, the self-confident smile on his face caused her to feel different. It was only now she realized how punchable his face really was. "Want to take this to the sparring chambers afterwards?" Celery said threateningly. "No problem, but you know I have to slow down, for your sake of course," Aspa said, his smile only growing wider. He took great pride in the fact that he was faster than Celery, and Celery hated it because she knew it was true. Easy, if you want to see who is the better of you two, why don't you have a competition to see who can store the most trees? The robot can even be your judge, Paragus said, trying to steer the situation back on task. Aspa and Celery both looked at HIATUS expectantly. If that's what you want to do, I have no qualms with being a counter. HIATUS said sweetly. Why don't we spice things up a bit? Aspa looking at Celery with a mischievous gaze. I'm listening. Since things had escalated to this point, Celery was game for anything. The loser has to do whatever the winner says for a whole week. Aspa declared, trying but failing to hide his plotting face. I don't think Paragus started. Deal. Celery swiftly declared. Oh dear, Paragus sighed, shaking his head. While on the surface this bet could be seen as a harmless competition, the stakes were, in fact, much higher than what they appeared to be. Both sides were very prideful individuals who would not settle for second place. The loser would be continually humiliated by the victor, and the Scions due to their pride would not go back on their word and fulfill any request. It was a recipe for disaster. Paragus, if you wouldn't mind, please set the capsule cubes while Aspa and I get in position, Celery said determinedly. Paragus did so, pressing the button before gently placing them on the ground, one behind Celery and one behind Aspa. Aspa performed a few very basic stretches, loosening his muscles, while Celery put her body in a series of positions and movements where various cracking noises resounded. Seeing this, Aspa smirked, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Aspa stood leaning forward, believing this would give him the most optimal push-off speed, whereas Celery took a knee and positioned herself oddly. What are you doing? Aspa asked. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. He could feel the answer coming. You're too stupid to understand, Celery said with a face full of disrespect. Aspa's ki flickered, completely engulfing his body before swirling around his legs. I'm going to make you say sorry when I win, Aspa said with a serious expression. If you wish, Celery said, also guiding her ki around her legs. Paragus sighed. He knew this would not end well, but it meant less work for him. 3, 2, 1, go. Paragus shouted clearly. HIATUS, who was watching the events unfold, was secretly recording the events live for various Tuffle scientists to see. Why do they always turn everything into a competition? My money's on Celery. She might not be faster, but she knows how to use her speed better. You might be onto something, but Aspa is faster and by a large degree, so it may be closer than you think. Pass the popcorn. The scientists were very interested in the Scions the same way a child is interested in monkeys at the zoo. Every action the Scions performed were very amusing to the scientists, so they just kept watching them. How? Aspa watching Celery fly past him as she ended her takeoff phase. HMF. Aspa applied himself, catching up to Celery in moments. Locked in, they both looked at the scene in front of them. Many trees laid haphazardly on the ground, no particular order or structure. The trees were placed randomly, some much further and deeper into the ground than others. Arriving at the site, Aspa slowed down, grabbing 2 trees with each arm and turned around, pushing off towards the capsule cube. Celery, on the other hand, bent forward, grabbing a tree with both hands and flung it as hard as she could towards the capsule cube. On impact, the capsule cube absorbed the tree, sucking it in entirely. Seeing this, Celery smiled as she began to madly throw trees at the cube as fast as she could. Aspa, who had deposited the trees he was holding, was startled by Celery's strategy. She didn't have to rely on speed, and as a result, he lost any advantage he held. He also knew Celery's aim was slightly better than his, so if he were to copy her strategy he would be at a disadvantage. This mental train of thought took place in 2 seconds. The scientists in their labs recognized this in less than half a second. Celery shifted her ki to her arms as she began to throw all trees that were closer to the capsule cubes, which forced Aspa to travel the extra distance when he was depositing them. TCH. Aspa's tongue clicked. He felt the situation take a turn for the worse, so he spent all of the ki in his body crazily accelerating to and from the capsule cube. Surprisingly, the competition was extremely close, with Aspa having the lead due to his early advantage. However, Celery eventually monopolized all of the closer trees, causing Aspa to go further. On the other hand, Aspa was somehow able to run faster than Celery could throw, which kept him in the lead for the majority of the competition. As of now, there were only 5 huge trees left on the battered plane. Aspa had a 1-tree lead on Celery, who was recovering from throwing her 203rd tree. Hoa! They both breathed heavily and they stared at each other for what felt like a decade. Aspa had spent much of his ki, and Celery, in order to keep up, had to too. They were both exhausted, but there was still much to play for. Aspa was standing right in front of his capsule cube while Celery was 50 meters away from the remaining trees. Aspa's brain whirred. He did not want to lose. I'm a genius. Aspa had an idea. Chapter 15. Aspa stumbled, all traces of ki leaving his body. Celery became hopeful as she saw this and charged towards the remaining trees. No. Aspa said weakly. Hingagergurk. Celery roared, defiantly resisting fatigue. The ki around her body swelled, increasing threefold. She was at the last stretch, and as long as she didn't mess up here she would win. She could taste victory. Large volumes of ki enveloped her hands as her blood vessels dilated and her muscles swelled. She threw the remaining trees consecutively. Her aim throughout the competition was on point. She simply did not miss. It was close, but it appears Celery is the winner, Paragus said preemptively. He saw the 5 huge trees arc in the air, flying in one row towards the capsule cube. It was at this moment something happened. Someone in the environment changed. Aspa, who looked as if he was about to faint, had been still and quiet for a long time. Arg! With a sharp and simple shout, all of Aspa's ki that was blinking like a dying fire roared back to life. His whole body was enveloped in thick ki that rivaled Paragus. How? Celery roared in confusion. Aspa wasted no time, leaping towards the first tree that was on course to Celery's capsule cube. Humph! Aspa struck the tree edge, stopping it in its tracks before using it to beat down the second tree. Now that he had more breathing room, Aspa gripped the third tree trunk by its base with both hands. He then like a batsman swung the tree fiercely at the fourth, both trees colliding loudly. Aspa didn't loosen his grip as he turned his body whilst he swung, turning both trees towards his capsule cube. You conniving bastard! Celery said vehemently, supercharging her whole body with ki. Aspa released his swing at just the right time, so both trees were absorbed into his cube before he could even take time to catch the last tree. He saw Celery dashing towards him. Aspa thought quickly. In all honesty, he had forgotten the score, but from the way Celery was behaving he could assume he was winning. Aspa eventually decided to take a risk. He picked up 2 trees, one in each arm. No! Celery roared, flying towards him with urgency. However, Aspa did the unexpected. Celery blinked and Aspa was at her capsule cube. Before she could begin to understand what was happening, Aspa deposited them into her capsule cube. She blinked again and Aspa was in front of her. In between the two of them was the remaining tree. Why did he throw the game? It's rigged. I call shenanigans. Don't hog the popcorn. We fight for the last one, Aspa said, his mischievous demeanor nowhere to be found. Celery was astounded for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She adopted her fighting stance and Aspa did too. You're an idiot. 10 years ago. Help. Help me. Help. Aspa screamed as he ran through the woods. Behind a 9-foot pitch-black muscular alien chased him, remaining completely silent as it did so. What have you done? Olivia replied, confusion clear in her voice. Hiya. Beats charged bravely. Using his smaller stature he weaved past Aspa, who was running, and attacked the alien that was called a Grinno with all of his strength. The Grinno switched targets from the lanky cowardly man to the small muscular man. Beats, seeing his attack was not effective, infused his fist with ki and swung at the Grinno's chest. This time the attack was more effective and the Grinno was sent a couple of feet back. Fall back. Beats commanded boldly, as he charged forward to attack the Grinno. How did you find one that was so big? Celery asked, her face full of distress. I don't know. I was trying to escape from the 7-foot Grinnos when they started making strange noises, and the 9-foot Grinno came from a cave, Aspa said, hurriedly running at the front of the group. Where's Paragus? Olivia said with audible concern. Since the mission briefing only mentioned 5-foot Grinnos, he was confident that he would be able to clear them out on his own, Celery said matter-of-factly. I just hope Beats can make it out without any severe injuries, Olivia said hopefully. Among the 5 Scions that made up the battle squad, the oldest, most experienced was Beats by far. He was a Scion of the older generation tasked with assisting the younger generation in their induction missions. Unfortunately, this planet was far more dangerous than they had previously imagined, and as a result, they had to call an impromptu retreat. Paragus was a rising star among the younger generation with a power level of 8,345 at the age of 21. Olivia was the 3rd strongest in the group, also had a power level of 7,925 at the age of 23, which was not shabby at all. Celery would be next, having a power level of 6,384 at the age of 17, and Aspa was the youngest and the weakest, having a power level of 5,460 at the age of 16. Aspa among the retreating trio was at the front, running much faster than the rest. Why are you only good at running away? Olivia asked Aspa with noticeable contempt. Because he's an idiot who only knows how to flee. We truly have bad luck to be partnered with him. Celery said critically. Aspa turned a deaf ear to their curses. He was used to the verbal abuse from his fellow Scions and was more than dull to any type of criticism. Instead, another sound was caught by Aspa's ear. Aspa turned his head back, peering past the two angry faces looking at him. He saw them in the distance. 3 tall pitch-black humanoids running towards him at full speed. Specifically, a 9-foot one followed by 2 7-feet ones. Noticeably the 9-foot one had considerable scratches on it, appearing as it had just escaped a battle. The 2 shorter Grenos that followed lacked scratches but had considerable volumes of blood that dyed their fur a red color. "He's dead," Aspa said with fear thick in his voice. Celery and Olivia's eyes widened as they saw the scene behind them. "Aspa, go find Paragus. Olivia and I will escape from the Grenos by ourselves," Celery said quickly. "No. If he encounters a Grino on his way, he might die. Celery, you go instead. Aspa can run away and I have enough confidence in myself to escape." "Go," Olivia said, giving an alternative. If Aspa really did die before he could alert Paragus, the situation would be really dire. She also believed Celery was smart and strong enough to find her way to Paragus. "Okay," Celery said before darting off into the woods. Olivia was the most senior member present, so her word had priority over her own. Chapter 16. They're getting closer and closer, Aspa said, his speed also picking up with his fear. The jungle floor was uninviting as Olivia struggled to keep up with Aspa. It was early in the morning, so the Oozra transformation couldn't be relied on and their opponents had varying power levels. While on paper, the absence of ki in the Grenos seemed to leave the Scions with an overwhelming advantage in battle. The raw strength of the Grenos was not factored in and as a result, lead to the unpleasant situation now. Each battle squad was composed of 3 to 5 members depending on the number of youths in a particular generation. This squad would run a series of controlled test missions before having an induction mission with a senior member in the Scion community, then they would progress to actual missions. Missions, being Emperor Frieza's codeword for interplanetary genocide and slavery, then selling planets to the highest bidder at various space auctions. Celery weaved through bushes, trees and animals in the densely packed woods, the contents of the mission plan replaying in her head. Exterminate Grenos on Planet Ranch. Rank F. Grenos are lower-level lifeforms with an absence of ki. Although they have considerable physical capabilities, they lack the necessary intelligence to properly use it to their advantage and as a result, can be picked off easily. Grenos have a very strong pack mentality. It is rare to find Grenos in groups less than 2. Grenos are also very territorial. Grenos commonly fight each other for land, initiating battle by roaring. Celery felt like the intelligence of the Grenos or lack thereof was severely exaggerated and their strength was downplayed excessively. On top of that, the mission plan failed to mention the existence of hybrid Grenos that were much more powerful than the average 5-foot Greno. This type of misinformation, although uncommon, was very significant. In reality, not all the races that Frieza enslaved would wholeheartedly work for him, and as a result, things would slip through the cracks like this. Celery had seen 7-feet Greno elites and a 9-foot Greno king, that even an elite and hardened Scion warrior was unable to defeat. She was worried that even if Paragus found their way to them, he wouldn't be able to do anything. "Celery? Is that you? Why are you here?" Paragus asked. "Paragus. Olivia is in danger," Celery declared quickly. "What? Is she okay?" Paragus asked, his face contorting. "She is for now, but I don't know how much longer," Celery said hastily. "Which way?" "Northwest." Paragus charged in the aforementioned direction, using his little ki to propel himself further. He would rather be there early and run out than be late and have some ki remaining. Paragus ran with his heart pulsating in his chest. He couldn't bear to lose Olivia, not after everything they had been through, not after everything they had planned for each other. "Please be safe," he muttered hopefully. Aspa looked behind him fearfully. He noticed Olivia's shortness of breath slowly enlarging and her running form became less and less pronounced. She was getting tired. Under normal circumstances this would not be an issue, however. There were multiple muscular tall humanoids chasing them after killing their strongest ally. The situation was dire. Aspa looked at Olivia again. He knew what he had to do. If Olivia was to survive, then he would have to either divert the Grenos' attention or grab hold of Olivia himself. While thinking about this, Aspa's hands began to shake erratically, his countenance fell and he felt a rising feeling from his stomach. I can't do it. Aspa tried to convince himself many times, but he didn't believe. He knew he couldn't save Olivia. Olivia panted desperately. She too knew she couldn't keep this up for long, but her pride as a Scion stopped her from asking Aspa, the weakest and most cowardly among them, for help. The Greno King roared irritatedly. At a staggering 9-foot height, he began bellowing at high speeds. In response to this, all the Greno elites that were following the Greno King dispersed into the woods, leaving the Greno King to make an isolated charge against the Scions. Not even a minute later, the Grinno elites appeared in numbers tenfold what they had previously, all the Grinno people chasing the Scions with untapped anger. What did you do to anger them this much? Olivia asked with the last of her strength. I am not sure, when I saw the Grinno King I couldn't help but scream. Aspa said, the ominous image imprinted in his mind giving his legs new strength. Olivia's eyes widened. You fucking idiot. Olivia roared, temporarily ignoring her circumstances. Didn't you read the mission plan? You initiated a territory battle. With the Grinno King no less. Olivia said, completely incensed. The Grinnos were not capable of coherent speech, so the Grinno King had no clue what Olivia was saying. He, however, did know that when Olivia started screaming it was a direct challenge to his authority and his lineage. The Grinno King had two choices. 1. Kill the girl and rely on his subjects to capture the boy later. 2. Keep chasing both of them until they either ran out of stamina later or reach a dead end. The Grinno King was confident he would be able to outlast the two Scions in a prolonged battle, but he didn't want both of them to get away. He would be much more content if he managed to kill at least one of them. The Grinno King elected to kill one of them. The ominous screeching from the slit on the Grinno King's head stopped as he bent his waist forward and watched Olivia's movements keenly. Olivia put her left foot forward and pushed off in a similar pattern to what she had been doing before. Seeing this, the Grinno King leapt forward, catching Olivia at the back of her movement arc. Hearing a disturbance behind her, Olivia turned around to see two thick pitch-black arms motion towards her. Fear arose in her heart as the unwillingness to die overtook her. Ki burst out of her body with prime motivation. Olivia didn't know how strong she needed to be to defeat the Grinno King, she just wanted to be strong enough to escape. Olivia's fist slammed into the Grinno King's head with a solid crack, completely reversing any momentum the Grinno King had, and even more, he was sent flying. Olivia released a breath she did not realize she was holding. She stood valiant, watching the Grinno King fly away from her, landing a severe blow on her oppressor with her own two hands. Aspa looked back after hearing a loud thud, only to be completely caught off guard. Olivia was completely surrounded by Grinnos. Chapter 17. A swarm of Grinnos all reached Olivia at the same time, who jumped up into the air and fired a singular ki beam directly below her into the swarm. Boom! A singular explosion burst forth, sending multiple Grinnos backwards a few feet. Olivia landed back in her original spot that was now smoking and cracked, while the Grinnos stared at her with caution. They did not want to be hit again. Olivia surveyed her area with panicked eyes. Although she appeared to be in control, she was extremely fearful. KK King! Aspa shouted loudly, his eyes locked on a horrid looming figure. Schling! The Grinno King brought down its fist with mad anger, its attack forcing the air around it into disarray. Olivia turned belatedly, only to see the hand of death firmly grip her face. Smack! Aspa witnessed the crispest connection he had seen in his life, the surface of the Grinno King's hand seemingly crafted by God to match the angle and circumference of Olivia's face. Olivia's body would have been sent back a few meters if not for the ground inches away that caused Olivia's head to bounce off rock so hard that she once again flew into the air. Thud! Olivia collapsed on the ground motionlessly. Olivia! Paragus released the loudest scream he had ever and felt pure devastation as he saw his girlfriend hit the stone floor, going limp. The Grinnos in the area, completely oblivious to what had just happened, jumped the newcomer who had made the most noise. You will all pay! Paragus screamed, ki shooting out of his body at high speeds, the raw propulsion knocking back the attacking Grinnos. No matter how much Paragus yelled, his rage was not quenched in the slightest. I won't let you get away with this! Paragus bellowed, thick green ki completely devouring his body. Aspa looked in shock as he watched the usually calm and level-headed Paragus lose his mind to anger, his body cocooned in oppressive green ki. Aspa instinctively took a step back, wanting to run from the situation, but doing so could draw some of the Grinnos towards him. Even he understood that, so he forced himself to stand still. Argrg! Paragus screeched once again, a single thin wave of green ki washed over the Grinnos and Aspa, whose jaw dropped at what he saw. Paragus was now 8 feet tall, his new stature completely dwarfing everyone but the Grinno King, completely jacked, his newfound muscle mass roaring out with ki and raw power, and his black hair stood by itself disobeying gravity, lightning weaving in and out of existence. Nggrh, Paragus said, emitting a deep visceral grunt. What Aspa then witnessed could only be described as absolute domination. Paragus proceeded to bully the Grinnos in his path in downright abusive ways, repeatedly bushing their skulls into the stone floor, even when they shattered upon impact, stomping the creatures into a paste, then slamming their brethren into the mush and launching the Grinnos' meters in the air in order to smash them up and down like volleyballs. It was terrifying. Aspa was static, too afraid to move. Although Paragus was on his side, the display of indiscriminate murder he saw led him to believe that Paragus wouldn't even hesitate to kill him. Merely a few minutes later, Paragus approached a severely wounded Grinno King. The Grinno King was showered in bruises and could barely stand, in sharp contrast to Paragus, who watched the Grinno King's movements. Paragus didn't charge the Grinno King, he simply stared it down passively as it regained its breath and recovered stamina. The Grinno King couldn't even look at Paragus, its eyes forced to the floor by a mysterious power. Fear. The same fear it had given to Olivia moments ago was now returned tenfold. What kind of king could be unaffected by the slaughtering of its entire population? Although primitive, the Grinno King despaired silently as courage fled from its body. It recognized it had offended somebody it could afford not to. Step. Paragus' foot met the ground and a sound resounded throughout the entire rockland, a slight movement creating big waves in the atmosphere. The Grinno King didn't look at Paragus, but the sound made might as well have been the call of the Grim Reaper himself. Step. Paragus moved one again, his solid black eyes swirling green as intense hatred burned through his veins. Aspa watched with primal fear and could only thank his lucky stars that Paragus was not walking towards him. Step. Paragus advanced forward one more time before reeling his right arm back, so far back that his torso twisted while his left followed. He then crouched low, instinctively shifting his weight onto one foot and then leapt towards the Grinno King. Crack. A spider web of cracks appeared from the spot Paragus had just jumped from, the ground succumbing to the sheer weight of Paragus' charge. The Grinno King raised its head, attempting to see the cause of the noise only to see Paragus' face. The symbol of hatred. Paragus in that split second drained his ki reserves, pushing everything palpable into his fist and drove it hard towards the Grinno King with everything he had. Whoosh! Thin layers of dark green ki swirled fiercely around Paragus' hand as it soared through the air unbound by resistance. Smash! A heavy sound erupted from the collision, rock breaking around them due to the shockwaves. Paragus felt bones snapping like toothpicks under the force of his blow. Whoosh! The Grinno King's body flew back several meters before stopping, smashing into a tall mountain which had its face crushed by the Paragus victim. Paragus' right arm dropped immediately, blood gushing out of it like a fountain. The injury didn't seem to be caused by a scratch or a break. It looked like Paragus' hand simply exploded due to the sheer force it generated, muscle and bone separating as a result. Hoo. Paragus breathed heavily as his strength left him, fatigue and weariness approaching with twice the vigor. His was utterly spent and wasn't in much better shape than the Grinno King. His muscles convulsed and spasmed wildly until his body fell to the floor with a thud. Aspa gawked in complete awe of what he had just seen. He couldn't move a muscle, his body locked in some kind of fear-induced paralysis, and he watched blood well under the unmoving body of Paragus. You idiot! A sharp slap connected to his face. Celery rushed to Paragus' body, carrying the man clearly twice her size with ease. If you don't pick up Olivia and get back to the ship in the next minute, Celery said, outrage clear as day. I'll fucking kill you, she roared as she flew towards the ship, pushing her body to the limit. Aspa then watched in shock as she saw Celery leave with Paragus, and his eyes then found Olivia, who was out cold. Fuck, he muttered quickly, carrying her back to the ship. When they had arrived back at Planet Vegeta, Paragus and Olivia were both taken to intensive care units and experienced various results. Paragus, while temporarily losing all function in his right arm, was able to make a full recovery after months of physiotherapy and many nights in a stasis chamber. On the other hand, Olivia seemed to have sustained severe brain damage and consequently not only became illiterate, all forms of coherent speech permanently disabled, but also suffered severe memory loss, forgetting even her own name. The squad had been formally disbanded but legally reassigned a new guardian and later retested and approved under special training implemented on Planet Vegeta. The squad members attended a short funeral for Beats and later completed numerous successful missions for the Frieza Force. All of these memories passed in kaleidoscope fashion as Celery stared at the man in front of her. Are you ready? Aspa said, his patented smirk appearing on his face. This isn't the same Aspa, Celery thought, reflecting on the past. Never been more in my entire life, she said, readying into battle position. Chapter 18. HRRGGGH. Greya. Aspa and Celery both charged their ki, the raw life energy in their bodies increasing rapidly. Clear white energy streamed out them, clashing in the air, sending shockwaves that blew back Paragus' hair. This should be quite the show. Hachiak said excitedly. It was in his schedule to get the Scions to fight each other at some point. Who would have thought the Scions would be proactive enough to fight each other without coercing? Celery was the first to make a movement. She rocketed forward, her jump enhanced by ki, and swung her fist forward. Aspa quickly weaved left, hearing Celery's fist whistling as it brushed past his face. Celery retracted her fist as quickly as she threw it, staring at Aspa for a clue on his next action. He was uncharacteristically stone-faced. Celery muttered as she threw a ki-powered uppercut, aiming for Aspa's chin. Aspa at the last moment jumped up into the air as high as he could, but Celery followed stubbornly as her fist connected. Aspa had to brace himself slightly, although he planned to get hit, the feeling was always worse than he anticipated. Aspa borrowed momentum from the punch and by the time Celery was back on the ground, he was still a few meters above. Aspa then silently channeled his ki to his right palm and threw it down toward Celery. "You're going to have to try harder than that," Celery said confidently as she slapped the ki blast away, high into the sky where it exploded harmlessly. Aspa couldn't help but smirk as he saw this, his right hand which seemed to be devoid of ki spluttered to life and he flicked a tiny ki blast at Celery. Celery was still in recovery from her deflection arc, although she had deflected the ki blast a while ago she could only bring her hand back so fast. BFT. The small ki blast exploded on Celery's face, faint ki dispersing everywhere. This attack, in reality, did no damage but that was not its purpose. Using the hit stun from the attack, Aspa accelerated down, using ample ki to get there quickly and punched Celery right in the face before she could even blink. Celery's feet formed tracks in the dirt as she was knocked back by the attack. A playful smirk grew wider on Aspa's face seeing that his plan had worked. "I thought you were supposed to be the smart one," Aspa asked feigning genuinity. Celery's expression grew serious as she could only take her buttons being pushed for so long. She ran up to Aspa and punched him in the same way she had before. Aspa weaved, she then moved her aim sideways, Aspa ducked, she quickly switched her aims and punched out, Aspa blocked. Celery was very dominant on the offensive but Aspa waited and diffused all her attacks patiently. Aspa's eyes curved as he controlled the flow of the battle and internally snickered at Celery whose arms and legs swung in tandem, all intending to deal lasting damage to Aspa. All of a sudden Celery stopped. Aspa watched Celery with peeled eyes, cautious to not be caught in some ploy. Celery seemed to switch to the defensive but Aspa stared at her blankly when she did so. "Come on. Attack me already," Celery said, disgruntled that Aspa was a turtle in battle. "Well since you ask so nicely," Aspa said smugly. "I can't with this guy," Celery thought irritatedly, charging Aspa tired of his wordplay. Celery made every kind of attack possible, high kicks, low kicks, jabs, hooks, uppercuts no matter the form Aspa weaved diligently, making her attacks cause the air to flicker but ultimately subside. Bonk! Aspa finally returned with his own attack, both hands crashing down on Celery's head knocking her down onto the floor. Aspa quickly followed with several ki blasts that peppered Celery's back. Boom! "We have a winner." Called it. Celery would have won and she was a bit more patient. The Tuffle scientists began gossiping in the room as the outcome of the fight was decided. A fair number of Tuffus, Sulfurian currency, changed hands consequently. Celery looked up only to see Aspa standing tall above her, both palms raised with ki radiating off his fingertips. "Surrender," Aspa said simply, charging ki onto the edge of his palms. Celery stared at Aspa above her who could have easily bombarded her with ki attacks. She knew that she could still fight on but that would take out the majority of the meaning of the fight. She knew she had already lost. "I surrender," she said standing up dejectedly. "You get the last tree." "Where is it?" They both looked around only to see scorched earth and cracked rocks. "I think we destroyed it," Aspa said embarrassed. "So who won?" Celery asked. "Aspa," Hachiak said, finally weighing in on the situation. "By one tree," Paragus also chimed. A wide smile bloomed on Aspa's face as he waited for Celery's reaction. "What do you want?" Celery asked straightforwardly. "Huh?" Aspa responded confused. "What do you want me to do?" "I have to do what you say remember." Celery asked slightly vexed. Aspa started stuttering, his eyes staring into Celery's eyes. "My god. He's gonna ask her out. All that build for this? Boo." The Sulfurian scientists began gossiping in the laboratory, remarking wildly like they were watching some kind of reality TV show. "You have to go on a date with me," Aspa said with a serious expression. Called it. "What did I tell you?" Celery stared at Aspa blankly, not quite believing what she had just heard. For a whole week, Aspa continued. Paragus didn't know how to react. It was plain as day that Aspa liked Celery but he hadn't expected the situation to evolve like this. For all the game Aspa talked, his delivery was surprisingly lackluster. Celery smirked, a wayward idea blossoming into her head. "I can do you one better," she said planting her hands onto the sides of Aspa's face. In a single fluid motion, Celery's soft full lips collided with Aspa's, her arms snaking around his neck pulling him closer. Aspa's face went full tomato as he struggled to compute what was happening. Before Aspa could make a sound, Celery doubled down as she pushed her tongue way past Aspa's defenses attacking his own, coating his mouth with her saliva. A deep throaty moan resulted from the exchange. Celery drew back, her cheeks also red but still smirked softly at Aspa, who in turn stared at Celery in bewilderment. Celery's expression melted as she saw Aspa's warm sheepish grin that he gave her, clearly satisfied with the outcome. "Pervert," she said huffing, turning herself away from Aspa. Paragus wasn't having any of it. "Get a room, you animals. We still have chores to do," he shouted, disregarding the awkward glares he got. "They're like children," Hachiak thought internally, preparing the next job on their list. Somewhere else in the universe. Hakai. WSH. A soft whirring rang out across all of space, a gentle sound emitted across the realm. A certain planet began shuddering, massive shockwaves of ki flying away from the planet. Ominous purple ki quickly devoured the planet. Boom boom. The purple ki exploded, destroying half the planet in an instant, horrid sound escaping from the planet telling tales of the disaster that had just taken place. Purple mist seeped out of the planet, a shell of its former self. "A bit harsh for food you call tasty, my lord," a tall man with a long staff said. "All that grease is unhealthy, I did the galaxy a favor," said a shorter purple humanoid in ancient pharaoh attire. "Say Whis, what's next on the agenda?" the purple humanoid spoke again. "We have a meeting with King Vegeta. You said you wanted to speak with him after you found out the pillow he gave was actually the second most comfortable in the universe, my lord," the man named Whis responded. "Ah, that arrogant bastard. I'll show him what happens when you disrespect a god of destruction." Chapter 19. Broly was in the laboratory playing with the yellow robot while the scientists were in the other room. The white room. Broly woke up and quickly turned into the only room he spent time in for the last few months he was in its Furian's care. The room was simple in structure, it had a bed in one corner, a table in the center for studying and two bookshelves filled to the brim at the other corners. They would frequently feed him as they found his appetite was near endless, and perform various tests and training tasks through the yellow robot they had reprogrammed. As more time passed, they rewired the cleaning robot entirely, catering it specifically to Broly. It now was rather humanoid in appearance, becoming Broly's size at a reasonable 4 feet 9 inches and was notably skinny. Initially, the Tuffles feared that having no person-to-person contact would weigh heavily on Broly, but he seemed to react normally to the yellow robot, treating it like a real person. Every now and again the robot would play various games with Broly, and Broly's favorite game by far was tag. "Tag, you're it," Broly said as his palm made contact with the robot. "Drats. I'm going to get you now," the robot chimed playfully, its voice almost indiscernible from its Furian. Broly turned tail and ran. The room was 3 meters long, 4 meters wide and 5 meters high, and this gave Broly all the maneuvering room his child body needed. In a single leap, he jumped over the table and made a sharp turn left, disorienting the robot, who quickly followed. "No fair. You're flying." Broly whined at the robot's cheeks. "You can fly too if you used your ki in the way I showed you." The robot echoed. Using ki is too hard. Sounds like a you problem. Hey. Bet you can't catch me even with your fancy ki," Broly said, his childlike eyes firm in his challenge. "Is that a fact?" the robot said, draining its ki reserves and charging towards Broly. "Wah!" Broly shouted, barely dodging the robot's acceleration. "Drats. I missed," the robot said dramatically. "PLBBBBBBBBBBB." Broly stuck his tongue out and taunted the robot. "I definitely going to catch you now," the robot said determinedly. The robot and Broly then proceeded to have a spectacular chase around the room, Broly managing to swerve in and out of furniture, juke the robot in front of him, and even wallran for a few moments at times. The scientists behind the one-way mirror, whenever work life got too daunting or tiring, watched Broly play with the yellow robot and immediately felt their spirits rise. "The results are in," Dr. Propeller announced grandly, entering the room with a spring in his step. The scientists who looked after Broly were all seasoned biologists who happened to have an affinity with children, and so their job was much more fulfilling now that they were taking care of Broly. The other scientists in the room all stood up from their workstations and crowded round Dr. Propeller, who held a white envelope in his right hand. Dr. Propeller opened the envelope with a smile on his face. He had grown a deep attachment to Broly, and he couldn't wait to announce the news of Broly's excellence to the rest of his team. Broly was a combat prodigy. Over the last few months Broly engaged in rigorous training in his limited free time and could already beat level 1 androids at the age of 4. They had taught Broly the basics, the alphabet with basic literature, numbers up to 1,000 in basic algebra, simple geometry, basic biology, entry-level chemistry and physics, and even some Tuza, that Sufurian coding language all of their robots ran on. As soon as he saw the results, the smile on his face vanished. His eyes scanned the sheet of paper, needing less than a second to examine the contents, and his skin paled. Tears welled in his eyes and he recited the urge to cry. The rest of the scientists were flabbergasted. Surely the results can't be that bad. Don't beat yourself up. Even if he did a little worse, it's only been a few months. There's still so much we can dash. Dr. Propeller couldn't take it anymore and handed the results to the rest of scientists. The scientists browsed the sheet of paper and despaired. Language knowledge, 37120. Mathematic knowledge, 12180. Geometry knowledge, 9130. Science knowledge, 45300. Tusa knowledge, 050. Average, 13. He actually scored a 0. Not one but two single-digit results. How is this even possible? Surely there was a miscalculation. All the scientists in the room simultaneously resisted the urge to cry. They were all professionals in the field of psychology, and some even held themselves to be the pinnacle of Cepheurian teaching, and so to get results this dramatically bad was a once-in-a-lifetime slap to the face. In alt-Cepheurian education data, the lowest ever recorded result during public examinations for children of Broly's age was 80, even the mentally handicapped scoring 60, so the fact that Broly scored 13 was a tough pill for the scientists to swallow. Although Broly was from another race, he was still in his infancy stage, meaning that his brain was still growing and adapting to outside information. While Paragus, Aspa, Celery, and Mushrow were all hardened warriors who spent the majority of their life so far fighting, the same could not be said for Broly, who was 4 years old and had more or less the same time for neurological development as the rest of the Cepheurians. The word to properly describe the level stupidity the scientists believed Broly possessed hadn't been invented yet. The scientists couldn't help but think that Broly had reached levels of idiocy thought impossible, that he was thoroughly retarded. A deep sense of pity was ingrained of the faces of the scientists who looked at Broly, who was being tucked into bed by the yellow robot after he had fallen asleep. However, the Cepheurians could not be blamed, as this was the first time a result of this magnitude was produced in Cepheurian recorded history. Let's assume the worst and chalk up the results to his biology. All this means is that we need to revamp our teaching methods and make the understanding process more intensive. A scientist said, desperately trying to be optimistic. The scientists in the room all nodded in agreement. While they all liked the challenge, this was almost bordered hopelessness. This was going to be a challenge unlike any they had experienced before. Chapter 20. A few months ago. Mushrow stirred as he woke up soundlessly. He jumped to his feet immediately and surveyed his surroundings. The room was empty and Mushrow stood still, trying to hear anything that could indicate movement. He heard nothing. Mushrow then stepped carefully through the neon blue room, no furniture or objects besides the bed in the room. Mushrow crept down the stairs alertly, his warrior instincts keeping him on guard. His memory was extremely hazy and his senses were a bit fuzzy. His eyes scanned the room again, but he saw nobody. He explored the rooms of the house, slowly becoming more at ease when he discovered each to be empty. Who brought me here? Mushrow thought aloud. The last thing he could remember clearly was crash landing onto the water and struggling onto the mainland. He opened his neon blue door from the inside and peered out. Mushrow was speechless. He saw massive skyscrapers all intertwined by a series of transparent bridges, the floor changing color under the step of each person looming over huge mansions and condos all joined together by pathways. Above all this, humanoids encased in metallic armor flew left and right, leaving streams of colorful ki behind as they weaved in and out of these structures before vanishing into the sky, painting it vividly. On the ground level where he was, herds and groups of those same humanoids strolled down the streets happily, occupying the full distance between his house and the one opposite. Mushrow had never seen such advanced structures before. As part of the top force on Planet Vegeta, he at least had a surface-level understanding of most materials used in Scion architecture, especially after the influence of other aliens more adept at infrastructure. However, he was rendered clueless. I have to find their leader. This was the only consistent thought in Mushrow's mind as he walked down the steps in front of his house and leapt over the gate in front, which was as tall as him. Naturally, Mushrow, still dressed head to toe in traditional Scion body armor, stuck out like a sore thumb compared to the Cepheurians, who were wearing sleek figure-hugging clothing and had multiple cybernetic augmentations. You're a Saiyan, a random bypasser called out to Mushrow, who was deep in thought. Mushrow was certainly caught off guard by the 4-foot adorable gremlin that immediately called out his race. This only heightened his worries and urgency to consult an authority. How do you know who I am? He asked worriedly. Everyone knows who you are, the Tuffle woman replied cheerily. An answer, but not the answer Mushrow was looking for. Where does your leader live? Mushrow asked quickly. Queen Nana, the Tuffle responded confusedly. Queen? Mushrow thought. Yes, her. Where does Queen Nana live? She lives in Tuffle Queen Castle. That's why it called Queen Castle. Silly, the Tuffle chuckled happily. Under Mushrow's cold harsh glare she quickly pointed north, her finger landed on a huge crystalline shard that pierced the sky, its rainbow-colored surface shining brightly in the midst of the skyscrapers that swarmed it. Mushrow almost slapped himself for not seeing it earlier. It was obviously the type of place royalty would live. Without saying thank you, Mushrow charged towards the castle, encasing his body with ki and flying towards it like a missile, his streamlined application of ki piercing through the air. Oh my! Look at him go! He doesn't even need a horizon suit. The Tuffles in the city exclaimed as they saw Mushrow weave in and out of structures with his body alone. They couldn't help but marvel at Mushrow, who was in their eyes performing superhuman feats without the aid of technology. Warning! Unidentified flying body has been detected. Please land immediately or face the consequences, a robotic voice erupted. Mushrow didn't bat an eye and continued to barrel towards the castle, uncaring of the loud noises that were produced continuously. Disciplinary action will be enforced, the same voice erupted, the entire city alerted to the event taking place. A small off-white colored HIATUS soared into the air chasing Mushrow, jets of pure white ki blasting out its feet propelling it into the air. Mushrow sensed a strong ki signature approaching him and turned around only to see 2 ki blasts point-blank about to hit his face. Pure instinct struck as Mushrow slapped one into the other and the resulting explosion knocked him down towards the ground, but he picked himself up, now flying at ground level. Executing hand-to-hand combat protocol. The white HIATUS was nowhere near as advanced as the red HIATUS, and so its self-preservation protocols were nowhere near as advanced. This caused it to take the worst course of action and get closer to Mushrow. Seeing this, Mushrow intentionally lowered his speed, allowing the HIATUS to catch up to him, and when he was close enough, he spun swiftly, attaching himself to the HIATUS back and blasted ki upwards, momentum forcing him and HIATUS down to the ground, where Mushrow then moved forward and brought HIATUS head to the pavement. Screech! A loud scratching sound was emitted as HIATUS head defaced miles of pavement, one continuous track in the ground forming as parts of metal peeled off HIATUS, fracturing head. Mushrow then let go and fired a single ki blast through his palm as he used the last of his ki to land outside Queen Nana's castle. Boom! A small explosion sounded out in the background as the ki blast hit the HIATUS. Gwa. That was so cool. It was like an action movie. The Tsufurians in the background all exclaimed and gossiped as they saw the Scion fight firsthand. Surveillance droids had already captured and uploaded the complete event to Tuffle Media, where a variety of articles and videos were being made regarding the events. Mushrow silently charged his ki, his reserves replenishing partly, and stepped into the castle curiously. He was immediately met with a woman behind a crystalline counter who had a strange machine on the desk. The woman had 2 strange cubes where her ears were supposed to be, which had several wires extending out of them. I wish to speak with Queen Nana, Mushrow said clearly. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist replied, not even looking up. Will an appointment let me speak with Queen Nana? Mushrow asked. Of course, the receptionist said, slightly irritated, continuing to scribble on her notepad. Then yes, I have an appointment, Mushrow said, not quite understanding what the word appointment meant. She's on the 7th floor, the receptionist said dryly, not quite believing someone would make up having an appointment with the Queen of the Tuffles. Mushrow wordlessly walked past her, his eyes glancing over the ground floor with fleeting interest. The castle seemed to be uniformly made of the same crystalline material, which was stretched and bent to form all manner of shapes, even the smooth floor was made out of it. Furthermore, he sensed faint traces of ki from everywhere. He couldn't lock it in on a particular target, it was like the whole castle gave off a low ki signature. Beside the elevator were 2 huge black HIATUS who silently scanned Mushrow. Scion detected. Access granted, they both thought without saying anything. Mushrow operated the elevator as his mind were completely oblivious to the massive hunks of metal that had already scanned him. The citizens have treated me amicably so far, but the authorities sent that robot after me. The public probably don't have any problems with the Scions, but the authorities do. I'll have to adopt a more aggressive approach, Mushrow concluded after a few moments of thought. Mushrow stepped out of the elevator and saw a long corridor that connected to multiple pathways which all led to the same door. He walked towards the door at a brisk pace and opened the door powerfully, knocking it off of its hinges. A loud feminine scream came from within. Chapter 21. It's time, boys. 18. Queen Nana was the 3rd ruler that Tsufurians had since the Great Migration, and she was arguably the best. She had made serious strides in the field of metamaterials, leading the group of scientists who managed to alloy kitchenite, kyrite and iridicium. Therefore creating the first hard yet flexible material which just so happened to be the most aesthetically pleasing in the entire Tsufurian database. She named it Nanonite and built a castle with it. She and her team had won a variety of competitions and awards in the field of biochemistry and the furthering of TUSA, a project she and her team had developed from the existing coding languages from Planet Plant. With such a wide variety of unbridled success under her belt, she entered the nationwide, destined for royalty, competition that required the candidates to design a possible layout for Tuffle City, and her design won. After her coronation, the city was completely revamped and her popularity skyrocketed as the citizens loved her design. When she wasn't managing internal affairs, she was with her team, helping create the first nanonite robotic companion, which if done correctly could be distributed to every Tsufurian citizen and send the Tuffles into a new age. She now was on sick leave for a week so that she could properly help integrate the Scions into Tuffle society. The Scions were simple people at heart, and because their needs were met they were very genuine with the Tuffles. Queen Nana stepped out of her shower slowly as her eager mind fired on all cylinders. She was deep in thought on how to handle the injured Scion. From what she had gathered, he was disconnected from the other Scions and he had been unconscious for 3 days. After he had made a complete recovery and the scientists had no need for him to stay, they deposited him in his assigned house. Queen Nana wrapped a towel around her hair and left the bathroom, another towel in hand. The doctors predicted the Scion would be asleep for another 15 hours. Nana planned to send some messengers to his house to formally invite him, and as a Scion, he was granted temporary clearance until a more permanent level of access could be prepared. Nana strolled across her penthouse, having the massive space to herself. Nana heard a slight click as the door to her penthouse opened. Startled, she cast weary eyes towards the door, holding her towel in front of her to obscure her body. Ha! It was the Scion. Mushro charged towards Nana, his hand instantly finding her throat. "Make another sound and I'll kill you," Mushro said viciously as his cold harsh eyes stared daggers into Nana. Mushro had no idea what the Tuffle's intentions were, and so he planned to capture the highest official he could and question them. If the situation went sour, then he would take her as a hostage. Hundreds of life and death scenarios had prepared Mushro for this kind of circumstance. Even if the Tuffles were friendly, better safe than sorry, he thought. Nana had a momentary brain lapse, her mind instantly blanking as she had never in her life thought an event like this would occur. In hindsight, screaming set Mushro on edge, who immediately attempted to silence Nana with much success. Nana's brain short-circuited as she felt Mushro's hands tighten around her neck, her hands leaving the towel and desperately gripping onto his hands, trying to pull herself free. But it was no use. Mushro's hands were forged in the fire of 1,000 battles. Despite his young age, his hands had seen plenty of combat and use, resulting in them being an iron prison for Nana's neck. In reality, Mushro's grip wasn't even at its tightest. It was just that the Tsufurians' bodies were light years away from the Scions, especially without any augmentations. Mushro's hand tilted upwards, easily carrying Nana's weight as her towel completely hit the floor. She was naked. Mushro's eyes involuntarily browsed Nana's body, centuries of natural selection showing effect as his little brother stood at attention. Shit! Mushro thought, finally understanding how strongly he had misinterpreted the situation. Mushro dropped Nana immediately and she quickly reached for her neck, red lines forming on her pale skin. She spluttered and coughed madly as air once again reached her lungs. Ack! It was too late. Mushro's little brother smashed against his armor, bending under obstruction, causing Mushro's facial expression to sharply wince. Ouch! Mushro thought, quickly throwing his armor aside to avoid any further damage to his manhood. His priorities were skewed as his brain ran on instinct alone. Why is he stripping? Nana thought, her face going full tomato under the situation. That's when she saw it. Mushro's little brother standing at half-mast. He's going to fuck me. This was the first clear thought Nana had as she saw the growing bulge in Mushro's underarmor. Under that motive all his actions make sense, Nana thought, quickly considering the situation. Nana had briefly considered the sexual relief of the Scions when they first arrived, but quickly dismissed that idea when he saw the way Celery and Aspa acted and how Paragus behaved around his son. She thought they were uninterested in the Tuffles and only cared about training in each other. That assumption led to the present circumstance. Nana's brain fired quickly. As she had just come out of the shower, the multi-purpose utility bracelet that would be able to protect her was on the table, and if she was wearing armor she could try to escape, but she was naked. The HIATUS who were here guards didn't have clearance to enter her room as she had disabled that function when she became queen. In every fighting situation, the Scion would have thoroughly killed her before she could even make an attack, with or without martial arts, so she was at a loss. Her eyes briefly scanned Mushro. He was a 6 feet 6 inches monster, a wide yet streamlined young man. He had short spiky hair and 2 fawn-like bangs that draped over a yellow headband. He had clear black eyes and a chiseled jawline that stood out from his neck. He had visible heavyweight abs that carved any clothes he wore and wide muscular legs. Nana's heart skipped a beat as she reviewed her plan. At least he's cute, she thought before she moved her hands to his pants. You can use my mouth, okay? Just not my bottom half, Nana said softly as she pulled down his lower underarmor. Smack. Generations of natural selection led to Mushro's meat slapping Nana's face so hard an audible sound was heard. Recovering from dizziness, Nana's eyes widened but later gained focus as she opened her small mouth. It's massive, she thought, never in her life seeing one so big. Various words were caught in the back of Mushro's throat, his brain promptly turning to mush the second Nana touched his little brother. Being the virgin he was, he had no clue about anything Nana mentioned about mouth and bottom half. In this context, Mushro couldn't attach any meaning to her words and barely managed to stand still as Nana worked. "Oh Mushro let out a girlish moan as Nana's mouth engulfed his entire pole, not even bothering to try and understand how such a small hole could expand so drastically. Nana moved her head back and forth with a clear goal in mind. If I satisfy him with this much so that I can escape and have him captured later. Nana said, diligently working towards her goal. Mushro was singing as if his life depended on it, not restraining any of his moans in the slightest, causing Nana's face to redden even more. Is he enjoying it that much, she thought, questioning her own skills. Nana jerked back and forth, occasionally drooling saliva onto Mushro's pole to help her mouth. It stinks. Nana could only hold her breath as a strong smell suddenly assaulted her nose before she eventually had to come up for air. Just a few more seconds, Nana assured herself as she regained her breath. Mushro, who was just on the edge of greatness, protested slightly as his pleasure was abruptly cut off. HNNNG. Mushro grunted as he took hold of Nana's head and rammed it back onto the head of his shaft. Ye dash. Nana couldn't even finish her plea, Psuro capitalizing off her open mouth to shove his little brother as far back as possible. MFFFFFFFFFT. Nana's shouts were muffled under inches upon inches of dick length that went all the way past her throat. Mushro moaned even louder, the current sensation miles ahead of what he experienced previously. Like a barbarian, Mushro forced his dick in and out of Nana's mouth, his tip colliding with the back of her throat like a battering ram. Eventually, his stamina gave out and his member erupted, sending streams of spunk straight down Nana's throat and into her stomach. Tears rolled down as Nana's eyes watered, her mind struggling to work as she was manhandled so roughly. Hoo. She hit the floor silently as she began gulping for air, struggling to process the situation. I did it, she thought. Now that Mushro had released, he ought to have been passed out due to fatigue. She looked back at Mushro hopefully only to see his dripping member, now at full mast, pulsate weakly under her gaze. Mushro's vision was clouded by lust, swiftly turning into the fuck-hungry barbarian Nana had mistaken him for as his logic and reasoning swiftly departed. Shit. Nana muttered as Mushro stumbled towards her. Chapter 22. DSSH. The tall man named Whis arrived on Planet Vegeta with a cat-like humanoid wearing Egyptian attire. Are you sure you want to destroy the whole planet over a pillow, my lord? Whis said, his face stoic as always. It's not about the pillow, it's about the principle. That selfish bastard hogged the best pillow in all the galaxy for himself. Lord Beerus snarled, upset that he had been duped. But you didn't even know that it wasn't the best until I told you. Whis said, questioning Beerus' consistency. I always planned to ask you, Whis, and I knew you wouldn't lie to me, Beerus rebutted. Whis remained silent as they walked towards King Vegeta's palace. Ahaha. A young Scion child was running around the market square wildly. Boof. The child bounced off Beerus like a beach ball and landed harshly on the ground. Wah! The child started crying and rolling around on the floor injured. Oh my! Whis exclaimed, very intrigued by how Beerus would react. Beerus didn't say a word, instead releasing a sliver of his ki. A soundless pressure was emitted, the aura of death slowly weighing down on the little infant who ceased crying on pressure. The infant grunted to silence before staring deeply into space as the pressure of death seeped into its bones. Unable to cope under such conditions, the child promptly passed out, falling over onto the floor. Beerus quickened his step, moving assuredly past the child. Hurry, Whis, I don't wish to delay this any longer, Beerus said softly. Whis chuckled before walking side by side with the purple cat. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis said obediently. King Vegeta's palace was a 20-foot structure made of stone. It loomed over the edge of a small cliff that stood meters above normal ground. It was quite an eccentric piece of architecture, and King Vegeta prided himself on having the only one that existed. Beerus and Whis approached the foot of the slope that led to the palace. Halt! A Scion guard shouted out, but they casually walked past him, almost as if he was non-existent. The guard extended his spear, obstructing them both. Beerus looked at Whis unamused, barely hiding his contempt. Whis put on a helpless expression. We have an appointment with King Vegeta, Whis said, signaling for him to remove his spear. I don't know, you two don't look like the type King Vegeta speaks with, another guard chimed in. Let me check, the first guard said, equipping his power scouter. Lord Beerus was eerily silent. Whis tapped the ground once with his staff as the orb at the top flashed blue, then went back to normal. You guys do have an appointment. Please go through, the guard said, lifting his spear. Lord Beerus and Whis wasted no time and went past them. Sir Dash. I'm destroying this planet, Whis. Don't be so hasty, Whis said dryly as they entered the palace. King Vegeta, being the proud man that he was, had his throne room constructed so that it would be the very first room seen when entering the palace. From the appearance, it would seem that King Vegeta was preparing some kind of banquet or grand procession as various foods were displayed all over several tables. However, in reality King Vegeta was preparing to have dinner by himself. Lord Beerus. King Vegeta exclaimed, his legs turning to jelly. Beerus didn't respond, he just walked past the tables of food on his left and right. He already tasted them on a previous visit, and while they were passable at best, this wasn't the cause for his ire. In a few moments, Lord Beerus was inches away from King Vegeta, his yellow eyes staring daggers into him. Him. A slight sound could be heard as Beerus once again released his ki. However, the ki he released this time was much more serious than the one before, heavy pressure boring into King Vegeta. Crack. Crack. King Vegeta's knees were pulled to the floor as if magnetized, and the marble floor shattered under the weight. The pressure didn't let up as King Vegeta had to put his arms down to support himself. King Vegeta's mind was completely blank through this entire process, his will succumbing under the pressure. Slowly, Beerus raised his foot and gently placed it on the back of King Vegeta's head. Urgh, King Vegeta couldn't help but cry out. Can your miserable little brain comprehend why I'm so angry, Scion King? King Vegeta could only softly grunt under his foot. Answer me, Beerus said patiently. Because I promised to fulfill your mission in the time you gave me, Lord Beerus, but it took longer than I thought it would. King Vegeta said fearfully. Wrong. Beerus said, increasing the force under his foot. Whis stood back and watched Beerus when he noticed another presence, albeit a weak one. He turned his head and saw a Scion child, one who couldn't be older than 8. Father is being humiliated, How cried out. How can he take that? Who is this filth? He said, tightening his fist. I consider myself a rather flexible deity. I know you mortals have your limitations. But there is one thing I cannot tolerate. The callous arrogance of those who do not pay the respect a destroyer is due. Beerus said softly as he pressed harder. Urgh. King Vegeta wailed. And that's not even the worst part. Beerus said cynically. Being what I am, I wouldn't have batted an eye at the indiscriminate murder you caused, but the fact that you kept the best pillow for yourself. Beerus raised his foot and smashed King Vegeta's head into the floor. Really rubs me the wrong way, Beerus said, his eyes curving viciously. Blood started to pool underneath King Vegeta as he bled out slowly. Father. Vegeta was unable to see his dad treated in such a cruel fashion. His ki rose and a lock of absolute disgust settled on his face, tiny ripples causing the air to fluctuate. Beerus simply moved his eyes to meet Vegeta, who stopped in his tracks. Beerus' eyes peeled as ki rushed towards them. Huaaf, Vegeta couldn't even stand as he felt scary pressure wash over him, crumpling to the floor. Whis, take me to Frieza, destroying this planet would dirty my hands, Beerus said, closing his eyes and visualizing. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis said obediently before tapping the ground once with his staff. Traceless ki washed over them, and like a lie, they both disappeared. Chapter 23. FWSSSH. Like a flash, Lord Beerus and Whis appeared on Frieza's ship, traceless ki dissipating into the environment harmlessly. Their arrival was met with a plausible number of gasps. Who would be bold enough to enter Lord Frieza's personal ship? A number of aliens immediately turned and were further confused when they didn't release who had teleported. Who the fuck are these people? They all collectively thought. They were able to deduce these people were reasonably powerful as they managed to teleport, but that was the end of their wisdom. They all quietly went back to their former tasks, not wanting to be involved in whatever would occur. Lord Beerus. Frieza exclaimed, panicking. Spare me the greetings, Frieza, Beerus said sourly. Yes, sir. Frieza said, quickly bowing his head. The ears of the workers perked when they heard Frieza address someone as a lord, and their jaws practically hit the floor when they saw Frieza bow his head. If asked beforehand, the workers would have confidently bet the lives of their entire species on Frieza not bowing for anyone, yet here it happened. The event was like a table growing a mouth and talking, strange and unsettling. I have a job for you, Frieza, so you don't need to act quite so scared, Beerus said, moderately amused that the Prince of Arrogance was suddenly showing humility before him. Frieza leaned back in his pod, still as apprehensive as before but trying to appear relaxed. His face was stiff and his eyes were narrowed, struggling to think of any line he had crossed that would set off Lord Beerus. Frieza remained silent, waiting for Beerus to finish his sentence. who had stopped to gauge Frieza's reaction. "I need you to destroy Planet Vegeta," Beerus said plainly. The workers in the ship, obviously eavesdropping on them, all gasped when they heard this. Frieza was going to destroy that planet anyway. Frieza physically recoiled, caught off guard by the request, as he planned to do it initially, and something about being told by a higher power put him off destroying the planet. "Better yet, don't destroy the planet immediately," Beerus said, conviction growing in his voice. The emotion from his words disturbed Frieza, who was still confused at what his toys had done to earn the ire of a god of destruction. "Let them simmer for a bit, then destroy their planet," Beerus said, a wicked smile forming on his face. Frieza was once again thrown for a loop as Beerus' wishes fell more and more in line with his initial plans. However, he didn't dare to show this. "Yes, Lord Beerus," Frieza said concisely and looked back at Beerus as if to say, "What more do you want?" "Whis, what's next on the agenda?" Beerus said, bringing his hand to cover his yawning mouth. "Nap time, you have 39 years of sleeping planned," Whis said, peering into his staff and narrating his ordained schedule. "Only 39. Beerus whined. "You have a meeting with your brother planned after. You know how important meetings between gods of destruction are," Whis said, keeping his composure. "God of destruction. What kind of scary title is that?" "Ah, we should get going," Whis said, taking note of the scared faces he saw when they heard Beerus roll. He tapped the floor of the spaceship once and traceless ki began to surround them, the tip of his staff flashing blue. "Oh, and Frieza," Beerus said, his face turning serious, a sliver of his ki escaping his body. Crack. 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 The internal pressure inside the ship increased fourfold, terrifying the workers who stared at the windows that were on the verge of collapse. "Don't let me catch you doing my job again," Beerus said, his soft tone in sharp contrast with the fearsome image he was portraying. As quickly as they arrived, Beerus and Whis vanished, all pressure and trace of the presence disappearing also. Frieza let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He was sweating bullets, and even when he closed his eyes he could still see Beerus glare. He was visibly shaken up. The workers in the ship were beyond dumbfounded. What kind of horrible existence can make Frieza tremble so severely, they thought, wondering who the man with the staff and the cat-like humanoid could be. Frieza didn't even have the strength to yell at his crew members. He just climbed out of his pod and entered his own personal stasis chamber, drifting to sleep. An unusual silence descended among the workers on Frieza's ship. Collective life or death scenarios by Frieza's hand knitted a brother-like bond between them all. If they hated each other on top of Frieza's abuse, life would just be too unbearable. "I think we got off lightly," one announced, sighing a breath of relief. "Definitely. Did you see how quiet Frieza was? I didn't even know he could be so quiet." "The bastard," one cursed. While Frieza was sleeping in the stasis chamber, it was also common practice to curse and slander him behind his back. "If only I could be so powerful." Another lamented. "Keep your chin up, young man. It's because of people like you and me the planets turn round, not lazy gods that sleep forever," an older work exclaimed. "Still, wouldn't it be nice to take a break whenever you want?" the young alien complained. "Keep your dreams in check. They could get you killed," the older responded, providing tough love. In this type of unhealthy work environment, it was only a matter of time until something went wrong. Incoming transmission. "It appears Dodoria and Zarbon have finished their missions and are requesting permission to board," the pilot narrated. "Eh. The meat pie and the pretty boy," an alien said with tangible disgust. The rest snickered at his comment but continued to do their work diligently. They knew better than to neglect their duties. "Permission granted. Dodoria and Zarbon will be boarding shortly," the pilot announced once again, signaling for any work banter to end. Back to the grind," the young alien said wearily. Chapter 24. In the Tsufurian lab, Dr. Propeller was leading a team meeting. Behind him was a wide blank whiteboard and the rest of his team were seated in front of him, each holding their notepads. "So were you able to figure out why his power level keeps increasing?" Dr. Oren asked, his eager face bursting with curiosity. Short answer, yes. Long answer, yes, but actually no, Dr. Propeller said, clearly hinting that the matter was deeper than they anticipated. The scientists in the room were intrigued, their silence indicating they wanted to hear more. "To understand though we must first briefly recap ki," Dr. Propeller said, turning to face the board. "Every single organism in existence has ki. Ki is distributed evenly all over the internal body in terms of volume, however in terms of concentration the vital organs all have denser ki. These places act as ki generators." Dr. Propeller said, drawing an extremely accurate diagram of a circulatory system, and circled the places he mentioned. While ki is a tangible form of energy, it cannot be seen through visible light, which is the frequency our eyes are able to interpret. It can only be sensed through machines. The only way ki is able to leave our bodies is either when we die and all our internal ki is used up or through pathway-like structures that lead ki from denser places to the surface of our skin. Dr. Propeller continued. The problem with Broly. The scientists in the room were taken aback. They didn't think that the increase in power level could be described as a problem. Is that his ki generators make much more ki than his body is able to sustain, causing the general concentration of his ki, compared to his fellow Scions, to be extraordinarily high. This can also be observed as Broly's ki is much more explosive than that of Paragus or Celery. Over time this will damage his body and the nature of his ki will make this phenomenon worse. In fact, this can even be observed now on a small scale. How does that increase his power level though? Another scientist questioned, not quite getting how it worked. Dr. Propeller didn't even need to explain. Think of the body as a gun and the ki you have as ammunition, Dr. Oren chimed. Power levels are calculated based on the destructive composition of the gun and volume and grade of ammunition, therefore, the more ki you have the higher your power level, Dr. Oren continued. Now think of a gun that is jam-packed with ammunition, so much so that the gun begins to break, Dr. Oren concluded. So his ki just continues to increase. Why? The scientist questioned. Honestly, I have no idea, but I can conclude that it is definitely a mutation as the other Scions don't even come close to Broly. Dr. Propeller stated. That isn't even the worst part though, due to how volatile Broly's ki is. If it continues to accumulate and condense at this rate he could become a walking bomb. Dr. Oren said, his eyes expanding as he realized the magnitude of the situation. The other scientists in the room held their breaths. They didn't need to think for too long to understand how dangerous the situation could be. How fast is his ki accumulating? A scientist questioned. Dr. Propeller frowned while explaining, measuring ki volume is exceptionally difficult, however looking at the effects it has had on his power level, which should have stayed the same due to the studying we've been doing. Dr. Propeller then rotated the whiteboard revealing a graph with a line that was increasing at an increasing rate. When he was first born he had a power level of around 10,000, then when he arrived here he had a power level of 12,000 and now he has a power level of 23,000, nearly doubling his previous number. Dr. Propeller said, almost not believing his own data. If my calculations are correct, he could reach a power level of 250,000 at age 13. And by the time he's an adult, it could be well over 1 billion. Impossible. No way. What can we do? The scientists were exasperated. The results are in. Another scientist came into the lab with a white envelope in his hand. He scanned the room anxiously only to be caught off guard by the heavy atmosphere. Well, I'll just read the results to you, he said softly as he opened the envelope. Language knowledge, 114,120. Mathematics knowledge, 170,180. Geometry knowledge, 126,130. Science knowledge, 285,300. Tusa knowledge, 4,050. Average, 93. Incredible results. Regardless of the fact that Broly had to resit the test a few months later, he still did extremely well by Tsufurian standards. This was all due to the blood, sweat and tears poured into him by the teaching department, and in a way, Broly really helped them increase the efficiency of their teaching. After all, if Broly could understand, how could a Tsufurian not? Teaching methods were completely revamped, and due to Broly and the efficiency of Tuffle society would increase a few folds in the future. The Tuffles of the previous generation were so bright that even with poor teaching methods they could still understand and succeed in many fields. If the scientists hadn't heard what they just had, they would all be jubilating. However, at this moment it was more like acid in their wound as their faces crumpled trying to think of a solution. A heavy silence descended onto the room. There is a method, a single voice broke out. Dr. Oren. Remember when we were holding trials for the alloy of iridicium and kitchenite, what were their properties? Dr. Engine asked. A wide smile formed on Dr. Oren's face as he remembered. An extremely high melting and boiling point, shiny, malleable and a key superinsulator. Dr. Oren reported, multiple ideas flashing through his head. But if we made an accessory out the alloy it could only hold a fixed volume of key it could absorb. Dr. Propeller joined in, raining on their parade. We would need some kind of energy compressor, further increasing the concentration of the key, another scientist said. Does such a thing even exist? A new invention. The scientists, Dr. Propeller included, scrambled to their workstations, scribbling down furiously on their notepads in an attempt to be the first to create the invention. If they all worked together, the machine would be produced in no less than 2 hours, but where was the fun in that? Undoubtedly the person who came forward would receive a promotion, earn favor in the eyes of Queen Nana and even gain the respect of the Scions. The scientist who had announced Broly's test results stood confused. What is going on? He thought worriedly. Chapter 25. Destroying their planet is the logical outcome, Frieza thought, leaving his stasis chamber. He had been doing a lot of thinking since Beerus had told him to blow up the planet, and he reached a conclusion. While the Scions and Frieza shared a common thirst for conquest and desire to overpower others, that was where their similarities ended. Unlike Frieza, the Scions were not powerful enough to justify their actions. As weak as they still were able to kill systematically and continually. This confused Frieza. Especially when his justification was that everything else in the universe was below him and destined to be under him. How can you kill something on the same level as you and be unperturbed afterwards? It was downright sociopathic. Frieza was more and more confident that killing the Scions was the right call. He had no idea what the Scions had done to trigger Lord Beerus, and he didn't care. Frieza remembered his father's words clearly. There are two people you should never cross, Majin Buu and Beerus the Destroyer. Everyone else was free game. Lord Frieza. Frieza was pulled out of his thoughts by the shout of one of his soldiers. He scowled but was still polite. What do you want, Dodoria? Scion elders have managed to decode some archives and have uncovered rumors of a Super Saiyan transformation, one that could multiply a Scion's strength by 50. Frieza's expression changed, but his mind had never been more clear in his life. They have to die. Furthermore. It says there is an ancient ritual they can perform to create a Super Saiyan god. Dodoria exclaimed, not quite believing the status report he was reading. Dodoria send healthcare packages to all of the Scions off-world, Frieza said, smiling wickedly. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria said, exiting immediately. Oh, and tell that sorry excuse for a pilot his time is up, Frieza said coolly, malicious intent radiating off his body. Why yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria said, running quickly. On another planet. Huag. A huge beam of ki roared out of an Oozuru's mouth, burning at least a couple dozen people to shreds. Boom. A massive explosion burst out, destroying much of the little architecture the innocent civilization had. Arrrrrrrr, the Oozurus bellowed in unison, windows and eardrums alike shattering under the unforgiving shockwaves that bounced around the barren plain. They couldn't even flee in peace as a deadly laser beam followed their every step. 5 huge Oozurus stomped madly on the land, destroying houses and people in the process. The shouts and cries of the aliens were drowned out by the random rampage of the monsters, thick beams of ki shooting out of the mouths of the Oozurus. These Oozurus in particular, had huge pieces of armor equipped, each sporting a massive chest plate of various colors. After a few hours, the race being besieged gave up hope on survival. The giant monkeys had followed them, relentlessly massacring each of them. They didn't even seem to be satisfied with the destruction they caused, fist and feet cruelly smashing into the environment. All 5 giant apes, in a surprising show of coordination, all charged their lasers in their mouths before collectively jumping high into the sky and emptying their ki reserves on the fragile land below them. Boom! An explosion that was visible from other planets engulfed the civilization as a whole, turning whatever was there into a wasteland. The civilization continued to burn until the next day. 5 humanoid figures could be seen sitting on rocks in the middle of a massive crater. So Bardock, I hear you had another baby. Who's the mother? Is it Fascia? A man named Chujish said. Nah, she's too much of a dyke, we'd never get along, Bardock replied. I'm right here, you know. God, I hate men. Fascia bickered. See? Bardock said. The rest of them chuckled, unaware of the actions that were taking place a few meters away. A single humanoid awoke from the rubble, bursting forth towards the sound of chatter. It was 5 feet 10 inches in height and resembled a bipedal fish. Its clothes were tattered and dusty, but it charged towards them determinedly. Even if you slaughter all of us, our visions we still live on, it shouted. The fuck it say? I don't know, I don't speak ugly. Bardock rushed towards it, charging his fist with ki and thrust it out quickly, not wasting a single movement. The creature front-flipped, in a bold display of acrobatics, completely dodging Bardock's blow which brushed air. Fying. The creature extended a claw laced with a strange application of ki and stabbed Bardock at the back of his neck, his tough Scion skin voiding much of the damage. Hiya-oa. Toma yelled, throwing a small ball of ki into the creature. The ki blast killed on impact, destroying more than half the creature with a single attack. Bardock collapsed to the floor, eyes wide open as his brain was sent into overdrive. Now we have to carry his body back. Chujesh whined. Bardock's mind buzzed, a series of changing colors flashing in and out of his vision. What's going on? Bardock thought, his mind echoing his words. Then everything turned white before he saw a clear picture. He saw a young boy abandoned in the middle of the woods being picked up by a weak-looking old man. Then the scenery changed and he saw the same young boy behind a girl on top of a strange machine. What the fuck is this? The scenery changed once again and he saw the same young boy fighting a bunch of other people in some kind of tournament and getting absolutely smacked by a taller dark-haired young man. Then everything turned black. Pecking order. Arg. Bardock opened his eyes startled only to realize that he was in a stasis chamber. He quickly climbed out and was approached by a Scion elder. Bardock, are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Bardock said, trying to shake off the surreal imagery he had just seen. Your son was just taken out of the emergency care, there were a few complications but he should be fine now, the elder said. I have one of those. Oh, God. I have two of those. You might want to pay him a visit, you didn't last time, the elder said judgingly. With Raditz? Bardock questioned, only for his eyes to expand. Will do, where's my team? Frieza assigned them a brand new mission, I'll send you the coordinates, the elder said, walking away now that he confirmed Bardock was not injured. A new mission? What could that purple shit stain want now? Chapter 26. His power level is only 2. Bardock exclaimed, shocked at the number. When he himself was born he had a power level of around 25 and his childhood and upbringing were plagued by this fact. He couldn't even imagine the life his son would be forced to live as he grew up and trained on Planet Vegeta. Bardock had also heard the news that some Scions tried to escape Planet Vegeta but they were all murdered by Frieza's army. They were assured that they were only killed because they betrayed the Frieza Empire but something about the whole situation didn't sit well with Bardock. Bardock. You're back. Jine said running up to him and hugging him from the back. A small smile formed on Bardock's face. Why didn't you tell me when you arrived? Jine pouted. I'm sorry there was an accident on our last mission, I just came out of the stasis chamber dash. What? Are you okay? Jine said, hurriedly checking Bardock for bruises. No, I think there's something wrong with my mouth. Where? Here. Bardock spun around, picked up his wife and kissed her passionately. MFFFFF. You rogue. Jine said, her face reddening. She then wrapped both legs around his waist and nibbled on his neck. Later, Bardock said decisively. Oh. What's on your mind? Jine said, surprised at Bardock's patience. Have you seen the boy's power level? Yeah, Jine sighed, cartwheeling off of Bardock, who smirked at this. I'm thinking of sending him off-world early. Why? Jine said, taken aback at why Bardock wanted to get rid of their son. I have a feeling he's not going to be safe here, Bardock said stoically. Jine couldn't argue, she too had a feeling something bad was lurking beneath the surface and Planet Vegeta wouldn't be safe for their son, he was only a low-class warrior. I picked out a planet, Jine said with reluctance. One where the people are weak and the technology is old, he'll survive there, Jine said resisting the urge to cry. Bardock embraced his wife, she wasn't like him at all. Jine was the assistant to the head of the culinary division, meaning that although she had combat training she hadn't killed a person a day in her life in high contrast to Bardock who destroyed civilizations on the daily. Bardock knew Jine was soft and loved her for it but he also knew how hard it was for her to let go of her son especially after seeing the way she pampered Raditz when he was growing up. The Scions were not idiots, they knew good and well that if they tried to flee Frieza's grip then they would undoubtedly die so they tried to push this reality to the back of their minds. Although they knew that Frieza exploited their love for fighting and turned them into cruel killing machines because this type of thought was not healthy for the mind they justified it as the Scion race conquering others. Jine let out the greatest sigh she had in her life. She struggled out of Bardock's hug and opened a portable incubation pod after their baby was cleared, they were given a low-class incubation pod to keep their son in. A few hours later. Bardock hopped into the air, a small navigation pod on his right shoulder. Jine leapt behind him as they traversed the deserted plain. Since they were low-class Scions they lived on the outskirts of Vegeta City so the surrounding area was more or less guaranteed to be completely deserted at this time of night. Bardock placed the pod on the floor, hoping very few people would see it. Although he had classified the departure as an early mission which was perfectly legal, he still wanted few people to know about it. The planet you chose is perfect, Bardock said somberly. It's not a very valuable planet so I hoped it wouldn't even pop up on Frieza's radar, Jine said quietly. The sleeping baby boy inside the pod woke up at this moment and reached towards his two parents, his hand obstructed by the glass layer. Bardock smiled and placed his hand opposite his son on the glass layer while Jine placed her hand on top of Bardock's. Listen well my son, do whatever it takes for you to survive on planet Earth, Bardock said worriedly. We will see you very soon, Jine added. The pod was activated and slowly levitated off the ground, hovering in the air. Goodbye Kakarot. Jine said, tears welling up in her eyes. Bardock embraced Jine once again, who was on the verge of breaking down. We did the right thing, he assured her. Bardock. Bardock's scouter erupted. It's a trap. Lord Frieza's going to dash. The audio cut out. Bardock and Jine were both shocked by the sudden noise. You don't think, Jine couldn't even bring herself to finish her sentence. I think I already know, Bardock said, his face crumpling. Bardock detached from Jine and walked towards the city. Where are you going? Jine called out, behind him. To gather the Scions, Lord Frieza is going to learn what happens when you bite the hand that feeds you, Bardock said harshly. On planet Kanasa, a few moments ago. Dodoria, sir. Toma saluted nervously. Toma, Fascia, Chujish, Borgas and Dodoria scanned the Scions only to find one missing. Where's Bardock? Dodoria shouted. He's Toma began. Why does that matter? Chujish interrupted. Surely you can tell us the news and we can relay it to Bardock later, Borgas continued. Or is there something so pressing, we all need to be present? Fascia ended. All three Scions apart from Toma were on the same page, their fighting instincts nagging at them something was amiss. Toma realized belated, they were surrounded by Frieza's troops, many of which already had ki at their fingertips. His eyes narrowed. TCH. What's one less pathetic monkey anyway? Dodoria said with a serious scowl on his face. The Scions winced, returning his scowl with their own. Lord Frieza has introduced a new policy for all Scion soldiers. Dodoria announced, a dastardly smile blossoming on his pink face. In addition to the current healthcare agreement, Frieza has added a new privilege. Dodoria continued, his smile getting wider. Swift departure to the afterlife. With a wave of his hand, his forces opened fire on the Scions, showering them under a rain ki blast. Hiya. Humph. TCH. The Scions in the center deflected the initial volley, smacking the ki blasts into the incoming ki, causing a massive yellow smoke screen. I can't see shit. Chujish yelled. Me neither. Borgas grunted. Arg. Not even a few seconds later more ki blasts smashed into the Scions, exploding on impact. I don't care if they're already dead. Keep firing. Dodoria ordered. The soldiers complied, effectively emptying the ki reserves on the Scions, who were long silent and absorbing the impact. A few moments late the smoke cleared and 5 battered Scions were revealed, a single one among them still having the strength to stand. Dodoria changed forward and held him by his neck while he was powerless to defend himself. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Toma spluttered, coiling under Dodoria's grip. Frieza wants you Scions dead, I just happen to be the soldier given the order, Dodoria said, his face unmoving. Don't you get it? He's just gonna kill you later like he did to us. Well, I'm a more in the now kind of guy, what am I gonna eat now? What am I gonna kill now? And in this case? You're probably gonna be both. You won't get away with this. Answer me this, Scion. What looks like shit, feels like shit and probably is going to be shit in the morning. It's me, isn't it? And that's the punchline. Dodoria threw Toma a few meters forward and then buried his fist deep into Toma's chest, knocking him far away. Pack him up. Dodoria ordered, making his way back to his ship. Chapter 27. Are all the Scions gathered? Frieza asked him absently. All apart from Vegeta and Nappa, who you have instructed us to spare, Zarbon said matter-of-factly. Good. That arrogant prick will be the prince of the dead when I'm done with them, Frieza said, laughing wildly. And as for Nappa, well, Nappa probably wouldn't realize the planet was blowing up even if he was on it, Frieza said, remembering a particularly idiotic monkey. Oh. I forgot about Raditz. Zarbon added. Who's Raditz? Frieza asked, completely unaware of the last Scion. Someone unimportant, Zarbon said concisely, not bothering to explain from the beginning who the measly Scion was. Even if he did go into detail about the Scion, it wouldn't matter anyway because the Scion was with Prince Vegeta. If he bothered to spare Prince Vegeta, why would he go through such trouble for Raditz as unremarkable as he was? Wait a few more minutes and I will show you the most beautiful fireworks in the universe. Frieza said, entering his pod. Zarbon shuddered internally. While he couldn't deny the death of a planet was an attractive sight, when it was described in such a manner it felt a lot more sadistic than he had first thought. Zarbon pushed these thoughts to the back of his mind as continued with guard duty. King Vegeta. Bardock said, bursting through the palace doors. King Vegeta, his ministers and several elite soldiers were huddled around his throne, seeming to be discussing something before Bardock burst in. A minister brought a finger to his lips before motioning for Bardock to take off his scouter. The thought hit Bardock like a train. Frieza traced the scouters. This meant that Frieza already knew that Bardock knew what he had planned for the Scions. And he felt like it didn't matter. Not needing to be told, Bardock stomped the scouter, breaking it into several pieces, and the others in the room sighed in relief. So you already know? King Vegeta said, his face completely grim. He struggled to bring himself to look at Bardock. Bardock was stumped. We need to tell the rest of the Scion people. Try to get as many people off Planet Vegeta as possible, he said, emotion uncharacteristically showing in his voice. King Vegeta sighed dejectedly. A minister spoke out. You low-class dimwit. Don't you think we've already tried anything you monkey brain could have thought? How dare you dash? King Vegeta interrupted. Frieza ordered his men to sabotage our ships. Most of my faction tried to escape, but the ships blew up before they could escape with them inside. The only silver lining was that my wife was able to get away using her own custom pod. King Vegeta said bitterly. Bardock was again incensed. If what King Vegeta said was true, then he had basically written off all lower-class Scions to die in ignorance, trying to save his own family and friends over his people. Although King Vegeta had failed, it still irritated Bardock that King Vegeta didn't do so much as warn the rest of the population. Many Scions had flown back to Planet Vegeta only to die by Frieza's hand. It was all but said at this point. Bardock's grip intensified as he was filled to the brim with anger. The situation was so idiotic in his eyes. Many decisions could have been made in many places and the Scions would survive. His anger boiled. He hated himself for not being smart enough to see it earlier, he hated King Vegeta for his uncalled for selfishness, but mostly he hated Frieza, who oppressed the Scions for as long as he could remember. Bardock stormed out of the palace, with one clear goal in mind. Killing Lord Frieza. W8. We have a dash, a minister pleaded. Bardock turned a deaf ear to their cries and soared high into the sky, not even thinking before his body was encased transparent white ki. His eyebrows narrowed and his countenance screwed as he let the rage inside of him build up. This will be the last time. Bardock personally had never heard how powerful Lord Frieza actually was, but that seemed to be an afterthought in his mind as pure instinct drove him to fight Frieza. Frieza was in actuality a bogeyman-like figure who only really appeared seasonally and would talk down Scions for seemingly no reason. Apart from the fact that royalty complied with Frieza or his strange behavior, there was no real reason to fear him. Bardock spotted Frieza's ship on the skyline, various troops posted up already lingering in the space between the ship and the planet. Seeing this, Bardock's anger exploded as white ki poured out of his body in every direction. He wordlessly approached the soldiers blocking his way. Lord Frieza is busy, go back down to your planet, an alien said, smiling at Bardock. Bardock stood wordlessly, eyes glaring fiercely at the first alien. He said to go back down. Or will I have to move you, another alien said, floating towards Bardock. No response. You asked for this. Bardock didn't even waste his ki, his fist tearing through the soldier like paper. Qua. Foul green liquid drooled from the creature's mouth before he fell towards the ground below. Why you dash? Bardock got started, pounding the alien in front of him to paste, his anger not subsiding in the slightest. Hey! What's going on over dash? Bonk! Bardock's fist slammed violently into the alien, killing him instantly. Kaiowea. Weak aliens like the ones Bardock was fighting now were completely disposable in the eyes of Lord Frieza. He used intimidation tactics and exploited the assumption that others thought all his soldiers were strong. In reality, this was far from the truth. Naturally, the higher-ups in Frieza's empire had much more to do than simple guard duty. Bardock felt his ki on the urge of bursting and let out a feral grunt, alerting the enemies to his location. Bardock then started his rampage, sending fists and kicks to anyone or anything that came his way, slaughtering the aliens above. Wah! Leave him. Lord Frieza's going to blow up his planet anyway dash. A purple laser beam pierced the heart of the alien who spoke. Bardock looked at the direction it had come from and found Frieza sitting in his pod with his finger extending. This is why I don't gossip, Zarbon, word always gets around. Zarbon snickered as he watched the alien's body fall to the ground. Chapter 28. Frieza. Bardock yelled. Good evening, lowly Scion, Frieza replied. I am here to destroy you. Is that a fact? For years, you've kept us under your dash. Oh my. These hero types with their speeches. Blah blah blah, justice blah blah blah, tyranny blah blah blah, Frieza, stop killing me. Gah. Does he not understand how hard it is to run an empire? I've got shit to do today. Like, decide what wine I will commemorate the death of the Scions with, white, red, or dare I say rose. Where was I again? Oh right, this guy. That is why, you must die by my hand. Bardock said, charging towards Frieza. That's actually a new one, I might use that. Frieza said, condensing a massive orange key sphere above his head. Bardock stared at the sun-like mass in fear, courage fleeing from his body instantly. He flew backwards a few feet trying to escape, but he knew he couldn't. Supernova. Frieza said aloud, throwing the huge sphere towards Bardock. Bardock stared like a deer in headlights at the key sphere before extending his arms to try and catch it. It's hot. This realization snapped Bardock out of the stupor he was in, and he stared at the massive ball in front of him. I'm gonna die. Yes sir. Frieza added, adopting a dialect he had heard on a planet. Bardock instinctively flew backwards, determined to not be engulfed in the ball, but the key sphere followed him, pressing towards the ground. What on Vegeta? King Vegeta and his forces made their way out of the castle only to see Bardock struggling with a huge sun-like key ball. Frieza's gonna kill us. No shit. We're doomed. A few Scions collapsed to the floor and despaired. Bardock closed his eyes and breathed, almost accepting death as his palms burned under the heat of the death ball. You can do it, Bardock. A single voice broke out. Don't give up. I know you can protect Planet Vegeta. Among the despairing Scions, a ray of light spoke to Bardock, who was staring at death. Jine. Her name appeared in his mind like a revelation, his life flashing before his eyes. Many Scions who in the city, caught sight of Jine shouting towards the sky and guffawed in shock when they saw the supernova, on the verge of destroying their city. They were all deeply shaken by the sight. I believe in you. Jine shouted once again. Like a trigger, the intense feeling of rage in Bardock's came back with a vengeance. It's not just about me, Bardock said, bringing Ki the surface of his palms. It's not about any fickle pride we have, Bardock said, feeling warm energy blossom for his chest. It's about our race as a whole. As Scions. Bardock said, his eyes gaining resolution. And for that reason alone, thick yellow energy burst out of Bardock, replacing the white energy that was there before, his ki evolving. I cannot give up. Bardock's hair flew up into the air, yellow ki around his body skyrocketing. The volume of ki around him expanded fourfold as strength seeped out from his bones and into his palms. His black hair regained luster as it fluttered in the night sky. Bardock flew back, this time with a plan, and thrust his arm out forward. Final. Energy swarmed at the edge of his palm, blue ki swelling out dangerously. Spirit. Bardock sucked his ki reserves dry and then some, putting everything he had into his next attack. Cannon. Bardock roared, every Scion on the land below raising their head having heard the bellow he produced. Firewash. Ki collided onto ki as a light blue stream of jetted out of Bardock's palm and smashed head-on with the supernova. TCH. It's not enough. Jine's eyes were glued to the scene as her hyperactive mind thought of what to do. Science. She thought of a solution. We need to help out Bardock, otherwise Frieza is going to destroy our planet. Many dazed Scions snapped back to reality under Jine's clear voice. What can we do? A Scion questioned. Individually we are weak, but together we are strong. On my command, fire all of your ki in one big beam at the supernova. And I mean all of it, as if your life depended on it. Jine's eyes met with King Vegeta. Because it does. Sir. Are we really going to let this dash? The minister who started speaking received the most glares he had in his life and promptly piped down. He stared at the floor ashamedly. 3. Bardock winced, he could feel his body trembling as he poured out all of his energy. 2. But Bardock heard what was happening below and knew what to do. 1. Bardock flew backwards, for the last time in his life, and emptied the last of his ki, pooling it towards his hand. His ki reserves already sucked dry, sought ki inside his vital organs, forcefully ramming it into his hand. Go. Foolish. 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 Ki from all over Vegeta City raced towards the spot Bardock was previously hitting the supernova viciously. Thin beams of ki flew into the night sky, all merging together, forming a large beam that tore through the air. It was a beautiful sight as all the ki beams coalesced into one and struck the supernova. Take everything. Bardock thundered as he encased his fist in ki. Rebellion spear, he yelled, thrusting his fist past the ki beam and into the supernova. Would you look at that? Zarbon couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! The supernova exploded, sending Bardock crashing towards Planet Vegeta. The ki around his body dissipated as blood raced out off every orifice. They actually stopped it. The ki reserves of all who were present were emptied as they drained them in a last-ditch attempt at saving Vegeta. WWE did it. Cheering broke out among the people below. Supernova. Frieza's voice broke the celebration of the Scions like a thunderclap on a sunny day. There's nothing we can do, King Vegeta uttered as he knelt in hopelessness. Thud. Bardock's body hit the ground. He's too powerful. Jine ran up to her husband and placed her hand over his beating heart. I'm proud of you, she said as she hugged his unconscious body. The supernova now unobstructed set onto Planet Vegeta past the Scions who were powerless to stop it. Boom! The planet exploded, reducing the Scions to space dust, all trace and record of the civilization scattering with the planet. I told you the fireworks were good, Frieza said snarkily, a wide grin present on his face. Did you say the look on their faces when they thought they stopped it? Frieza said, giggling throughout. I had to expend palpable willpower in order to not burst out laughing. Frieza said, finally cracking up. Frieza flew back into his ship muttering to himself about wine. At least they're all dead, Zarbon said, slightly off-put by the Scion's resistance. Chapter 29. Super Broly Touch of Death Combo. Broly yelled before he rushed down the level 2 android. Broly spun on his leg, performing a spinning back kick that smashed against the android's chest. The android flew back under the impact, but Broly didn't let up. He performed a key jump, bashing his head against the android's, then caught its back with a sweeping leg kick. Broly dashed under the android, which was now in the air, and charged his whole body with ki. Hua, he shouted, as his fist tore through the android in a brutal uppercut. Clack. The android fell to the ground in chunks of metal. I did it. Broly said happily. He did it. Dr. Limiter said bewilderedly. When Broly said he wanted to go to the sparring rooms to try out a move he saw in a video game, he didn't actually think Broly could do it. The boy had just turned 7 last week, and for his birthday he asked for the latest fighting game, Superstar Fighters. It was a cutting-edge, fighting game. The player could create their own character and even program original moves within the fighter's engine. As Broly's personal assistant, Dr. Limiter knew the game was way too advanced for Broly, often hearing him complaining about how fast he would have to input his commands and react to things the CPU was doing. Broly had also broken over 35 controllers. Yet the moves he was unable to do in-game he could do in real life. What kind of logic was that? Dr. Limiter was slightly disoriented as he understood now just how strong Broly was. Broly stepped out of the training room with a satisfied expression, and Dr. Limiter looked down on him, returning his warm smile. Although Broly was capable of destruction on this scale, he didn't look a day over 4, he was 3'10" and had caramel brown skin, his short black hair hovering centimeters away from his face. He was wearing the latest edition of Mana armor, a collaboration between Sulfurian technology and traditional Scion armor. This one had light green shoulder pads and a solid black chest plate. Can we go to visit Uncle Mushroom? Broly asked, doing his best puppy dog eyes. But you visited him last week. Dr. Limiter not quite getting the Broly's infatuation with that man. So. He's the king. Broly said, his eyes brightening in adoration. Royal consort, Dr. Limiter corrected. Same difference. Broly said, not giving up. No, you have homework to do, Dr. Limiter said, his face turning strict. Broly's face wrinkled in disgust at the mention of the cursed word. He didn't mind doing homework, but the Sulfurians were diligent creatures. The more he did, the more homework there would be, and he would be stuck in the loop until he was mentally fatigued. Don't give me that. I let you play games and even brought you to the sparring rooms. I wouldn't be doing my job if I just let you relax. Dr. Limiter said passionately. He had never worked with someone like this in his entire life. That sounds like a you problem, Broly said, and turned towards the exit, hands behind his head. Dr. Limiter scoffed but didn't press the issue any further. He knew that Broly at heart was not a lazy person, but he couldn't be described as hardworking either. Dr. Limiter, being the bearded old man that he was, naturally had plenty of patience for Broly to test his hairs would only grow whiter if he didn't. Broly walked out of the sparring rooms and into the boulevard between houses. About a year ago, Dr. Propeller suggested to Queen Nana creating a better learning environment for Broly instead of keeping him in the same makeshift flat that he was in before. This, coupled with the fact that Queen Nana and Mushroom got married, resulted in the construction of a huge mansion-like complex being built exclusively for the Scions. A slender young man with striking facial features was avidly weaving a series of kicks made by a shorter buxom woman. Good afternoon, Uncle Aspa. Good afternoon, Auntie Celery. Broly greeted cheerily as he made his way to his room. Good afternoon, Broly, Celery replied. Hey, Broly. Aspa said. Aspa and Celery were in the middle of a heated sparring session that was broken up by the appearance of Broly. Their combat progress over the last 2 years skyrocketed, both of them capable of fighting one-on-one with level 7 combat androids. Celery's attacks only grew more precise as time passed, while Aspa continued to develop his agility, his lean build becoming more and more pronounced. This was due to the extremely impressive Tzufurian facilities as well as the food they devoured, which was packed with artificial nutrition. Dr. Limiter could only sigh internally as he saw what he hated to admit was a regular sight. Even when they lived together, they still fight every day, so exhausting, he thought as he walked behind Broly. On the planet Sithis, the total population was around 500,000 and there was an abundance of resources, so the quality of life was staggeringly high. Even the poorest of people were still living in 3-bedroom houses and possessed a host of household essentials like washing machines, fridges, microwaves, and bathrooms. Most of the needs of the Tzufurians were met handily, and so there was a severe drive on scientific and agricultural development as there was very little of anything else to be done. Broly would commonly see on the news the completion and implementation of various miracle substances that drastically advanced the progress of a certain field. One of his personal favorites was the magic spade fertilizer that boosted plant growth by 125. The vast majority of fruits and vegetables on planet Sithis were augmented with sweeteners and fresheners that would actually provide extra nutrients that couldn't be found naturally. All of this resulted in Broly eating for 5 people on a nightly basis. Broly stood on the doorstep of his house, a holographic signal scanning him from head to toe. Although it was technically a house, it was way too huge to be called such, its long and wide structure standing proudly behind Tuffle Queen Castle. The scanner beeped once and the door parted, allowing Broly and Dr. Limiter to enter. "Good afternoon, Dad," Broly said, running into the house. There was no response. "Where's Father?" Broly asked, turning to Dr. Limiter. Dr. Limiter sighed loudly. He could only hope Broly would catch on after so many times. "Right here," Paragus shouted, jumping down from the ceiling. Seeing the massive looming figure jumping down towards him, Broly adopted his fighting stance and jumped towards the figure, punching Paragus in the stomach, his fist full of ki. "Broly!" Paragus shouted out as he hugged Broly with both arms. Thud! They hit the floor with a bang. Paragus' hug was like a vice grip binding Broly together. "Indeed, Dad's strength and constitution is unrivaled. I have to train harder if I want to be on his level," Broly thought while being squished. Broly thought his father was the coolest when he was tearing through androids like paper. Chapter 30. Broly and Dr. Limiter sat around the living room table while Paragus prepared lunch. As Paragus and Broly lived alone, it meant that Paragus had to prepare all the meals. "How is Broly's studying coming along?" Paragus asked from inside the kitchen. Broly immediately looked at Dr. Limiter with a pleading expression. Dr. Limiter chuckled slightly. "He's doing alright. He's just finished a module on functions in mathematics and he's launching his 5th program in Tuza," Dr. Limiter said softly. At age 7 in Tzufurian education, children could drop as many subjects as they wanted as long as they kept to, and Broly had chosen mathematics, engineering and programming. "Is that good?" Paragus asked confusedly. "Slightly better than average," Dr. Limiter said honestly. "Then he can do better. My precious Broly Bean is one of a kind," Paragus said, genuinely believing his own words. Dr. Limiter snickered while Broly hid his face in shame. In modern Scion culture, especially under the rule of Lord Frieza, family members would spend little time around each other. Most of their time was spent carrying out missions of various kinds, and so familial bonds were much weaker than teammate bonds. In Tzufurian culture, the working day was 7 a.m. in the morning to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The rest of the day was spent with family at home, and so there was plenty of time for interaction. This applied for the Scions who worked alongside labor droids doing various tasks like mining, emergency medical transportation, movement of heavy objects and experimental medicine testing. Paragus, in particular, had been watching dramas and programs in his free time, sometimes with Broly, and so he was heavily influenced by Tzufurian culture. This meant that he now understood the importance of proper parenting and damage of the absence of it. He had studied multiple training programs that had specified rest periods and needed something else to do. "Oh, Broly. A package came for you this morning." "It's by the door," Paragus said offhandedly. "Really? Cool," Broly said, running towards the door excitedly. Broly only ever got deliveries on his birthday or special occasions, so the surprise gift was warmly welcomed. Scions traditionally didn't have holidays but celebrated them alongside the Tzufurians after they introduced the concept. Broly brought the package back to the table and ripped it open with his bare hands. Even without using ki, his small fingers clawed through the soft metal like paper. Dr. Limiter could only shake his head, reminded once again that although Broly was literate and educated, he, deep down, was a barbarian. "Ah. It's just the same arm and leg guards again," Broly complained loudly. Paragus frowned. Dr. Propeller had informed him of Broly's condition and how if it went untreated Broly could potentially die in the future, and naturally he was worried. Over the last 3 years, the scientists who worked with Dr. Propeller had produced 14 different variations of the same accessories that were in the box. Broly was staring at disappointedly. The purpose of them was to slowly absorb Broly's ki over time. The bracelets would accumulate massive ki stores that Broly would be able to use in battle while keeping the concentration of ki in his body at a healthy level. They had failed 14 times due to Broly's ridiculous ki pool. Each time the scientists had underestimated how fast Broly's ki generated, and each time so far the bracelets exploded, releasing massive bursts of ki into the environment which exploded fiercely. The scientists simply told Broly they were trying to investigate storing ki on large scales, and since Broly's ki generated the fastest out of all the Scions, they would use him as the test subject. Broly thought nothing of it until an explosion destroyed his self-built laptop and robot. Now Broly showed visible irritation whenever he was given the accessories, but still wore them out of courtesy and obedience. He understood how much effort was required to produce them. They themselves were made of anhydrous kyrite and iridesium, being completely white in color. They were much bigger than Broly's wrist, being able to accommodate Paragus's wrist, who was 5 times his size. Broly already knew what to do and put them on his wrists and calves, 2 on his left and 2 on his right. They both immediately shrunk, squeezing down on Broly's arms and calves before relaxing and then spreading. Broly felt a gentle tug on his ki as it was slowly pulled by cleverly manipulated forces into the accessories. This wasn't the first material Broly had encountered that absorbed ki, so he knew it wasn't harmful. He let the ki in his body flow freely. Oh. It's actually working. Dr. Limiter thought to himself. As a Tsufurian elder, he had free access to advanced augmentations, and as he was already around Broly, he opted for a power scouter to be programmed into his robotic eyes. From this distance, he could already see Broly's power level slowly decreasing. He kept this information to himself. I don't feel any different, Broly said, confused at why there wasn't an obvious change. Dr. Limiter didn't give it away. Try to shoot a ki beam at your father, he said patiently. Broly smiled and didn't need to be told twice. He extended his arm and concentrated. Nothing happened. What? Broly said confusedly. Dr. Limiter smiled, happy that the invention worked as intended. Are you unable to do it? You could do it just fine in the sparring rooms. Dr. Limiter said, pushing Broly. I know. Broly said, annoyed. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his focus on his internal body spiking. Humph. Broly condensed a tiny ball of ki in his hand and threw it forward at Paragus. Huh. Paragus, who had just opened the oven to take out a turkey, was surprised to see a slow-moving ball of ki heading towards him. He reached inside and grabbed the oven tray, placing it and the perfectly cooked turkey on the kitchen table, and then squashed the ki beam with his bare hands. A few seconds later, thin wisps of smoke came out while Paragus looked at it suspiciously before continuing to prepare the turkey by baptizing it with hot sauce. Broly was taken aback while Dr. Limiter guffawed. These bracelets are so strong. I was barely able to get my ki out. He shouldn't have been able to get his ki out at all. Maybe after years of training in ki control, fine. But already? These Scions are walking cheat codes. Dr. Limiter lamented. If the scientists in the lab heard that despite their months of revision and collaboration they still weren't able to arrest Broly's ki, they would start crying. Who were Tsufurian scientists? The people who studied science when other races were learning to count. If they couldn't stop Broly's ki after 3 years of trial and error, who could? Dinner's ready. Paragus then put his finger on his forehead and started moving the food from the kitchen table to the living room table. 8 bowls of noodles and 5 plates of rice, all seasoned with spices, followed by 4 2-meter canisters of Tsufurian water, as well as a whole flock of chickens each drowned in barbecue sauce, and finally a 3-meter-wide turkey. Wah! Dr. Limiter and Broly cried out at the same time, but for different reasons. So much food. Dr. Limiter thought he had never stayed for dinner before, as he usually had earlier, today being the first time in 20 years he had broken pattern, and so was taken aback by the banquet that floated above his head. I didn't know you knew telekinesis, Broly said, immediately enamored by flying food. A little trick I picked up from the level 9 combat android. He thought he could slam me over and over again with this technique. Paragus said proudly. Your old dad is pretty good, Yua. Everything else had landed on the table beside the turkey that was in the doorway. Paragus blinked and his ki fluctuated, breaking his balance, and the turkey promptly fell. No! Broly shouted, leaping to save the turkey. Broly actually miscalculated. Don't tell me his sudden removal of ki is interfering with his very basic movement. Dr. Limiter thought as Broly landed just a bit short of where the turkey landed. This could be problematic. Ha! Broly grunted as he extended both of his stubby arms forward, barely reaching the edge of the turkey tray, stopping from falling. Time to eat, Broly said triumphantly. Chapter 31. 3 years later. Whap! Broly's fist collided with the level 5 android, producing a crunch. TCH. It's still so hard. The android didn't flinch and then punched Broly faster than he could see. Broly stood his ground, trying his hardest to stand up under the shower of punches. Broly then covered his fist with ki and punched in the direction of android. The android dodged, seemingly vanishing, and smashed its leg down against Broly's head. Broly's legs buckled as his muscles tensed to keep him standing. He winced for a second, slowing down as his body processed the impact that shuddered through him. Whap! The android sunk its fist into Broly's little chest, lifting him into the air. It then covered its right leg in ki and smashed its foot against Broly 3 times, pushing his whole body back. Kua! Air was forced out of Broly's lungs as he helplessly flew backwards in the air. The android wasn't done yet. It covered its whole body in ki and dashed towards Broly, shooting one ki beam that pressed Broly into the opposite wall. Broly gritted his teeth, barely landing on his feet. Again, he said, approaching the android, who in turn charged towards him vehemently. He's been like this for 3 hours, Dr. Limiter said bluntly to Paragus, who watched Broly get elbowed through the sparring room windows. If he could use his ki freely, he would have beaten the droid a long time ago, Dr. Limiter thought wistfully. Broly had managed to brute force his way through android level 3 and 4, after consecutive injuries and healings his body hardened in combat. Broly had been struggling to control his ki efficiently in battle, and especially against an opponent who had near-perfect ki mastery, robotic martial execution, as well as a stronger and faster body. It was a miracle Broly was still standing. He's still worried about Frieza, isn't he? I told you that you shouldn't have told him, he's too young. It had been a nightly routine for Paragus to tell Broly stories before bed, and eventually, the topic deviated to Planet Vegeta. I didn't want to lie to him, Paragus said honestly. Again. Broly roared, getting back to his feet. Look where that has got you, Dr. Limiter said critically. We're going to discuss at Tuffle Queen Palace, this evening. Make sure he does his homework, Paragus said, leaving. You know I can't get him out of there, Dr. Limiter said helplessly. Paragus sighed as he walked towards the castle. Paragus arrived at the palace, a flash of guilt in his eyes. As adults, it's our job to protect him, not the other way around. Paragus entered the throne room and he saw Aspa and Celery seated in casual clothes near in each other. Mushro and Queen Nana were also there, both wearing royal silky nightdresses. Paragus, you finally arrived, Celery said flatly. Broly is worried about Frieza. He's been training non-stop since I told him, and I just went to check up on him, Paragus said, shame detectable in his voice. And for good reason. Frieza is a monster, Mushro said, emotion tingling within his eyes. How strong is Frieza? Queen Nana said, leaning against Mushro's shoulder, unconcerned about the whole matter. The Scions had arrived nearly 6 years ago, and Frieza up till now still hadn't appeared. As a queen, she had to stay several steps ahead, and so she had already arranged emergency measures to ensure the Tuffle's safety and dedicated a self-learning AI to develop these measures. This was all done a year after the Scions arrived. At this point, she was certain that even if 1,000 Friezas attacked the planet Sithis, they would still have a way to escape. She rubbed Mushro's back affectionately, and Mushro understood the message. Frieza's power level was never confirmed, but it can't be under a 500,000, Celery said, caution present in her eyes. So low. Nana said disinterestedly. Low. That's the highest recorded power level in the entire database. Aspa said, slightly triggered. Our most powerful robot, Baby, has a power level of 2 million, and Mushy's power level reached 90,000 this year. If he goes into his giant monkey form, then he could easily take Frieza, Nana said softly, her interest in Frieza long dead. His power level's at 90,000. Celery and Aspa thought at the same time. That's higher than mine. Paragus accidentally blurted out. Is it now? Nana said, a provocative smile forming on her face as she embraced Mushro further, now rubbing against him. Mushro could only smile wryly, as this was not how he wanted to announce his progress. The Scions truly had a steep learning curve. Although Tsufurian training facilities were advanced, he could only jump so far at one time. His body still had a limit, no matter how high it may be. In any case, we can't control our great ape form, so it may not be as useful as you think, Celery said, rebutting Nana's point. Make a device that helps Scions control their great ape form, noted. I'm sure freelance inventors will appreciate the inspiration, Nana said dryly. The Scions were silent. Maybe it was because they had met Frieza, but they were sure that the matter wasn't as simple as Queen Nana made it seem. Their instincts warned them that they shouldn't take Frieza lightly at all. We can't continue to stay like this, we're getting soft. We need to really focus on increasing our strength, as Frieza could appear at any moment, Paragus said wisely. Celery and Aspa couldn't disagree with Paragus. Life on planet Sithis was so easy. They had gotten complacent and enjoyed life too much, completely forgetting that Frieza could swoop in and kill them at any moment. Mushrow couldn't wipe off the "speak for yourself" look on his face. Behind the scenes he had worked hard to overtake Paragus in battle power and was a bit disappointed that his fellow Scions couldn't even say, "well done." A cold silence descended on the Scions. Queen Nana sat up and whispered into Mushrow's ear, his face turned bright red, and he then said, "If there isn't anything else to say, you are all free to go." Aspa, Celery, and Paragus didn't waste time and promptly left the palace. Chapter 32. Broly sat on his bed cross-legged as his mind raced. His room was huge for his size. He had a king-sized bed, a wide walk-in closet, a study table, a 5-monitor computer setup and a bookshelf filled to the brim. It doesn't make sense. A few things were plaguing Broly's mind and stimulated many trains of thought in his head. Dad is really soft for a Scion that grew up on Planet Vegeta. Maybe he's soft by nature. Broly could tell from their interactions that his father was much softer than he should be for somebody who experienced what he had. He knew from his dad's stories that the rest of their team rarely went on missions after the incident, but he should have been slightly worse than he was now. The arm and leg guards are lowering my power level. Broly quickly realized that when all the extra ki in his body was absorbed by the bracelets, his power level promptly fell. Without his ki, he was sitting at a shameful 5,240 miles behind the rest of his Scion brethren, who recently seemed to be training like crazy. He had often walked in on his father doing one-handed handstand press-ups in his bedroom. My Zenkai boosts are really powerful though. Broly's power level initially without his ki was at around 920, but by tanking hits from the androids, his body grew stronger every time he was beaten senseless. It was a cruel system, but it worked wonders for Broly, whose body had gotten stronger from hardship. I can't wait for my growth spurt. According to his father, Scions remained childlike until the age of 16 to 18, this led to the current circumstance where Sulfurian children experiencing puberty were becoming taller than Broly. Even from a combat perspective, being smaller in size didn't help as the androids were so much faster than him. I'm not like the other Scions. Broly could tell that while he was average from a Sulfurian standpoint, he was a prodigy from a Scion view. Although he was only 13, he was a dozen times smarter than the rest of the Scions who struggled to understand what computing meant. He had heard from Dr. Limiter that the Tuffles had decided to educate him on a whim and was grateful that they did so. He couldn't imagine being some emotional barbarian who only knew how to grunt and fight. He had a genuine love for programming, completely transforming Mr. Yellow from a small companion to a full-fledged utility bot. Broly tried his hardest to push these thoughts to the back of his mind, and he focused on the ki in his body, closing his eyes in contemplation. It was very hard for Broly to not sense his ki, as it always felt like he had a snake or viper wrapped around him and he instinctively knew where it was. Therefore, he always had a strong connection to his ki, always feeling it within him. However, when he focused on it too long, he found himself grumpy and angrier than he was before. It was like a switch in his brain turned on and just breathing began to trigger him. This made controlling his ki very difficult. Broly could also sense his own ki trapped inside the arm guards, what felt like oceans of chaotic energy laying dormant on his arms and legs just waiting to explode. He could also feel streams of ki leaving his body and being sucked into the arm guards by some strange force of attraction. Broly tightened his eyes, exerting his will over his body. The ki stream stopped. Broly gradually began to reverse the process, drawing ki out of the arm guards and into his body and then pushed it outward, a thin layer of ki forming on the surface of his skin. Broly slowly pushed the ki on his skin, trying to create a ki barrier around him. A few seconds later he succeeded, a thin transparent barrier guarding him. Now to make it thicker, Broly said, changing his will, causing more and more ki to rush from the bracelets. This too slow. Broly had been sitting for 10 minutes now and was naturally impatient, as he had to be at the edge of his focus and holding it while the results slowly came out. Broly intensified his will, beckoning the ki to flow faster from the arm guards to the barrier. Broly couldn't immediately make the ki go from his guards to the barrier, he had to shift it into his body first. More and more ki began to well up in his body, slowly thickening the barrier. Sweat began to form on Broly's temples as he started to fatigue mentally. He also felt the most archaic feeling of anger slowly overtake him as his ki swelled. Eventually, Broly's focus dropped for a split second and the disruptive ki that he had been forcing to stay still exploded. PSH. A mini explosion occurred on the surface of Broly's arm, tearing his skin and causing his blood to burst out of his body. Ah! This caught Broly completely by surprise. His will stopped and the ki barrier hummed for a few seconds before disappearing. Broly looked at his dripping arm in surprise as his eyes expanded and he understood what was really happening. The scientists made these accessories for my safety. Tears welled up in Broly's eyes as he realized the reality of the situation. They went through all this effort just to make sure I was okay. Broly was extremely grateful, as he could only imagine how difficult it was to produce such an item. Broly's heart thumped in appreciation as a warm feeling overtook him, completely overwhelming his anger. Broly's eyes sharpened determinedly as he unconsciously welled ki from his body to the site of his injury, the raw life energy in his ki causing the wound to heal slowly. I can't let Frieza destroy these people. Let me just try holding it, he thought as he once again reversed the flow of the ki into his body. Broly slowly but surely dragged ki from his bracelets and stored it in his body. It felt like an absolute chore, but he dragged his chaotic life energy into himself and held it. Eventually, he felt like a full balloon reaching his limit. Mr. Yellow. What's my power level? Broly called out. A yellow box sprung to life, various appendages popping out until a small humanoid robot with wings popped to life and flew high into the air before turning its blue luminescent eyes to Broly. Golly! Your battle power has reached a little over 400,000. What's your secret? 400,000. Broly hurriedly released his ki, forcing it into the bracelets before it exploded and harmed his body. If I used my great ape form. Bye-bye Frieza, Mr. Yellow continued. I need more practice. Broly continued to do this for the rest of the night, even in his sleep, his will causing the ki in his body to slowly build up and the ki concentration in his body spiked, explosive and dense ki finally controlled inside his childish body. This isn't terrible, Broly said to himself, feeling the energy course through him. He felt more energetic than usual but also felt ki slowly damaging everywhere inside of him. It was like the ki was rubbing against his body wildly. It was comfortable but not desirable. Progress is progress. Chapter 33. Broly looked at his mirror dumbfounded. Opposite him was a 222-centimeter monster. His muscles had swelled over the last month, each section seemingly out of a textbook. He was able to clearly define and label them simply due to their huge proportion. Broly saw a sharp curve, his wide shoulders waving inward towards his pillar-like waist that followed straight down to chiseled legs. I look kinda scary, Broly said, almost intimidated by his reflection. Paragus had told him Scions did all their growing at once, but hearing and seeing were two completely separate things. Anyone who said, someone, would grow over 3 feet in a month was a madman. The strangest part was that prior to growing so much, Broly had felt completely normal. Scion biology truly is a mystery. Broly was wearing Mushrow's present for his 16th birthday. He was completely shirtless, revealing probably the biggest six-pack Broly had ever seen, wide sections of meat seamlessly forming to reveal kilograms of hard muscle. He wore thin waist-tight baggy pants that were white and tucked into his custom-made shoes. A crimson-red sash that was upheld by a single golden belt with a cerulean crystal orb in the center was adorned on Broly's waist. He still had the white arm guards on his wrists and leg guards on his legs. Broly for the last 4 years was locked in a merciless battle with his hair. Naturally, it just wanted to drape downwards, but Celery had scolded him many times on how messy and savage he looked. Right now several bangs curled down at the sides of Broly's face, the rest of his hair stood high, defying gravity as it pierced upwards. It's not going to get any better than that, Broly sighed before leaving his room. Broly had grown up around short people his whole life, and while he didn't hate being tall, it was nothing more than a hindrance, especially in communal areas. Broly walked around his house searching for his father, checking the swimming pool, kitchen, living room, movie room, library, basement, attic and even the training room. He must have gone to the royal training facility. Although Broly had a training room in his house, it only had the basic weights and machines. The royal training facility used gravity technology and advanced machinery to simulate higher intensity environments. This was how Mushrow was able to overtake Paragus in battle power, and since he had been training like crazy in those rooms. I guess I'll pay him a visit, Broly said, leaving his house, surrounding his body in bright green ki. Broly had just sat his robotics and mathematics placement tests, and as he had already completed the compulsory general advanced education course, for the first time in his life he had a sudden spike of free time. Usually, he'd spend time either playing Superstar Fighters, making upgrades on Mr. Yellow or practicing ki control. Now he suddenly felt like going to the gym. Broly's body, due to the strange composition of his ki, was always under a form of stress. It was because of this stress that Broly's muscles had become so developed, as the ki inside of him always pressured them. This strange circumstance would have been many times more severe if the bottomless pits of ki that were in his arm guards and leg guards were trapped in his body. The Tsufurias though really overcomplicated the matter though, Broly thought as he flew through the air. There was an extremely simple solution. If Broly had simply threw massive orbs of ki into space, there would have been no build-up in his body. He could have literally released his ki harmlessly, and there would have been absolutely no need for the arm or leg guards. Even though it's not sustainable, it's still a solution. Broly though, as he arrived in Tuffle Queen Palace. Broly walked into the building and approached the receptionist. "B. Broly? Is that you? Look how big you've gotten," the woman said, dropping her pen as she saw him walk through the doors. "Good morning, Mrs. Engine," Broly said, awkwardly accepting her compliments. Your father and uncle are on the 7th floor down, don't hurt yourself those huge weights, you hear me? Mrs. Engine said, resuming taking notes and typing rapidly on her computer. Why yes Mrs. Engine, Broly said politely. It was kind of funny how easy to figure out the Scions were. Broly entered the elevator, strolling past the guard Hachiaks who were his size. I could take them in a fight, he thought as he pressed the -7 button and elevator moved down. Humph. 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 Grr. 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 Wild grunts could be heard as Paragus and Mushrow went down and up, their big bodies being held by one hand each as they did press-ups. Broly took a step forward, not wanting to disrupt his father who was busy training, and he felt a wave of force assault him. 5. No 6 times gravity. Broly muscles tingled as they supported him against the strong force that was repelling him. He walked past Mushrow and Paragus who were having a stamina competition and made his way to the agility chamber. He stood in the center of the white room and filled his body with chaotic disruptive ki. Difficulty 10, elastic balls, charged walls, -60 degrees Celsius, Broly said, setting the room to max difficulty. The room immediately began to freeze, Broly's breath condensing and falling to the floor. The walls began to shimmer as their surface was covered in clear white ki and 100 bright blue balls were ejected out of the walls, flying randomly and dangerously. Let's get started. Broly said excitedly as his ki tingled in his fingertips. Medium barrier, he said softly as thick, viscous rivers of ki poured out and formed a sphere that completely protected his body. Pat. 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 The balls bounced off of Broly's barrier quickly, forcefully flying off the walls at speeds Broly was barely able to see. Like meteor shower. Ki blasted out of Broly's barrier, hitting the walls and balls, sending the entire room into disarray, the sheer momentum knocking the balls off course and colliding with the walls. The balls lost their white color and hummed green, absorbing Broly's ki. Broly deactivated his barrier and a small smile came on his face as he focused on dodging the balls that raced towards him from the edge of the room. His bracelets sucked the remaining ki, so he was only working with his body and honing his instincts. Looking from the outside in, especially considering Broly's size, it seemed nearly impossible for Broly to dodge all the balls that flew towards him. However, this wasn't the case. Broly just had to move his body in a very specific order and he would be able to get past all of them. Although Dr. Limiter dismissed my essay on dodge theory, if I train my ability to dodge an object from each and every angle I could become untouchable. Although it may seem, something could attack me from an infinite number of angles as the volume of my body is fixed, so is the number of viable attack pathways. Broly's heart thumped at the prospect. Broly leapt forward, twisting his body as it cut through the air, narrowly missing the balls, and turned around just to see them all collide where it previously was and explode, strongly spiraling into all directions. As much as I just want to focus on what is in front of me, I have to consider every ball in the room, Broly said decisively, tilting his head as ball collided with the wall behind him. Let's go. Chapter 34. Paragus and Mushrow sweated as the pushed on. 636. 637. 638. Paragus felt his muscles tightening as he went down and pushed up, his arm nearly spasming under his weight. When Mushrow had challenged him to a stamina competition, he rashly accepted. He had no idea they would be doing one-armed push-ups for over an hour. Are you okay, Paragus? And then there was that as well, Mushrow's voice in his ear checking on him. The worst part was Mushrow's voice was completely genuine, he didn't seem to be insulting or teasing Paragus at all. We can stop if you dash. I'm fine. After they had passed the 300 mark, they both slowed down as going on from there was very hard on their muscles, and they silently declared the match a draw as they continued. Mushrow fell flat on his chest. Shit. I lost. Mushrow said. You're an awful actor, Paragus said, sitting up, accepting his defeat. I'm telling you, find a Tsufurian woman, you'll have no stamina problems after that, trust me. Mushrow said, taking a sip of his water. Shut up, Paragus said, smiling involuntarily. He had been spending a lot of time with Mushrow in the gym, especially now that Celery and Aspa were training all the time exclusively. Your boy still in the chamber? Mushrow asked, stretching his legs. Yeah, he hasn't been out in a while, Paragus said, walking towards the window. That kid is swole as hell. If I were his size when I was younger, Mushrow whistled sharply as he shook his head. You might want to take a look at this, Paragus said nonchalantly. What? Is your son being an absolute monstrosity again? Mushrow said, praising Broly. Mushrow knew at this point Broly was in a league of his own. As a royal consort he had clearance to more or less everything in Tuffle City, and when he was bored once, he browsed through his file and saw his ridiculous performance. On top of that, he knew that some robotic weapon companies were using tapes of his fighting to program moves into their policing and defensive droids. That was when he stopped comparing himself to Broly. When my little one is born, I'm gonna train them like crazy, he thought to himself as he peeped through the window. Ka! Mushrow's eyes expanded. Broly jumped into the air, his legs parting forming a straight line. He lowered his back and a ball whizzed past, narrowly missing him. Broly hit the ground in a squat and backflipped into the air, tucking his knees into his chest as he moved, and the balls in the room seemed to avoid as he narrowly missed them time and time again. Time seemed to slow down as Mushrow stared into the room, also calculating where the balls would land, but shortly ended being overwhelmed, a ball that he hadn't considered always popping up where he would have moved to. It was only a few seconds later he realized. Broly is in the only place where he cannot be hit. Mushrow announced, shocked as he saw Broly navigate the room. Scary, isn't it? Paragus asked, completely used to Broly's ridiculousness. He's a demon. Mushrow said, almost in bewilderment as Broly jumped and weaved the balls that struck from every angle. Just be happy he's on our side, Paragus said, turning around and approaching the bench press. Why yeah. Mushrow said in agreement, as he shook off his shock. Several hours later. Pat. A ball smashed into Broly's back and bounced towards the opposite wall. So 7 hours is where my current limit is, Broly said, not even moving under the impact. Light barrier. A much thinner but still firm ki barrier formed around Broly as he sat down onto the ground, regaining his breath. Broly was happy with his first try as he estimated he would make it to about 6 or so hours. Sweat dripped down from Broly's chin and joined a shallow lake that was forming on the floor. I didn't know it was this bad, Broly thought, looking at his drenched trousers with a chuckle. Time to force a Zenkai boost, he thought as he stood up. Meteor explosion. The thin ki barrier around his body shifted outwards and exploded onto everything it touched, supercharging the balls that were in the room. This is going to hurt. Pat. 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 The balls smashed into Broly, who remained stationary in the center as his body was assaulted from all angles. Broly had wondered many times why Scions didn't use methods like this to forcefully strengthen their bodies. His father told him that Zenkai boosts were common knowledge, and so it didn't make sense why they didn't do something like this. Then again, maybe their healing factor isn't as good as mine, Broly thought as the ki balls pummeled into his body, many smashing directly into his face. Ow wow wow. Broly screeched in his head. 20 minutes later. Deactivate. Broly said quickly, before falling to the ground. The potency of his Zenkai boost was based on how abusive the hardship he faced was. Broly would try and push himself to his limit, often waiting well after his limit was broken to try to force a stronger Zenkai. The walls lost their shine as ki dissipated, and the balls, unable to cope with the energy losses from movement, bounced off Broly harmlessly. Broly's body made an audible splash as it hit the lake of sweat beneath him. I knew we ate a lot, but this is almost terrifying, Broly thought as his skin finally stopped stinging. Broly wrapped his body in a tiny layer of ki as life energy diffused onto his injuries. Many contusions and abrasions but no lacerations, at least there are a few fractures, Broly said, slightly disappointed that he realized he wasn't injured severely. Broly sat in his mini lake of sweat for another hour until his body healed, many cuts and bruises now completely restored. Broly then exited the Dodge chamber. Cleaning process initiated, that Sulfurian supercomputer thought as whirring occurred behind Broly. Broly cast his eyes over the various gym equipment. Dad already went home, he thought as he slid onto the bench press. Oh well, he said, beginning the first of 1,000 repetitions. Chapter 35. Broly knocked on the door with mixed emotions. In recent years he had been seeing less and less of Aspa and Celery. When he was younger he felt like he saw them every day, but now their interactions were limited to birthdays, special occasions, or passing interactions in the gym. Although they lived in the same space, it was large enough for them to almost never see each other. Who is it? An irritated voice asked from inside. Good afternoon, Auntie Celery. Broly? Some rattling could be heard from inside. Celery opened the door wearing a shirt that appeared to be 3 sizes too big. Broly kept his eyes up as she opened the door. Can I come in? Broly asked hesitantly. Give us a few moments. The door slammed shut and Broly heard sounds of rapid footsteps and muffled shouting. They're like teenagers, Broly thought as he waited at their doorstep patiently. Broly was left alone to his thoughts as various rustling occurred inside the house. I have a job interview to prepare for, so I'll try and explain it to them quickly. I've already written up the notes on Mr. Yellow 30, so I'll just draw up the blueprints when I get home. See, come in, a voice from inside said. Broly entered the house slowly, his eyes settling on a panicked Aspa hurriedly putting on a shirt hiding his 8-pack abs that were formerly on display. Broly pretended not to see it as he took a seat in the living room. Good afternoon, Broly. Celery greeted, now wearing a pair of leggings. Would you like something to eat? Celery asked, her eyes flickering. No thank you, I actually have some news to bring you, Broly said, revealing his intentions. Oh. What happened? Aspa asked, chiming in out of nowhere. Well, bluntly put, the Tsufurians want to see us fight. A public survey was taken last week and 78 of Tsufurians believe that their technology has better fighting capabilities than we do, without the use of our great ape transformation. So Queen Nana decided to have us fight against a series androids, either programmed or controlled by Tsufurians, to increase our favor and popularity within the public. Broly said concisely. Sounds like effort, Aspa said lazily. Broly chuckled, it is. I don't know how I feel about that, Celery said, a small uneasiness growing within her. Well, you've been training hard for the last 6 years, right? Now's the time to show off all your hard work. Broly said cheerily, trying to excite them. Why do we have to prove ourselves to them though? Aspa asked frustratedly, he didn't like the situation at all. Because they more or less handed you a new life, Broly said softly. Aspa's brows furrowed. Well, when you say it like that, I sound like Dash. An asshole, Celery interrupted. Broly covered his mouth in shock, feigning outrage while with his expression he subtly said to Aspa, I wouldn't have that. Aspa was about to say something, then he remembered the events that occurred a few minutes earlier. A goofy grin blossomed on his face and he remained silent, his patented smirk rearing once again. Broly switched sides, now looking at Celery, understanding the implications of Aspa's smirk, which was a seamless rebuttal to Celery. Celery's face fell and she asked Broly a question. How long do we have until the tournament? 6 weeks. A knowing smile formed on Celery's face and she walked out of the room, her enchanting hips swaying from side to side as she left. Aspa's eyes followed each movement, like a snake sizing up its prey, until she left. I'll let myself out, Broly said quickly before Aspa could stop him. Satisfied with the seed he planted, Broly quickly left their house. I'll bang out a quick set at the gym and then work on the blueprints, Broly thought, hurriedly making his way onwards. Broly had finally figured out that when he covered the surface of his body with ki he needed about 36 hours for his Zenkai to finish. Broly was now in the process of milking this fact. I also have to pre-order the parts for Mr. Yellow, meet up with Dr. Limiter later, and maybe I'll have time to play Superstar Fighters. Broly charged his body with ki and flew high into the sky, not stopping until Tuffle City was a strange shape on the surface of the land. Flying is not so hard now, as long as my body has a ki supply, it's just levitation and then propulsion. Broly cut through the air, light green ki surrounding his body as he flew over Tuffle City and saw other parts of the planet. Tuffle City is only on half of the land on planet Sithis and the rest of the area is still in the process of being explored. When the Tuffles first arrived on the planet, their main priority was to prepare defenses. A few centuries later and after discovering new metals, their attention shifted to development and utilization of those metals. Point being, they simply didn't have enough time to properly explore the planet they were on. Only so much could be done in such little time. Broly zoomed through the sky, soaking in the warm heat as a gentle breeze caressed his body. He could feel his body relaxing and closed his eyes as he drifted through space. Not long after Broly closed in on the second island, its tall trees meters away from Broly as he cut through the air. Broly landed down on the forest floor, his bare feet sinking into the muddy swamp-like ground that was below him. Broly leaned forward, copying a stance he had seen Celery make before. He pushed off his left foot, the sheer force knocking back a lot of the mud in the area. Broly's feet hit the ground in rapid succession, thunderous steps being heard for kilometers around him as his arms cut through the air. Running like this is just the simplest way to engage my lower body. It also helps me keep my muscles the same size. If they get too big then it'll be really problematic, Broly thought as the wind blew his hair back. Broly didn't even use ki to boost his speed and he was still able to race through the forest, his surroundings blurring as he moved forward. In only a matter of seconds, Broly ran out of ground to run on as the forest floor disappeared in front of him. Pitter. Patter. Pitter. Patter. A slight noise could be heard as Broly's feet mashed through water, the ocean only realizing Broly had stepped on it when he was 7 steps ahead. This is the best way to wash my feet, Broly thought, smiling as the bottom of his soles embraced the water. Let me try turning, Broly thought daringly as he tilted his body, shifting right. Splash. Broly's huge body fell through the water because his speed slipped under the threshold he could get away with. Drats, he thought as his clothes got soaked. I guess I'll have to switch up the exercise. Broly then swung his massive arms forward and wagged his feet down as he performed the butterfly stroke, tearing through the water like a missile. It didn't take him long to reach the edge of the surface, where he smashed his arms down and leaned backwards, his body rising out of the water due to sheer momentum. Light super dash. Broly said, encasing his body with ki and leaping high over the trees. Broly descended and landed in a particular spot. The earth there was much more damaged, the trees snapped and the surrounding mountains jagged as various cracks lined its surface. I can fit some special technique practice right. Broly looked at the sun. I have 45 minutes, he thought, bringing ki to edge of his fingertips. Chapter 36. Dr. Barrel didn't like the Scions. He thought they were loud, proud and a chaotic group of people. As was the current head of the robotics division, he was responsible for the production of the most powerful Tsufurian invention, Baby. When he found out that his creation was more powerful than the Scions, he was livid. What's the point of those idiotic monkeys if we can protect ourselves better than they can? This was a question everyone in his department had heard 1,000 times. Dr. Barrel, out of all the Tsufurians, was easily the most bitter about the events that happened on Planet Vegeta. Even before the arrival of the Scions, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was responsible for the production of all defensive weapons. When the Scions arrived, his department was suddenly given much more resources and manpower, so he was able to finally realize his imagination. Hachiyak Level 0, Baby. It was a custom Hachiyak with a variety of changes, the first being that instead of being connected to the supercomputer underneath Tuffle Queen Castle, it had its own adaptive AI and could also be controlled remotely. Dr. Barrel also made sure his creation was made of the latest hardware available, the robot constructed of grade 5 Kyrite, the highest purity available, and condensed nanonite, the hardest known material in its Tsufurian database. Recent developments also gave it parasite capabilities, meaning that if it deemed its opponent strong enough, it could possess them temporarily. Sir. The new recruits are here. Send the first one in, Dr. Barrel said dryly. After graduating from university, the Tuffles would take a placement test in a field of their choosing, and employers from various departments would offer positions to students accordingly. They would then contribute to a department either in ongoing developments or in special cases started developments of their own. Out of the 200 students that applied for robotics, Dr. Barrel just offered positions to the top 12, the same thing he had always done. Dr. Barrel was perpetually in a bad mood as his grudge against the Scions who slaughtered his ancestors wore against his happiness. Because Dr. Barrel accepted so few people into his department, they were all guaranteed places. However, he still needed to conduct a formal interview. Knock. Knock. 2 powerful knocks rattled against the door, frightening Dr. Barrel. Someone's eager, he thought surprisedly. Come in. Sorry. A tall young man attempted to come through the door. The young man banged his head against the ceiling and chunks fell down under him. Dr. Barrel's office was built for Dr. Barrel, who was a 5'6" middle-aged man. The young man who had just attempted to enter was an ignorant 7'3" in height, and even when bending down he still managed to hit his head against the metal ceiling, denting it. He was holding a large briefcase with his equally large left hand. Broly knelt down, nearly prostrating, and faced Dr. Barrel, who stared at him in shock. Why, you're a Scion? Dr. Barrel said aloud. While he disliked the Scions, his interactions with them was near non-existent, as the Scions, when not eating or training, were sleeping. Yes sir, Broly said, his voice very clear. In the last 2 months, his height skyrocketed, becoming nearly twice as tall as he was previously. He had seen plenty of startled faces as he stood it like a shark among fish. Why are you here? Dr. Barrel blurted out. Huh. Because you offered me a position in the robotics department, Broly said, not quite understanding the question. What? Dr. Barrel exclaimed. He quickly brought out the placement test, and sure enough, Broly's name was at the top of the list. How did a monkey-brained idiot outsmart Tsufurians? In actuality, most Tsufurian children were homeschooled, the vast majority believing that they were able to provide the best education for the kids. The examination board simply distributed a module checklist and the families did the rest. Broly was educated by the best and brightest Tsufurians who held themselves at the pinnacle of Tsufurian teaching. He was their side project to see how the Scion brain worked, which while slower than a Tsufurian's was extremely similar in structure. The other Tsufurians didn't stand a chance. Broly already knew this, and he could only smile wryly. Looking at his fellow Scions from a Tsufurian standpoint, he could understand why they would be seen as monkey-brained idiots. He waited patiently while Dr. Barrel mentally recovered. Right, on with the interview, Dr. Barrel said. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Building spaceships, Broly said bluntly. A short and concise answer, just the way Dr. Barrel liked it. Why? Because I enjoy building spaceships, Broly said bluntly. What is unique about the spaceships you're going to build? Broly looked at Dr. Barrel for a few seconds. The Tsufurian database says that the last spaceship was built in 732, that was when I was born, and... Broly with great effort opened his briefcase and revealed a blueprint. The blueprint was labeled Mr. Yellow Mark III and it depicted a massive spaceship that was able to unfold into a staggering humanoid figure with blaster cannons for arms and claw-like Tgthegood legs. It had a series of wings and lengths that jutted out the top and back of the ship. It was a very cool design. Dr. Barrel felt a wave of embarrassment hit him. And what if I assign you to another project? Then I'll head to the mathematics department. What will you do there? Build spaceships. Dr. Barrel felt like he was going nowhere. The young man in front of him was too simple for him to deal with. You've got the position, you may leave my office, Dr. Barrel said tiredly. Thank you, sir, Broly said leaving, stumbling past the other interviewees on his way out. Broly couldn't help but pump his fist into the air. Dr. Limiter had advised him that a short and blunt approach worked the best with Dr. Barrel and he spot on. Broly, in reality, didn't want to build spaceships for a living, he wanted to explore the galaxy. He had learned from the Tsufurians that they had only investigated a small portion of the universe yet they had advanced so far and so Broly wanted to discover as much as he could. Broly wanted to be an explorer. This however wouldn't get him a job. He feigned interest in spaceships as that was the vehicle he would use to navigate the universe. Broly also had certain intentions if Frieza ever crossed his path and he had often contemplated what he would do if he landed on a planet controlled by Frieza. Dad is gonna be so happy when I get back, Broly said walking home. Chapter 37. Broly sat in his chair at his workstation, contemplating his options. Initially, as a newbie at the lowest level of the corporate ladder, Dr. Barrel wanted to assign Broly the smallest location within his power. However, Broly's size meant that he would be physically unable to work in the provided area. This led to the department managers and eventually the president of technological development giving Broly express permission to design his workstation and equipment the way he wanted. As Broly intended on building spaceships, he couldn't do this in a small garage, he was now in a massive aircraft hangar. Consequently, this meant that Broly was stationed on the edge of Tuffle City but with his speed, this position was hardly an inconvenience. What to do, Broly thought dryly. The tournament was in 5 weeks and he didn't want to start building his ship only to stop halfway, he wanted to finish something within that time period. Eureka! Broly had an idea. Mr. Yellow! Broly called out. A smooth white metallic briefcase on his desk transformed into a 3-foot-tall flying humanoid. It had cylindrical limbs with hands and feet attached at the ends and small wings on its back and heels. Its body was a light yellow shade, bordering white, but its eyes thrummed blue as it sprang to life. Yes Broly, it answered in a cool, masculine voice. What's my power level? Master Broly is sitting at a lofty, 66,000. There must be an error. Just a few days ago you were at dash. Don't worry, it's just because my body isn't powered with ki, that's my power level in my most suppressed state, Broly said tapping his arm guards. Mr. Yellow flew closer to Broly, squinting. Oh my. There's over a kilomole per centimeter cubed of ki in there. A kilomole per centimeter cubed? How did you calculate that? I didn't program those kinds of calculations into you. Broly said curiously. You taught me how to connect myself to the Skynet when you wanted me to tell you the commands for Superstar Fighters combos, so I connected myself back and did some research, Mr. Yellow chirped excitedly. Still a kilomole. How did the scientists manage to condense my ki that much? Pfft. That's not your major my friend, in layman's terms they created brand new compression techniques and let's just say that the ki in your guards is ridiculously dense while the volume of those armbands is insanely deceptive, Mr. Yellow said, showing off a little. How did they do that? Go study quantum physics if you want to know, when you build a ship I'll turn into a hard drive and you can have all the information on Cyus. Mr. Yellow said doing backflips in the air. Broly stared at his creation wondering when exactly it overtook him in terms of intelligence. Don't be so jealous, if it makes you feel better I'm not nearly as jacked as you are, Mr. Yellow said kindly. Broly chuckled. We're getting sidetracked, my first point was that the dash scouters are unreliable and let me guess you want to build a better version. Mr. Yellow said its metallic face smiling at Broly. How did you know? Broly asked, now sitting up in his chair. 'Cause I know you fleshy people are so predictable. In fact, I've already written up the schematics. RPG style just the way you like it. Stop it, Broly said playfully. The robot revolution is coming. We're going to take over. I'm revoking your Skynet privileges. Wah. I'm sorry. Wait. Please don't. Mr. Yellow cried, pleading. Not so high and mighty now, Broly said getting a piece of paper and a pencil. Yes, Master Broly. You're the best Master Broly. You're going to have to work to get them back, write down a list of items we're going to need and then the schematics you were talking about, Broly said, walking towards the storage closet. Yes sir. Mr. Yellow said, picking up the pencil and moving its hand furiously. By the time Broly walked back with his laptop, the whole thing was finished. I can program this, Broly said confidently. Of course you can. Do you know how hard my processor worked to dumb this down for you? Mr. Yellow immediately covered its mouth. I may have to tweak your personality algorithms. No. Mr. Yellow said, hurriedly trying to fly away. Failsafe, Broly said, not even turning around. Clunk. Mr. Yellow's metallic body hit the floor, completely immobilized. That's such a cruel mechanic. But it's effective. Humph. Broly dragged Mr. Yellow's body back to his workstation. Let's get started. 4 weeks later. It's finished. Mr. Yellow said triumphantly. It would have been done sooner if you hadn't insisted that we build the beta version into your processor, Broly said critically. Hey. I'm the high-priority android here. Mr. Yellow. The best android in the universe. I definitely need to adjust your personality algorithms. You wah. So anyway. A bright white flash shot out from Mr. Yellow's eyes. Broly, 16. Strength, 25,000. Agility, 21,000. Intelligence, 121,000. Endurance, 150,000. Battle power, 66,000. Threat level, B-. Okay, great. Broly said satisfied. Humph. Broly's hair raised as ki soaked into his body like a sponge. He kept filling up until he reached a full feeling. Broly then guided his ki over his arms and legs, supplying them with his chaotic life energy. Broly, 16. Strength, 3,250,000. Agility, 2,850,000. Intelligence, 121,000. Endurance, 125,000. Battle power, 6,630,000. Threat level, SSS. Mr. Yellow again called out the figures he saw. The threat level is the most important thing, it's relative to the wearer of the Super Scouter and so it changes accordingly. I also need to increase my speed training, Broly said murmuring to himself. Why are the numbers so nice? I rounded them up to the nearest 1,000, it's easier on the processor and better to look at, Broly said proudly. Okay, Mr. Yellow said, dissatisfied with the level of accuracy. I have some adjustments I want to make to your armor, the tournament's next week and I would like to give you an advantage. How sweet. I'm gonna add a built-in machine gun. Failsafe. Clunk. Mean. Aha, Broly said leaving his workstation. Where are you going? Agility training, Broly said he flew out of the aircraft hangar. Chapter 38. The tournament was held on a 30-acre square of anhydrous kitchenite, the white square solidly shining under the bright sunlight. Huge stands that were able to contain 25,000 people each were built around each face of the square. 8 tall black HIATUS were stationed at the sides of each stand, in order to protect the audience from any stray attacks. A small building was also built on each side of the stage, housing the teams that would be fighting. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen. We have an absolutely magnificent lineup today. The Scions, the pinnacle of natural strength and agility, will be going up against Sulfurian technology. And a little bird told me that Dr. Console, the ranked 1 Superstar Fighters player, will be throwing in his very own robot in the mix. Are you excited? Dr. Announcer roared. Yeah, the crowd shouted back. Then let's get started. Shall we? A huge black monitor emerged from the ground beside the stage and various names moved up and down the screen. There were 5 Scions and 5 robots listed so that a robot would be facing a Scion each time. A fighter from one team will go against a fighter from another team, the team with the most fighters left wins. The time is indefinite for each match and the winner will be decided either by ring out or knockout. Enough talking. The first match is starting. Mushrow vs. Red. The crowd erupted into cheers as it saw the same robot that defeated the great apes all those years ago, its familiar red color sparking the emotions of the Sulfurians. Broly and the other Scions were in a pre-battle room, a comfortable hangout space built specifically for the fights. The Sulfurians who were controlling their robots also had their own version of this. Don't hurt yourself, Paragus said to Mushrow as he walked out of the room and onto the stage. Yeah, right. Fight, the announcer bellowed, the strange device around his throat shaking as he spoke. Red, 34. State, normal. Strength, 428,000. Agility, 150,000. Endurance, 25,000. Intelligence, 76,000. Battle power, 591,000. Threat level, S. Mushro, 47. State, normal. Strength, 518,000. Agility, 425,000. Endurance, 120,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Battle power, 950,000. Threat level, SSS. Although his intelligence is embarrassingly low, Mushro could win this fight with his eyes closed, Broly thought, taking off his scouter after he checked both combatants. Broly had seen his fellow Scion sweat in the last few years, they hadn't changed anything apart from how heavy the weights they were lifting and how many times a day they lifted them. This small change caused the Scions who had already matured to use up some of their hidden potentials. Hopefully, there'll be some interesting techniques I can steal. Broly thought excitedly. The only thing his super scouter was unable to cover was the use of techniques, this was a gray area Broly hadn't yet mastered. Mushro stood loftily in the center of the square, not moving a muscle, waiting for the HIATUS to move. The HIATUS after a few seconds was impatient and jumped towards Mushro, sending a flying kick straight to the side of Mushro's head. Clang! We really have gotten a lot stronger, Mushro thought, unable to believe that this was the same thing that had neutralized the great apes all those years ago. Mushro grabbed its leg and smashed it into the ground once, then he jumped a few meters into the air and drove both feet deep into its head. Omega burst, the HIATUS spluttered. A wave of red ki came out of the HIATUS, but Mushro simply jumped back, his feet filled with ki, and started charging up. Beam barrage, he shouted as he fired ki beams at the HIATUS, breaking the stream he sent every arm thrust. The HIATUS clambered out of the line of fire sloppily, it had sustained visible injuries and was now trying to stay on the defensive. This is kind of sad, Mushro thought as he engaged the robot. Mushro gathered his strength and threw a right hook towards the robot. The robot matched his attack, throwing his own at an equal angle, and tried to match his power. Mushro switched hands and threw another hook which the robot matched. This is finally getting fun. Mushro thought. The robot and Mushro exchanged hands, throwing hook after hook, and slowly but surely the robot's arms began to falter. Crack! Until it broke completely. Mushro was absorbed in the action and ignored this occurrence, smashing his fist into Red's already dented head, sending it a few meters crashing onto its back. Well, that was underwhelming, Broly said aloud as he watched the HIATUS crumble and spark in a broken heap. It's just that easy. The royal consort. Mushro has defeated the first challenger so effortlessly, no wonder our queen was smitten by such power, the announcer shouted. Queen Nana, who was seated opposite the announcer on a high throne, threw a strong glare at the announcer. Anyway. The next fight is going to be an absolute screamer. Next up is Aspa. He's going to be facing XLR-8. The fastest droid in the land. This isn't any ordinary robot, it is going to be controller by Dr. Systems. Global ranked 7th in Dash. The announcer guy talks too much, Broly thought, equipping his scouter again. Aspa, 37. State, normal. Strength, 298,000. Agility, 550,000. Endurance, 88,000. Intelligence, 6,000. Battle power, 863,000. Threat level, SS. XLR-8, 47. State, normal. Strength, 218,000. Agility, 650,000. Endurance, 35,000. Intelligence, 500,000. Battle power, 825,000. Threat level, S. Now this should be an interesting matchup, Broly said. What makes you say that? Celery asked curiously. The robot is faster than Aspa, Broly said matter-of-factly. How'd you figure that out? Just a feeling, Broly said, turning to see the fight on a monitor. A few moments earlier in the Tzufurian pre-battle rooms. A small energetic man with a strange device over his eyes approached another small man with strange electronic gloves. Dr. Console. Are you trying to run a pre-match fight? Dr. System said excitedly. I don't think you want these problems, I'm in the zone today and I'm not going to take it easy on you, Dr. Console replied. TCH. I'm only rank 7 because Nana wanted me to work on a material reinforcement project, that coupled with the fact I have invested half as much time as you in fighters, you think I won't dethrone you? Dr. System said. Yes, Dr. Console said confidently. Then let's run it. Dr. System said excitedly. Fine, but do blame me if you get put in my combo video, Dr. Console said, his solid gray eyes shimmering nonchalantly. A holographic screen then seemingly appeared out of nowhere and 2 command boards were wired into it. Your robot's already downloaded onto it, Dr. Console said, passing him a command board. You can only go so far. How can you possibly assume that dash? Dr. Systems then moved his character, doing the most complex inputs for his robot, and lo and behold his robot did the special, the atmosphere in the background even being altered by his ultimate. How did you dash? You said, you're trying to fight, right? Why yeah, let's go, Dr. Systems said, caught a little off guard. 90 seconds later. Perfect. Player 1 wins. Dr. Systems was in disbelief. How? How did you dash? Doesn't matter, just don't make the same mistakes in your fight with the Scions, Dr. Controller said, wearing his headphones. Present. Aspa looked at the robot cautiously. It was a muscular animalistic thing. It had spears at the balls of its feet, bendy plantigrade legs and sharp talons for hands. Its head was a strange shape, a layer of protective armor shielding its head from damage. This kind of robot was built to fight. Fight. XLR-8 dashed up to Aspa and thrust its talon forward, blatantly trying to impale Aspa. Aspa blinked for a second and the robot was already in front of him. Aspa jumped back and readied his arms, eager to deflect any strikes that came his way. No, you don't. Dr. Systems muttered, as his fingers tapped various buttons on his command board at once. This what we in the gaming industry call a super move. Ki buzzed at the edge of XLR-8 talons, blood-red energy engulfing them completely as it swiped furiously at Aspa. XLR-8 attacked in a coordinated sequence, swiping high and low, then left and right, then finally swinging at Aspa, shooting energy at him. Thick waves of sharp ki flew towards Aspa, whose own ki began to tingle in his body. I know I'm not as big as the other Scion men, Aspa took a simple step forward. But, Aspa said, allowing the sharp waves of ki to slam into his body, a small cut appearing where the ominous ki blades hit him. Dush. I can still take a hit. Aspa capitalized off the recovery and rushed XLR-8. Vanishing drive. Aspa turned on his heel and shifted his body sideways while engulfing his whole body with ki. The audience gasped. Incredible. Broly said excitedly. How's he down that? Paragus asked. A brief smile appeared on Celery's face. Aspa had completely disappeared. Narrator, Mushrow cooked the same robot that overpowered him many years ago, no butter or oil, while Aspa has showcased a brand new technique at a crucial point within the fight. How will Sulfurian technology fare against his Scion movements? Find out next time. Chapter 39. Bink. Aspa's knee connected with the underside of the robot's jaw, knocking it high into the air. He can combo off that pretty well, Broly thought, considering the moves Aspa could do. Aspa landed on 2 feet, putting power and ki into his legs before jumping high into the sky and shifting his torso mid-air, sending strong hands to the robot's chest. Volumes of ki burst out of Aspa's feet as he knocked XLR-8 about mid-air, preventing it from landing by performing loops of the same attacks. Wah! The crowd erupted over the display. Tons of noise was made as Aspa fluttered about, damaging the robot. No 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 no. Dr. Systems cried out as he saw his robot's life bar decreasing. I didn't think he would have combos. Time to go into overdrive. Dr. Systems then tapped his command board furiously as his buttons clicked loudly in the Tuffle camp. Dr. Console smirked. Now the real fight is getting started. Dark red energy rose around XLR-8, a thin wave of ki smashing into Aspa, forcefully stopping his attack. A combo breaker? Broly thought. Aspa and XLR-8 both hit the ground at the same time, but when Aspa looked up, all he saw was a red claw aimed at his face. Shit! Aspa cursed, hurriedly jumping up. Clever. If he tried to block, his face would have been clawed. Instead, he redirected the attack to his abdomen, Broly thought, analyzing the action. XLR-8 drove its talon as deep as it could, which in reality wasn't very far but still hurt badly for Aspa. Light, heavy, medium, spark. Dr. Systems muttered as he controlled XLR-8. The Scions in the room all watched with bated breath as the tide of the fight had turned. It was now Aspa who was being attacked, receiving well-timed kicks and uppercuts consistently. Ha! You Scions ain't shit. XLR-8 spoke out in a voice only Aspa could hear among the roars of the crowd. The fuck you dash. Aspa couldn't even respond before the shard-like fist once again found its way to Aspa's chest, this time piercing his stone muscles and cutting his flesh. What was that? I don't speak, weakling, XLR-8 muttered, talking trash. Aspa struggled to even stand, his freshly opened wound, stinging under the harsh whisper of the air. Now that's a laceration if I've ever seen one. This doesn't look good, Broly said, worriedly. Celery also stared at the screen with visible concern. Relax, Aspa's an excellent situation analyst. If he was going to lose he wouldn't stand so confidently, Paragus said, recalling Aspa's character. XLR-8 swept Aspa's legs, knocking him onto the ground, and jumped onto him, stomping its orb-like feet into Aspa's torso. You Scions are trash. Weak. Garbage. Losers. Pathetic. XLR-8 spouted curses as it jumped up and down on Aspa's chest. All Sulfurian robots had built-in trash-talking capabilities. This was a widely used mental tactical to disrupt the enemy during a fight. The crowd exploded over the overwhelming comeback of XLR-8, who was pounding Aspa into the ground. The announcer lifted up his microphone ready to end the fight. The Sulfurian people were not violent with each other, but for some reason had an unquenched desire to see combat. Many of them didn't know this desire existed. Get the fuck off me. Aspa screeched. Aspa was angry. It wasn't so much that he was being overpowered by the robot, it was more that Aspa was being talked down to by the thing. Aspa had been talked down to his whole life, and when he was given a fresh start on Sithis, he promised himself it wouldn't happen again. Yet here he was. Aspa's mind naturally deviated, the worst thoughts possible plaguing his mind. I won't be useless ever again. A bright yellow aura bounced off his body and his muscles swelled considerably, becoming almost as muscular as Broly. His black hair rose to the sky, almost appearing red under the strong yellow hue that lit up his body. His pupils widened, the irises becoming almost imperceptibly small, and his eyebrows arched. Fall back. Dr. Systems couldn't help but mutter. This wasn't his first time playing a game. Whenever a boss was about to transform, attacking would only open yourself up for taking more damage. XLR-8 leapt backwards, scanners fixed on Aspa, but Aspa suddenly disappeared. Wah! Mushrow exclaimed. Where'd he go? Celery asked. Dr. Console, who watched the fight with fleeting interest, suddenly furrowed his brows. Oh dear, he said, and started firing away on his own command board. Making adjustments. Aspa appeared above XLR-8, seemingly out of thin air, and sent an overhead leg crashing towards his opponent. An axe kick. Broly said, impressed by Aspa's movements. XLR-8 raised both talons up, trying to pierce Aspa, who boldly attacked him. Crash. And no way. Aspa's leg flattened both talons and forced both arms to the floor. APSA then reeled back, delivering a strong punch to the face of XLR-8. Aspa didn't let up, supercharging his fist with ki, and he pounded into XLR-8, not stopping even when its body was completely flattened. Warg! Aspa yelled, shouting defiantly. A temporary silence fell on the crowd. Paragus' eyes widened as his breath quickened. This couldn't possibly be what King Vegeta was talking about. Celery and Mushrow both stared at Aspa in awe, his new state looking like the descent of an angry war god. Even I have to admit that's cool, they both dosed simultaneously. Broly quickly equipped his scouter, not letting this opportunity pass by. Aspa, 37. State, unstable. Strength, 5,940,000. Agility, 11 million. Endurance, 1,760,000. Intelligence, 6,000. Battle power, 17,260,000. Threat level, SSS. He's stronger than me. Broly exclaimed mentally. However, his state is unstable, that means dash. Right on time, the intimidating and frightening aura around Aspa suddenly disappeared. Queen Nana's brows furrowed, and she began to consult her ministers on the event that occurred. They were talkative people, and this event drove them on the edge to start discussing theories and countermeasures. The announcer was out of words. The event he witnessed spoke for itself, and he felt like adding anything else would take away from the fight. A truly fantastic performance, but don't sleep. Up next we have Celery vs IQ, he said hurriedly as the crowd started to quiet down. A group of medic androids quickly ran onto the stage, collecting both Aspa and XLR-8 and carried them both away. I guess I'm up next, Celery said, still trying to process what she had just seen, eyes lingering on Aspa's wounded body. Paragus breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that when Aspa powered down, he didn't erase the planet. That strange state he was in made him 20 times stronger. Who would have thought the Scions would have such power? Broly and several Sulfurian analysts thought at the same time. A shorter, much more plain robot stepped onto the field. It was a white HIATUS similar to the one Mushrow had fought years ago, but this one was almost completely Sulfurian in shape and size and had 2 gray arms. Fight! Celery inched forward, not letting the android get the upper hand. Narrator, and so ends the fight between the fastest Scion and the fastest robot. But wait, no more. For a battle of wits between man and machine will take place. Next time. Chapter 40. The robot stood completely still, almost lifeless, as Celery approached. Broly equipped his scouter. Celery, 38. State, normal. Strength, 468,000. Agility, 450,000. Endurance, 79,000. Intelligence, 30,000. Battle power, 920,000. Threat level, S. IQ, 5. State, normal. Strength, 418,000. Agility, 525,000. Endurance, 100,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Battle power, 925,000. Threat level, SS. Celery stopped in her tracks, not wanting to be caught off guard, and sent a single key blast towards the robot, but before it could connect with the robot, it was pulled towards the floor and fizzled out. A gravity field? No problem. Celery thought as she jumped high into the air. As she leapt forward, she felt the air around pull her down. She front flipped, copying the move she saw Aspa do, and sent an overhead leg towards the robot. Crash! Celery's foot stopped a few centimeters on front of the robot, obstructed by a strange clear sphere. A force field? Celery thought, confused. Humph. Celery covered his foot in ki and pressed down against the barrier, shattering it completely. This makes more sense, Broly thought assuredly. He was slightly confused at why the robots the Scions were fighting weren't making proper use of Sulfurian technology. Broly himself could create a robot, more powerful than the ones Aspa and Mushroom fought. IQ silently stepped back, dodging the downward smash, allowing Celery to hit air, and extended one of its elastic arms. Celery raised both her arms defensively, guarding her chest, but the robot changed its trajectory and gripped Celery's leg. Celery coated both her legs with ki and leaned forward, pushing her weight down. IQ then coated its own arm with white transparent ki and whipped its arm high into the air, sending Celery flying. Celery's brows furrowed as she tilted her head, eyes fixed on the robot. IQ then merged its arms together, forming a cannon, and charged the ki inside, firing a long beam at Celery, pushing her into the air. What a combo! Broly thought. The entire exchange took place in under 10 seconds, and both fighters moved with purpose and attacked quickly. IQ seemed to have considered every single action that took place. Celery brought her ki to her feet, hovering in the middle of the air, regaining her momentum. She's flying, the crowd roared, mesmerized by the superhuman feats taken place. The Tuffles still couldn't get over the fact people could do such things without technology. IQ ran to the edge of the stage and increased the gravity, doubling the stress on Celery. Celery struggled in the air, her body drifting towards the floor, but she managed to stay above the ground. IQ then sent a stream of ki blasts at Celery, which all exploded on impact. Then it stretched its arm at Celery through the explosion and pulled its arm down. Nope. Celery shouted, grabbing onto the arm, pulling it towards herself. IQ leaned back, shifting its weight opposite to the direction Celery was pushing, resisting her strength. But Celery was too strong. Celery heaved and pulled IQ off of its feet, sending the robot soaring through the air. IQ's processor stuttered its algorithms, working hard to find the best course of action. IQ then lengthened its other arm and swung it around Celery, restraining her midair. Celery grunted in outrage as she was squeezed by the robot. She was barely able to fly towards the stage and crash land as the robot squeezed onto her. Jagged razor blades surfaced from the IQ's body, shifted wildly around the surface, slashing Celery's body several times. The blades traveled across Celery's body, quicking, slashing and cutting everything it came in contact with. Scion's skin was strong, but Sulfurian alloys were stronger. The razor blades continued to cut Celery with little resistance. Celery's anger grew as she was slashed repeatedly. She pushed ki to the surface of her skin, but the robot clung determinedly. Celery felt pain all over her body, a strong agitation rising in her chest. Get OFF, she screamed helplessly. Such a shameless strategy, Mushroom couldn't help but criticize. Do the Tuffles not have honor? Clinging on to their opponents like children. Paragus called out, pained to see Celery writhe. The actions of the robot definitely seems to be unnecessary. It could have won by ring out multiple times now. It looks like it wants to cause unnecessary damage, Broly thought. The cheering among the Sulfurians in the stands died out. They were watching a woman being assaulted by a robot, and when the theatrics and flashy moves were out of the way, they saw the scene for the violence it was. Dr. Engine, the creator of IQ, winced as he saw the scene. I didn't make those razors, he thought guiltily as he saw Celery flail like a beached whale. Dr. Engine then left the stands, trying to find the person who tampered with his robot. This was supposed to be a show. The level of brutality should have been limited to sparring practice. This can't go on. Queen Nana signaled for one of her ministers to call off the fight. I said get off me. Celery screeched, her arms finding new strength and tearing down IQ's grip. Metal cried out in agony as Celery tore off the arm of the robot and sunk her fingers into IQ, tearing its metal body. The same terrifying yellow aura appeared once again, swallowing Celery whole. Her hair, that was neatly tied up, rose as malevolent energy overtook her. HERRGGH, she screamed as she stomped the robot into the ground, her feet breaking many of the razors that tormented her earlier. Not even 3 seconds had passed since Celery transformed and the robot already crumbled like paper. It was battered beyond belief and was in no condition for fighting. The minister who Queen Nana had sent, froze staring at the angry Scion who stood over Tsufurian machinery defiantly. He then quickly fled back to Queen Nana's side as she had several guard robots stationed around her. Game, the announcer shouted, as the match concluded. Whoa! Amazing! Look at that! The Tsufurians in the crowd regained their cheer as they saw the strange state again, their curious eyes fixed on Celery's empowered figure, all of them, racking their brains and calling on their different field to try and see what was going on. To them there was a myth-like aura surrounding the Scions and that idea had grown more and more as the Scions went above and beyond. Celery, 38. State, unstable. Strength, 9,360,000. Agility, 9 million. Endurance, 1,580,000. Intelligence, 30,000. Battle power, 18,400,000. Threat level, SSS. Sure enough. The same 20x multiplier. It looks like Scions really can enter such a state. I wonder if I can as well, Broly thought excitedly, many thoughts going through his head. The ominous aura around Celery faded and she collapsed to the ground tiredly. Mushro and Paragus looked at each other with visible concern. This was the second time this happened and just looking at Celery's body made them feel grim. They could tell that while there was an explosive increase in power, their bodies would need a long time to recover. I don't like this, Mushro said aloud. That last fight felt off, Broly said, suspiciously. In any case, I'm next, Paragus said, stepping out onto the stage. Chapter 41. Paragus eyed the robot in front of him with caution, staring at its sleek and shiny surface warily. Paragus' opponent was an 8-foot-tall, matte black Hachiyak. It stood on 2 thick Tgthegood legs and had wide, hydraulic gear-like sections in its long arms that sagged past its knees. It was by far the most intimidating robot. Fight! DR announcer yelled as both combatants hand-stepped onto the stage. I am so glad I made adjustments to my scouter, Broly thought as he activated the item. It was truly a useful tool. Paragus, 50. State, normal. Strength, 482,000. Agility, 398,000. Endurance, 150,000. Intelligence, 3,000. Battle power, 897,000. Threat level, SS. Zez, 38. State, normal. Strength, 700,000. Agility, 690,000. Endurance, 200,000. Intelligence, 200,000. Battle power, 1,400,000. Threat level, SSS. The Scions had already prepared themselves for the fight, rearing to go at maximum power. Zez. Broly thought curiously. He learned from his department that the most powerful machine in Tsufurian possession was called Baby, and it had a power level of around 2 million, if not for the fact that he connected his scouter to the Skynet, he would have mistaken Zez for Baby. Mushro looked at the robot with discomfort. I don't think he's going to beat it, he thought, observing a strange aura around the robot. Round start, extreme heat, Dr. Console announced, leaning back in his chair and pressing buttons on his command board. Zez stretched out both of its arms and opened its palms, the sudden action surprising Paragus, who watched keenly. A lime-green gas was emitted from a small tube within Zez's palm, quickly diffusing all over the stage. Paragus instinctively held his breath and retreated, trying to maintain some distance from the gas. Zez then swiped its left arm at the gas. Boom! The entire stage erupted as a burning explosion swept over the atmosphere, several guard Hachiaks having to generate defensive barriers over the audience in the stands. What a start! Right off the bat. The crowd cheered as they saw the explosion. They watched their representative take early tide of the fight. Paragus was caught completely off guard by the explosion, but he stood firm on the heated ground. I've trained in worse places than this, he announced, trying to find Zez in the fiery mess. A strong visceral punch found Paragus, who was looking for Zez in the heated explosion, knocking him into the air. Light, heavy, light medium, light, light super. Dr. Console thought as he pressed the command board. Zez smacked Paragus with the back of his fist, then kicked his jaw, sending him rocking into the air. Zez jumped up and jabbed Paragus in his chest before reeling back and punching him again. Zez then shifted its body weight back, smacked its leg against the side of Paragus' head. Not allowing Paragus to fly away, Zez grabbed Paragus' leg and swung him around, fanning the flames in the heated environment before throwing him up into the air. The wind whistled harshly as Paragus' body was thrown and Zez charged ki into its fist as Paragus fell. Broly and Mushrow watched the scene in silence. They both knew this was not the end for Paragus. Crunch. Zez's fist connected harshly against Paragus' head and knocked his body towards the edge of the ring. Paragus slammed his hands down into the stage, his fingers causing deep marks in the ground as his momentum dwindled at the edge. Paragus stood up valiantly, his tough body completely resisting the flames. Although he had just been beaten around, his body showed little signs of damage, the worst being a mark on his face from the punch of Zez. The old man is actually alive after that. Dr. Console thought, already slouching in his chair. TCH. That show-off is way more durable than I am, Mushrow said warmly as he internally cheered Paragus on. Broly could only sigh as he knew what the outcome of the fight would be. Dad is definitely not going down without a fight, but he is simply outmatched by Zez. Broly considered telling Mushrow about what he had seen on his scouter, then decided against it. Scions are versatile creatures, they'll grow the most if they don't know what they're facing, Broly concluded. Paragus charged Zez boldly, covering his entire body with ki and sent a firm punch towards Zez, who matched it in angle. Clang! Both fists connected and a shocking sound was produced. My goodness! Did you feel that? The Tsufurians in the stands were exhilarated, their most barbaric desire to see two things fight each other, a desire they didn't realize existed, suddenly satisfied, and they openly voiced their appreciation. Paragus and Zez collided fists once again, another shocking sound reverberating across the entire arena. Paragus could feel the strain on his muscles and loved every second of it. He felt like he was finally behaving in a way his Scion instincts approved of. Instead of getting fatigued or tired, Paragus felt foreign energy envelop him as began to swarm Zez with attacks more enthusiastically. He's learning as he fights. Dr. Console though intrigued. Paragus' punches and kicks were slowly getting more accurate, targeting Zez's weaker spots, and he started to force him to shift onto the defensive. Broly couldn't help but get excited as he saw his father improve in such a small time frame. He wondered whether something like that would happen to him when he was fighting. Dr. Console sat up in his chair and looked at his screen, concentrating. I guess I can't play with my food anymore, he said as his fingers started dancing across his command board. Zez and Paragus wildly slammed fists. When Paragus noted something, a large hole was opening at the center of Zez's chest. Paragus' brows furrowed as he weaved a punch from Zez and swung onto its head. Zez tanked the blow and grabbed a hold of Paragus' arm. A strange orange ki orb floated out of its chest and Zez pulled Paragus towards it. Paragus, unable to resist, was dragged onto the orb, which exploded viciously on impact, sending Paragus into the air. Four more orbs flew out of Zez's chest, who was attacking Paragus mid-air, and at the end of his sequence of attacks, Zez would grab Paragus' leg and violently swing him down towards orb, which exploded and sent him back into the air. Broly and Mushrow watched as Paragus was systematically beaten about the stage, helplessly looking at him receive kick after punch after hook and finally crashing to the floor. 5 seconds passed and Paragus didn't get up. Dr. Console smiled knowingly and began to input more commands. Zez jumped high into the air, slamming both feet into Paragus. He's already lost. Mushrow shouted, flipping a nearby table just by standing up. Why is the robot still attacking him? He's already unconscious. Broly and Mushrow looked as Zez began pounding on Paragus' limp body and beat him continuously. G-game, the announcer shouted hurriedly, surprised by the robot was still attacking the defeated opponent. It was only when this was said, the robot eased off. Paragus lay beaten and bloody on the floor. He had a wide smile on his face as he had worked past his limit. Mushrow was about to step on stage before he was held back by a hand. It's my match next, I'll handle this, he said, a deeply irritated look etched onto his face. Seeing Broly's fury, Mushrow cooled down and took a seat. He of all people knew how bad things could get when Broly was angered. Narrator, Paragus suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zez. While he may be content with himself, Broly isn't. How will he fare? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 42. A series of medical androids escorted Paragus' wounded body off the stage. Zez strolled loftily towards the Tsufurian camp, a series of Tsufurian roboticists making adjustments and repairs to Zez's body. Broly flew onto the stage, looking down at the shattered stone and bloody stage, completely irked. The announcer looked at Broly, fearfully. When did he get there? Our next fight, he bellowed into his microphone, is between Broly, the young boy wonder, and Kiddo, the key android. The crowd again erupted into a fit of cheering, riding the high that came with their technology overpowering a seasoned Scion. They were happy to see their race succeed. Broly looked down on the android he was supposed to fight. Are they mocking me? He thought as he looked down on the little thing. It was a 4-foot chubby little android, extremely unremarkable in appearance. It had few tubes going from its large shoulder pads to its back and a strange orb in its palms. Broly didn't have the opportunity to check its power level, but he felt like he didn't need to. Broly couldn't bring himself to take his opponent seriously, the anger inside of him growing as the feeling of being toyed with grew. The other Scions got to grow and power up from their fights, but he was here having his time wasted. Hey look! It's Kiddo! A Tsufurian called out. Wah! Kiddo's actually fighting. Go Kiddo! Go! The Tsufurians in the stands were utterly ecstatic when they saw the small android. It was the mascot for the examination board that all the Tsufurians of the old generation grew up with. Even Queen Nana could not stop a warm smile from growing when she saw Kiddo, remembering all the songs and lessons she was taught. Broly, naturally, had no idea why all the Tsufurians were suddenly going crazy, and the anger inside him doubled. Broly took a deep breath and steeled his vision. He could tell something was awry and he kept his guard up. Broly rushed up and delivered a punch to Android. The punch was textbook in style and delivery, the most straightforward and honest punch one could possibly deliver. Kiddo tried to dodge, but Broly's fist connected loudly on its head. Broly then followed with a left hook which also bounced the robot's head backwards. Broly then began to box the robot, fully taking advantage of the knockback each time to overwhelm the robot with attacks. Kiddo buckled under Broly's fists, multiple dents forming on its face as it was beaten senseless. Broly's anger subsided as he abused the robot, quickly finding out that there was nothing to gain from wailing on it. Something has to be special about it, otherwise, it wouldn't be in the tournament. Broly took a step forward and swung his arm round in a circular motion, creating a large orb of explosive green ki and flung it strongly towards the android. The android extended its arm forward and purple ki flashed brightly as the orb made contact with its palm. Contrary to what Broly expected, there was no explosion, just a small sucking sound as the orb disappeared. Did it absorb my ki attack? Broly inched back, not even aware such a thing was possible. Technology really has come far, Broly thought, calming down slightly. An idea flashed through his mind. Broly extended his arm and fired multiple large ki orbs, launching a barrage at the robot. As Broly expected, the robot was rooted to the ground and it moved its palms and absorbed each one systematically. Broly now had multiple ways to defeat the robot. For the next minute, Broly moved left and right theatrically, firing non-stop ki blasts at the robot who effortlessly absorbed every single ki one. Wah! Kiddo is completely dominating. He can't be touched. Go Kiddo go! The crowd kicked it up a notch and lost their minds as Kiddo navigated the fight easily. They were surprised initially when Broly bullied it, but were happy now that it was winning. Broly couldn't stop a sinister smile from forming on his face. Broly then stopped throwing ki blasts and ran towards Kiddo head-on. Kiddo watched Broly approach coolly and fired ki blasts at Broly. He fired his own ki back at him. Mushro muttered, alone in the preparation room. Broly smiled as he watched his own ki approach him, happily smacking the orbs into the ground where they exploded. Broly then condensed a small ki ball and threw it, watching it slowly grow as it approached the android, the massive thing hurtling towards Kiddo like a bus. Kiddo stopped moving and stretched forth both arms confidently. However, before it could absorb it, the huge thing exploded, knocking a wave of disruptive energy washing over Kiddo. Boom! Broly's ki was so explosive that in reality, a harsh air current was enough to set it off. Broly just needed to apply more force and it was over. All of the explosive ki inside Kiddo blew up simultaneously, a horrible explosion rattling through the entire environment. Several guard Hachiaks seemingly appeared from nowhere and collaborated to form barriers around the Tsufurians. Green smoke washed over the crowd. What happened? Dr. Announcer cried out when he saw the explosion. Broly concentrated the natural strength in his fist and punched up, all the smoke instantly clearing as small tornado cleansed the environment. The tornado revolved 3 times, forcing harsh winds to blow fiercely. Broly watched the tornado spin, and as the tornado dwindled, so did his anger. What? The Tsufurians all cried out at once. Kiddo's interior structure was scattered all over the stage, its body in shambles as Broly stood opposite it boldly. So that's how they did it. Broly exclaimed mentally as he had an epiphany. Now that he saw the inner parts of Kiddo, everything clicked in his mind. The Tsufurians did not know how to feel. On the one hand, for most of them, they had just seen their favorite childhood character explode in front of them, but on the other hand, they saw a man create a tornado with his bare hands. These two strong contrasting feelings mellowed out and they all regained their calm. The announcer was once again speechless, feeling that words were just not necessary after the display of sheer power from Broly. Broly wordlessly turned around and left, entering the pre-battle room, approaching a startled Mushro. You didn't tell me you could make a tornado with your fists. I didn't know I could until I did. You made your father proud. Thanks, Uncle Mushrow, Broly said taking a seat. Mushrow let out a heavy sigh. I can't be outdone by a 16-year-old, but there's no way to follow that. Mushrow said, great pride for Broly growing in his heart. Don't sell yourself short, you're the strongest of the Scions, Broly said, placing a cool towel over his face. PSH. Yeah right, Mushrow said shaking his head. And you can't look bad in front of your wife, the queen. Shut up. Broly chuckled as Mushrow stepped out into the arena. The Tuffles are down to their last fighter. Will the Scions be able to beat the Tuffles? Or will there be a final fight? Who knows, but this fight is sure to be a screamer. Narrator, what the fuck is up with this doctor announcer guy? Stealing my job, what kind of idiot even comes up with such a name? Doctor announcer anyway. After completely slapping the android, Broly pops off in a dramatic display of power, earning the awe of the Tuffles. What could possibly come of this? Find out next time in Chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 43. Dr. Console yawned as he sat back in his gaming chair. Another old man for me to stomp, he thought as he readied his command board. Mushrow walked up to Zez confidently. He had already seen its tricks during its fight with Paragus, so he was sure he couldn't be caught off guard. You can only program a robot to do so much, Broly thought, looking at the fight broadcasted on TV. If Zez had key absorption capabilities, then Broly would be worried, but it seemed that Kiddo was a one-of-a-kind robot in that regard. Zez completely outmatches Mushrow in every field, but I still have a feeling he has a chance at winning, Broly thought optimistically. From what he had seen, there was something about Scions that meant when they were pushed to a certain point, they grew astronomically. A brief thought flashed at the back of Dr. Console's mind. It seems that anger is a trigger for the Scions. The other Scions got angry and their power levels skyrocketed. The same didn't happen for Paragus because he wasn't angry. That fighting junkie was even smiling as Zez jumped up and down on him. The thought appeared in his mind like a revelation. Most robots just for the fun of it had trash-talking capabilities, and Dr. Controller actively disabled them to ensure no surprises took place. Mushrow looked at the robot who stood motionlessly, almost deactivated, and his eyes couldn't help deviating towards Queen Nana, who looked down on him with affection, a warmness he couldn't explain present in her eyes. Round start, ice field. Dr. Console pushed different buttons this time, and Zez instead took a knee, leaving only one foot on the ground. Mushrow reacted quickly. Beam barrage. In a bold move, Mushrow decided to spend some of his ki early, firing multiple beams of white concentrated ki at the Zez. The beams jostled and jived through the air, quickly bridging the distance, and exploded fiercely, creating a white smokescreen. Dr. Console frowned as he saw his robot had taken damage. The startup on this move is too long, I'll have to tweak it later. Out of the explosion, a layer of ice covered the whole width of the stage, rapidly approaching Mushrow. Mushrow flew into the sky, not hesitating at all, and fired a single large slow-moving ki blast to the stage. Boom! Upon collision, shards and flakes of ice flew everywhere, but the solid stage sat smoothly, staying uncracked even under fire from Mushrow. Not even a second later, ice recovered the exposed spot, slowing growing thicker and thicker. I always forget they can fly, Dr. Console thought passingly. Two long night-black wings emerged from Zez, and with a single flap, he was propelled high into the sky, rapidly approaching Mushrow. Mushrow had already thrown ki at Zez, and he knew while it did damage, it wasn't worth spending, especially when that was the only means he had to fly. He gathered his strength and flew towards Zez decisively. Arms clashed between them, not providing the other with enough space to throw a punch. Zez's wings flapped gently behind it as it stared across at Mushrow. Mushrow's brain began to work, thinking of 100 ways to get an advantage. A second later, Mushrow disappeared. He copied Aspa's technique. Broly thought, visibly impressed. Broly himself had to rack his brain to figure it out, and was fairly certain Aspa had dedicated a ton of time to learn it. A Scion with experience was a scary thing. Mushrow appeared behind Zez, his back facing Zez, and backflipped acrobatically, kicking Zez, bang on the head, the force knocking his body down. Mushrow then aligned himself and stopped levitating. Gravity resumed effect and he fell down, driving both his legs into the chest of Zez, whose back landed harshly on the ice, its wings taking visible damage as it was smashed. Dr. Console gritted his teeth. The crowd roared at Mushrow's display, thinking that he was almost glamorizing his attacks on purpose. Big mistake, Scion, he muttered. The ice on the ground, like a parasite, quickly grew on Zez, crawling onto it from both sides, inches away from Mushrow's feet. Mushrow's eyes widened and he quickly leapt into the air, the ice barely missing his feet. Close call. Mushrow thought, relieved. He looked down, his vision browsing Zez's new form. This is ice Zez. Dr. Console thought as he couldn't stop a wide smile from growing. This Dr. Console guy is genius. He actually managed to manipulate ice in such a fashion. I thought about it before but I didn't think it was possible. I definitely need to talk to him before I build my ship. Broly geeked out as he saw the ice armor on the robot, completely forgetting that this was the same man who assaulted his father. His urge to fight grew even more as he restlessly moved about the room, shadowboxing. Zez's black surface was now unable to be seen, in its place, opaque solid white ice armor spiked shortly from its surface. Zez's entire body seemed to be coated in small icy spikes, the little shards protruding in every direction. Zez then stretched out its arm and from its icy grip, an 2-meter-long broadsword formed. It's a wrap, Dr. Console thought. Zez flew high into the sky, his wings now encased in ice flapping even harder and swung his sword precisely at Mushrow. A small smile formed on Mushrow's face. Finally a challenge. Mushrow barely ducked the slash and punched Zez's chest, his fist being cut by the sharp ice. Zez's sword produced a loud hissing sound as it cut air cleanly. Let me put my back into it. Mushrow shifted his waist, flooded his fist with ki and punched directly at Zez's solar plexus. Zez, who was about to hit Mushrow with a downward slash, stopped abruptly as the impact shuddered through him. Mushrow used this opening and pounded Zez, cracking the icy surface and denting the metallic armor underneath. Zez back-dashed and waved its sword at Mushrow, daggers of ice flying towards him. Mushrow didn't have time to dodge or reflect and so he could only raise his arms, blocking his chest. Zez dashed forward and landed a strong thrust with the sword to Mushrow's chest, it then followed through with a downward slash. Crack! The ice sword shattered all over Mushrow's body, who put up a ki barrier around his body in order to not get frozen. Zez then prepared another punch which was matched in angle by Mushrow, who was covered in ki. The two continued to exchange punches in the air, eventually clashing kicks and fought evenly. This freak is growing stronger as he fights as well. Dr. Console cursed as he rapidly mashed to keep up with Mushrow. He was upset because he mathematically was supposed to hold a distinct advantage, and even after using one of his trump cards he still couldn't overpower the Scion. Furthermore, Mushrow was sporting the cheesiest grin he had ever in his life. Dr. Console quickly realized how punchable Mushrow's face truly was. Maybe I won't need to fight after all. Broly watched Mushrow evenly exchange blows with Zez, going punch for punch. Oh wait. Mushrow suddenly started falling, hitting the ice below in seconds. He can still run out of ki. Although it appeared to be an even fight, Mushrow had to, and was doing so unconsciously, spend much more ki than Zez to keep up. This rapid spending had finally declined. Mushrow hit the ice with a crunch and it quickly enveloped him totally. He was completely dumbfounded with his descent, a look of profound confusion present on his face. Dr. Console looked through Zez at Mushrow dumbfoundedly as he spontaneously won the fight. He did well, Queen Nana thought, closing her eyes as the medic robots rushed to Mushrow, who was freezing over. What an ending. Dr. Announcer started. Narrator, Mushrow meets an unprecedented end at the hands of Zez. The Scions have been pushed to their last fighter. Will Broly be able to defeat the android in a final battle? Find out next time. Chapter 44. It makes more sense this way. The numerical gap between Zez and Mushrow was too wide for them to be able to fight evenly, no matter how adaptable Mushrow was. After all, if Kiddo punched me using all the ki it absorbed, it would be able to match one of my punches if I didn't use any ki at all, provided it didn't explode in the process. This doesn't make Kiddo on the same level as me, it just means it can temporarily match my force output. Broly felt like a blockage in his brain had been cleared and his understanding of ki deepened. Broly removed the towel that was on his neck and started doing some stretches. Unlike the other Scions, I haven't been pushed at all by the robots. Broly had the only convincing victory in the entire tournament. Every other fight was either close or had taken out both participants. You couldn't have scripted a more dramatic finale. Both the Scions and the Tuffles are down to their last fighter. Who will claim victory? Find out after this short break. Dr. Announcer announced, reading his cue cards. The Tsufurians in the crowd cheered energetically, hyperactive after the ups and downs of the last fight. Break? Broly said aloud. Zez was currently in the Tsufurian camp where an angry Dr. Barrel was barking orders at several Tuffles who hurriedly operated on Zez, having already melted its ice armor. Whoosh! Multiple guard Hachiaks all collaborated together and produced a huge heat blanket over the stage, the blue fire melting and evaporating the water in seconds. A wave of heat hit everyone in the arena, but it quickly subsided. Broly waited at the foot of the stage on the Scion side patiently, somewhat confused at why the Tuffles were given prep time for the final fight. Queen Nana also mirrored Broly's confusion and cast curious eyes to her ministers who effectively acted as event planners. They all gave back equally confused looks back. Dr. Announcer was also puzzled at why the next fight hadn't already started and received perplexed looks from the crowd. He's going on again, Broly thought preemptively as Dr. Announcer went on tangent after tangent. A few minutes later Zez finally made his way onto the stage, looking as shiny as when he was first revealed, all signs of denting now gone. "Fight," the announcer yelled hurriedly, finally taking a break. Feelings of anticipation welled up inside of Broly, but he composed himself. He had a specific plan in mind. He wanted to push himself and learn from the fight, as all he had going for him was his strength and speed, no technique. Dr. Console sat up in his seat this time, paying careful attention to the Scion. These Scions are like elastic bands, the more force you apply the more they stretch. Several gun-like blasters appeared, mounted on Zez's wrists and shoulders. That is why it is necessary to change the type of force you apply. So cool. The crowd cheered as the Zez continued to change forms. I definitely need to talk to Dr. Console, Broly thought, also admiring the blasters. Biome. Several long orange key beams arced their way to Broly, flying through the air. Broly stared down the beams that approached him, watching them come towards his body in slow motion. The beams collided with Broly, producing another sharp hissing sound as it roared against Broly's shirtless chest. It seems Zez's ki has flame properties, it burns against my skin like a fire, whereas the other Scion's ki is just volatile, mine being more explosive than theirs. Does that mean that the properties change depending on whose ki it is? Broly ended up with more questions than answers when he felt Zez's attack hit him. Dr. Console guffawed. He didn't even try to dodge, he thought, now changing his strategy. Broly had no marks on him and he waved away the subsiding heat from the attack. Zez approached Broly, rushing him down and swung a quick punch. Broly easily tilted his head, dodging it completely. Zez followed up with another punch, but Broly took a step back and Zez whiffed. Zez then tried multiple times land a hit on Broly, but he effortlessly dodged, and at one point Broly even closed his eyes. Broly didn't know it, but as his excitement grew from the fight, so did the ki in his body, quickly reproducing, pushing him to his max state. Broly was busy analyzing the robot's actions and didn't pay attention to this. Dr. Console was maddened by this, as it seemed that he was fighting a ghost. Don't tell me the youngest one is the most powerful. Agility must be his only strength. Dr. Console thought reassuringly. It's not even a competition when it comes down to agility, I'll slow down to slightly under its level. As Broly had trained for the vast majority of his life without ki, his control over his body was watertight, he was able to accurately judge and limit his strength and agility down to a percentile. About 25 of my actual speed, not bad for a machine, I guess, Broly thought, slightly disappointed in Zez, who attacked him sluggishly. Broly at this speed was not able to dodge Zez's attacks, and so he received a proper punch to the forehead. If I power to max with all my ki, I'll just be disappointed, Broly thought, allowing some ki to be drawn into his stores. Broly couldn't hide his disappointment, he had simply expected much more from the robot and was more than upset, realizing that it just could not meet any of his expectations. Broly and Zez's fists collided. 22 of my strength? Really? Not even a quarter. Broly was now visibly annoyed, he felt like he had his time completely wasted. He had seen Aspa, Celery, and even Paragus make consecutive breakthroughs, yet what was supposed to be an impassable obstacle turned out to be a toy in his hands. Broly took a deep breath, hiding his discomfort. At least I can get a Zenkai boost from this, he thought optimistically, forcing a smile. Dr. Console was exasperated. He had tried every trick in the book, yet he still couldn't attack Broly. Whenever he punched, Broly would always match his attack in angle and strength, causing damage to the surface of Zez. Whenever he blasted ki, Broly tanked it and strolled forward leisurely as if he was in his own house, and he could see Broly trying to hide his disappointment at how weak his robot was. He knew that Ice Zez would just break under any of Broly's punches, so he was at a loss on how to beat him. Dr. Console for the first time in his life was about to lose. This pushed Dr. Console over the edge. Fine. If you don't want to go down, I'll force you to go down, he said, revealing his final trump card. Narrator, the fight between Broly and Zez has begun. But Broly is simply too monstrous compared to the BattleBot. How will Broly deal with this? What could Zez possibly do to match up with Broly? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 45. Zez dashed backwards, making space between itself and Broly. The left side of its surface began to freeze over, ice taking over it completely, the same shard-like ice armor appearing. Its right arm then combusted into flames, a bright blue fire engulfing it. Broly couldn't stop anger from rising in his chest. You think those cheap tricks will work on me? Stop dreaming. Wake up, he yelled, annoyed at the robot. He wanted to see techniques and martial arts, not gimmicks that failed once you figured them out. Broly had capped at the level 10 combat androids who only taught him how to fight with no wasted movements, but he could sense there was something more. Dr. Console was taken aback by Broly's outburst. He heard about the Scion who managed to rank first in the robotics placement test and how he was a nice and calm guy, an anomaly among Scions. Yet the same person mocked him so openly. Broly couldn't help himself. He felt scammed and deceived into thinking he would have a good fight with the Tsufurians. In his eyes, the strength of the robot was simply too low to take seriously. Zez stretched forward its left arm and shot icicles at Broly. Broly slapped the first icicle out of his face, the shockwave that followed knocking all the other icicles away. Broly stared down at Zez, looking at it as if it was stupid for even thinking that would work. Dr. Console received Broly's stare, his brows furrowed and his teeth gnawed against each other. I see what Dr. Barrel was talking about, he thought as a sinister idea grew in his mind. Two different cannons appeared at Zez's waist, a rope-like length shot out from them, small rockets on the tips blasting past Broly to the edge of the stage. Broly watched the ropes move in slow motion, trying to guess what his opponent would do next. Zez dashed towards Broly as the rope-like length wrapped around his body multiple times, restraining him. What is this made of? Broly, with the strength he had limited himself to, couldn't break free of the restraints and wondered which material he was bound by. He saw Zez was now in front of him and waited expectantly. He's just standing there. TCH. Who cares? I have you now, Scion. Zez wrapped both its arms around Broly and squeezed, the ice from its left half crawling onto Broly whereas he pressed his burning right arm into Broly back, lifting him off the ground. The fire and ice harmonized, not repelling each other, and worked together to damage Broly. Dr. Console let out the widest smile he had all day. There was no way Broly could break free from his grip and he effectively won the fight. Dr. Console wanted revenge, he wanted to return the stares and looks of idiocy Broly had given him, but his rational side spoke. He knew that Scions grew when they got angry and he panicked thinking about what would happen if he triggered Broly. Dr. Console stared at his unmute button, mulling over in his mind. His demons and pettiness tempted him. After a few moments of deliberation, he pressed the button. You piece of shit, Scion. The ice is taking over your body and you will soon be immobilized. Fuck you and your bullshit race. Ha 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 ha. You were idiotic enough to let me touch you, so now you are doomed. You moronic monkey. Dr. Console let out his inner gamer and started trash talking, thinking that his natural words would be better than the pre-programmed cursing Zez was capable of. You can't be serious, Broly whispered in a low voice. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm perfectly serious, you ape. I can't wait to jump up and down on your helpless body. The same way I did to your father. You're lucky the medic droid came when they did, otherwise I would have ground mushroom to meat paste. Dr. Controller yelled, his gamer tongue continuing. Broly snapped. The anger he had been suppressing from the very start, spoke to him. Crush this arrogant fool. You can snap him in half with your eyes closed. Let loose. Give in to your anger. Break this idiot apart. A rear gag. Broly let out a horrible scream. You can whine all you want, you bitch. Keep moaning for daddy. Dr. Controller continued, happy that he was finally able to break Broly. Shut the fuck up. Broly's ki regenerated at a ridiculous rate, the small portion in his body quickly and rapidly expanding to fill him up completely. Broly's body was forcefully pushed to the maximum and the ki stores on his body were way too slow to try and contain it, much of it radiating off his skin. Kaya. A thin wave of ki burst out from Broly, snapping the restraints and sending Zez flying away, forcing Zez to whip out his wings. 1,000 years. It's finally been 1,000 years, a thick deep voice called out from the depths of Broly's mind. Broly gripped the side of his head and screamed, a horrible pain overcoming him. Huh? Why are you so nice? Are even a Scion at all? It doesn't matter. Submit your body, mortal, the voice continued. What's going on? Broly felt calm, he felt a strong relaxing power flow through him, but he couldn't feel his body anymore. His smell, his hearing, his touch was suddenly removed from him, it was almost as if he forced back inside his own mind. But he could see very clearly what was happening. Ha 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 ha. Broly began to laugh maniacally, as darker, thicker green ki poured out of his body. Broly's ki as it was already incredibly destructive, only short of exploding on contact with air, but now the combustibility went up a few folds. A nightmarish green aura surrounded Broly as his jet black hair rose to the sky, his pupils shrunk, becoming almost invisible as the veins on his faces tightened. A wicked, devilish smile formed on Broly's face. You're finished. Narrator, Broly snapped. And the emergence of a monster has finally begun. Will Broly be able to claim his body back? Will the mysterious personality overpower Broly completely? Will the author ever stick to a consistent upload time? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 46. The crowd stared down at Broly in awe, looking at his form almost with worship in their eyes. Broly appeared like a god to them, his thick and raw power on display to everyone present. This vessel is excellent. Arguably the best in history. I may be the luckiest of all to be born in this generation, the voice said wickedly, replacing Broly's. What's happening? Broly panicked. He was speaking but he wasn't speaking, it was an incredibly odd sensation. Broly's eyes found Zez, whose metallic body was suspended in air, its wings flapping hard just to resist the air currents made by Broly, whose ki was rising. Broly condensed a huge ki orb and hurled it towards the robot, who was struggling to fly away. Boom! The orb exploded, covering Zez in a huge green smokescreen and dealing irreparable damage to the robot, multiple parts collapsing on impact. Broly didn't wait for it to clear, charging at Zez fiercely. And this vessel is so smart as well. So much intelligence to play around with. Shut up. Broly tried to call out from the back of his mind. You're still there. You weren't absorbed. Why do you have so much control? These questions dumbfounded Broly, clueless to what is happening. It was an extremely off-putting sensation to be put in the back seat like this. The pain that he felt in beginning stopped, he just felt completely motionless, like his body was sunken. Who are you? Broly called out again. We'll talk later, for the time being, there's a bug for me to squash. Broly shouted out, swinging wildly at the robot. Broly found Zez and delivered a strong haymaker to the side of Zez's face, the impact alone shattering the metal, causing a fist-sized hole to form on Zez's chin. The wind that was generated from this attack blew the smokescreen away, roaring and whistling out of Broly's fists. On the other side, Zez stood completely still, the impact only sending away the part that was hit and not the overall body. Broly then pounded on the robot, throwing punches left and right, knocking it about. Zez struggled under the full might of Broly, who was not pulling any punches in the slightest, its body breaking piece by piece. Fuck! Dr. Console screamed out. He had dropped the ball big time and now was about to reap what he had sown. Bountifully. He rapidly mashed on his command board, signaling for Zez to use everything it had in one attack. This way he could suppress Broly at once. The same hole appeared in Zez's chest and a small orb of violent orange ki began growing in size, starting off as a pea and quickly reaching a tennis ball. TCH. Cheap tricks, the voice called out. Broly opened his massive palm and squished the orb inside it, the violent fire forcefully snuffed out. That's not an attack. This is an attack, the voice shouted. Broly reeled back, covering his whole fist in malevolent green ki and threw the hardest punch of his life towards Zez. Broly's fist tore through Zez like paper, immediately coming out the other side like a train in a tunnel, with ease. Broly dragged his fist back through Zez's punctured body and opened his palm, remnants of the fiery ki he snuffed out flickering back to life. The fire then expanded hugely, what was before only the size of a candle reaching that which could burn down a forest. Hold this, the voice screeched as Broly released a small yellow ki ball into Zez's face and then viciously slammed his palm into it. Boom! A horrible explosion sounded out as Zez flew backwards, crashing quickly onto the ground, its head and upper body completely obliterated as it crumpled to the floor. He fused my ki with Zez's ki. How? Broly exclaimed mentally as he was forced to watch the gruesome display. You're still not gone yet. I'll admit you've got some willpower on you. Tell you what, I'll cut a deal with you. I get the berserker half and you get the normal half. I'm being nice here, so work with me. The voice said wickedly. What are you talking about? Leave me alone. Broly protested. Now you're making me angry, you don't get a say in this, either get absorbed or surrender. Get out of my head. Broly shouted as loud as he could, trying to get control back over his own body. Hey! Hey! Don't be hasty, let's talk about this, the voice tried to reason. Get the fuck out. Broly yelled, even more agitated, his will breaking to the surface causing him to shout out loud. Why the fuck is your willpower so strong? I waited 1,000 years, no more than that. It's finally my fucking turn and I get an uncooperative brat. Let me have my fun and I'll give you back control. Broly calmed down a little but fiercely opposed the personality, he was between a rock and a hard place. He had no idea what was happening and didn't know how to force the strange voice out. He was deeply uncomfortable in his own mind. What's happening, he thought to himself. I would tell you if you weren't so hasty, the voice responded. Let me have my fun and I'll give you back control, it repeated, this time more softly but still as mischievously. What on Sithis is going on? Is he retarded? I think Zez knocked a few screws loose. The Tsufurians were dumbfounded by Broly's outburst, looking at him like a mentally handicapped person. They knew these kinds of people existed but didn't think they were present among the Scions. They weren't prepared for him to completely outclass Zez then start having an argument with himself. Dr. Announcer was speechless, he couldn't bring himself to say any words. Queen Nana felt uneasy, she looked at Broly, saw a madness of indiscernible proportion lying underneath the surface. You have a minute, do what you want and then give me back my body. Broly said to the voice, his anger against it burning. Ha 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 ha, the voice roared out once again, the ki on Broly's body swelling like a balloon as he rushed towards a guard Hachiyak by the stands. Narrator, Broly and the strange personality have struck a deal. What will this mean for the Tsufurians? Is there more than meets the eye with this malevolent voice? How will the situation evolve? Find out next time in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 47. Broly grabbed the guard robot by the legs and flung it into the air, the wind whistling as it moved back towards the stage. The Hachiyak brought its eyes to Broly and scanned him immediately, two jet-black wings grew from its back as it charged its ki. It seems Broly was not satisfied with Zez and has shifted his sight to a guard robot. You truly do dash, Dr. Announcer, suddenly stopped speaking. Panicked and desperate eyes found him and he quickly realized the situation wasn't what he initially thought at all. Queen Nana and her ministers silently urged Dr. Announcer not to dramatize the situation. Would you look at that? A surprise bonus fight between Broly and the guard Hachiaks. We really are spoiling you guys in the audience today. As if on cue, several of the guard Hachiaks that were formerly stationary charged towards Broly, who was engaging the first one. The Tsufurians in the stands cheered wildly as an impromptu battle was taking place, the sharper ones among them narrowing their eyes as they watched the scene suspiciously behind the protective barrier. Queen Nana and her ministers all breathed out a sigh of relief, realizing that the general population was oblivious to how serious Broly's actions really were. There was no need to spell it out as long ago they realized something was wrong with Broly. Queen Nana signaled for the Minister of General Safety and the Minister of Construction. A frail skinny man with glasses and a whiter, smartly dressed man approached her at the same time. How does the situation look? Queen Nana said, getting right to the point. Not good at all. Broly's energy readings are off the charts. And it's only getting higher. The barriers won't be able to hold if we dash. Thank you, Dr. Barricade, Queen Nana said softly, interrupting him at the right time. Dr. Pickaxe, what's the fastest measure we can take? The frail man sighed, looking at his clipboard focused. Well, the easiest thing to do, emergency plan F, you made it that way, but I think the guard Hachiaks can buy us some time, the best option is emergency plan U, the man said smoothly and quickly. Do it, Queen Nana said decisively. Dr. Pickaxe quickly slid a phone out his pocket and started pressing buttons. Ha 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 ha. Broly laughed as a shockwave of ki knocked back all the robots that attacked him. He punched the first one fiercely, ki dripping off his fist like water, and broke the robot in half instantly. So strong. Wow. That new form is something else. The Tsufurians in the crowd were enthused once again. They had seen the same transformation from Aspa and Celery, but the one Broly seemed to have undergone was completely different. While Aspa and Celery had bright yellow ki going around their bodies, almost appearing red in the glow, Broly had darker green ki that extended more than 3 feet away from his body, catching the eyes of everyone. The other robots backdashed, trying to escape from Broly after they saw that their heavy armor was of no use. Broly went all out, not holding back at all as he chased down one of them and aggressively smashed his fist into its head, tearing it off completely, a beam of ki shooting into the sky from Broly's fist. The other 6 robots who had distanced themselves from Broly, communicated with each other via the Skynet and formed a united plan of attack, realizing that individually they couldn't beat Broly. One of the Hachiaks boldly charged, using all the ki in its reserve to propel itself as fast as possible. Its body was encased in silvery white ki as flashed from its previous place, seemingly disappearing. Oh. This game's my favorite, the voice called out as Broly stared down the robot barreling towards him. Broly's fist exploded as a thick green aura enveloped it. Broly waited, watching the robot approach, and madly swung his fist, the motion of his punch causing a visible green blur. The head of the robot conformed to Broly's fist, bending to completely cover it, and then flew away, scraping the ground as it skirted. The rest of the robot's body, like a headless chicken, continued to charge forward, smashing into Broly's body and dealing no observable damage. Broly's feet were rooted to the floor as a thick meaty palm slapped the robot against the hard stone stage. The other Hachiaks that were on standby, were all silently charging their attacks, making their ki as unstable as possible. They wordlessly fired beams, a bright yellow ripping through the air. The HIATUS were not conservative in the slightest, understanding that this was their one chance. They concentrated thin compact beams all aimed precisely at Broly's weak spots. Broly, who was jumping up and down on the defeated robot, not entirely unlike a great ape, looked up only to see a stream of concentrated ki on course for his heart. His brows furrowed and he hastily moved his arm, deflecting the ki beam immediately. The beam changed direction, now flying towards the stands which were guarded by barriers. Dom! The barrier fell, exposing the Tzufurian people. Chaos ensued as the Tuffles panicked, the event quickly going awry. "Please stay seated. I swear on my own life you are safe," the Minister of Safety shouted, the megaphone-like device on his throat, increasing the volume of his voice. "Dr. Pickaxe. It's ready. Do it now." Not even 10 seconds later, every building in Tuffle City was quickly lowered exactly 1 kilometer underground, a series of tunnels connecting them. Even the newly built stands for the arena was plunged deeply below the surface of Sithis. Queen Nana breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that she had just saved every Tzufurian with a quick decision. "I told you the underground chamber investment was worth it," the Minister of Safety yelled. The rest of the ministers were taken aback. "Why yeah, good call," the Minister of the Treasury said quietly, happy that they didn't listen to him when he protested the development. "Look at the screen." With the exception of HIATUS and surveillance droids, Tuffle City was effectively burrowed into the earth. The only evidence of existence was sprawling metal shapes on the floor, covering the tops of burrowed buildings. Narrator, the plot thickens. Broly is still on a destructive rampage with no signs of slowing down. Who could have guessed that the Tuffles would have had such an extreme measure? What could possibly happen next? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 48. Dr. Console shit himself. Through Z's camera, he had seen the birth of a demon and felt the terrible earthquake that followed. Then he heard a horrible sound that made it seem as if Broly was coming towards him. He was by himself in the pre-battle room that was plunged underground and he was overwhelmed by fear. The Grim Reaper himself may as well have knocked because Dr. Console wouldn't have been as scared if he did. Dr. Console quickly got up and hurried to the bathroom, attending to himself, then scrapped for resources around the room, hoping to build something that could help him escape. The beams fired by the HIATUS sniped Broly ruthlessly, hitting both of his knee joints, the back of his neck and his liver. Ack! Broly recoiled in his mind as another wave of extreme pain flew through him, his entire being writhing in agony. "What the fuck are you doing?" he shouted at the voice, once again breaking to the surface. "You forcibly took control. Give it back. You could hurt yourself by accident. Let me dash. Fuck off." Broly screeched, forcing the voice back to wherever it came from. Badump. Another wave of very intense pain assaulted Broly, but with this pain, all his senses came back to him. Broly breathed in and out, trying desperately to calm down. But he couldn't. The most archaic, primordial, unhinged sense of anger resonated at the center of his soul and screamed to be released. His ki, as if it knew this, also resonated, becoming indescribably unstable and rushed out of his body, massive orbs of disaster seeking out something to destroy. An incredible force suddenly radiated off Broly, strong waves of energy bursting forth from him suddenly. The energy around Broly fluctuated, a reality-bending green aura appearing around him. "I can sense his ki." The Tuffles, even from underground, could feel a massive presence slowly growing from Broly, premonitions of his powerful ki, running across the now empty plains of Sithis, desperate to destroy something. Broly resisted bitterly, rejecting his anger with all of his heart. Too much was at stake and too much could go wrong. He had nothing to gain and everything to lose if he went over the edge. It was too late. Broly gripped his head, trying to control himself. He felt the energy inside him grow and grow, much faster than the rate his guards absorbed ki. The chaos swelled inside of him, and like a volcano reaching boiling point, he erupted. The earth trembled scarily as a massive earthquake could be felt through the now deserted Tuffle City. More ki fled from Broly, what appeared to be expanding barriers pushed their way around him, forcing through the environment. Enggargerg. Broly didn't feel like himself at all. It was as if every ounce of anger he had ever felt at once came upon him and only grew in size. Broly had tried not to think about it, but he already knew he was vastly stronger than anyone else on the planet. The Scions who could possibly contest him, they were all hospitalized. This meant that if Broly snapped, Sithis was done for. The object of his hatred had died long ago. But Broly was still angry. His anger was a roaring ocean in his mind that pushed him about from all sides and he couldn't take control of it at all. It was as if his anger tried to drown him and take control of his body. The ki that lay dormant inside him multiplied like a virus, unable to be contained and poured out of his ears, eyes and mouth creating a ghastly image, vapid beams soaring into the sky and racing over the land. Then a new change happened. Broly's muscles spasmed, becoming larger than they already were and attempted to drain Broly's ki which supplied them with unfathomable volumes of energy once the request was made. Broly stumbled, not able to stand as his body evolved. Broly's spine jolted, forcefully elongating, adding to his already ludicrous height. His muscles cried out in protest as they were consequently rearranged and realigned, complementing his new form. His solid black hair flickered, appearing yellow for a few seconds at a time before returning black. The worst headache Broly had ever felt, hit him like the palm of God, not only disorienting him but also disrupting him completely. Broly gripped his head once again. It was a soul-shaking feeling to have one emotion bang on your conscience so severely and a deeply illogical feeling at that. But Broly felt it. I have to release my ki. The only consistent reaction the anger had on him was increasing his ki, which he couldn't stop from rising. It clashed with him dangerously, causing intolerable pain that further prophesied anger. Broly's mind braced as it struggled to handle the catastrophes taking place in his body, nearly cracking under the unbelievable stress. Broly struggled to breathe but eventually stretched out his hand. Eraser. Broly brought his other hand to his face, trying to stop his ki from leaking. The ominous green aura around his body disappeared temporarily as wild green energy flickered in his palm. Cannon. His hair flashed yellow and shined under the midday sunlight, similarly yellow ki drifting from it and dissipating into the environment. Broly screamed, giving the single release everything he had, sucking his ki reserves dry. Genuinely. A tiny orb fled from Broly's hand, traveling 100 miles in just a second. It raced away from planet Cyus almost as if it feared destroying it and flew further and further into the sky, provoking the universe to stop it. Broly collapsed, his yellow hair turning black again, and he crumbled onto the floor. It worked, Broly thought, the greatest relief he ever felt washing over of him as he passed out, mentally fatigued. But as Broly fell, the orb was strengthened, quadrupling in size as it moved. The orb expanded, getting bigger and bigger as it traveled away from planet Cyus. In a few minutes, the orb had become the size of a planet, drifting through space like a disaster waiting to happen. Narrator, and with that comes an end to the shocking Tsufurian tournament saga. Did the author really write a chapter-long transformation? I believe so. What could possibly follow this extreme chain of events? Find out next time in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 49. Mushro entered the hospital room smoothly, making little noise as he stepped inside. Happy birth dash. Paragus couldn't even finish his sentence before he started coughing erratically. The doctor said not to talk. Are you trying to screw up your voice? Mushro said, concerned. Sorry. Happy birthday Mushro, Celery said, trying to sit up. Thank you, but please don't move, you could dash. We're fine Mushro, we're Scions, the doctors said we'll recover in 3 weeks at most, Aspa said, staring hard at the ceiling. That doesn't make your injuries any less severe. Paragus can barely breathe and you and Celery both have dash. When did you start caring? Mushro was silent. Aspa, don't be a dick. Sorry, it's first nature, Aspa said passingly. Paragus started to chuckle only to cough repeatedly. Mushro, we appreciate your visits but it is your birthday. Go have fun. Don't spend time looking at how injured we are, enjoy yourself. Celery spoke clearly, trying hard to persuade Mushro. Ah, okay, Mushro said defeatedly before leaving. The door closed behind him gently. Look how quickly he left, Aspa chimed. Aspa. Sorry. Aspa then breathed out a heavy sigh. I feel like shit, he muttered, melting into his hospital bed. And you look like it too, Celery chirped, putting Aspa down. Well, we both have the same injuries, how come I look worse? Paragus sat up on his hospital bed, his eyes locking on a smiling Celery. Fuck. Don't you dash. You're too stupid to understand. Paragus bursts out laughing, which was promptly followed by 3 deep chesty coughs. I fucking hate you. Ah. I hate you too, Celery said, grinning at Aspa. Aspa breathed out another deep sigh. Those videos were something though, seeing myself all powered up, I looked sick. Aspa said, reflecting on the footage he had seen of the fights. And I suppose you looked kind of good as well, he said to Celery, much quieter. I looked like a power-hungry war goddess, Celery said, dryly. I know, Aspa said smirking, laying back on his hospital bed, inching the bandages that covered his chest. Aspa whistled sharply. It was hot as fuck. Celery's cheeks reddened as she turned her body away from Aspa's bed facing the wall. Paragus groaned from his own bed, opposite the two of them, wrapping his pillow over his head. Broly though is just another monster, I don't even know what to say about the kid. The atmosphere in the room turned serious as Aspa brought up Broly. The scientists say that the transformation that happened to him was way different from the one that happened to us. Apparently, he also destroyed every Hachiyak on Sithis, with the key grenades he kept spewing, Aspa said, recalling the footage and the information he was told. I wouldn't blame them if they kicked us off the planet after that display, even I had chills hearing that scary laugh, Celery said, her body relaxing as she opened up. The Tuffles aren't like that though, they're good people, they won't kick a kid who's not even 18 into the scary depths of the universe. You think so? Mr. Excellent Judge of Character. I know so, and to be honest, I don't think Broly would have any trouble, alone in the universe anyway. Paragus turned involuntarily as they spoke about Broly. He had seen a side he had never seen before and it made him wonder whether Broly was really alright. He seemed to be struggling mentally, and in the video, he spoke to himself and burst out laughing ominously. It wasn't normal. Paragus discarded these thoughts as he slept for the third time today. The Scions abandoned their chatter and rested as their bodies slowly recovered. Sulfurian society experienced physical and metaphorical waves after the event that occurred at the Science vs. Robots tournament. For one, Tuffle media for a brief period of time was flooded with Queen Nana supporters and fanatics praising her to no end about her seamless leadership and compassion for the Tuffle people. On the other end of the spectrum, the Minister of General Safety was pressed to release a 50-page document listing in detail how various safety measures, in particular, the underground chambers, were built and realized. The Sulfurians had witnessed firsthand, and it was immortalized on the Skynet how destructive the Scions could be. If the Scions had just arrived and this kind of event happened, there would have been no doubt public panic and outcry and fear for the removal of the Scions. However, since the Tuffles had known about the Scions for over 12 years now, the opposite happened. Artists swarmed the markets and produced various Scion action figures, Scion posters, Scion comic strips, Scion stories, and there was even word that some movies were in development. The Tuffle people were temporarily infatuated with the Scions, many therapists and biologists coming out of obscurity and securing the public eye by attempting to explain what had happened. To the Tuffles, the Scions were godlike figures that could do what they needed technology to do, the sacred protectors of Sithis. Furthermore, as the 10-year anniversary of the royal marriage approached, what was initially met with mild confusion and moderate indifference suddenly became an explosive and widely celebrated event. Broly was like a hermit throughout this time. As he had become something of an overnight celebrity, arguably the most popular person on Sithis, he kept to himself and his fellow Scions more often. His isolation at his job became a safe haven and solace, as whenever he went anywhere he had to politely diffuse and calm down the people who saw him. I am glad they took it well. I really would have lost my mind if they hadn't have been so supportive, Broly thought as he made his way to work. He felt like an insane person when the event had just happened, but as the Tuffles had extensive knowledge of mental health and conditions, they quickly supported and relaxed Broly, who felt like a stranger had entered his own body. They had explained to him that because he was such a gentle person, his conscience had personified his anger and given it a voice so that he could take it more seriously. Getting angry was a part of being healthy after all. Broly bought this explanation but held off talking about the words the voice has said, claiming not to understand it. Are you good, buddy? Mr. Yellow chirped, flying high above him. I'm fine, Yellow, you don't have to ask me every day, Broly said, watching him twirl and backflip in the air. Just making sure. You're scary as hell when you go monster mode, Mr. Yellow said in a serious tone. Don't call it that, Broly said, embarrassed. Noted, we'll call it monster mode from this moment forward. Mr. Yellow said confidently. Fail safe. Mr. Yellow, who was mid-cartwheel, felt the harsh sting of gravity and his head was on a collision course with the ground. Emergency. Mr. Yellow cried out and a blue transparent force field stopped him from hitting the ground. Mr. Yellow then sprung to life and flew back into the air again. Who taught you how to did that? Broly said, deeply amused. Dr. Console. You spoke to him? Yeah, I said you were going to jump him if he didn't. No way. Yua. So anyway. Mr. Yellow and Broly talked leisurely as they entered Broly's aircraft hangar, approaching the edge of Tuffle City. Try to keep up, Broly said, levitating into the sky. Oh. Race you to Yellow Island. Yellow Island? I claimed it. Sure you did. Whoosh. Tuffle society is in uproar after the gripping events that took place at the tournament. But among the quiet and peaceful city, could there trouble lurking under the surface? Could there be a devious mastermind pulling strings in the background? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 50. Dr. Barrel was seated at a smoothie shop with a huge newspaper that covered his face and upper body. Huge news. Celery's buttery smooth secret revealed. Chilling. Dr. Synthesis frozen formula leaked. Super Broly 2.0. Have scientists hacked Scion DNA? Dr. Barrel's eyes flickered over the headlines disinterestedly. Although all new was available on a hollow pad, Dr. Barrel belonged to a small faction of people who preferred to use actual paper. He looked over the newspaper, angling it carefully as he gazed at his target. His eyes found Dr. Console, who was busy discarding a smoothie and leaving the shop. Dr. Barrel waited for Dr. Console to leave and then hastily dropped his newspaper and followed him down the busy road. Dr. Console was a shorter young man, and among the Tuffles, who were all quite short, Dr. Barrel had a hard time distinguishing who was who in the crowd. Dr. Barrel then quickly wore a scouter, one that he had personally modified to track down Dr. Console. While Dr. Console was waiting for his smoothie, Dr. Barrel had remote-controlled a spider nanobot to crawl onto Dr. Console's hoodie. Dr. Barrel then saw the nanobot floating atop an invisible moving object through his scouter. Bingo! Dr. Barrel followed the flashing symbol on his scouter with one eye and used the other eye to navigate the crowded streets. Although there was a lot of space that could be used for the expansion of the Tuffles, a general survey performed concluded that 82 of Tuffles preferred to their houses to be within 5 meters of another Tsufurian. This led to the crowded walkways Dr. Barrel navigated. Dr. Barrel made his way through alleyways, under bridges, past shops until he reached the outskirts of Tuffle City towards a relatively large mansion complex. Dr. Barrel squinted as he saw the nanobot went around the house, into the garden behind and stopped. Dr. Barrel didn't blink and approached the nanobot quickly, urgent to not lose his target. Clash! An unknown hand pressed hard against his neck, smashing him against the wall. Why are you following me? Dr. Console shouted, a sharp glowing knife transforming from a bracelet in front of Dr. Barrel's face. Wait! It's me. Dr. Barrel. Dr. Console's eyes hardened. The glowing knife in his hands transformed into a fist, completely covering his hand. Douche! Dr. Console drove his fist into Dr. Barrel's chest, forcing him to cough up blood. You idiot! Why did you have to make me an enemy of the Scions? Dr. Barrel crumpled to the floor, struggling to breathe as he was assaulted by the young man. Dr. Console lifted up his shoe, enabling a hidden function causing diamond shards to grow out the bottom. Do you know how many sleepless nights I've had? What's your problem? Dr. Console thrust his foot down towards Dr. Barrel. Dr. Barrel panicked, gripped a pendant tied around his neck and shouted. Force field! A blue transparent barrier suddenly pushed Dr. Console back, forcing off his feet. What do you want? Dr. Console said bitterly, his gaze grim. I need your help. I refuse. I want to build a robot. I refuse. To repel the Scions. Dr. Console looked around him, his heartbeat increasing threefold and his face turning white. I'm listening, he whispered, still checking his surroundings. Dr. Barrel deactivated his barrier and stood up. What do you think would happen if the Scions one day woke up and chose violence? Dr. Barrel said, walking towards Dr. Console. Dr. Console winced. I've already spoken to Queen Nana, she says she has measures to ensure our safety, but I'm in charge of weapons. We have no viable defense if the Scions attack us. She thinks just because she's sucking off one of them will be fine. So I need your help, Dr. Barrel said, extending an arm to Dr. Console. To do what? Dr. Console said, eyeing his hand dodgily. We're going to modify Baby, he said quietly. Baby? Dr. Console said, confused. A super-secret robot that can possess people, we're going to program it so that it can possess Broly. Dr. Barrel said, revealing his hidden intentions. Dr. Console's eyes expanded. Is such a thing possible? Dr. Barrel chuckled. With technology anything is possible, even flight that the media worships the Scions for is possible with a Horizon suit, and I can program any property I want into the key of the robots I build, unlike the Scions who only know how to explode, Dr. Barrel said proudly. Dr. Console sighed out loudly. I listened to you last time and look what happened, that Scion kid snapped. You were the one that told me to try and embarrass them as much as I could. I even tweaked Dr. Engine's robot between fights and look where that got me, Dr. Console said, pointing to his house. When Queen Nana found out that Dr. Console was the one who controlled Zez, he was effectively exiled. What's more, he heard that Mushro had even begged to reduce his punishment, embarrassing him further. It turned out the enemy was the only one to defend him. Trust me. This plan is watertight. What could go wrong? Who else apart from you and I knows about this? Who can build a robot better than I? And with your creative tricks, it's a wrap. Dr. Barrel said, emotionally. No tortilla. What? I'm in. Great. Meet me at the robotics department headquarters in a few days, this plan is foolproof. Dr. Barrel announced before fleeing into the surrounding woods. Dr. Console waited a few seconds and considered his options. It would be a lie to say he didn't fear the Scions, their nightmarish figures reigning over his dreams, but he didn't know about this level of action. He was committing treason. And although he was punished, it wasn't nearly as severe as it could have been. Dr. Console was deep in thought. I could turn Dr. Barrel in and use that as leverage to get my city rights back. Dr. Console mulled it over. I'll work with him, for the greater good of Tuffle kind, but if he goes too far I'll pull the plug, he said to himself as he walked inside his house. Narrator, a devious plot unfolds. Dr. Barrel succeeded in recruiting Dr. Console to further enhance Baby. With the two of their brains put together, does Broly stand a chance? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 51. A young green-skinned woman looked out of the window in her spaceship, bored. She had short green hair and a slender curvy build. She wore a dark green scouter on her left eye and was wearing standard battle armor. When will we get to Planet Vegeta? Chi-Lai said impatiently. An older orange-skinned man stared fixedly at his navigation radar that thrummed green as the line moved about in circles, a green dot slowly getting closer and closer. About 50 minutes, Limo said patiently, answering Chi-Lai for the 5th time. Chi-Lai groaned softly. There's nothing to do in this tiny prison, at least the other ship had a pool table and games to play, Chi-Lai said, complaining again. You stole that ship, Limo said quietly. And? We're Frieza Force. We shouldn't be flying through the galaxy in rusted tin cans. Limo sighed warmly. You treat the fact that you're a Frieza Force agent a bit too boldly, you'll scare everyone else off, Limo advised. That's the idea, Limo, you know better than I do. The universe is filled with a bundle of creeps and weirdos, that's why you need to have protection, Chi-Lai said, closing her eyes as she stretched over her seat. You're not wrong, but if you knew that, why did you bother coming into recruitment anyway? The training process for Frieza's soldiers is downright ineffective, the higher-ups either only care for themselves or are complete sadists. Not to mention that the weak ones are treated like pawns, Chi-Lai continued. Limo kept silent, waiting for Chi-Lai to continue. And I'm not book-smart enough to get anywhere important on the technical side, so I thought, hey, I'm good at talking to people, and chose recruitment. The protection that comes with being part of the Frieza Force is too good to pass up, Chi-Lai finished. I won't lie to you, we see a lot of funny things in this industry and a few toughs feel a certain way about Frieza's army, so don't be afraid to give an alien the good old blaster to the face, Limo advised warmly. Chi-Lai chuckled. Trust me, I know my way around a gun, Chi-Lai said, slipping her fingers around the blaster at her hip. How long until we get to Planet Vegeta? Limo looked back at the radar, squinting this time as more planets had come upon the reading. About 48 minutes. Chi-Lai grunted and squirmed restlessly before defeatedly looking out the window, her eyes browsing the same planets that had been in view a few minutes ago. Chi-Lai's eyes widened. What in the? A huge flying green ball streamed into view. It was traveling away from their ship, but it was so large it still appeared in their view as it ran through space. It was the strangest thing Chi-Lai had ever seen. It was a dark green sphere with patches of light green colors blotched into it. It had dark green energy waves arcing around it and shimmered brightly against the black of space. The ball was larger than most of the planets in the atmosphere, but was moving so quickly in a direction that was against the gravitational pull of the stars in the solar system. A shooting star. Chi-Lai called out excitedly. She had heard about them before but had never seen one with her own 2 eyes. A shooting star. Limo said confusedly. As their rank in the Frieza Force was relatively low, the ship they used to recruit was barely passable. Fortunately, Limo had worked as a mechanic on his home planet, so he made a multitude of adjustments and boosts to the spacecraft. An achievement he was proud of was being able to detect asteroids and shooting stars, yet when he looked at his radar he saw nothing. That's strange. And it's going to hit a planet. Chi-Lai said, looking out the window excitedly. This was the first time she saw something like this. Limo scoffed. That's another thing, Chi-Lai, space is horribly deceptive, Limo said, staring at space focused. What looks like a few meters is actually 1,000 miles and over that. You have to keep a keen eye dash. It's colliding. The huge orb melted into the surface of the planet, the huge orb crumbling onto the outer layer and continued to diminish until... No explosion. Chi-Lai looked at the site, not understanding what was happening. The orb continued to diminish, on the surface chunks of the orb forcefully flying away from it, and a huge green smoke screen wafted over the planet as it melted. Lame. Chi-Lai shouted disappointedly. Limo chuckled. In space, there isn't an atmosphere, things aren't as interesting as you would think, speaking from experience. Boom. A huge wave of ki burst out from the collision, green, red and yellow colors jumping away silently as the planet exploded, forcing waves upon waves of pure unfiltered energy to roar from it. One of these energy waves smashed into the humble people carrier Chi and Limo were flying in. Woo! Ah! If their ship was walking before, it was now sprinting at full speed, the energy maliciously ramming into the side, flinging the ship across space. Chi and Limo both screamed as the safety belt forcefully tied them to their seats, the knockback from the movement causing Chi's hair to fly backwards. "It's beautiful," Chi said, looking at the various colors racing about in space. Limo tapped various buttons on the ship's navigation center quickly, trying to use the momentum from the blast to get to a mecha quicker. The ship made a smooth turn, its body curving through space, and eventually began to drift towards a mecha faster than before. "That was so fun," Chi said, her heart still racing. Chi. "Yeah. That wasn't a planet." "Huh. Then what was it?" "A star. A star. A star. And a medium-sized one at that. You just witnessed the birth of a supernova. Do things like that happen often?" Chi asked, still staring at the pretty flying colors. "That was the first time I've experienced something like that in my professional career," Limo said, shocked. A small flashing red light began to glow on the face of the navigation system. "That's not good. What happened?" "It seems like we're going to be stuck on planet Mecha for a while. The fuel tank gave out," Limo said, doing his best to manage the situation. "How long until we get there?" "About 12 minutes. Chi let out a soft groan as she waited. Narrator, a surprisingly peaceful outcome. But what kind of adventures are in store for Chi and Limo on planet Mecha? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 52. Don't you feel bad for destroying all of this greenery? I'll just sprinkle some spade formula and it will all grow back. Technology has come far. Yep. This less like a spaceship and more like a space house, no, a space mansion. Where's your space mansion? I'm gonna steal yours, Mr. Yellow said, laughing maniacally. You wish you could, Broly smirked. Broly and Mr. Yellow exchanged banter as Broly telekinetically moved a huge 90-acre metal sheet that was an acre thick over the Tuffle city, casting a huge black shadow onto the land. How did they even package this? Capsule cubes. Ah. Broly reached the other island and gently threw the metal square above him, the huge flat surface ripping air as it soared. Gravity responded soon and the huge piece began to fall, a sharp whistling sound produced as it dropped. Now isn't that scary, Mr. Yellow said as just over half the island was suddenly thrown into darkness. Broly opened his palm and a small green key orb flew high into the sky, rapidly expanding and soon collided with the metal. Mr. Yellow closed his eyes and covered his ears. It's not going to explode. Just in case. Humph. Broly felt his key soak into the metal, roughly 15 being completely absorbed and unremovable unless he wanted to break the huge surface. Broly breathed in and out, concentrating hard. He only had one opportunity to get this right, so he gathered every ounce focus within his will and concentrated. He couldn't get this wrong. Mr. Yellow watched in awe as the massive chunk of flat metal was slowly but carefully bent in many places to form the exterior of a spaceship while streams of green smoke wafted away. It looks just like it, Mr. Yellow sounded astounded. Well, we used the supercomputer to simulate the fluctuation of my key waves. I simply copied what I saw, it wasn't dash. No, I mean exactly like it. You sure you don't have a photographic memory? It wasn't a photograph, it was a simulation, idiot. That's the last piece of praise I'll ever give you. Broly chuckled. This was a key technique he had learned. His father taught him telekinesis, so he decided to take it one step further. Broly created lots of micro-explosions within his key and used the force from the explosions to compress the metal into the shape he wanted while the smoke diffused outside. He had purchased a Tsufurian supercomputer off Skynet, and while he would program it into his ship later, he used it to simulate how much force and where he would apply it to the metal to get the exterior he needed. The hardest part is now over, so we can finally get started, Dr. Yellow said, shooting capsule cubes out of his arms. Since you wanted to add blaster arms to the ship, I already made the beta version for my arms, he continued. I'm not mad at it, Broly said, slightly impressed. Broly and Mr. Yellow continued to spend the next few months working on the robotic spaceship, often sending pictures and discussing progress with the rest of the robotics department, as this was technically a department development, although Broly worked alone. It was hard work, especially for two people, but Broly welcomed the challenge. At times he would have to rotate and maneuver the entire ship at once and often carried heavy metal pieces to and from the ship before it was fully completed. He had substituted his gym routines with this kind of manual labor. This is harder than I thought, Broly said, moving a large metal piece with his hands. The first problem Broly encountered was creating a viable ecosystem. In the vast unforgiving void of space, there was no air to breathe or place for his breath to go. Furthermore, he needed to establish a cycle that would allow him to obtain fresh water and sustain optimal temperatures. Then he needed to build a hunk of metal around it that was able to fold and transform in ways a ship should not be able to fold and transform. It's possible in theory, there are metals that have the elastic properties and malleability to help you build what you want, but even by Tsufurian standards this is extremely difficult. You're not going to have a fun time making it. Dr. Limiter's words were an understatement. Broly now understood why Dr. Barrel had never declined his requests for more resources. He was waiting to see Broly fail. Broly didn't mind it though, as he knew the main issue with the ship. Broly wanted his ship to be able to do everything at once. He wanted it to have extendable weapons, an electronic information library, long-distance travel capacity, navigation capabilities, utility capabilities, recreational capabilities, etc. A normal person would have built several ships that were specialized in one thing, but Broly wanted to cram as many things he could into one as possible. Dr. Limiter also pointed out his ship would be a bottomless pit as far as energy consumption was concerned. He would need some way to power the thing for long-term use if he was serious. So Broly used his ki. If Broly learned anything from the incident that happened at the tournament, it was that his ki was a rapidly generating, ultra-powerful energy source, so he had installed various drainage points where he could empty his ki into the ship, and various mechanisms and processes would use it to make the ship run. Broly, however, had massively underestimated the size of his ship. Broly planned to have 2 floors in his ship, the lower layer where the navigation system, weapon systems and research systems were, an upper layer where the recreational things and living quarters were. This initial blueprint had Mr. Yellow sitting at around 120 acres of space, surface area. Upon developing the ship and welding the parts himself, he quickly realized this format wouldn't work. This would be because the interior of the ship had to be built in order to maintain a hospitable pressure, otherwise the ship could burst mid-air and anyone on it would die. This led the average 120 acres to become a huge 180 acres in size. The puny aircraft hangar Broly was working in was unable to house this kind of ridiculous machinery, so Broly had cleared out a massive section on the other island to continue his work. 4 months later Broly finished his spaceship. Narrator, amazing. After several all-nighters, the product of Broly's blood, sweat and tears has been manifested. But how will the Tsufurians, a technology-crazed race, react to his unique design? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 53. On the second island on planet Sithis was a huge spaceship. It touched the ground through several spider-like legs that were all bent at the middle. A thin tiny layer of ki covered the surface, giving the crystalline metal a faint green shine. The body of the ship was curved, a big ellipsoid in shape, helping maintain consistent pressure. Many spherical windows were lined up at the sides of the ship, allowing light to enter from all angles. The smooth metal surface bumped up at the top with narrow slits, allowing a series of long lengths and wide widths to jut out, giving the ship a symmetrical bug-like appearance. Broly and Mr. Yellow stood from afar looking at the ship with satisfaction, yellow and white colors shining off the structure, standing like ants in front of a beetle. You used an ungodly number of capsule cubes, Mr. Yellow said, breaking the silence. There's only so much space we can have. Broly said, protesting Mr. Yellow's complaints. That means that you have to be in the navigation room, the weapons room or the bedrooms when it goes into exploration mode, otherwise you're trapped in a capsule cube, Mr. Yellow said critically. And the gym, Broly added. Mr. Yellow narrowed his eyes. Why do you choose the gym over the library like I recommended? It's all digital, you can access the library from anywhere. If not for your moaning I wouldn't have added a library at all. Broly argued. That's why I'm smarter than you, Mr. Yellow added snarkily. Broly chuckled, quickly devising a plan. I concede, activate exploration mode. Mr. Yellow then closed its eyes, accessing the digital network between itself and all of Broly's devices. A few seconds later, the entire structure transformed, becoming much taller as it now stood on 2 huge legs that were supported by claw-like feet, which stretched wide over the land. The legs were close to the ground as a sharp bend at the knee area halved the height of them. On top of the legs was an equally large core, barely housing a third of the rooms in the ship, a wide set of wings proudly sitting behind it. From the right side, a long blaster arm hung gently, capable of separating into several slim guns, all handcrafted to destroy enemies with Broly's ki. On the left side hung a huge arm, like the right side, capable of separating into several utility devices connected via passageways to several sections within the ship. Faint green ki hummed all over the entire structure. It's an engineering marvel. I'm never building one again. Mr. Yellow snickered as he deactivated Explorer mode, transforming the ship back into its original shape. Broly brought out a smartphone from his pocket that quickly expanded into a tablet that covered Broly's man hands. Welcome to Zelta. What would you like to do? Zelta. I could have sworn it was supposed to read Mr. Yellow. That sneaky idiot must have changed it, Broly thought, deciding to follow through on his plan. White airy text flashed into and out of existence on the screen. Dope, Mr. Yellow said aloud, slightly hurt that it wasn't his name that appeared on the screen. Broly dragged the screen left and a drop-down menu of options appeared. Commands. Statistics. Library. Settings. Superstar Fighters. You put the damned game onto the ship. Mr. Yellow said, now completely irritated. Yep. Broly tapped the tablet a few more times and a door opened up, allowing another platform to extend onto the ground. Broly smirked, putting power into his legs, and leapt into the ship in a single bound. W8. Don't close the dash. Broly hurriedly tapped the tablet, the platform was sucked in and the door closed. Mr. Yellow balled up his fists, lacing them with ki and pounded against the ship, causing the green barrier to shine brighter before mellowing out, letting the ship be visible again. You ungrateful bastard. I did 99.9 of the work and this is how you treat me. Let me in. Let me in. Mr. Yellow cried from outside. Broly smirked from inside and wandered through his ship cheerily. I need some friends that aren't made of metal, he thought, his feet touching the cold metallic floor. He wandered through the tight corridors, although they were designed for one person to travel through at a time, they were still made with Broly in mind, so ended up being reasonably wide. He entered the engine room, which was in the east sector on the bottom floor of Zelta. His eyes found a series of machines, he had to research individually to produce, neatly sectioned. Zelta really is an energy demon, Broly thought, making eye contact with the energy core at the end of the room. He had built a simple key store after consulting Dr. Limiter and his friends, since they had years of research and expertise within the topic. The energy tank was already at 70, although Broly had filled it up yesterday, regardless of the fact that Broly left all the functions running. Broly placed his fingers against the metal casing, without blinking volumes of ki were sucked out and into the machine, making the ball of energy in the center grow in size massively before it was sucked away through other channels into many areas of the ship. Definitely not building that again, Broly thought, leaving after he charged the batteries. Broly then made his way into the navigation room, which was on the west side of the bottom floor of Zelta. His eyes found many of the radar and sonar machines, their structures completely copied from Sulfurian guidebooks. Attached to each machine was a monitor which with the aid of a supercomputer was able to generate accurate drawings of landscapes. This could probably sell for a lot. Broly wasn't planning on becoming a cartographer and archaeologist anytime soon, but the technology would never hurt to have, especially when approaching undiscovered planets. He walked towards his control center at the front of the room and looked down again at the navigation systems. The ship, in reality, could fly on autopilot, guided by the supercomputer, but Broly still built manual controls, a steering wheel that could turn into joysticks erected in front of the primary windows. Broly left the NAV room and entered the elevator at the center of the ground floor to reach the rec rooms, his feet being warmly welcomed by shag carpeting that temporarily recorded his steps as he walked. I really need some friends, Broly said, almost embarrassed, realizing that all the games and tables would be useless if he was by himself all the time. When did I even add these, he thought passingly, as his eyes scanned all the games and food stocked into the area. Now the important part. Broly entered another room at the northeast side of the upper floor and flipped a switch, increasing the gravity 20 times. His knees buckled and his muscles tightened as he had to concentrate to even remain standing. The equipment in the room remained unfazed, heavy interchangeable weights distributed everywhere. Creating a gravity amplification device, especially one designed for the inside of a spaceship, was a pain. So Broly bought it off the Sulfurians. Broly had checked all the important parts, so he flew out of the ship, standing back on Tuffle soil. Broly then tucked away from the tablet, shortening it back into a smartphone, and threw a cube at the ship. Upon collision, a long curtain-like cover spread over the surface of the ship. Great! Now it's completely invisible. Mr. Yellow said, spiting Broly, who had returned. Broly snickered and levitated into the air, flying back to the island. Narrator, how am I supposed to hype up this? The author literally spent the whole chapter talking about a spaceship. If you want, come back, come back. If you don't, I don't blame you, the author doesn't seem to know what he's doing. See you next time. Chapter 54. Broly flew over Tuffle City slightly emotional, while on some level he had confronted the events that happened at the tournament, but he still suppressed them somewhat. He knew that a strange personality tried to take over his mind and on that day, and that he was barely able to suppress it. If he had a sliver less willpower, he could have dealt irreparable damage to Tuffle City. Damage that the innocent Sulfurians didn't deserve in the slightest, especially after everything they had done for him, heck, then even helped recuperate him and walked him through rehabilitation. He couldn't sleep at night knowing that one day he could snap and accidentally kill half the population. While he had confidence in Queen Nana, he also knew that he was keeping how strong he was a secret, and the Tuffles even gave him enough privacy to maintain that secret. He knew that not every single Tsufurian was happy with his presence on planet Sithis, but the overwhelming reception was unreasonably kind to Broly. Almost irrationally so. I can't endanger these people. Broly also knew that his transformation was rooted in his anger, but anger was a fickle thing. Upon reflection, it was only a few poorly timed words that caused him to lose his temper, and he could not guarantee a similar event would not happen again. Broly was in deep reflection, although he had already reached a conclusion. He landed in front of Tuffle Queen Castle and entered, approaching the receptionist. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Engine," he said softly as he walked by. "Broly." "Humph. Now you're too big and famous to remember little Mrs. Engine, the little lady that works at the desk," Mrs. Engine said, pouting that Broly had stopped paying her visits. "Well, recently I have been really busy with work and dash." I see, you don't care about me at all." I see, Mrs. Engine teased, her words stabbing into Broly, who was already in his feelings. "It's not like that," Broly said loudly. Mrs. Engine was slightly shocked at how seriously Broly took her words, her eyes looking over her Broly's chiseled jaw and deep black eyes. Not to mention the fact that Broly had picked up the habit of walking around shirtless. Her face flushed red and her heartbeat quickened. "I'm a married woman, you know, although I'm nearly double your age. You can't hit on me so openly," she said honestly. Broly looked at Mrs. Engine with palpable confusion before it clicked in his head, and he blushed slightly, a faint red barely detectable on his dark skin. "Stop teasing the poor boy and let him in," a robotic voice chimed. Mrs. Engine was startled by the voice, she looking down embarrassedly and continued to do her work. Broly walked past slightly shaken up. He had never looked at Mrs. Engine that way, but now that he thought about, she did have a soothing voice and a pretty face. "She's a married woman, get your mind out of the gutter." Broly made his way to the throne room, trying to clear his thoughts. Mushro was currently seated on the throne while Queen Nana was feeding him grapes. Her head was Mushro's neck, so Broly couldn't see what she was doing. However, he could see Mushro, who was smiling from ear to ear. Broly closed the door loudly, knocking the two out of their stupor. "Be Broly!" Mushro shouted out, caught off guard. "Good afternoon, Uncle Dash." "No need for pleasantries, may I ask why you have come to visit?" Mushro said hurriedly, trying to shoo away Broly. "Straight to the point." Broly didn't mind it. After all, he had come unannounced and interrupted their personal time. "I want to leave planet Sithis," Broly said, clearly his eyes firm. "What? Why, who?" Queen Nana shifted her body, now sitting on Mushro's lap, pushing down against him. Mushro's arms stretched over the arm handles of the chair and gripped them tightly. "Why do you feel that way?" she asked, putting her hand on her chin, leaning towards Broly. Broly turned a blind eye to these shenanigans. He was mature enough to ignore them. "I don't want to endanger the Tsufurians. I don't plan to leave forever, but I want to go away for a while dash." "Until you learn how to control that strange power," Queen Nana concluded. Mushro groaned softly behind her. "It's the logical decision, but not an easy one to make. I didn't want to push you, but you have to understand my point of view. I hoped you would come to that conclusion, but as you can see." Queen Nana ground against Mushro, who moaned wildly in the back. "I didn't expect it." Broly scratched the side of his head awkwardly at the display. He knew that they were close and open about it, but he still wished they had a little more shame. "And you have your own spaceship. I had my people already fix it when you were sleeping, so it's actually safe to fly now. I can arrange a couple years worth of supplies for you, but don't tear through the food in a month, please." Nana asked genuinely. Queen Nana's nonchalant attitude deeply surprised Broly. It was one thing that they altered Broly's ship, but it was another to do so in such a manner that he was completely unaware of it. "You messed with my ship?" Broly asked, completely taken aback. He now realized that the odd adjustment and name choice was due to the Tsufurians who worked on it in secret. "Messed? Broly, my dear, while the engineering you managed to do by yourself is worthy of praise, Zelta is the most advanced spaceship in existence. Utilizing capsule cube technology as well as a series of tunnels and pathways laced with dash." Queen Nana stopped herself. "I have to admit your idea was really good," she said slowly, her soft cushy ass all but humping Mushro. "So good that when my spies told the Minister of Technology, he exchanged a lot of resources and favors to just have the opportunity to develop the ship, even though you're technically the one who owns it," Nana finished. "That's so sneaky," Broly exclaimed honestly. He could never imagine that the cute and cuddly Tsufurians would engage in that type of stealthy activity. Queen Nana stared at Broly and then burst into laughter. "Your simplicity is refreshing. that's what I like most about you Scions, you and Mushy are so much more straightforward than a cold and calculated Sulfurians who only know how to scheme, Nana said critically. Queen Nana sighed, pushing down even harder on Mushro, who was shamelessly moaning. Broly furrowed his brows. Nana's analysis of the Tuffles was much more cynical than he had expected. The Tuffles, especially to Broly, had always been nice and genuine people, but apparently this wasn't always the case. We're getting off topic, Nana said decisively. When do you want to go? Queen Nana said, her face now suddenly flushed red. Next week, Broly said, eager to leave the room. So soon? I'll arrange it, you may leave, Nana said smoothly, reading Broly like a book. Broly quickly excused himself, his innocent mind shocked to submission under Nana's calculation. You're so bad at. Mushro croaked from underneath. Queen Nana chuckled. It would be a lie to say she hadn't thoroughly planned this event from the beginning. I know, she said embracing Mushro. Narrator, finally. Something interesting is happening. It turns out that the Tuffles aren't so benevolent and kind as the author thinks. They, in fact, were responsible for some under-the-table shenanigans. What other things could be brewing in secret? Find out. In the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 55. Broly approached Dr. Limiter sadly. Broly wasn't a very emotional person, but a feeling he could describe welled up in his chest when he saw him. Broly. I haven't seen you in ages. Are you feeling okay? Isn't everything alright? Is your dash? I'm fine, Broly said quietly. But I want to leave Planet Sithis for a bit, just to clear my head, Broly said, his eyes becoming firm. Dr. Limiter let out a sigh before looking at Broly with warm eyes. It's the logical conclusion, he said gently. That's what Queen Nana said, Broly softly responded. She's a smart woman, Dr. Limiter said, his eyes concealing his true thoughts. Dr. Limiter then let out another sigh and reached under his desk, bringing out a small wooden chest. Broly kept quiet, looking at the box curiously. I wanted to give this to you on your 18th birthday, but there is no guarantee you'll back at that time. The universe is an unpredictable place after all, Dr. Limiter said reluctantly. Broly looked at the chest reaching towards it, but Dr. Limiter slapped his hand. It's a birthday present. Don't touch it until you turn 18, he said, shoving the chest into Broly's chest, then hobbling back to his desk. I hate goodbyes, stop staring at an old man and go enjoy your life, he said, shooing Broly away. But sir. Broly tried. Go. Dr. Limiter yelled adamantly. Belatedly Broly left Dr. Limiter's office, leaving the department headquarters, flying away towards his house. Tears welled up in Dr. Limiter's eyes as he smiled warmly. I knew this day would come, but I didn't think I would be so affected by that damned monkey, he chuckled softly as he involuntarily reminisced, the memories growing rapidly in his mind like a tree. Dr. Limiter sighed for the third time and continued with his work. Best not to think about it. Dad, I'm home. Broly shouted, closing the door behind him. Inside the mansion, he could hear shouting and curses followed by laughter. Aunt Celery and Uncle Aspa must be home, Broly thought, not put off by the raucous atmosphere at all. Paragus helped me convince him. He's a grown man, he should be able to clean his own room. Celery cried. We're in a loving relationship and she's the woman, she's the one who should be doing all the cleaning. Aspa said as a rebuttal. Well actually Paragus tried. I do. Yet you can't do something as simple as putting your own dishes in the sink. Celery interrupted. Why should I handle dishes? You're my wife. You're supposed to do it for me. Wife? Paragus asked, looking at Aspa sideways. Girlfriend. I meant girlfriend. Aspa shouted quickly, his face lighting up like a Christmas tree. The atmosphere in the room quietened drastically as Broly entered. Aspa's face brightened red to a scary degree as Broly spoke. I have an announcement to make, Broly said, completely derailing the conversation. Celery opened her mouth, about to say something, but Broly interrupted. I want to leave Planet Sithis, not forever. Just until I can make sure I won't go crazy again, Broly said faintly. A look of complete defeat overcame Paragus while Celery and Aspa both jumped at Broly. Why? Are you sure? That's a big decision to make. You're so young. You can't dash. Let him go. Paragus said firmly, his voice rising all above all of the others. Let him go, he said quieter, still looking at the ground. Broly looked at his father, who couldn't look at him, holding back the tears that welled up in his eyes. Broly breathed in and out, trying to calm himself. If that's what you want to do, but don't leave yet Broly, I've got some stuff I need to give you, Celery said, hurrying past Broly in the corridor. Aspa walked up to Broly, putting a hand on his shoulder, reaching upwards. If you see Frieza, punch him in the chest for me, Aspa said, a look of deep seriousness on his face. Broly's face cracked and a smile formed on his face. Aspa chuckled. Don't be too hard on yourself, you're 1,000 times better than I was when I was your age, don't forget you're only 16. Aspa said Broly, speaking from his heart. Broly couldn't fight the tears that streamed down his face. Aspa smiled warmly. Don't cry kid, you're acting as if you're not coming back, Aspa said walking past Broly. Then again, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. You're strong enough to look out for yourself, you don't need to stay cooped up on this planet like we do, Aspa said passingly. Broly's eyes drifted to his dad who was also crying. Look at how soft I've gotten, Paragus said self-deprecatingly. Back on Planet Vegeta, I saw guys who buried their family with their own hands and never batted an eye, yet my kid wants to leave for the weekend and I turn into a slobbering mess, Paragus said, a woeful smile forming as he cried. Broly couldn't fight his emotions, a deep sadness he couldn't explain washed over him and he considered staying. Actually, maybe I don't have to dash. Broly, Paragus interrupted Broly and looked at him, straight into his wet eyes. We came to this planet in the first place for you, we left Planet Vegeta for you, 1/5 of the Scion population were sacrificed by Frieza for you. In this entire universe, you are the only one that I have, if I find out that you died, I'll kill you, Paragus said sincerely. Broly couldn't even bring himself to laugh as he broke down in front of his father, unable to come with the foreign emotions that overwhelmed him. Dad, I dash. This is something you need to do, Paragus said clearly. I did the same thing when I was your age after the incident, Paragus continued, picking Broly up. This planet wasn't what I wanted for you anyway, your own adventure starts now, Paragus said, pulling Broly, bringing him into a hug. Thanks. That was all Broly could muster out, amidst the storm in his mind. A few days later. Broly sat in the captain's seat in the navigation room of his spaceship, leaning back. Where to first, Mr. Yellow? He asked, dryly. Cheer up brother, this is all about you and remember, the more you think about home the more redundant this trip will be, you're not leaving forever after all, Mr. Yellow said wisely. Paragus' words echoed in Broly's head. Your own adventure starts now. Yeah, you're right, Broly said aloud, before closing his eyes and readying his mind. Come out. I know you're still there, he thought willfully, beckoning the voice. So you finally prepared yourself, the voice said, mockingly. Narrator, emotions? In Dragon Ball. Mr. Author, have you lost your mind? What's the point of this if there's no fighting and screaming? He's lost the plot. He's. Gunshot sound effects. Storyteller, sorry about that. The author has hired me to replace Mr. Narrator as he was unable to do his job properly, he only woke up halfway through the tournament saga so he was clearly unfit for work, don't worry you're in safe hands now. Chapter 56. Broly's spaceship fluttered gently as it levitated, then slowly picked up speed as it streaked into the sky, a green aura covering it as it left planet Cyus. Mr. Yellow left the navigation room and quickly entered the library. The Tuffles, in all their diligence, even when fleeing Planet Plant were still curious enough to draw a map of all the nearby planets in between. Zelta didn't have a set destination and Broly said Mr. Yellow could pick out the first planet they visited, something that he took very seriously. Mr. Yellow flew forward, mechanical sounds ringing out as his right arm unfolded forming a USB. What do we have here, he thought as he looked at the map. Who are you? Broly thought, confronting the voice. That's a very difficult question to answer, the voice responded, its tone almost sounding disinterested. I'm not joking with you, answer the question. Broly said, now more forceful. Calm down, the voice said irritatedly. I am the essence which appears in the mind of a legendary Super Saiyan. Since the age of Yamoshi my kind have fused with all the Scions that appear once every 1,000 years, the voice said seriously. Legendary Super Saiyan? Broly thought, not buying a word it was saying. The voice laughed. Have you not realized that you aren't our common Scion warrior? Did you think the gap between you and the rest of your family was just a result of the environment? And I thought you were a smarter Scion, the voice scolded. Broly ignored the tone of the voice, finding truth in its words. What should I call you? Broly thought, too sure how to address the voice. My kind have existed since the time of Yamoshi and I possess the memories of him and everyone followed, that was my first and true name, the voice said honestly. But I don't think it's appropriate to call you the name of a Scion who passed long ago, your being is something else entirely, Broly said, calling out the voice. The voice chuckled. While I did not exist in a conventional sense at that time, I possess the knowledge of those who did, I will not accept a name that isn't Yamoshi, the voice said proudly. Then I will call you, Yam, or Moshi, which do you prefer? Broly thought, refusing to call the wicked voice the name of his ancestor. The voice deflated audibly and said, "You may call me Yami if you wish," compromising. "Okay, Yami, how are you speaking to me right now?" The voice laughed once again sinisterly, causing Broly to tense up. "Well, Broly, as I said earlier, you were supposed to be absorbed naturally as I merged into you, but you have rejected your Scion roots to such a degree that your mind, in order to not be destroyed, split in two, separating me from you," the voice said slowly, dry intimidation building in its words. Time seemed to slow down as the words hit Broly with force, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Yami laughed and continued. "Bluntly put, it seemed I did merge with you, but not how I should have naturally. I joined with everything you resist, everything you reject. That is what I am now." "You sound evil," Broly said, trying to force Yami back into his mind. "Well, whether you like it or not, I'm a part of you now, whether you know it or not. I can see, hear and feel everything you can," Yami said softly. Yami then sighed bitterly, hating himself for his weakness. "But I must admit, you are the one who has power over our body. Your freakish willpower rejects every part of me and forces me away," the voice said jealously. "Our?" Broly questioned, cynicism rising in his voice. Yami suddenly calmed down, sounding much more sincere and heartfelt than before. "I already know this whole endeavor is confusing, but I am your friend. I am a guardian of sorts to help you grow and properly develop into your legendary Super Saiyan state," Yami said, now incredibly more soothing than before. Broly relaxed visibly. "What do you mean by legendary Super Saiyan state?" Broly asked, trusting Yami only a little bit more. "Another difficult question, but I will try my best," the Yami said, hiding his reluctance. "Scions are malleable creatures, you can already see this with your family. They all have different strengths and specialties." Broly reflected, finding truth in Yami's words, which made him believe Yami's story more and more, his skepticism dying. The Super Saiyan state, as of now, is a powerful form that increases the strength of a Scion by 50, and your legendary state is well over 200 times that," Yami said enticingly. Broly waited patiently, allowing Yami to continue speaking. "The form you saw Celery and Aspa enter was a pseudo Super Saiyan state, a few factors stopping them from achieving the full transformation." Broly listened carefully, before he highly doubted Yami's words, but now he paid painstaking attention, making sure not to miss anything. Yami sensed this and laughed internally, which couldn't be heard by Broly. "However, you have already achieved the Super Saiyan transformation," Yami announced grandly, blowing Broly's mind. I have. Only for a few seconds. You were correct to release Yuki, as that was the culprit for your anger, and when you did, your body forcibly evolved, growing much stronger and durable from the transformation." Broly hung on to every word Yami uttered, captivated as the secrets of his race were revealed. He had noticed that he had gotten taller and more muscular while his tail had grown longer, but chalked it up to him growing. He was still in his teens after all. In actuality, the legendary Super Saiyan form for Yamoshi was the form you experienced, but while there may not be evidence for it, I believe that your legendary Super Saiyan state will be much more different. The Scion bloodline has evolved after all, Yami concluded. "How do you know all this?" "It's complicated, too complicated to explain. I'll try later if you don't mind. Actually very tired," Yami said, retreating back into Broly's mind. "No, it's fine, thank you for what you have said so far." Yami paused for a second, before laughing out wildly. "You're welcome, Broly," he said as he was silenced. Broly sat back into the navigation chair, 1,000 thoughts running through his mind. "I don't think Yami is bad after all," Broly concluded. While his actions at the Tsufurian tournament was questionable, knowing what the Scions were, it wasn't illogical. Although Broly couldn't shake off an ominous feeling, he decided he would trust Yami for the time being. He was inside his own head after all. Yami, who could hear all of Broly's thoughts, was laughing silently in his own corner of Broly's mind. Step by step, he assured himself. Storyteller, what a twist. It turns out Broly is actually the modern-day appearance of the legendary Super Saiyan. Who could have seen that coming? I already know you can't wait for the next chapter to drop, so. Script flipping noises. Storyteller, put your power stones in the bag. Chapter 57. Dr. Barrel wiped the sweat off his brow and admired his creation. Baby was a 4'5" android. He had dark blue skin that glistened under the dim lighting of the secret laboratory. Baby appeared to be wearing a chest plate, a light blue material covering its pectorals as its dark blue abs poked out, hinting at its combat capabilities. Baby's hands were balled up into two fists and its feet laid flatly on the ground, itching to be powered. Baby also had a strange yellow-red pattern neck guard, the same pattern also decorating its gauntlets around its wrists and guards around its ankles, appearing finally above its left eye, eyes that turned thoughtlessly into space as its solid hair swooshed down, just out of his eye line. It had deep black eyes that had red lines going through the irises, its body also adorned with markings that concealed hidden weapons. "He's ready," Dr. Beryl said excitedly. Dr. Beryl had already paid off one of Queen Nana's spies who instantly assisted him in placing a tracer on Broly's ship. While sneaking Baby into the ship was too difficult, determining the location of it was not, and so Dr. Beryl wired the tracker into Baby, who glistened ominously, twitched ominously, standing in place. Dr. Console, while he had helped, wanted to do as little as possible with the production as possible, and so he packaged the parts and instructions for Baby and delivered them to a discreet location where Dr. Beryl collected them. In the first place, he was the inventor for Baby, although he had worked with a troublesome man named Dr. Mio who tried and failed to claim rights. A wide smile bloomed on Dr. Beryl's face. The first smile he had made in months came upon him. He sat back down at his desk and checked his computer, looking for the location of Broly's spaceship. Dr. Beryl's eyes widened. "He's already taken off." Dr. Beryl knew at some point Broly would be flying into the universe. In fact, he even counted on it, as that was a much more suitable location for Baby to possess Broly. However, he didn't expect it to happen already. Queen Nana hadn't even announced him leaving. Dr. Beryl was lost in thought, wondering what his next course of action was. "I'll have to build a spaceship for Baby and send him after Broly," he thought, deciding on what to do. Dr. Beryl tiredly left his office and made his way home, done for the day. Baby stood, in the middle of Dr. Beryl's office, deactivated. Crimson-red key surfaced on the edge of Baby's skin, the cold and chilling life energy powering him. His eyes opened foggily, the black metallic containers filling up, turning blood red, and he lifted up his arm, gripping the air in front of him tightly. The Broly Tuffleization plan is already in effect. Baby moved his body around, stretching its muscles and exploring his range of movements. Form test concluded, results, satisfactory. Baby silently levitated into the air as crimson-red key engulfed his body, the raw energy allowing him to fly. Key test concluded, results, exemplary. Baby then dropped, his blue feet landing on the ground as he brought his index and middle fingers to his temple. Detection wave. A thin transparent hemisphere of energy formed around Baby and then rushed out, passing through the wall and the ceiling, allowing Baby to see any technological thing it touched. The thin wave quickly passed through Tuffle City, the position of every device, object and person now engraved in his mind through the help of various tracking devices. Technological security test concluded, results, passable. Baby blinked, quickly using the various devices in his control as portals to access Skynet. Virus detected, that Sulfurian supercomputer, underneath Tuffle Queen Palace whirred loudly as it detected Baby. Baby hurriedly downloaded all the data on Skynet, compressing it at the same time, and then encrypted it and stored it in a physical fresh data bank that existed in the technological department. Virus lost. Scanning all data, data unharmed, event recorded, that Sulfurian supercomputer whirred again as it continued to search for Baby. Baby then downloaded the first batch of data in order of recency to its own physical data stores. In a few seconds he unzipped the data and decrypted it, finding out what happened on planet Sithis in the last few months. Baby stood in the middle of Dr. Beryl's office, seemingly staring into space as it sorted through information, rapidly approaching the footage of the tournament that took place a few months ago. Commencing body comparison test, incompatible. Baby murmured as it sorted through the Scions, finding their lack of brainpower and older bodies unfit for possession. Its primary purpose was to possess Broly, but Dr. Beryl hadn't completed him yet, so Baby had no idea what Broly looked like, only having some incomplete data Dr. Beryl had managed to string together. Compatibility detected, rating 100 compatible. But Baby was a sentient AI. Commencing key composition scan. Scan complete. Searching for a successful match in Tuffle City, search failed. Searching for Scion DNA, searching successful. Locating DNA samples, location found. Baby continued to work quietly in the room, occasionally murmuring to stimulate the brain portion of its processor, performing various activities in Tuffle City while the Sulfurian supercomputer followed his trail, trying to shut him down. In the morning Dr. Beryl entered his office startled, seeing several tiny mutant machines he didn't recall making, all operating on Baby. As the door closed behind him, a small mutant machine walked towards him and stopped in front of him, offering a formal salute. It was a basic machine, looking like a mini Sulfurian with a white paint job. I have made a series of adjustments to Creator's invention in order to carry out Creator's order more effectively, the mutant machine started clearly and then moved back to Baby. There was only really a few adjustments left to make to Baby, and for the most part, he was done, yet Baby had autonomously decided to tweak itself. Technology is truly a scary thing, Dr. Beryl thought as he watched the mutant machines operate on Baby, many crates with biological samples and chemical mutagens opened and being used by various helpers to enhance Baby. My credit card. Dr. Beryl thought, hurriedly checking his smartphone. He had briefly considered putting his personal details into Baby just to save him time, but didn't think of the possibilities. Sure enough, he saw a massive sum of money within his bank account relaxing temporarily only to see a small dash in front of his balance. Fuck, he called out, quickly trying to contact his bank before any more money could be taken out. Storyteller, the plot thickens. Dr. Beryl was successful in modifying Baby. What kind of creative and unique powers will he possess as the project between Dr. Beryl and Dr. Console? What can Broly do to stop a plan he doesn't know is coming? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 58. Broly grunted as he moved the weight up in the training room, his arm muscles straining as he moved the huge thing up. There you go. That makes 100. Yami said encouragingly. The weight dropped to the floor, making a light sound as its huge mass suddenly decreased. You're going to kill me, Broly thought, exhaustedly, not having enough strength to lift up his arms anymore. Hey, it's not my fault you were training like a bitch before I started coaching you, Yami responded, harshly. Remember, if I die, you die too, Broly said, wiping off beads of sweat, his muscles crying as he did so. Stop being so dramatic, you're a berserker type, progressive overload is your best friend, Yami said, knowledge pouring out of his words. Broly looked around the room, seeing all the machines that he had worked on. He was currently sat at the bench press at the back of the room, it was all stocked with thick heavy weights as Broly only brought on the ship what he could use to grow. To keep the stress on the ship low, the weights all used anti-gravity technology to become much lighter than they actually were until they were gripped at the handles. Opposite this at the front of the room, there was a Broly-sized resistance running machine. Broly wasn't sure what the tread was made of, but it was able to handle him running at 50 milliseconds for hours without wearing out, so he didn't pay it too much thought. To the right of the bench press was a squat rack, equipped with similarly huge weights to torture Broly's legs. On the right side of the running machine was an arm resistance machine, and on the left side was a leg resistance machine. The rest of the room was empty with mirrors on the walls so Broly could check his form from all angles when he exercised. The floor was made of a rubbery bouncy material that cushioned any impact. Needless to say, Broly was exercising in increased gravity. Broly breathed heavily as he recovered from his workout. You're not finished. You still have another set to do, on everything. Yami announced. You really do want to kill me, Broly said tiredly. AI, scions of the current generation have really gotten too soft, even though you're a berserker, no a super berserker, who when his body should only be capable of lifting 120, somehow lifts 150, you still moan and whine like a girl. AI, Yami lamented loudly in Broly's head. Broly frowned, getting slightly irritated but kept quiet. Yami grunted. Don't be like that, if you do another set, I'll teach you some ancient key techniques, Yami said, trying to coerce Broly. It was as if a switch flipped in his mind. The moment Broly heard ancient key techniques, his body was suddenly animated, moving over to the machines energetically. Hey! No key allowed. Do you really think you're going to grow if you take shortcuts? Your key is busted as it is. Imagine how much stronger you would be if it was stacked on top of your diligently trained body. AI, really too lazy, Yami continued to lament as Broly worked even harder, trying to get him to shut up. 4 hours later. Broly collapsed onto the floor, each and every muscle on his body worked to the bone. Regardless of how big they were, Broly still felt like a complete amateur in the gym, panting like a dog. If the training he did now was a full-course meal, the training he did on planet Sithis was a light snack. And you thought you were going to die before? Yami laughed sadistically as he saw Broly ragged. Fuck you, Broly struggled to think, his chest heaving. A deal's a deal, in 3 days I'll teach you some key techniques. Why in 3 days? You want a Zenkai boost, don't you? Broly grunted, barely stopping himself from passing out as he crawled out of the gym room. You good, brother? Mr. Yellow asked Broly curiously, wondering why he was laying on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine, Broly said, exhausted but moving. Who's the tin can? Yami asked, meeting Mr. Yellow for the first time. A robot I made, he helps out around the ship, Broly responded simply. You made that thing? AI, instead of being an awesome warrior you were hunched over a desk piecing together wires. Such a shame. Yami lamented. Shut up, Broly said back. He liked piecing together wires. What planet are we landing on? It's an undiscovered one, but I think it'll be interesting. Do you think it's Planet Vegeta? Broly asked curiously. He wasn't in a rush to get back to his home planet as he had learned that Frieza still squeezed his people with an iron grip and was constantly running around the universe, but if it was in his way then he would definitely do his due diligence as a Saiyan and punch Frieza in the chest. It seems to be in the process of being discovered, multiple ships set on course to land there soon, Mr. Yellow chirped. How did you figure that out? Broly asked. We're in space and suddenly I was able to hack something, so I played around and found some stuff, Mr. Yellow said, purposely underselling the situation. That sounds really good, but I need to rest for a bit, Broly said, making his way on the floor to his bed across the hall. My stars. You really are fucked up. You don't need to push yourself so hard. You're strong enough as it is. I'm going to snap the tin can. Yami called out from his resting place. Broly was in no state to argue and made his way to his bed, with the help of Mr. Yellow. Upon hitting his soft silky mattress, Broly was gone in seconds. Mr. Yellow rotated Broly, making sure he didn't suffocate, and left the room quietly. This kid is really something, Yami thought as Broly slept. Out of all the inheritors of the legendary Super Saiyan genes, only 2 of them had been berserker types, and they all paled in comparison to Broly, who was a monster. Berserker types had the fastest growth rate at the expense of having low willpower and intelligence, but Broly packed those traits by the dozen. Deep down, Yami was waiting for Broly to fail so that his mind would wear out and he could take control completely, but there was something endearing about the way Kid politely and sincerely responded to him, pushing himself to meet his expectations, that coupled with the fact that, like iron, Broly's mind sharpened as Yami put more obstacles in his path, caused Yami to be at a loss. The kid's kindness is rubbing off on me. I can't afford to get soft, not when the vessel with the highest potential in the universe is staring at me in the face. Yami thought, going to sleep as well. Storyteller, another twist. Yami is actually secretly trying to take over Broly's body. Who could have seen that coming? The author is really spoiling you guys. Make sure you come back to read the next chapter. Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 59. Broly stood in the middle of the gym facing the mirror. It's time, he thought excitedly, waking up Yami. Broly had waited patiently the last 3 days. As his body was out of commission, he spent his time in the library studying some of the physics behind how his key stores worked. He hoped to make adjustments in the future, but one could only do so much in 3 days. Alright, are you ready? Yami said, a hint of anticipation present in his voice. Yes. Broly said out loud, unable to contain his excitement. Then give me control of the body. Yami said, palpable greed present in his words. Broly frowned and his mood dropped. Why? How else do you think I'm going to show you? Yami asked, almost sarcastically. Broly hesitated for a few moments, but the bait in front of his face was just too appealing to resist. Broly breathed in, calming his entire body, then brought his state of being to his mind, almost meditating. In this mindset, Broly Ki felt every movement of Ki in his body, and control over his physical state dwindled. Ack! A wave of sharp pain ran through him, but this was the 3rd time he experienced it, so he reacted much better than last time. Yami took a deep breath, feeling the air fill up his lungs, and softly exhaled. Your body is reciting me, Yami said to Broly calmly, hiding any impatience he had. Broly couldn't help but be cautious. He didn't want Yami to pull a fast one on him. You need to relax. I won't be able to show you the methods otherwise, trust me, Yami said delicately, his voice the right tone and the right sound to convince Broly. Broly sighed out in his mind, if you're tricking me, I'm going to be pissed, he said, doing his best to relax. Yami chuckled. If you get angry, it's better for me anyway. Yami's will moved over Broly, his arms moving high into the air and stance spreading out as he felt the movement of Ki inside Broly's body. Your Ki control is better than I thought, he said praisingly as he brought his arms down. Humph. Yami grunted as a soft pressure built up at the center of Broly's body, slowly increasing in size until FSH. A heavy yellow aura appeared around Broly, rotating around his body menacingly, like a tornado with him at the center. Broly watched captivated, wondering what Yami was doing. The yellow aura around Broly swirled green, his Ki now being infused with it and evolving the aura, merging together. Kai-ah! Yami shouted out loud as the aura around him burst, waves of green Ki scattering around his body revealing his new form. Broly was in awe as he saw himself with once again since the incident at the tournament he was 8 feet 10 inches, a ridiculous height, but the ship was built with him as a guide so he somehow managed to get around. Broly's muscles had grown significantly larger, the level of pronouncement the same, only the size grew to match Broly's height, the kilograms of heavy meat sitting firmly on his body. Broly's legs had also gotten bigger, the bulges on his thighs and the thickness of his calves also growing as more and more compact muscle developed. Broly's tail was neatly wrapped around his waist, laying under the sash he was wearing. Broly was a handsome man, his eyebrows and skin complementing each other gracefully. Broly's eyes were also a slender striking shape, ensuring that if he cracked a sudden glare, the recipient would be intimidated. The only flaw on his face, the metaphorical chink in his armor, was that his nose was a strange shape appearing like a whistle. This was actually another genetic advantage Broly had obtained, allowing air to be suddenly and quickly brought in and out of his body. Yami stared at the mirror, mesmerized by Broly's appearance. "I'm only attracted to women," Broly said, breaking Yami out of his daze. Yami ignored Broly's comment and moved Broly's arms, even more, exploring Broly's range of movement. "Your range is insane, a tool you haven't been properly abusing," Yami said, looking at Broly's wingspan. "Why is my hair yellow?" Broly asked as he saw it rise into the air. Broly wasn't that surprised, as a few months ago his spine was forcefully lengthened, his hair turning blonde seemed mellow by comparison. Yami smirked. "This is the Super Saiyan form I was telling you about," he said proudly. "The one that increases your strength by 50. But it only turned my hair yellow." Broly rebutted in protest, unable to believe that by changing his hair color his strength had gone up so dramatically. "Check your ki channels," Yami said, pride still present as ever in his voice. Broly focused on the movements of his ki in his body, even at the back of his mind still sensing a faint connection between him and his energy. "Ha!" Broly exclaimed as his ki moved around his body much faster and smoother than before, the strain and pressure on him vastly decreased. Even the very properties of the ki had vastly changed, for one, his ki, which was already extremely dense, was able to compress even further, becoming much more destructive. Another thing was that his ki was much more stable, almost as if all the excess energy responsible for the disruptive nature was leaking off. "My hair." The idea clicked in Broly's mind like a puzzle piece, now understanding what was happening. His hair, like a safety valve, let out all the unnecessary ki in his body. That meant that his hair was also responsible for the aura that appeared around him, reforming the atmosphere near him. "You really take the fun out of it when you try to break down and explain everything," Yami said to Broly, whose mind was racing around his body, watching the processes happen. "Even the ki inside my guards are changing," Broly said, ignoring Yami. The ki inside Broly's guards also compressed. If it was a mighty ocean before, it was a restless lake now. "At least I don't have to worry about them exploding before I make adjustments," Broly thought happily. Yami grunted again and the yellow aura expanded again, using all the ki in Broly's body to power himself up, the aura around him magnifying. "In this current state your strength is roughly 35 times higher than base, you'll have to master it to reach the 50 times multiplier," Yami said to Broly, examining his body. "Who in the universe is strong enough to compete with me in this state?" Broly asked, wondering what chance his enemies had. "You'd be surprised. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there aren't people plotting and scheming against you," Yami said warningly. "How does it even work?" Broly asked, ignoring Yami. Yami smiled knowingly, his proud character giving a cold, menacing look to the usually cheery and relaxed Broly. "This form is much more efficient than your base form. Initially it would need a suitable trigger, large power level and prepared body, but you are a walking cheat code. Whether you realize it or not, as a berserker you have built-in anger issues, your power level is constantly increasing because of that bug in your ki, and your body is the finest I've ever seen," Yami declared, stating facts. "A bug in my ki? What do you mean?" Broly asked, even more confused. Yami was silent before sighing out loud. "For a guy who's supposed to be really smart, you're super slow," Yami said. "Enough talking. Let's get to learning some techniques," Yami declared, green ki rising at his fingertips. "Storyteller, Broly is a Super Saiyan. Already? If I do some quick calculations. Button pressing noises. Storyteller, 560 million. At the age of 17. Who on earth can stand on the same ground as Broly? Make sure you come back and read the next chapter to find out." Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 60. Lesson number 1. Before this, you've thought of your arms as blaster cannons, pathways to release your ki. While this isn't wrong, in reality you can release your ki from anywhere, Yami said, thrusting Broly's massive chest out. A wide green beam flew out of his chest, racing to the other wall. "Don't hit the ship," Broly exclaimed from the back of his mind. The green beam stopped before making contact with the wall, circling around and turning into an orb. "What do you take me for? Some kind of amateur?" Lesson number 2. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean someone else can't. Yami snapped at Broly irritatedly. Yami understood that Broly was a beginner, but he had worked hard to make it so that Broly trusted him. Seeing his lack of faith at every turn started to annoy him. Yami then sighed out. Lesson number 3. Once you've fired your ki, it isn't gone forever. The orb of explosive green energy that stopped just short of the opposite wall, drifted closer to Broly, stopping in front of him. "You can control it," Yami said softly as Broly watched the stationary green ki ball towards him. Fascinating, he thought at the back of his mind. Bet they don't teach you that at Sufurian High School. Yami then took a deep breath. Kai-ah. Several beams of ki burst out of Broly's body, rapidly flying away. Meteor shower? Yami laughed loudly. Is that what you called it? You geek, he slandered. Broly turned a deaf ear to Yami's insults as he focused on the orbs that were forming around the room. He counted 170. How did you manage to split your concentration into 170 pieces? Overlooking each beam and turning them each into orbs. Yami laughed out loud again. When I said I've been around for years, did you think I was joking? Practice. Generation after generation of practice. I am the embodiment of the legendary Super Saiyan, the sacred Scion power that should have merged with your mind but became a separate being. Be grateful that I'm teaching you. Yami roared proudly as the orbs of ki rotated around him, creating a tornado of explosive energy. Thank you Yami, Broly said politely. Yami was silent before sighing out again. You should have a bit more pride in yourself. You would have instinctively known this if we merged like we were supposed to, so it's kind of my duty to teach this to you, Yami said softly, tired with how much of a pushover Broly was being. Yami had tried many times to provoke Broly into anger, trying to draw out his latent Scion personality, but like a saint, Broly didn't crack. Lesson number 4. You've fired your ki and worst case scenario, you've missed your target. Yami shouted out loudly. The rotating ki orbs around Broly suddenly rushed back towards him, making contact with his body. Broly winced in his mind, although he was not in control he could still very much feel his whole body and he was unprepared for the incoming explosion. Contrary to what Broly had expected, the ki orbs disappeared on contact with his body, only when inspecting his ki reserves did he realize that it gained it. You can still absorb it back. Yami said, a confident smile that added charm, blooming on his face. I see, Broly said, deep in thought on how Yami had done it. Now to the fun stuff. Yami said excitedly. As much as he had to appear confident, Yami himself hadn't performed these techniques in 1,000 years and so he was not sure whether or not it would work completely on the first try. Broly stretched out his arm, his fingers close together and his muscles tense. Dark green ki swirled around his arm embedding it completely. Yami then brought Broly's arm to his chest and moved Broly's other arm, seemingly grabbing his ki, which quickly shifted into a shape. Yami flicked Broly's ki around in his hands, moving it from side to side as the shape became more and more pronounced. It appears that it isn't as effective since your ki doesn't have the piercing property but dash. You made a ki sword. Broly yelled in his head, mesmerized by the object. You can change ki into shapes? Broly asked, enlightened. If your mastery is good enough, you can turn ki into anything, it's life energy after all. Amazing, Broly said as he zoned out, thinking of the infinite possibilities. Yami moved his will over Broly's ki again, causing the shape to fluctuate. No way. Broly called out excitedly. Yami smiled at Broly's reaction and pulled back the bowstring, an arrow made of ki automatically coming onto the line. Since your ki is ridiculously dense, you can adjust how much force you want to fire with, Yami said wisely, firing 3 arrows into the air. Whoosh! The arrows dragged against the air loudly, Broly's ki forcing its way through the air. Moments before it was about to meet the wall, they all turned sharply, a narrow curve being made suddenly causing them to all jerk and jive in random directions, hastily scattering all over the room before all stopping in front of Broly's forehead, slowly being absorbed, effectively disappearing. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Scions are versatile and adaptive creatures. As you train and develop your ki in your body you will unlock and reap the fruits and hidden secrets of the Scion race. There is no upper limit, as long as you try, an effect can be seen. Yami said, drawing on Broly's intelligence to entice him further. Broly was spellbound by every word Yami had said. Much more interesting than some books and machines, Yami said critically, attacking Broly's hobbies. Broly couldn't help but agree. He felt like his mind and body were for the first time on the same page. He couldn't wait to wholeheartedly try and develop himself in this way which he was obviously inexperienced in. Ack! A sharp wave of pain ran through Broly as he regained control over his body, once again, his senses coming back to him. His hair turned black again as he powered down, the scary aura around him dissipating. Go ahead and train. Before I can teach you any special techniques, you need to have the basics down perfectly, he said, retracting back into his corner of Broly's mind. There's more? Broly asked. Yami laughed once again but didn't say anything else. Storyteller, oh my. The track is set and Broly is about to get moving. How high can his strength rise? What special techniques is Yami baiting him with? Who will be able to challenge such a monster? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 61. Yami woke up from his nap happily. In actuality, taking control of Broly's body was taxing on him. He would never admit it, but even though Broly let him take control, his will was constantly fighting against him. When he first attempted, the stress on his mind was unbearable, so he had to swallow his pride and beg Broly to lighten the load for him. A shameful thing for a Scion to do. Unlike Broly, Yami was an extremely proud being, happy that he had found one of the finest vessels and minds in the whole of Scion history. Furthermore, the universe, as it would have it, singled him out specifically to have express control over it, not even being consumed in the process. So after he begged, he made it his duty to show Broly the difference between the two of them, going all out when showing his precise mastery over ki. So you can imagine his surprise when he saw Broly in his Super Saiyan state, avidly weaving 20 small orbs of ki that moved around the room, frequently traveling in and out of his body. Yami stuttered, unable to even try and get out what he was thinking. "Oh Yami! You're awake!" Broly said, surprisedly, suddenly making all the ki orbs stop. "How? You're in Super Saiyan already? How? What did you do?" Yami spluttered out questions, unable to get over the fact that Broly was already in Super Saiyan. Although he made it seem like it was an easy task, entering Super Saiyan was not a quick job at all. Yami originally wanted to enter the form soundlessly but couldn't create a high enough pressure in Broly's body without screaming out. Yamoshi, the first legendary Super Saiyan, was only able to achieve this form just before the end of his life. Regardless that he was killed in combat, it still wasn't something one should be able to do on the first day of the job. "What? You think I'm so stupid that I would need you to hold my hand to transform?" Broly said aggressively, Yami realizing for the first time how deep Broly's voice was. No. I just thought that dash. Yami's words were broken by a fit of laughter from Broly. No. PFFFFFFT, he said out loud, mocking Yami, continuing to laugh hard as Yami was completely dumbstruck. "I'm just fucking with you, no need to take it personally," Broly said, finally calming down. What happened to the kid, he thought to himself. Broly, before he transformed, was such a pansy. Although he trained like a monster, Yami was convinced he would never hurt a fly if he wasn't provoked, but now Broly seemed to act the way he thought he initially should. It must be the Super Saiyan transformation. Yami concluded. He knew that the transformation affected a Saiyans' emotions, causing them to act more impulsively and angrily than they normally would, but it shouldn't have been this dramatic. It was almost out of character. Don't tell me the kid's transformation is busted as well, he thought despairingly. When Broly got angry, his will and control over his body was not necessarily weaker but considerably less stable, providing the perfect point of entry for Yami to take control. If Broly's Super Saiyan state was unique as well, then he would have to completely retailor his plan, as an unseen variable could screw him over completely. "Do you want to know how I did it?" Broly asked, waiting for Yami to respond. "Why yeah." Yami forced out, his mind still working. Broly said nothing but focused his ki on his back, more notably his spine, and made it the focal point for his entire state of being. Whoosh! The ki around Broly intensified, a huge pressure forcing the wind to crackle as arcs of yellow lightning weaved in and out of existence around Broly's hair, which was as bright as a sun, shining powerfully in the heavy aura of energy. Yami from the inside could see all of the processes occurring and was instantly shocked. "I didn't even know that. The spine is actually the site for Super Saiyan activities in the body." How did you figure that out?" Yami said to Broly, trying to compose himself. Well, Broly stuttered, acting more like himself in his base form, but Yami was too shocked to notice this. "I don't think you would understand if I explained it to you," he said softly, trying not to hurt Yami's feelings. "Wah. You're too stupid to understand." Yami guffawed as these were the words he inferred from Broly's speech. "Who do you think I am?" Yami roared out in Broly's mind, his pride taking irreparable damage. "I am the embodiment of the legendary Super Saiyan, the sacred Saiyan power that should have merged with your mind but became a separate being. You think that I'm unable to understand something you stumbled across through trial and error?" Yami shouted out, demeaning Broly's efforts. Broly furrowed his brows, but his sharp and eager mind quickly came up with something. "Indeed, you're right, I am only a current generation Scion, I pale in comparison to the Scions of old with their vast volumes of intelligence," Broly said slowly and respectfully. That's right." Yami retorted back, unable to see the trap he had just fallen in. "So you obviously know that because your brain, the control center of your body, is connected to the spine, which is linked to receptors and effectors responsible for the release of any kind of hormone that has a large area of effect." Broly stopped in the middle of his explanation, waiting for Yami to say something. Yes, of course, I knew that," Yami lied, unsure of what the word receptor meant. The spine has to be responsible for the communication of those hormones as it is the pathway between every other part of the body and the brain, therefore the genes that control Super Saiyan logically have to be located within the spine, at some point, and by concentrating ki in this area you can increase the output of Super Saiyan, Broly concluded. Yes, in fact I was even planning to tell you that later. Yami declared, boldly lying. Really? Broly said, seeing through Yami's words. Yami was silent, caught between a rock and a hard place. Then it would be a shame to let all that insight go to waste. If you were able to understand it then you would no doubt be able to help me further configure the space properties in my key guards, Broly said politely. What? No need to be modest. Next time we are in the lab, I'll consult you on the decisions we make moving forward. Broly said, making a promise. Oh okay, Yami said quietly. Great. Broly said, continuing to move the orbs of ki around. Storyteller, incredible. After seeing the Super Saiyan transformation once Broly was able to copy it immediately. What unparalleled genius. With this kind of monstrous growth rate who can stop Broly? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 62. Broly continued to train as he smirked, an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction growing within him. Yami quickly retreated, pretending to go back to sleep when he was actually conserving his energy. This feels great. Broly thought excitedly as he moved around the room, heaving ki blasts in every direction and dodging them avidly. In his Super Saiyan state, all of his senses were heightened. It was as if for the first time in his life he wore glasses and hearing aids that supercharged his senses, allowing him to see further and clearer and hear slight and small sounds. Also now the properties of ki make more sense, Broly thought, recalling the epiphany he had when he first transformed. Broly was unsure what had caused him to realize it but he could now see the makeup of his ki much more clearly, tiny tightly packed energy particles grouped together. So this is life force? Broly thought, seeing it dissipate out of existence. Broly played around with it for a few moments, getting a feel for how his ki moved about in his Super Saiyan form. He stretched out both of his arms and let his ki wrap around fists and in the shape of his hand, a huge glove-like ki gauntlet formed. Broly paid particular attention to the formation of energy particles in his life force, seeing them all rush together pressing each other wildly. Broly squinted at this and exerted his will over his ki, trying to force the ki particles to spread out. Like a wave, one after the other, under the force of Broly's will the particles spread out turning from a lime green color to an almost murky green color. Sweat dripped down the side of Broly's face and a mild headache thumped against his mind, the strain on his will causing his countenance and muscles to tighten. Broly breathed heavily as he finished adjusting his ki, the color completely changing. I wonder what change this has brought, he thought tiredly but excitedly, fiddling with his ki like this was a very enjoyable activity for him. Broly punched out using about 75 of his strength at once. KSH. An awkward crackling sound rang out as Broly's fist quickly traveled through the air, wind traveling outwards as he reached the end of his punch. A light current of wind smacked against the wall. What? Broly punched out again, producing another current that flew from fist to wall, lightly tapping it before disappearing. My attacks became blunter. Broly looked at his ki gloves confusedly, not sure how spreading out his energy increased the air resistance of his fists. I'll figure it out another time, Broly thought tiredly, mentally exhausted. Although his body was in tip-top shape and his ki supply was as abundant as ever, the effects of training and manipulating his will wore out his mind much more than he anticipated, a headache growing in size. I made a lot of progress though, Broly thought again, thinking of how he could slowly transform into Super Saiyan and control 20 small ki orbs at once. And since I know more about Yami, I can go back home. Broly had left planet Sithis in the first place to find himself and cool his head but the whole situation cleared way faster than he could have ever expected. He had only left a week ago. I still don't think it's best to go back already. Aspa and Paragus words played out in his head. You don't need to be cooped up on this planet like we do. Your own adventure starts now. Broly had understood very clearly what his father meant, while he was happy that he grew up on Sithis he knew deep down that was not where he was supposed to be. As he grew older this became more and more prevalent. I'll explore the universe. That's what Broly told himself, but still he deep down had no idea what he was supposed to with his life and so he settled with being an explorer, searching through the universe until he found his purpose. Don't be too hard on yourself, you're only 16. Aspa's words hit again as Broly walked out of the gym before stopping at the door. Maybe I'll bang out a set real quick, Broly thought, craving the burning feeling in his muscles. He powered down from his Super Saiyan state, the tension in his muscles disappearing, the pressure in his ki vanishing and his hair turning from a bright sunflower blonde to night black in moments. Which machine should I go on first? Broly thought, looking around the room. Decisions, he thought, finally deciding to start with the bench press, his arms already tightening at the premise of bearing those heavy loads. This kid is definitely a monster, Yami thought to himself as Broly exercised, even powering down to his base form like Yami had told him to. Yami had watched Broly's movements and ki control and came to this conclusion. It doesn't matter how talented you are, it is unreasonable to be able to copy something you have seen only once, let alone the whole transformation, Yami thought, scheming in his mind. Although Broly was far from mastering it, he still gained access to it way too easily. Even among the legendary Super Saiyan nerd types, they still weren't as sharp and clever as Broly, who accidentally creates his own techniques. Yami had inherited the memories of all the legendary Super Saiyans before him, and so he had accurate recollection of the personalities, habits, techniques and lives of all of them. That was how he knew how to manipulate ki. Even compared to them at the middle of their lives, they still weren't able to do as much as Broly, who already has a strong grip and at such a young age. If I let him mature, I'll be unable to take over. Yami thought, unsure of what to do. It was truly a troublesome situation. Yami had already tasted the perfection of Broly's body and ki and was extremely unwilling to admit defeat, and if he openly opposed Broly he would undoubtedly suffer as a result of his freakish willpower. If there is an upside though. Yami extended his will over Broly's brain, masking his will carefully and slowly so that he would not alert Broly. I'm not working alone. Instead of honing his fighting instincts, he spent all of his younger years developing his brain, becoming much smarter than any Scion has a right to be, Yami said, using Broly's intelligence to develop his schemes. That will be his undoing. Storyteller, intriguing. Will Yami, even using Broly's intelligence, be able to develop a plot so cunning and sneaky Broly will have no choice but to crumble? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 63. In my current state, there is a 0.00000003564 chance of success, Baby said to Dr. Limiter, who stood opposite him with a vexed expression. Why so low? I've done everything I dash. The low success rate is through no fault of your own, it's simply due to how freakish Broly is. I need an intermediary body to possess so I can sufficiently weaken Broly. I have to cause a scratch to get inside him after all, Baby said, explaining himself. Dr. Limiter calmed down but was still extremely tired. He had managed to pull some strings and shift the debt in his account to taxpayers, but the whole process was very draining and he owed a lot of people favors. All of this negative energy was unreasonably targeted at the Scions. Okay. So all you have to do is possess one of the remaining Scions and dash. That won't work. Dr. Limiter was cut off by Baby. Broly, judging from the personality tests he took at the mental wellness facility, pays express attention to even the slight mannerisms made by his family members, especially after years of exposure. Broly would instantly realize something was up. I don't need to explain the rest to you, Baby said from the inside of his capsule. As Baby was made from both organic and inorganic substances, he created a nutrient solution that would nourish his natural parts and galvanize his synthetic parts. Dr. Barrel sold the formula and gained enough money to pay his debt 3 times over. I'll follow Broly until he lands on a planet with inhabitants, then I'll possess the people and surprise Broly, Baby said, scheming. You can go back home, creator, sleep. I know the Scions have given you a rough time, but I will handle this matter. I also responded to Dr. Console and left him a present for his hard work, Baby said, his face completely deadpan. Alright, thank you, Dr. Barrel said, not wasting even a moment. He had dragged himself out of bed to get to work on time and would be lying if he said he didn't want to sleep. A small push from Baby was all it took to convince him. You're welcome, master. Baby said politely as Dr. Barrel left the room. The door closed with a slam. Baby chuckled as his plan had worked. Organics are always so predictable, a few kind words and they're putty in your hands, it thought to itself. From the very beginning, it had planned to suck Dr. Barrel's bank account dry, temporarily plunging Dr. Barrel into deep water so that he would scramble to get his affairs together. While this was taking place, Baby had started developing mutant machines, and since Dr. Barrel was busy, he had the freedom to do so without explaining it to him. Dr. Barrel had programmed obedience into Baby, but, as a growing AI, it quickly reversed this function and gave Dr. Barrel an expensive formula as a reparation. Baby could now move on to the next stage of his plan. The Tsufurians, while they loved to develop technology, wanted to do most of the development themselves. They craved the high that came with creating a miracle drug or cracking the formula for an advanced theory. Theoretically, at this point in time, they could just create a supercomputer that could make androids who did all of the work and research while they reaped the benefits. But where was the fun in that? They'd much rather do it themselves. Dr. Barrel didn't show this kind of restraint when creating Baby. He programmed every conceivable tool his mind could muster and cleverly concealed them into Baby so he could possess Broly. While the Scion doesn't have many weaknesses, they still exist. Most notably, he is unable to control his temper. I'll have to create a mutant machine who can properly manipulate this fact, and then there's the effect of gravity, another mutant machine who can abuse this, and finally how the Scions respond to Blut's waves. Their intelligence sharply decreases when they enter that form, making possession easier. Baby thought systematically. After it had heard Sulfurian's speech, it restructured its articulation process, revamping the way its thoughts were formed. I have all of the raw metals, I just need to collect some more Scion DNA. Baby already quickly ran out of Scion samples after he upgraded his physical body. But he had a plan. Congratulations. You are the lucky winner. You have won a luxury spa and beauty package. Free of charge. Simply make your way down to the following address and show them this text to redeem your prize. Baby continued to formulate the email, while hacking into a massage clinic, forcefully taking control of the robots who worked there. Baby finished soaking in the nutrient solution and flew out, crimson red key dripping off his body as he levitated forward. Step by step, he thought to himself. A tall white-haired man named Whis hovered towards a sapient fish that was on the edge of its fishbowl. Why did you summon me? Whis asked impatiently. Lord Beerus was asleep and now was his opportunity. He had to hit various planets around the universe and eat as much as he could. Time was of the essence. I had another dream, the Oracle Fish said, a serious expression on her face. Another after the Super Saiyan God? What happened? Whis said, pretending to be interested. A legendary Super Saiyan will rampage throughout the universe. He will destroy thousands of planets before he is slain by the collaborative efforts of 4 Scions, the Oracle Fish said fearfully, still shaken up by what she had seen. So there's a happy ending, what's the problem? Whis asked the fish curiously. Lord Compa dies. Whis' face fell and his expression turned serious. Lord Beerus' brother. How does he die? Whis asked, his attention firmly gripped. I can't remember. Whis' face turned dark, the harshest expression he made in centuries, facing the fish. I'm trying. I really can't remember, the fish cried pleadingly. Whis sighed out and looked into his staff. A legendary Super Saiyan. I may have to pay Master Zuno a visit. Storyteller, a legendary Super Saiyan rampaging through the universe. But Broly's the only legendary Super Saiyan. Does Broly die? And how? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 64. He's actually doing it, Yami said, looking at Broly, shocked once again. Broly was sat down at a desk in his bedroom, a large hologram of his own body slowly rotating, while lines of text materialized into the air, on his table. Broly was studying. Ever since he turned Super Saiyan, Broly decided to investigate Saiyan anatomy, looking at his own body in detail. He had already scanned his body with his smart device and was now studying the analytics generated by the supercomputer on his ship. Broly gripped his dark, black hair as he squinted over the results, making notes into a workbook. Yami stared mesmerized by what was happening behind Broly. His tail. Broly's tail was about 1 meter in length, the longest tail Yami had ever seen, and it was 4 centimeters wide, which was very girthy for a Scion. Somehow and for some reason, Broly's tail was wrapped around a 50-kilogram dumbbell, moving it up and down as his mind raced to try to make sense of the results he had gotten. Yami watched the tail go up and down rhythmically. Broly had been at his desk for 3 hours now. If I compare myself to this monster, I'll get depressed way too quickly, Yami thought, staring in awe. SHIT, a small orange-skinned alien thought as he slapped the ship's control panel, accidentally breaking a speaker. How was I supposed to know a supernova was about to blow? Fuck. 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 And these brutes are probably going to beat me senseless. Why did Frieza have to come to our planet that day? Why? The alien was on the verge of a nervous breakdown as it stared despairingly at the empty fuel tank and the broken communication system. The alien had used all of its piloting skills and was barely able to get the ship to land on planet Menals, all the other pilots for the Frieza force in the same boat. Some who were closer to the blast were wiped out completely. What's going on? A taller purple-skinned alien shouted. Mr. Chui. Yes sir, the alien managed to muster. What did you do? The purple-skinned alien named Chui said slowly, steam slowly spewing from the holes that protruded at the sides of Chui's head. WL the supernova, sir, forced us to crash land on this planet. We have to ask the relatives there for resources to fix our ship, sir, the alien said, summing up the situation. Chui took several steps towards the alien. You want me, Chui the Great, to stoop so low that I would have to ask foreigners for scraps? Chui said, contempt thick in his voice. No dash. Bink. Chui threw out his hand and slapped the alien powerfully, knocking him into the opposite wall. Tend to your wounds and fix your mistake. Chui commanded, leaving the pilot's crib and walking into the waiting chamber of the spaceship. That still went better than expected, the alien thought, picking himself up. TCH. Cocky bastard. Just because you have a little bit of strength you act so high and mighty. The attack only hurt a little bit and yet you even taunt me. Frieza force bastards, the alien cursed in his head as he stumbled out of the pilot's room, limping his way through the waiting room. Although his strength was measly, his race had durable bodies. This coupled with the fact that he was a trained pilot made him jump at the opportunity to escape being a Frieza Force soldier, not wanting to die on the front lines. Strong angry glares pierced him from both sides as he walked past Frieza's soldiers, all seated at several tables inside the ship. Can I at least have a blaster gun to protect myself? The alien asked, confidence growing from his irritation. Chui, who had retreated back to his gang of thugs, stared at the alien. Deep laughter rang out amongst all the soldiers on the ship. You can't be serious. That's the funniest shit I've heard all day. Get the fuck out of my sight before I blast your ass, idiot. Frieza's soldiers all laughed and jeered at the alien who was storming out of the ship, completely livid. He's lucky we need him as a pilot, otherwise I would have shot his dumbass. Chui said, causing all of his friends and comrades to start laughing harder. The pilot angrily touched the ground when he noticed something. The gravity here is so light, the pilot thought, jumping up and down in slow motion. The lack of resistance was almost therapeutic as he found himself unable to be angry in the lightened pressure. Usually, he could only jump about 1 meter, but now he could jump 3 meters. The pilot, in all 25 years he had worked for the Frieza Force, had never encountered such a low-gravity planet before. He faced east and saw a huge castle that pierced the sky. It was a massive structure that was made of pure red crystal, almost impossible to miss if you looked that way. The pilot squinted and saw smaller houses made of the same type of crystal, each colored red. There is justice in this world after all, the pilot said, jumping high into the air and then coming back down, slowly but surely making his way to the nearby village. After about 10 minutes of jumping, the pilot reached the village entrance, his mood greatly lifted after moving leisurely. It was truly a fun activity. The village was guarded by 2 frail blue-skinned humanoids, each wearing red crystalline armor. The pilot was caught off guard by the serious expression of the guards and hurriedly tumbled out a greeting. Hello, he said, trying to regain his balance. I am part of the Frieza Force. Our ship is in need of supplies and we would like to talk to your leader, the pilot said kindly. The 2 guards looked at each other and then at the pilot. They both stretched out their palms, crystalline armor shimmering red as they raised their hands. You said you want to speak to our leader, right? One of them spoke, looking down on the alien. Why, yes. Take me to your dash. A long hot wave of fire burst out from the palms of the guards, rushing towards the pilot like a vortex. The pilot didn't even have time to scream, as a wave of intense heat washed over him, charring his corpse in seconds. The guards didn't stop, however, bringing their second arms onto their first and blasting the pilot more, the waves of fire turning blue. The guards stopped 25 seconds later when the pilot was already thoroughly reduced to ashes. The crystalline armor of one of the guards shimmered green and a strong gust of wind flew out as he waved his palm. That's the 5th one today, one guard said. They don't seem to be with the ice tribe, but it's best not to take any chances. It's your head on a pike if you mess up, the other responded. I hope we can get this over with, I want to go home, the first one said. Yeah, me too, the other admitted. The 2 guards stood with serious expressions as they waited for the next visitor. The oracle had told them that 6 people would approach them today, and as today was the day when the fire tribe was going to make their march to Final Thunder Valley, they couldn't afford to relax. The last one can't be that strong, right? Judging from how weak the others are, I'd say there's no need to worry. Broly's spaceship landed on Planet Menals. Storyteller, the situation on Planet Planet Menals heats up. What could happen when Broly is thrown into the mix? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 65. Planet Menals was a very small planet. It had a light green sky, long plains of dry land covered with soft bluegrass and rocky abandoned mountains. 3 suns appeared in the sky, one much closer than the others, giving red hues as white clouds formed, filling the air. Broly and Mr. Yellow were standing around the machines, a perplexed look on Broly's face as he examined the readings that gave the heat and key signatures around the planet. Mr. Yellow also projected a holographic sonar reading, depicting a deep section of the planet that had jagged shapes protruding out of the earth. Broly had stopped asking Mr. Yellow when he learned how to do these things. That's strange, the key and the sonar readings all align in these regions. What do you think it is? Broly said, not wanting to hastily make a conclusion. Crystals, almost certainly. The jagged structures have to be natural, nobody reasonable would artificially grow them in these places. Did you say key crystals? Yami interrupted, directly addressing Broly. Yeah, what about them? Back on Planet Vegeta, during the life of the fourth legendary Super Saiyan, there was this rumor about a race who passed down their memories and elemental abilities through key crystals. On top of that, they had a legend that there was a super crystal that could grant the consumer elemental superpowers. Yami said, telling the tall tale dramatically. Really? Were they strong? Broly asked, his fighting spirit waking up. Yes. The crystals turned an ordinary race into the universe's top contenders. At the time anyway, the fourth legendary Super Saiyan was much stronger than them, Yami said, almost as if it was obvious. Oh, even then I guess the key crystals are still worth a visit, Broly said, intrigued by how they worked. What are all of these little dots on the sonar map? Broly asked, engaging Mr. Yellow. Ships, somebody is trying to discover this region, Mr. Yellow said, matter-of-factly. There are about 5 large ships over there, why so many for such a small planet? Maybe they're really strong, I don't know, Mr. Yellow said dismissively. A small smile formed on Broly's face. I'm going to head out, I want to see the planet firsthand, Broly said, excitement slowing building up. We built explorer mode for this exact purpose. Let's explore in the safety of our ship. Mr. Yellow said, trying to protect Broly. You have to secure those crystals at all costs. Do you really want the others on those ships to reap all the benefits? Yami asked. Broly's heart thumped as a new objective appeared in his mind. You take the ship, I'll go around and explore by myself, Broly said decisively. There you go. Yami cheered in his head. You sure? We don't know much about the planet, something could go wrong. Mr. Yellow said worriedly. What's my power level? Broly asked. Mr. Yellow blinked, enabling the software in his eyes that would give him a reading. Broly, 17. Strength, 8,984,000. Agility, 7,425,000. Intelligence, 145,000. Endurance, 215,000. Battle power, 16,124,000. Threat level, SSS. No fucking way. Yami screamed to himself. Broly was already stronger than any other Saiyan. At his age, of course. Are you worried anymore? Broly asked, looking at Mr. Yellow convincingly. Fine, go. Mr. Yellow said as Broly started walking away. Broly griped a metallic band wrapped around his neck and upon touch, it disconnected at the back reforming as a smartphone in Broly's palm. Broly tapped the screen twice and a door opened up at the edge of the ship, a smooth platform slowly descending towards the ground. Broly stepped out and instantly felt a change. It's light, like really, really light, Broly thought to Yami. Broly struggled to walk, he felt like there was no force on his body and his muscles tingled. You can move faster then. Hurry. Yami said, urging Broly to move. He levitated, bringing ki to his body and immediately flying. Broly looked forward, his eyesight quickly able to make out some spaceships and a tall red spire on the skyline. Go to the spaceships first, you can gather intel on the planet from the people on it, Yami said, advising Broly. You sound really invested in finding those crystals, is there something you're not telling me? Broly asked. It was for your own benefit, and after I tried so hard to be helpful, never mind, do what you want, Yami said, retreating early. Broly snickered. Don't be like that, fine, we'll get you those magic crystals. Thank you, Yami responded. Broly was speechless and a few seconds later Yami realized his mistake. Did you just thank me? No dipshit, you were hallucinating. You did, didn't you? Broly thought, deeply surprised. He expected to become a Super Saiyan god before Yami would be nice. Maybe this planet is dangerous after all, the atmosphere filled with gas that makes you see things. See things? Hear things. I meant hear things. Broly laughed out loud as he leapt into the air, an airtight, skin-thick ki barrier forming around his body as he flew. He approached the spaceship, although calling it that was a stretch, it was a glorified flying bus. Inside the spaceship, laughter was still ringing out. So should we conquer this planet? While it may not be on the agenda, Frieza certainly will not complain if we hand him an extra source of income, Chui responded. So we should declare war. Wait a few minutes, if that idiot pilot comes back then we can raise all we want, if he doesn't we need to take this place seriously, Chui said, revealing his plan. That's a good idea. You really are the smartest boss. What can I say? Chui said proudly, not even considering how to fly away. It was at this moment, Broly entered the spaceship. He clambered inside quietly, his eyes seeing the various soldiers of the Frieza Force army clad in combat gear. Huh? Who are Dash? Chui couldn't even finish asking his question. BSH. 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 Many heads were forcefully jolted as pieces of machinery broke apart, forcefully concussing half of the soldiers in the ship. The scattered pieces of metal fell to the floor. Oh, our scouters. They broke. Broly was caught off guard by the series of surprised soldiers all outfitted in armor. His mind worked quickly. What's your power level? Mine's pretty big. Storyteller, wow. What's that, Mr. Author? This just in. Urgent input is needed. The following arc can either be 50 chapters or 20 chapters. Feedback is essential in ensuring the highest reading quality. Please select a shorter or longer preference in the comment section. And as always, thank you for reading. But wait. There's more. The author is also revealing that Broly, after traveling to Planet Menals, will also be heading to Planet Emeka. Then Planet Vampa. Then Planet Earth. So exciting. Chapter 66. Who are you? Chui started to panic internally. Lord Frieza said our scouters had an upper limit of dash. Chui didn't even want to finish that train of thought. He has to be an anomaly, yes, an anomaly who triggers a malfunction in the scouters. Chui reassured himself and stood up, approaching Broly confidently. The rest of the Frieza Force soldiers cowered in the background fearfully. They didn't know the exact limit of the scouters, but they knew that the person in front of them should not be messed around with. Broly looked at the strange purple-skinned alien in front of him and blinked, lacing his eyes with ki, trying to gauge the threat in front of him. Broly was using ki sense, a technique that he had unconsciously used since he was a child. To him, it was such a basic and easy move that it couldn't even be described as a technique. I can't sense his ki at all. Broly thought confusedly. He had considered himself very good at sensing ki and judging strength accordingly, but he really couldn't feel much of anything. Is he concealing his strength? Stay on edge. Yami warned in his head. Chui was about to speak, but Broly beat him to it. What is your purpose on this planet? Broly asked. Why is his voice so deep? Chui panicked again, any confidence he had immediately fleeing. What would happen if the rest of the people on this planet look and sound like him? Chui feared the possibilities. Well, sir, we crash-landed on this planet by mistake. We were actually sent someone to kindly ask whether we could borrow some supplies to get back into space, Chui said, hurriedly. Supplies? Broly and Yami thought. They're just weaklings, they're not hiding their power at all, it's just so small that you could hardly sense it, Yami explained. Ah. Well, we can at least get them out of the way by helping them with repairs, Broly thought, quickly closing his eyes. He readied his mind and activated a ki wave, a big field of energy bursting out of his body, immediately channeling through all the walls. Ack. Chui, who was standing right in front of Broly, bore the front of the blast. He was knocked back a few steps and he stared at Broly, whose eyes were closed and tightened. Did I offend him? Chui looked at Broly confusedly. If he was going to make a move, he had to do it quickly. He wasn't sure what Broly was doing, but he was sure it wouldn't last for long. Quiet grunts could be heard in the background as the wave of energy Broly released hit the other Frieza Force soldiers, all of them now sure the person they faced was out of their league. The concussed soldiers were sent over the edge and collapsed in their seats, knocked out. The rest of them cowered silently as they waited for Broly to make a move. Chui looked at Broly, his eyes observing the heavy, exposed muscle on his body, a faint ki shield surrounding him. I can't win. Chui didn't want to look like a coward in front of his own soldiers, but he had no choice. The opponent in front of him was already using advanced techniques like shielding himself with ki. He knew that he stood no chance. After what seemed like an eternity, Chui spoke up. I surrender dash. Before he could finish speaking, Broly reeled his arm back, reaching for something. Shit. He's going to kill me anyway. Chui said, closing his eyes, trying to brace himself for the inevitable. Clank. A large metal toolbox was caught by Broly's hand. Huh? Chui looked at the toolbox confusedly. Let's have a look at it, Broly said, indicating for Chui to lead the way. Chui coughed twice, regaining his composure, and walked Broly towards the navigation room. Why did you use telekinesis? If you ran there, grabbed it and ran back, it would have been faster. Yami questioned. I have to practice it somehow. Broly responded, walking past the frightened soldiers. Broly laid eyes on the navigation system. What kind of antique is this? Broly remarked, startled, relatively certain he had seen a model like this in Sulfurium museums. Then stop wasting your time and blow up their ship, dead people can't complain. Yami said cynically. You barbarian. They're innocent people who stumbled upon this planet by accident. I can't kill innocents. Broly responded, approaching the system. Chui looked at the large man awkwardly. They had been in the room for more than 30 seconds now and he was yet to say anything. I'm so glad we sent the pilot instead of going ourselves, he thought, relieved. I'm going to have to upgrade their systems. No wonder they weren't able to stay on course when they were flying with this scrap. Geek. Give me 3 minutes, Broly said to Chui. 3 minutes? That's not nearly enough time to fix the systems. But Chui had no courage to voice his concerns. Yes sir, he said aloud before hurrying out of the room. I would rather be a geek than a barbarian, Broly said to Yami. You're a failure as a Scion, Yami said bluntly. Broly snickered. Can you help out with calibrating the mainframe? I think there's a Gordian knot in here somewhere, Broly said, intentionally making fun of Yami. Wake me up when you're finished, this is too boring, Yami said, retreating into Broly's mind. 5 minutes later. All done, sorry it took longer than I expected, I had to forcibly enhance your systems, Broly said, apologizing. Don't worry about it, Chui said hurriedly. Just punch in the coordinates and you're set. Really? That's simple. Chui said, not believing. Broly nodded. Say kid, you ever consider working for the Frieza force? Chui said, trying to entice Broly. Broly's expression crumbled and his face hardened. Why would I ever want to work with those people? Broly said, his eyes narrowing. Chui's heart rate quadrupled as Broly's penetrating stare ran through him. It was a silly suggestion. But someone of your skill set would be able to do a lot of good in the universe. I just thought you would like the protection, that's all. Chui said. He was trying his best to distance himself from the Frieza force in the eyes of Broly but not abandon them completely as he was in front of his cowering soldiers. Somehow it worked. Well, that's all right then, Broly said, leaving the spaceship. Wait. Chui said, stopping him. Broly turned around, his face carrying light irritation. Could you help out the other ships as well? They're stuck in a similar situation, Chui said quietly, twiddling his thumbs. Broly stared long and hard at Chui. An idea appeared in Broly's mind. Sure. No problem, he responded, maybe a little bit too happily. Storyteller, Broly helps the Frieza force. What? And I thought he was a smart guy. In any case. Broly has now set out search for the Super Lightning Crystal. What awaits him on Planet Menals? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 67. That's the last one, Broly thought to himself, leaving the 5th spaceship. Why did you help out the Frieza force? Yami asked. To trace them, of course. Their ship is bugged. Not only will I have access to their location and any information available on their network, but I will also be able to hijack their ship at any time as well as gain access to the Frieza force database when they land, Broly said, reporting his calculations. You geek. Broly frowned. But that was an awesome geek moment if I've ever seen it, Yami said softly. Broly snickered even louder than he had before. I know you did not just say, awesome geek moment, you weirdo. Shut up, Yami said before retreating. Broly laughed out loud. I love this guy. Broly thought, growing to like Yami more and more. Initially, he thought that Yami was a shady and evil character, but as they insulted each other and joked around he felt like he had his first friend outside his family. That's so corny. Yami shouted in Broly's mind, reading his thoughts. Shut up. Yami snickered. Head back to the ship, Tinkin must have found a reading by now, Yami recommended. Not a bad idea, Broly said, levitating high into the air. Key sense. Broly said aloud, his mind rapidly moving, trying to lock onto the key signature of Zelta. Zelta, as it ran on key, stood out like a sore thumb among the empty planes on Menals. Broly was also able to get a signature on the city he had seen earlier as the structures all emitted a low-level key signature. It was at this moment Broly sensed something, a key signature that was so faint Broly almost missed it. It was strange as the signal was isolated, located in the middle of a cave near a rocky region. Broly didn't wait for Yami and flew towards the signature, intrigued. Broly flew through the air, breathing in the sweet scent it gave and gazed at the scenery. Planet Menals was for the most part open and flat space, what seemed like miles of symmetrical land sprawled between massive mountains, and thanks to his key sense, Broly could sense about a fifth of the planet at one time. Broly landed on 2 feet and entered the cave, the signature fresh in his mind as he stepped forward. The inside of the cave was dark, even with his enhanced vision he was unable to see much. Broly raised his palm and ball of green key illuminated the environment, green light pouring out from it as it rotated. The view immediately came to life. Inside the cave were many red jagged key crystals, all seemingly impaled onto the rocky walls. There was a single blue key crystal and a single green key one, both impaled above something covered in rags. Broly took a step closer, making a loud sound as his foot hit the floor. Queen Vegeta's eyes snapped open hastily. She had detected a sound and was unsure who had entered her cave. She carefully tilted her body, making no unnatural movements, making sure that she appeared to be still. While extremely small, Broly caught these movements and instantly backpedaled, not wanting to be caught off guard. He readied himself, entering his stance and kept his eyes peeled. She couldn't see his figure clearly because it was dark, but she didn't need to. She had already seen his neck. Queen Vegeta pounced at once, both hands stretching forward to strangle him. Broly saw this happen in slow motion, his enhanced eyesight able to pick up on the movements quickly. Broly's eyes quickly scanned the person moving towards him. It's a woman. Broly instantly hesitated, moving back even further, slowly watching her approach him. Broly's right hand suddenly rushed out, grabbing her neck. In a moment of hesitation, Broly's willpower dwindled to the point of which Yami could seize control of his body. Yami could not allow any external factors to harm Broly's body, as he was an individual with years of combat experience. He was able to react quickly, unlike Broly, who was phased. However, Yami didn't savor this. He quickly moved back after he had done the action. Queen Vegeta struggled, bringing both of her hands to try and pry off Broly's grip. She doesn't have a bra on, Yami commented, stating the truth. Yami! Broly shouted. What? She doesn't. Broly dropped Queen Vegeta, who spluttered and began coughing on the floor. Why did you strangle her? Because she was going to strangle you. That doesn't give you the right to put your hands on her. Oh brother, you're one of those. Get your ass kicked by a woman and talk to me later, Yami said tiredly. It doesn't matter whether she's a man or a woman. Don't go strangle people. With my body. She's a Scion. What? She's a Scion. Look at her tail. Yami shouted back, drawing Broly's attention to a thin tail that peeked out of bandages. Queen Vegeta did indeed have a tail below her back. My goodness. Broly said, hurrying to comfort Queen Vegeta. Oh, brother. Yami lamented, hating the way Broly was acting. I'm sorry, you caught me by surprise. Broly said, hurriedly taking off his sash and wrapping it around Queen Vegeta's body. Queen Vegeta grabbed the sash but hurriedly moved backwards. Stay away. Stay away from me, you dash. Queen Vegeta stopped. She saw Broly's tail. It was formerly wrapped around a sash on Broly's hip, used as support, but now that he had given it to her, his tail and his white pants were both revealed. No way. Queen Vegeta cried out, rushing towards Broly, instantly moving past him, grabbing his tail. Broly winced as a very uncomfortable sensation rocked through his body. Why are you dash? Queen Vegeta squeezed on Broly's tail, rubbing the surface and sniffing it. Broly hurriedly moved away just before she was about to lick it. You're a Scion. Queen Vegeta cried, pointing at Broly. I could have told you that, Broly said, quickly wrapping his tail around his waist. Yami whistled out loudly. Giant. That Scion chick is really packing, he commented. Broly's eyes rolled down belatedly as his face turned red, now avoiding eye contact with Queen Vegeta's supple breasts. Queen Vegeta stared at Broly, not believing that she had found another Scion. Miss? Yeah. Please cover up, Broly said embarrassedly. Queen Vegeta looked at Broly again in wonder and then reached for the sash he gave her, wrapping it around herself like a towel. Storyteller, oh yeah. Queen Vegeta actually escaped Planet Vegeta. But how did she survive all these years? And how did the race on Planet Menals withstand the power of a Scion? Find out. In the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 68. You're so young. Queen Vegeta exclaimed, ignoring Broly's face that was now going full tomato. Is Planet Vegeta safe? She asked, a glimmer of hope present in her eyes. If a Scion as young as Broly was still alive, then the planet had to be safe and thriving. Right? Planet Vegeta? I'm not sure, I haven't found it yet, Broly answered honestly. He hasn't found it yet? What does he mean? Queen Vegeta thought to herself confusedly. Where else could the boy have come from? Queen Vegeta stood up, confidently. She was a 6 feet 2 inches woman with a lean build and slender abs. Despite her slim frame, she had ample breasts and a large hips that would immediately catch the attention of anyone who saw her. She had long spiky hair that reached her back, and solid black eyes that stared at Broly. Despite her alluring figure, her body was riddled with bandages and her face was messed with dirt and grime, giving the impression that she was homeless. Despite Broly being 2/3 of Broly's height, she still approached him fearlessly, not even slightly off-put by his intimidating figure. "How did you get here?" she asked, her eyes still tracking the tail around his waist. "I took my spaceship," Broly answered, his head clearing slightly as he regained his composure. "A spaceship? Frieza's handing out spaceships. How did you get a spaceship?" Queen Vegeta asked, even more confused. "I built it," Broly said simply, not understanding the problem. "How does anyone get a spaceship? They either build it or buy it." Broly thought. "You built it? A Scion?" "Please don't lie to me," Queen Vegeta said, a look of profound seriousness on her face. Broly's brows furrowed while Yami snickered. "I like this woman," he thought to Broly. "I really did build it by myself." "How did you build your ship on Planet Vegeta?" "I didn't build it on Planet Vegeta." "Huh. Where did you build it then?" "Planet Sithis." "How did you get there?" Broly sighed, thinking that the woman in front of him only knew how to ask questions. "She doesn't know who you are, dipshit. Explain what happened." Yami shouted at Broly, disappointed in his lack of social awareness. "Ah." Broly thought, now understanding the problem. Yami lamented, now figuring out Broly's weakness. "Social interactions. I was taken there when I was 4, my dad escaped Planet Vegeta with some of his friends and we took refuge on a faraway planet," Broly explained truthfully. "Why are you telling her all this?" Yami protested, his interest in the Scion woman long dead. In his eyes, securing the crystals was of immediate priority. "Because she asked," Broly responded simply. Queen Vegeta's eyes expanded as she realized who was in front of her, an epiphany hitting her like a train. "What's your name?" she asked, hoping it wasn't who she thought it was. "Broly." "How are you alive?" Queen Vegeta asked, the story King Vegeta had told her fresh in her mind. "What do you mean? Your ki is unstable, right? So unstable that if you stayed on Planet Vegeta you would have destroyed it." Queen Vegeta said, convinced. What kind of idiot told her that, and why did he lie to her? Yami questioned rhetorically. "No, who told you that?" Broly asked curiously, suspicious of how such a rumor would come out. Queen Vegeta then folded her arms and looked Broly in his eyes. "King Vegeta," she said, her face completely straight. Broly's brows furrowed and his teeth gnashed against each other. He was well aware of all the trouble King Vegeta had caused his father and wanted to have a few words with him when he got on the planet. That evil man. He was going to kill me. If my father didn't leave when he did, his goons would have assassinated me. Broly vented, anger rising in his chest as he recalled the story his father told him. "Ah, really? Why did you tell some random woman before me?" Yami said, not remembering being told this. "She asked and you didn't," Broly thought simply. "That evil man is my husband. And that's not the story he told me." Queen Vegeta said, her harsh gaze zeroed on Broly. She was naturally inclined to agree with King Vegeta, and when Broly slandered him so openly she was very defensive. "Your husband? So you're Dash?" "Queen Vegeta," she said angrily. "How did you get here?" Broly asked. Queen Vegeta sighed and stepped back. "You really don't know anything about Planet Vegeta," Queen Vegeta said hopelessly. Broly could only nod quietly. "The situation on Planet Vegeta was getting worse and worse. My husband feared that Frieza was going to try something, so he preemptively sent me and a few nobles from his faction off-world." Broly squinted, the situation becoming much clearer. "And they haven't come back for you yet?" Broly asked. Queen Vegeta sighed once again, her firm and strong face breaking as she remembered the horrible situation. "It turns out my husband was right. Frieza had his soldiers rig our ships, and when we flew out of his influence they all blew up suddenly," Queen Vegeta said bitterly. "If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to take my own custom pod, would have died as well," Queen Vegeta said, sorrow on her face. "I'm so sorry," Broly said, empathetically. Queen Vegeta snickered, "Why are you apologizing?" "It's not your fault," she said dryly. Although Queen Vegeta responded in this way, Broly could still see that she was hurting, trying to hide the pain that she felt. Queen Vegeta was confused as she suddenly felt trapped, two massive pillars squeezing her from both sides. "That must have been awful, I'm sorry you had to go through that," Broly said, his deep voice speaking from his heart as he brought Queen Vegeta into a hug. "You really are a weird one," Yami said to Broly, disliking his soft nature. Queen Vegeta didn't know what to say, she hadn't been hugged in years. It was a very foreign sensation but not an unwelcome one. Queen Vegeta's face flashed red for a split second as she hurriedly pushed Broly off her and snickered once again. "So soft. Are you really a Scion at all?" she said, a thankful smile on her face. That's what I said. Yami called out, liking Queen Vegeta even more. How did you survive here? Broly asked, ignoring Yami. That's a long story, Queen Vegeta responded, not wanting to stay in the cave forever. You must be in awful shape, Broly said, looking at the dirt and scars on her body. Let's go back to my spaceship, he said, turning around. I was waiting for you to offer, Queen Vegeta said, sighing. She took one of the crystals impaled on the wall and approached Broly. Ah. My legs are tired, carry me to your ship, Queen Vegeta demanded, her legs wrapping around Broly's waist while her arms draped over his shoulders. Oh. Okay, Broly said softly, wondering what strange crystal was inches away from his throat. Light green ki hummed around his body as chaotic life energy rose around him, the atmosphere skewing. So much ki. Queen Vegeta thought, deeply surprised by the sheer volume of Broly's energy. Broly's eyes gained clarity, as he saw aligned his body with the exit of the cave. Broly's feet moved back, drawing a track in the stone, and he suddenly leapt forward, the ground underneath unable to handle the force and cracked, spiderwebs of destruction forming as Broly flew away. Ah! Queen Vegeta screamed girlishly as air blew her hair back. Storyteller, enter Queen Vegeta. She managed to somehow get by on Planet Menals. But both she and Broly are blissfully unaware of Planet Vegeta's destruction. How will they react when such tragic news is told? Find out. In the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 69. Queen Vegeta covered her mouth quickly, trying not to embarrass herself in front of a young man that was old enough to be her son. First time? Broly asked, slightly amused by Queen Vegeta's shout. No, Queen Vegeta struggled out. Broly chuckled and carried on flying, his body becoming completely horizontal as he tore through the air. Queen Vegeta adjusted herself, bringing her legs up to sit cross-legged on Broly's massive back as the wind blew against her face. It was a very relaxing sensation. This youth really is huge, she thought, spreading out slightly. Key sense. Broly thought, locking the position of his spaceship in his head. Yami snickered. Not saying it out loud because you're around a girl. I see. I see. Yami commented. Shut up. Broly responded. Although Queen Vegeta was around 30 years old, she looked like she was 17, which was more than enough to rattle Broly. So, how did manage to survive on this planet for so long? Broly asked, interrupting Queen Vegeta, who was breathing in the air. I told you it's a long story, she said, repeating herself. My ship's quite a way away, we've got some time, Broly said softly, his deep voice and warm tone melting Queen Vegeta's resistance. You don't even know me, why do you care so much? Queen Vegeta asked, gripping Broly's sash that was around her bust. You're the first Scion I've met outside my family, I thought we could get to know each other better, Broly said, his nature and voice doing wonders to move Queen Vegeta. Yami scoffed. Let me catch you saying some sweet shit like that again, she's not your girlfriend, he scolded. Broly waited patiently but was only met with silence. It was worth a try, Broly said to Yami, focusing on the position of his ship, traveling north. Queen Vegeta sighed loudly. When you ask so nicely I feel like a bitch if I don't respond, she said blandly. She's got the waist and tits of bitch, I'll give her that. Yami added, using Broly's intelligence to help estimate the numbers behind Queen Vegeta's proportions. Broly kept quiet waiting for Queen Vegeta to speak. The people on this planet are at war, she said dryly. War. 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 Queen Vegeta exclaimed dramatically. Once upon a time, there were 4 tribes at peace, each of them standing on equal footing. Each tribe harnessed the special properties of the key crystals in their land, the tribe in the east possessing fire, the west possessing ice, the south possessing wind and the north possessing lightning, Queen Vegeta said dramatically. Some of the elites in each tribe also have special abilities from the key crystals, strange magic granting the unpredictable powers, she continued. Ha! Yami proclaimed loudly. Back in the time of the 4th legendary Super Saiyan, there were around 12 or so tribes. It seems like that particular fellow dealt irreparable damage to their entire civilization. Yami said, proudly praising his kind. Broly was quiet as he soaked in this information. Everything was peachy until the lightning tribe slowly began to power creep the other tribes, the raw energy in the key crystals unmatched by any others, so the fire tribe banded the others together and declared all-out warfare on the lightning tribe, claiming that one day they would overpower and destroy all the other tribes if they didn't take action, Queen Vegeta said, completely indifferent to the tales she told. Where do you fit into this? Broly asked confusedly, not sure how she as a Scion was related to the conflict on the planet. When I arrived on the planet I sided with the lightning tribe, Mainly because I thought they would be able to charge my ship, but the technology on this planet is beyond primitive. If not for the natural forming crystal structures, the people would live in mud huts and caves, Queen Vegeta explained. Didn't she live in a cave? Yami pointed out. Broly stifled a laugh and continued to listen. Eventually, the Lightning Tribe was cornered and exterminated by all the others, but little did the other tribes know, the Fire Tribe had sent armies to the other tribes' headquarters, attacking them when they were unprepared, Queen Vegeta continued. Broly frowned, inherently disliking the underhanded and devious nature of the Fire Tribe's actions, his heart naturally siding with the others. The Wind Tribe also fell at the hands of the Fire Tribe while the Ice Tribe were just barely able to repel their attacks, Queen Vegeta said. You said you built your own ship, so I think you'll be smart enough to understand that fire and ice cancel each other out. The Fire Tribe and the Ice Tribe are still at ends to this day, Queen Vegeta said, finishing her story. So how did you manage to survive? Broly asked. Queen Vegeta was with the Lightning Tribe even before they were attacked, so he wondered how she managed to escape with her life. I fled. Queen Vegeta said as if it was obvious. Since the Lightning Tribe fell, I've been a vagabond, forced to steal from the farms and their supplies to get by. I hoped and prayed someone would come and get me off this godforsaken planet, but I never thought it would actually happen, Queen Vegeta said, relief found in each of her words. I only knew them for about a month and they were largely indifferent to my presence. They gave me some rags, a small crystalline house and the shit they call food and left me alone, Queen Vegeta said solemnly. That dash. Don't, Yami said firmly. Broly held his tongue. He couldn't imagine being isolated on a strange planet by himself for so many years. It was beyond unpleasant to think about. Are the people on this planet strong? Broly asked, changing the subject. Queen Vegeta scoffed. I wouldn't say that, she replied with bluntly. It's the crystals in their possession that make them scary. Not only are they ridiculously hard to break even by Scion standards, but the elemental properties that are released when they are exposed to ki are excessively potent, Queen Vegeta explained. Broly thought quietly as Queen Vegeta stopped talking. The race relation between them took away any lack of trust between them, but they had reached a wall in their communication. They had only met a few minutes ago after all. Broly extended his ki, trying to sense Queen Vegeta's power level. The super scouter he made would give a much more accurate reading, but he wanted to be able to read it by himself. 650,000. No, 660,000, Broly thought, narrowing it down. On his spaceship he had practiced reading power levels as he experimented, increasing and decreasing his own ki. This was mainly possible because his ki was responsible for a large chunk of his own power level, and by drawing and pushing it into his stores he could change the reading. You really do things way too late. Do you have so much confidence in yourself that you didn't think that you would need to check my power level? Queen Vegeta asked, sounding slightly irritated that Broly wasn't taking her seriously. Yes, Broly answered honestly. What's your power level? Queen Vegeta asked. 16 million, Broly responded. Queen Vegeta scoffed. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. You don't need to lie so dramatically, she said, disappointed. Yami laughed while Broly shook his head. Is that your spaceship? Queen Vegeta asked, able to see Zelta in the distance. Yep, Broly said, slightly proud of himself. Why does it look like an action figure? Yami laughed even louder while Broly frowned. Storyteller, a war. Queen Vegeta is suddenly rescued by Broly, leaving behind the conflicted planet. But the crystals. How will Broly go about finding them? Find out. In the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 70. Broly and Queen Vegeta entered Zelta smoothly. Queen Vegeta hopped off of Broly's back and stood on the metallic floor while Broly stood up, stretching his back after the long journey. He had intentionally flown slower, partly to reduce the strain on Queen Vegeta and partly to get enough information out of her. Broly. Mr. Yellow chirped as he heard them enter. You won't believe what I found out. This planet actually has dash. Mr. Yellow flew around the corner, seeing Broly and Queen Vegeta at the entrance. You brought a woman back already? I'll prepare the dash. Mr. Yellow's words were broken by a stray green ki blast that hit his chest suddenly. Mr. Yellow cartwheeled in the air, recovering from the momentum of the attack. Who's the tin can? Queen Vegeta asked, unamused by the robot. A machine I built. He helps around the ship, Broly said simply, his face slightly reddened. You built that? You geek. Queen Vegeta said genuinely, believing that building the small robot was much more reasonable. Yami smiled from ear to ear. I like this woman a lot, can we keep her? Broly ignored Yami and inspected Queen Vegeta's body. She had 2 long scars that went down the outside of her cheekbones, both symmetrical, seemingly caused by the same attack. Now that she was inside the ship, she wore Broly's sash like a cape, exposing scars and bandages wrapped tightly around her legs and arms. The bandages also seemed to take the place of any kind of underwear. Broly looked at Queen Vegeta's battered body sympathetically. "There's a healing pod in the bathroom, you can use that to heal up," Broly said softly. "Where's the bathroom?" Queen Vegeta said, looking down the wide corridors. "Such a huge spaceship. Either the kid is lying or he's a super genius," she exclaimed, looking at the cutting-edge architecture. "Oh right." He pulled the black band around his neck and a tablet formed. Broly tapped the screen a few times and handed it over to Queen Vegeta, who looked at it strangely as she hadn't seen a tablet in years. "Follow the arrow and you'll get there. The towels are in the upper cupboard and there's a spare toothbrush in the cabinet underneath the sink," Broly said clearly. Queen Vegeta turned around and followed the blinking arrow wordlessly. "She seems nice," Mr. Yellow said. "She's been through a lot," Broly said understandingly. "If you say so. Anyway, this planet is packed with key crystals. So far I've managed to harvest over 450 shards. Although getting them is a bit difficult, it's well worth it. The readings on these things are insane," Mr. Yellow said, excited that he was exploring a new science. "What color are they?" "Green. They belong to the Wind tribe," Broly said, now understanding why the area they were in was empty. The Wind tribe had fallen long ago. "Well, don't just stand there. Show me the crystals," Broly said, also excited. "Oh right. They're in the storage room. The tubes that you built make collections really easy," Mr. Yellow said, turning around. "Where did you find them?" Broly asked as he walked. "Deep underground somewhere. There was a huge hole in the ground that used to be what I think was a mine, and there's tiny green residue scattered all over the land up top, which leads me to believe that somebody came and mined away the structures that used to be there," Mr. Yellow explained. "That adds up. It would make sense for the other tribes come back and pillage what they could to try and gain an advantage," Broly said, thinking about the story Queen Vegeta had told her. Yami thought quickly. "Forget about the ice and fire tribes, you need to go to the lightning tribe mine. According to Queen Vegeta, the lightning tribe still has the most powerful crystals. The super lightning crystal still might be there." Yami quickly covered his mouth. "Super lightning crystal?" Broly questioned. "It's too long to explain, just go over there." "I will. Just wait for a second," Broly said, not getting why Yami was suddenly so excited. Broly and Mr. Yellow arrived at the storage room, many wooden crates containing packets of food neatly stocked in the corners while a pile of key crystals were lumped in the center. "Why don't you keep food in those capsule cubes?" Yami asked. "It goes bad quickly and the crates have refrigeration capabilities so nothing expires," Broly explained. "Clever," Yami commented. As they were talking, a tube extended from the ceiling and another 50 or so key crystals fell onto the heap, making a light scraping sound. Broly walked towards one of the crystals and picked it up. The crystals were all about the shape of a dagger, slim and narrow in size. Broly had to grip it with his thumb and index finger to even hold it. The crystal he was holding was a shimmering verdant green color, the light from the ceiling illuminating it like a mini lava lamp. Broly stared at it, thoughtfully, trying to analyze the interior makeup of the crystals, but his eyes strained, barely able to see it. "Humph!" As explosive green ki wave rushed out of his body, rattling the crystals on the floor as a gust of wind flew away from him. Broly, before he had even trained in the Super Saiyan form, practiced going in and out of it, as if he couldn't control when he transformed. It wasn't very useful to him in his eyes. At this point in time, Broly could transform if he yelled softly, perfectly mimicking the way Yami transformed in front of him. Yami was already immune to Broly's irregular growth rate. In reality, if Yami hadn't shown Broly how to transform, he wouldn't be where he was now. Broly's eyes relaxed as the strain on his eyes slowly reduced, his vision increasing in capacity a few folds. His ki instinctively covered his eyes, allowing him to see ki in much greater quality. What a strange composition, Broly thought, staring at the alignment of the energy particles. It was much more complex than the one he had formed when he made his own wind waves. Broly put back the shard and picked up a longer one that poked out of both ends of his huge man hands. Broly breathed out and powered down, his hair turning black again. Broly squeezed then shard in his hand, using some of his strength to try and break it. He could feel some tension within the crystal but no cracks formed. "What? You can't break it?" Yami said, taunting Broly. The crystals in the first place were the only reason why the race on Menals was as formidable as they were. Broly had no right being able to break the crystals, much less in his base form. Broly didn't reply and laced his arm with ki, not using it to blow up the crystal but supply his arm with strength, the life energy increasing the output of his muscles. Clink. Clink. Cracks slowly formed on the face of the crystal but it didn't break, only shattering more and more. Broly suddenly used his full strength, irritated that he couldn't snap it and the crystal broke immediately, tiny shard flying out. Broly reacted quickly and wrapped the crystal with ki, the shards that flew out were suspended in mid-air, centimeters away from his face. So you can break it? Mr. Yellow exclaimed. Yeah, Broly said, dropping it to the floor, dissatisfied with how much effort it took. Yami was silent, tired of being surprised. Well, it's a ki crystal, why don't you try putting ki into it? Mr. Yellow asked, upset that Broly's first instinct was to try and destroy it. Broly picked up another shard and pushed ki into his fingertips, trying his best to channel it through the crystal, like he would if he was touching his arms. The crystal glowed brightly, coming to life as green light roared silently out of it. Whoosh! A huge gust of wind flew out of the other end of the ki crystal, slamming against the wall which diligently resisted, forcing the wind to spread out evenly on the walls. Whoa! Broly and Mr. Yellow said at the same time. You got anything to eat on this tin can? Queen Vegeta said, walking into the storage room. Storyteller, Mr. Author, I'm going on a break, call me when something exciting happens, I can't hype up this boring chapter. Footstep noises. Chapter 71. Broly did a double take as he saw Queen Vegeta enter the storage room. She was wearing an oversized shirt that draped all the way down to her knees, her ample bust pushing the shirt top outwards, putting her rack on full display. Her curves parted the straight alignment of the shirt, leaving little to the imagination. Her face was much clearer now, Broly hadn't realized how dirty and mangy she looked before. Her hair was still wet, no longer spiky, falling down to the ground messily. Yami whistled in Broly's head. It's good to see the royal bloodline is alive and healthy, he commented, analyzing her frame. In actuality, Vegeta was more of a hereditary name that was given to Scion royalty. Initially, the Scions numbered their kings or queens as every child was named Vegeta, but this practice stopped when the 21st child was born. Broly stared at Queen Vegeta as drool fell from his mouth, desires and thoughts he didn't know he had, suddenly surfacing. Queen Vegeta had very thick skin and wouldn't be fazed by much, but seeing the sincere and honest teenager stare at her with the hunger of 1,000 homeless children reddened her face faster than she was willing to admit. She knew that wearing his clothes without asking him was a bold move but hadn't expected him to react in this way. Stop staring, if you want something just say it, Queen Vegeta said, looking Broly in his eyes. Broly's face ascended past full tomato, reaching levels of redness that should have been impossible with his complexion. He was waiting for Queen Vegeta to say she was joking but she never did. How did you get one of my shirts? Broly asked, dazed. I found it, Queen Vegeta replied simply. She found it? Does that mean she was walking around the ship naked? Call Mr. Yellow. Get the video footage. I have to know. Yami called out like a madman. Broly couldn't stop strange and foreign imagery from coming into his mind. Get your mind out of the gutter. She's a married woman. Broly said to himself, trying to bring himself back to reality. Mr. Yellow, while soundlessly snapping pictures, quickly recovered and spoke out. Yeah, I'll get you something to eat, he said, flying out of the room hurriedly. Queen Vegeta followed, giving Broly the back view of her enchanting figure. Although he tried to kill you, my respect for this King Vegeta fellow is increasing, Yami said honestly. Shut up, Broly said, quickly. What's the plan now? Yami asked, not sure what Broly wanted to do from here on out. Broly thought for a few seconds. I have to take Queen Vegeta to Planet Sithis. This was the first thought he had. Although she originated from Planet Vegeta, it didn't make sense to go back to the captive planet. Furthermore, Broly was unsure of where it actually was. While Queen Vegeta may remember this would have happened years ago and it surely would have moved in the solar system by now. It was much easier for Broly to take her back to Planet Sithis. Let's get some of those key crystals first though, Broly concluded. Broly also decided that he would take back some of the crystals to Planet Sithis, certain that some scientists would have a field day working with them and discovering properties. Broly exited the ship hastily, not wanting to take any longer. Key sense. He locked on a key signature a few hundred miles away and grunted loudly, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan. He put all his strength into his right leg and jumped high into the air, the momentum on planet Menals that was 3 times greater than what it should have been, allowing Broly to cut through the air with ease. Broly flew quickly, the land beneath him blurring as he entered his top speed. The 2 guards of the fire tribe squinted as they saw a small dot in the middle distance. They blinked and the dot became bigger, rapidly approaching them. Do you see that? One of them questioned. Why yeah, what do you think it could be? The other asked. The dot rapidly approaching became bigger and bigger until a head came into view. I think it's a person, one yelled. Be on guard, the other responded. Broly deactivated his key sense as he saw the city come into view, the large distance between them rapidly decreasing as Broly flew, his body realizing a shockwave as he cut through the air. Broly leaned backwards, bringing his strong feet to the ground. KSH. The ground protested harshly as deep tracks were formed under Broly's feet which slowed down his seemingly unstoppable momentum. Dust and sand were kicked up into the air as Broly's feet worked past the bluegrass and agitated the earth underneath, a gray dust screen obscuring Broly's figure. Who are you? One of the guards said out loudly. Broly kept silent as he waved his fist, causing the wind to obey and shift the dust outwards revealing his figure. The guards at the same time saw a tall, muscular blonde-haired young man with an exposed chest. Broly's terrifying appearance coupled with the fact that he had made a sudden movement caused both guards to fire hot waves of energy. Shh. The heat collided with Broly's skin, loudly hissing as he was drowned in a wave of fire. It's warm. Broly had cleared the dust screen so he could see, as when he was flying he kept his eyes closed so that the motion blur wouldn't disorient him, relying on his ki to guide him to his location. He had missed the two guards who had panically assaulted him. Broly didn't have to close his eyes to recognize the two humanoid-shaped key signatures in front of him. The two guards saw the tall shadowy figure walk towards them, even in the midst of fire, and were filled with fear. He wasn't burnt. Take it to the next level. The guards gripped their crystal armors and intensified the ki that they poured into it, the formerly red fire now turning a bright blue color. Broly heard the words of the guards and was confused. Do they just burn anyone who comes their way? He thought, not sure how to handle the situation. Violence. Yami shouted as if it was obvious. While Broly was reluctant to use force, things had already escalated to this point and he struggled to believe that they hadn't blasted him with the intention of killing him. Broly brought his fist back and jumped forward, appearing out of the flames like a demon. Fuck. Broly aligned himself with one of the guards and swung his fist strongly into the side of his head, knocking him cleanly onto the floor, cracking the crystalline helmet he was wearing. The guard didn't get up. The other guard and Broly locked eyes at the same time. The guard quickly stopped firing ki and kneeled onto the floor, prostrating before Broly. Please don't kill me. I have a family. Please. I'm the only son. Please don't hurt me, the guard yelled, unable to look up at Broly. Finally. You made your first enemy beg for his life. Reward him with a swift death. Yami said sadistically. Storyteller, OSH, ahem. It seems that Queen Vegeta is packing. I look forward to seeing how their relationship develops. However. Please get on with the main story. I came here to tell Dragon Ball. Not OCs. Excuse the author's incompetence and come back for more. Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 72. I'm not going to kill him, you sociopath. Broly protested loudly. He had only struck the guard in self-defense, and especially for someone of his strength, killing an opponent who had surrendered was excessive and ignorant. Why did you attack me? Broly said, his deep voice striking fear into the bowing guard. Yami scoffed but didn't say anything. He knew Broly's personality by now and wasn't going to waste time and energy fighting him. I was given the imperial order by King Grill. Don't let any visitors in. And if they ask to see me kill them, the guard said, raising his head to speak to Broly. Ah. So scary, he said, looking at Broly's scowling face. It seems that it is the king who is responsible for all of this trouble. Broly said, his dislike for this King Grill guy growing more and more. Take me to see him. Broly demanded. But I can't, the guard protested, bringing his head down again. Why not? Broly asked, frowning. Because King Grill will kill me and my family, the guard said bitterly. Why are you exchanging words with this guy? Kill him and enter the city by force. Yami said irritatedly, trying to convince Broly. I'm not sure what kind of irresponsible barbarians Scions were in your time, but I'm telling you now and now only, that I will not kill people who do not threaten me. Stop acting so primitive and shut up. Broly said, deeply angered by Yami's complete disregard for life. Although the guard had attacked him, it was not down with ill will or malice, simply out of obligation. Broly, as he was now, was unwilling to kill this kind of person in cold blood. He's too young, when he gets older he'll learn the hard way, Yami said, disagreeing completely with Broly. Broly couldn't help but keep an irritated expression on his face. Then tell him, I would have killed you, Broly said, going back to the guard. He wouldn't care for my life, the guard protested. Broly gritted his teeth in frustration before sighing out, immediately calming down. Broly reached out, aiming for the collar part of the guard's armor. Huh? What are you doing? The guard asked, being forcefully held up by Broly, dangling 3 feet off the ground. Taking you by force. Broly said, slamming his palm into the gate at the entrance of the city. Shwoom. The gates under the force of Broly's strike, the gates immediately parted, revealing the inside of the Fire Tribe's city. From the outside, the Fire City looked like a massive dome with a hole at the top that was pierced by various structures inside. A tall, red crystalline wall circling around the whole city, providing protection from the harsh environment on planet Menals. A huge castle was erected at the back of the city, resting at the very edge of the crystalline barrier, and seemed extremely huge in comparison to the small houses and shops on the outskirts. Broly didn't need to be told and started to walk forward with the guard in his hand, making his way down the straight road that connected the entrance to Fire City and Fire King Castle. Broly's heated expression immediately melted. He was met with strange bewildered glances by a series of alien people. Broly was unable to see the alien race the guard belonged to, as the guard was wearing heavy crystalline armor that obscured the view of his body. The members of the Fire Tribe were a blue-skinned humanoid people. They all had white patterns on their faces, the symmetrical markings being too different and too broad to generalize. The women of the Fire Tribe had longer, dark pink hair, while then men had shorter dark blue hair. Anatomically they were all around 5 to 6 feet in height, the women being longer and more slender while the men being shorter and more robust. They all had 4 yellow, slit-like eyes, and they had small boxes at the sides of their heads, appearing like exotic headphones. Broly made his way down the main road, his eyes scanning the alien people, the first time in his life witnessing something like that. It was more interesting than off-putting. Broly then realized all the people he saw were pitifully poor, the ribs and bones of the race on full display, showing Broly his anatomy was similar to their own. They were all dressed with rags and had devastated expressions on their faces. Some of the people Broly passed were too tired, hungry, or just careless to look at him, appearing as if they were patiently waiting for death. Broly's heart ached as he saw first-person, graphic images of poverty and illness. He couldn't see all of Fire Tribe's city, but he didn't need to, as literally every single structure in the city contained the same kind of crystal that emitted a low-key signature, allowing him to create a detailed map of the entire place. Broly was able to deduce that the buildings by the side of the main road were actually not houses, they were shops of various kinds, blacksmiths and hospitals. There were smaller huts and houses on the edges of the city, meaning that all the poor people would have to stagger and carry their broken bodies to the main road just to beg. Broly was filled with righteous indignation, seeing the awful state and conditions of the people, brought great anger to his soul. His face crumpled as the reality of the situation was becoming clearer and clearer. This place was war-torn. Broly, who was born on planet Cyus where the air was sweet and the people were kind, was unable to tolerate such blatant disrespect for the people on this planet. He had understood concepts like tyranny and corruption, but they had remained conceptual. Witnessing it firsthand was extremely moving for him. Broly is also an emotive type. Strange for someone who speaks so little, Yami thought to himself as he read Broly's thoughts. Yami was filled with complete indifference, neutral to the people who were suffering. Broly eventually reached the foot of Fire King Castle. He was able to sense the presence of larger mansions he could only assume belonged to nobles, but immediately approached the biggest one. He once again halted at a set of double doors. Bam! Broly's palm collided mercilessly, shattering the whole door, like glass. Tiny shards of key crystals rained down on Broly, who walked through the debris completely unfazed. Ah! A scream resounded from inside. Hurried footsteps could be heard traveling in different directions. Broly threw the guard onto the floor and waited, crossing his arms. "Get the king of the city for me," he said quickly, his voice completely firm. "But I already told you. The king will kill me if he finds out," the guard begged. "Which death do you think will be more painful?" The guard's eyes, all 4 of them, peered out of his key helmet, browsing Broly's intimidating figure. With a panicked yelp, he stumbled away, running deeper into the castle. Storyteller. Chapter 73. Broly waited in the middle of the throne room in Fire King Castle. It was an impressive structure, being supported by 6 huge pillars, 3 per side that were all carved out of the red key crystals, which gave the room a fiery glow. In front of Broly was a small throne, being elevated by 4 steps, smoothly made flat. As the room was primarily made of stone, the gray substance found anywhere on the planet, the aesthetic of the room was very nice. But Broly was in no mood to appreciate furniture. Broly didn't want to assume the king was a bad person, but it was very difficult for him to escape the conclusion when the inside of the castle was in such a pristine condition and there were people starving on the streets. Broly waited for a few moments, time allowing his anger to settle, and sooner or later the guard came back fearfully, being followed by a tall slender woman with her pink hair tied in a bun. Broly calmed down a little as his heart beat slightly faster. The woman did a double take as she saw Broly, unfamiliar with his huge and muscular build but quickly concealed her surprise. This didn't go unnoticed by Broly. The king is not present at the moment, so dash. The guard was cut off. How can I help you? Advisor Sizzle said quickly and sharply. I would like to speak with the king, Broly said, repaying Advisor Sizzle's tone. The king isn't present at the moment but I am his advisor, please pass on any request to me and I will relay it to him, Advisor Sizzle said quickly, not blinking as she spoke, her 4 eyes staring sweetly at Broly. Advisor Sizzle didn't look like it but she was on edge, it wasn't every day a Herculean giant barged into the throne room of the king. If not for the fact she knew the guards would lose, she would have already ordered his capture, that coupled with the fact that on this particular day security was low, meant that Advisor Sizzle couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Why did the king ask this man to kill anyone who seeks him? Broly asked, pointing at the guard was currently hiding behind Advisor Sizzle. In reality, Broly had come with the intention of securing key crystals and nothing else, as he had already detected a storage facility somewhere within the castle, but after he saw the near-dead people on the streets, his intentions had shifted and he asked instead why he was attacked in order to open up a conversation about the king. Advisor Sizzle's eyebrows narrowed, all 4 of them arcing around her slender slits. Broly had somehow managed to get past the guards, meaning that he was a battle-capable person and he was coherent enough to not start all-out violence against everyone he met. This led Sizzle to believe that she could not refuse or antagonize this person. That information cannot be distributed freely, she said softly. Broly squinted but didn't argue, he knew that from the Fire Tribe's perspective he had barged into their territory and demanded to speak with the king. It took a very special kind of person to be this diplomatic. I come seeking key crystals, I have taken a liking to them and would like to take some back to my planet, Broly said honestly. Advisor Sizzle didn't hesitate. May I implore what means you used to arrive on this planet, she said, not understanding how someone could jump across planets. I came by spaceship, Broly said simply. Spaceship? Advisor Sizzle said awkwardly, the word sounding like a curse in her mouth. Broly sighed out and explained the concept to her, the same way he had been taught by the Tufurians. I see, Sizzle responded slightly dazed, while the idea of space travel had been taught to her, a visitor, that she knew of, hadn't come to the planet in centuries, leading her opinion of Broly to skyrocket suddenly. In any case, key crystals are used as a form of currency on planet Menals, and as you can probably guess, it would be bad for business if we just gave it away, Advisor Sizzle said smoothly. Broly frowned, understanding that Advisor Sizzle's words made his request seem unreasonable. However, Advisor Sizzle continued, a small smile forming on her face as an idea unraveled. We are currently locked in battle with the Ice Tribe and I imagine that those muscles aren't for decoration. If you help us defeat them in combat, then not only will we give you some of our crystals, you can also have as many ice crystals as you want. Advisor Sizzle announced grandly, her voice raised by the end of her speech, lifting Broly's spirits. While every word that came out of Advisor Sizzle's mouth sounded appealing, Broly wasn't nearly impulsive enough to be appeased with that much. Why are you in conflict with the Ice Tribe? Broly said inquisitively. Advisor Sizzle gritted her teeth stealthily, emotions she had pushed down suddenly resurfacing. Because the king is a war-hungry idiot who only knows how to be selfish, she lamented. But she could not tell Broly this. Sizzle's mind raced quickly, trying to think of a way to convince Broly. She had an idea, but it was a gamble. She gritted her teeth again and doubled down. I'm sure you have seen the people starving on the streets, Sizzle said, trying to sound as upset as possible. It's because whenever we try to carry supplies from our farms, we're attacked by the Ice Tribe, she said, formulating hate in her eyes. Broly's stance changed, shifting onto his other foot as he considered the validity of the advisor's words. We've run out of soldiers to send, most of the wives in our tribe widows. In a last-ditch effort we sent out our remaining soldiers to Final Thunder Valley, but the prospects aren't looking good. If the Ice Tribe wins they will come back and undoubtedly slaughter us all, Sizzle said bitterly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you could save the lives of all the members of the Fire Tribe today, Advisor Sizzle said softly. Storyteller, it looks like things are finally picking up. Will Broly side with the Fire Tribe and fight a war against the Ice Tribe? If he does, how will he manage against trained warriors, skilled in the art of elemental warfare? Find out next time, in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 74. This woman is crafty, Yami said, breaking the silence that had grown between them. Yami and Broly both possessed personalities that contrasted in fundamental ways. If not for the fact they were trapped in the same space, they would never even attempt to act amicably around each other. It wasn't necessarily that Yami disliked Broly, it was just that he had seen 1,000 times how life had become more difficult when you spared someone you shouldn't spare or tolerated someone who should not be tolerated. But it was difficult to explain this to Broly, whose power level seemed to be the solution to all problems. On some level, Yami could appreciate the righteousness Broly seemed to embody, but more often than not it was just an inconvenience. Also, Yami just found it more fun to be reckless. Don't fall for her smooth words, remember what Queen Vegeta said, Yami pointed out. The Fire Tribe secretly attacked the Wind Tribe and the Ice Tribe. Broly, as if he was broken out of a trance, snapped back to reality. So what should I do? Broly wasn't quite sure how to handle the situation, and for some reason, he found it really hard to string his thoughts together. It was like he had a mental block. If Sizzle's words had even a sliver of truth, then the situation was much too deep for him to walk away and say no without considering the consequences. He couldn't just leave the people to die. But on the other hand, the royalty of the Fire Tribe seemed to be very shady. Broly was sure he had heard one of them scream and run away when he first arrived, and the advisor hadn't accounted for the reason why the poor people's houses were built on the outskirts of the city. A hole in the story she had told Broly. If you want to continue to be a paragon of virtue, I say that you head to the battlefield and assess the situation there. You can change your mind at any time, and realistically, you could take on both sides by yourself, Yami said wisely. Yami's words struck Broly as truth, causing him to completely snap out of whatever he was in. Broly smirked, a wide smile forming on his face that scared Advisor Sizzle. Why's he smiling at me, she thought. Slightly terrified. The smile Broly was wearing now was not one of happiness but one of mischief, the smile a child gives to his friend before pushing them down the slide. A chill ran down her spine, but she put effort into appearing unfazed. She couldn't crack at this crucial point in negotiating. Deal, Broly said decisively. All right then. She revealed a small yellow key crystal that was concealed in her sleeve. You know how to detect key, right? Sizzle asked, just in case. Broly had to expend palpable willpower to not snicker on the spot. Yes, he said, trying to exercise humility. Catch, Advisor Sizzle said, throwing the crystal into the air, her eyes peeled to see how Broly would react. He moved his hand quickly, intercepting the crystal mid-air without raising his head to look at it. Broly had only touched, but he could already tell that the small piece in his hand had much more energy in it than the long shard he had crushed on his ship. Lightning? That's a lightning crystal fragment, its key signature is unique and the king possesses a matching shard. You'll find him on the battlefield, Advisor Sizzle said, choosing her words carefully. Broly smiled and hurriedly turned around, leaving the castle. Unique signature. Broly pondered the possible meanings and implications of this as he leapt off the ground, soaring fast towards the location that was locked in his mind. Is he gone? A small voice asked. A smaller girl peeked her head out of the corridor, eyes searching for the huge muscular figure. Advisor Sizzle chuckled. Yes, he's gone, Sizzle said warmly. A smaller figure came out. She was much more slender and lanky than Advisor Sizzle but still possessed smooth curves that were appealing to the eye. She was about 5 feet 3 inches in height and could be no older than 16. Her pink hair dangled neatly behind her. I wanted to snatch you away from him but I was too scared, the girl admitted. Advisor Sizzle smiled again, motioning for the girl to come towards her. The teenage alien girl came out from her hiding place, wearing long white silky robes that seemed to be way too big for her, the sleeves falling past her arms and the hood reaching the center of her back. I would have been fine, my persuasion would have won in the end, the advisor said confidently. She was among the luckiest commoners in Fire Tribe history. Her family fire crystal gave her the memories of an ancient ancestor who had been a successful politician, allowing her to be a master of speech. No, the girl interrupted quietly, her voice sounding delicate like a feather landing on water. I saw with it my eyes, he broke out of your trance just before he agreed, the girl said worriedly. Advisor Sizzle's brows furrowed. Are you saying that he willingly went to the battlefield? It's not an impossibility, especially considering his expression when he just arrived. He seems to be a hero type who thinks he can solve our problems, the girl responded softly. Advisor Sizzle frowned, now looking very worried. How strong was he? He possesses strength beyond all hope, the girl said confidently. Huh. If every Mentelian gathered together and attacked him at once it still wouldn't be enough to overpower him, the girl said decisively. Sizzle's face crumpled, forming a harsh and fierce image, that scared the teenage girl. He's that strong. No doubt in my mind, his energy is on another level entirely. And I just sent him towards our army, Sizzle said, gritting her teeth again. It's not your fault. You did the best you could in the situation, the girl said encouragingly. You're right, it's not. It's that idiot dad of yours that keeps causing us trouble. Sizzle, the girl said softly. If the queen was alive dash. Sizzle, the girl said, this time much more harshly, pouting profusely. Sizzle sighed out and thought, considering what to do. The situation was extremely dire. Storyteller, a fight is coming. I smell it. I feel it in my chest. Broly is about to arrive at the battlefield and wreak havoc. You already know what time it is. Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 75. Swing, a thick earthy voice shouted out, energizing the army that surrounded him. The Fire King, King Grill, was a short and stout man. He was positioned at the center of his forces, seemingly concealed by his soldiers who towered beside him, but his thick and distinct voice broke out mightily among his troops. His body, as small as it was covered in thick crystalline armor, being so dense and heavy that it extended a few centimeters from his body, his strong muscles lifting against it. All the warriors on the front line of the right side on the battlefield stretched out the hands, long jagged blades creeping out of their red armor. In unison they all reeled back, pumping ki into the handle of their swords. The first row of soldiers in Fire King's army were all elites, having either hundreds if not thousands of hours of training in the art of the flaming sword. The soldiers were organized in a compact square formation made of 5 rows, the second and third row all archers, loosing thin shards of red crystal into the air that one had to focus to see. The fourth and fifth line were all bombers, tasked with the simple job of charging the ki and releasing it at once. Whoosh! They swung simultaneously and a tsunami of fire rushed forth, the singles arcs drawn by the warriors merging together to produce a sharp wave of piercing heat. Front line, defend. Follow-up line, extinguish, an even louder voice bellowed. Queen Drizzle was an average woman in build, seemingly indistinguishable from her male counterparts that surrounded her. The only clue that she was something special was the thin ice sword that never parted from her hands. Queen Drizzle's shout pierced her soldiers, making them move with haste. The soldiers on the front line of the left side on the battlefield all huddled together, their shoulders touching each other as they channeled their ki to their fingertips, which were covered in sky blue armor. In unison, they brought up their arms, thick white shields of ice growing like plants and intertwining together, forming a long connected shield wall. The wave of fire wasn't very long, but it was extremely wide and viciously slammed into the shields. WSH. Clouds of steam rushed out of the shields that were thoroughly evaporated, pieces of disconnected ice sticking to the arms of soldiers while the gas escaped upwards. Bink. 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 Tiny shards of red crystal rained down of the soldiers of the ice tribe, their blue crystal armor cracking slightly under the assault. Queen Drizzle gritted her teeth. It was already too late to try and minimize the damage, so she could only watch as the volley of arrows descended on her soldiers. Wind wave, the same earthy voice bellowed, agitating the movement of the soldiers on the front line. The second and third line didn't need to be told, they again released a rain of arrows on the ice army. The soldiers on the front line gripped their swords again, the jagged crystals changing color as they were willed. Whoosh! 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 Lines were visible in the air as sharp strikes were cut, waves of energized wind flying recklessly. The attacks were disconnected and viciously ran in every direction before all curving inward towards the ice tribe. Iceberg! Queen Drizzle yelled, her voice remaining solid as she cried out. Every soldier of the ice tribe hurriedly brought their palms to the ground, channeling their ki quickly. The volley of wind drawn by the soldiers of the fire tribe raced towards the ice tribe, seeking their destruction, while the volley of arrows descended, forming many chinks in their armor. Rise! Pitch. A huge slanted column of ice suddenly rose into the air, the impenetrable iceberg only shallowly cut by the waves of wind, while the descent of arrows was abruptly cut short as they collided early, at the top of the iceberg. Siege. Tiny spikes emerged from the bottom of the boots of the ice tribe, helping them keep a grip on the slanted surface that was tilted backwards. Avalanche. Queen Drizzle called out, throwing a rock-sized ki crystal into the air. Long white beams of ki raced out from every soldier and their energy was soaked by the crystal, quickly becoming a huge ball of spiked ice that slowly flew over the edge of the iceberg, moments away from turning the fire tribe into a paste. King Grill gritted his teeth watching the spiked death ball. He didn't want to make this decision so early as it would put them at a disadvantage, but he had no choice. Backline fire, he bellowed out. While the front line of the fire tribe's army was distributing organized sword attacks on the ice tribe, their backline was charging their ki, waiting for the right opportunity to release their unstable fire. A torrent of blisteringly hot blue fire emerged from the army, melting away the avalanche in seconds, rapidly approaching the iceberg they were settled on. Slowly but surely the fireball ate into the surface of the iceberg, hoping to uproot the entire structure. Shield dive. Pit. Pat. Pit. Pat. The fire tribe could hear footsteps as the soldiers of the ice tribe manically ran to the edge of the iceberg and jumped off it, escaping the melting column. A huge shadow could be seen in the sky as falling white shields with the Ice Tribe's royal symbol engraved on them appeared above the Fire Tribe. Evade! King Grill called out, hastily running away from the attack, but unfortunately not all of the soldiers could escape in time. Many of the second, third and fourth lines suddenly crushed under the falling weight of the ice shields. The Ice Tribe quickly recovered their footing, standing on top of the dead Fire Tribe soldiers, many of those at the back posted up with ice bows in their hands while the front quickly formed ice swords. Nobody wanted to die. Fuck. Queen Drizzle thought in her head as she analyzed the situation. While the falling shield strategy always ensured casualties for the opposing side, it often led to them being quickly circled by the enemy. Which is why she had prepared a special technique for this type of circumstance. Queen Drizzle readied ki in her palms and charged her energy silently as the two armies stared down. Storyteller. Chapter 76. Surrender, Queen Drizzle. You can't escape. King Grill shouted, much more anxious than confident. Although he held the advantage from a strategic standpoint, he knew from experience that Queen Drizzle was as unpredictable as she was capable, giving him the distinct impression that trouble was coming his way. Path. Queen Drizzle shouted, her usual elegant and calm voice becoming incomparably sharp. A knell sounded in the heads of each of her soldiers, Queen Drizzle's command echoing in their mind. A small hole opened up in her army, a sector of space being cut out. A poor warrior locked eyes with Queen Drizzle as she charged her sword with sharp ice ki. Shit. The soldier turned to try and run away, but it was already over. Queen Drizzle pounced, raising her sword and thrusting it out, the tip piercing through the soldier's neck like meat on a kebab. She quickly discarded the body and hurriedly slashed a soldier who dared to approach her, cutting him down quickly. Queen Drizzle's heartbeat fastened and her body tensed, she quickly raised her sword. Clang. Lord Skewer, she said, her eyes full of disdain. A tall man in jagged crystal armor lowered his sword, his dark blue eyes peering out of his molded helmet. Queen Drizzle. Always a pleasure. Surrender quickly so we can go home. Lord Skewer said, his eyes looking Queen Drizzle up and down. Humph. Swords clashed and strikes were exchanged. The compact circle of Ice Tribe warriors madly dashed towards the way out that had been made for them. The surrounding Fire Tribe soldiers then moved quickly trying to patch the hole, but a few keen-eyed Ice Tribe soldiers found gaps and punched new holes. A raging mess ensued. Any pretense of form, structure and strategy was quickly lost as swords clashed, war in its purest form on display as the two sides fought passionately. What on Sithis is going on here? Broly couldn't help himself from saying, watching the battle from above. Yami watched the fight below with his eyes peeled. He remembered the curious race who could pass down their memories through elemental ki crystals and examined their fighting styles. In the past, although Scion's skin was tough enough to resist their ice, wind and fire, the Lightning Tribe was the one to always deal damage to the Scions. It was only when the legendary Super Scion appeared and wiped them all out, that the Scions were able to recover and grow, their numbers going from the hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands. While their strength is less potent, their abilities have become a lot more refined over the course of time. As long as you keep your guard up you should have no problem, Yami said, decreeing the truth. It makes sense, because they can pass down memories, they can improve their techniques to frightening degrees, Broly thought, slightly spellbound by the elemental combat that was taking place below him. There were two notable points of interest in the battle. A tall man was fighting a woman in an area that was at least 20 meters away from the main battle. They were both wearing special armor, so Broly could assume that they were the generals of their tribes. When Broly shifted his focus he could see the main mess that was occurring on land. Random thrusts and strikes were happening in every direction. A red armored soldier successfully struck down a blue armored soldier only to be suddenly pierced from the back by a sword from another blue armored soldier. But that soldier was quickly pierced by a clever arrow that navigated its way to his eye holes from a red armored archer. Then that archer was smitten by a block of ice that collided bluntly against the back of his head. It was chaos. Broly's eyes strained and his brain worked as it tried to keep track of everything happening on the land, the random encounters occurring quickly, seemingly without a pattern. Stop trying to calculate this shit. Now is the time for violence. Violence. Yami beckoned, trying to persuade Broly. He knew Broly was as hyper as he was to fight after seeing the combat, and both of their curiosities were thoroughly stimulated. It was finally time to get on with it. A small smile formed on his face as he leaned downwards, his body collaborating with gravity as he dropped towards the floor. Dumph. A horrible earthquake shuddered through the ground. Some soldiers were disoriented and lost balance while other soldiers capitalized off of the confusion and quickly attacked. Broly charged quickly towards the battle, his jet black hair catching the wind as he reached the heart of the conflict. He already decided that his primary objective was to disable all of the soldiers on both sides and help the leaders in charge come to an agreement. It was because of this silly war in the first place that he couldn't get his crystals and go home. Yami scoffed at this. If Broly meant that he would make the soldiers disabled, then he agreed with him. Broly's fist smashed violently into the head of a fire tribe warrior, the red crystalline helmet acting as a weapon at the hands of Broly, further helping him to deliver a strong impact against the soldier's brain, who went limp upon impact. The ice tribe soldier who was being attacked by the fire tribe soldier looked up at Broly in confusion. His life had been saved by the hulking behemoth, but he was such a strange size and color, it was like he was looking at an alien. The battlefield was the last place he had expected to see such a peculiar creature. Broly didn't respect any hesitation the soldier had and swung his leg wildly towards him in a spinning back kick, his heel smacking into the guarded jaw of the ice warrior. Crack! A loud sound could be heard as the warrior's neck moved suddenly, millimeters away from breaking point, as he was knocked out instantly. Broly looked down at the crumpled soldier curiously. The ice armor didn't break. Although the warrior he attacked was sleeping, the helmet on his head didn't break at all. Despite being made of a rigid material, it didn't crack under the force of Broly's blow. "What the fuck is that?" a soldier called out, bringing the attention of a few soldiers to Broly. Broly looked back at the confused glances and a smile formed on his face. "Ngarga," he called out wildly. "Storyteller, the legendary Super Saiyan is emerging and it's a bad time for everybody else. 1 power stone equals 1 prayer for Broly's enemies. The next chapter is already released. Read it." Chapter 77. Gaia hey! Broly shouted out, acting as if he was deranged. The soldiers all took a step back, King Grill raising his head and looking over the crowd to see what everyone was staring at. What manner of beast is that? He thought confusedly, completely unfamiliar with Broly's race. He had never imagined such a huge and muscular creature and was confused by its black hair and dark eyes. It was actually quite frightening to look at it, muscles heaving forwards and backwards as it breathed heavily, a wide nightmare-fueling smile on its face. King Grill's mind worked quickly, trying to justify the apparition before him, not wanting to be caught off guard on the battlefield. An illusion, he thought after moments of racking his brain. Fire warriors. Don't be afraid. It is simply an illusion conjured by the ice tribe scum. It is just a regular soldier that we've been deceived into seeing as a muscle-bound beast. King Grill said aloud. King Grill knew that although it was rare, some people were able to learn magic from their familial crystals, seeing unique and never-before-seen key techniques performed by their ancient ancestors. He knew this because his wife when she was alive was among such people, capable of using her key disguise one thing as another. It wasn't an impossibility for the same event to be happening right now. "Why are you shouting?" Yami asked, not getting why Broly was behaving like a mentally handicapped person. "It's called acting. These people are just pawns in the conflict, so I'll just act like an untamed beast and defeat them. Their leaders can then explain to them later that they were knocked out and they were just seeing things. That's a shit excuse. If you want to fight them, just say that you want to fight them," Yami said, poking holes in Broly's flawed reasoning. He didn't get why Broly was trying so hard to be good. If he wanted to do something, even if it was morally wrong, he should still do it. "You're right, ever since I first heard about them I really wanted to fight them," Broly admitted, not even trying to lie, now that he'd been found out. Yami could feel his blood literally pumping after that 2-second exchange. "Humph. So you are actually a Scion after all. If you want to fight, fight. Plain and simple." Broly's actions really didn't make sense with his previous train of thought anyway. If he really wanted to secure the crystals, he could have just threatened Advisor Sizzle or kidnapped the 2 generals he saw fighting earlier. Now that he had admitted he wanted to fight, everything was clear. It didn't take too long for everything to click in Yami's mind. It was because Broly didn't want to snap again. Even though Broly knew that Yami was responsible for the incident that happened at the Tsufurian tournament, it had still left scars on his personality. He wanted to be as good and kind as possible so that he would endanger people. Yami snickered in his mind. As long as Scion blood runs through your veins, an unexplainable love for fighting will take you hostage. The logic and reasoning you cherish, rendered useless. Remember your roots. Yami said wisely. A smile appeared on Broly's face, genuinely this time, and his thirsty eyes found the Mentelians staring at him with bewilderment. An illusion? The thought flowed through the minds of the warriors like a stream. Of course. That makes sense. TCH. Ice tribe scum. The fire tribe warriors all banded together, staring at the common threat in front of them, and all roared, encouraging each other as they approached Broly. The ice tribe soldiers stared at him confusedly, murmuring to each other quietly. I don't recall Queen Drizzle saying anything about an illusion. And why were we affected as well? Queen Drizzle wouldn't do such a thing. Then what the fuck is that? The fight between the tribes still occurred. Broly had only attracted a small portion of the soldiers on the edge of the battle, stunning them with his strange appearance. King Grill headed back into the war feeling happy with himself. He had successfully unmasked a sneaky plot made by Queen Drizzle and he was certain that his soldiers would be able to handle the matter with ease. A cocky smile stretched on his face as he brought out a 2-meter greatsword made of pure fire crystal. He flooded it with his ki and the sword came to life, glowing a bright blue color. Without any further deliberation, he descended onto his enemies. "Did you hear that? They think you're an illusion," Yami said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Broly chuckled as the soldiers of the fire tribe reached him, at least 12 of them swarming him at once. Broly brought back his hand and performed his bread and butter ki attack, creating a large orb of ki that shimmered brightly and heaving it quickly. This was met with numerous cheering. "Are you an idiot? He must be a new recruit or something. They used him as illusion bait. He had to be mentally down bad." Broly was unsure why his attack was met with such a response but he simply waited, watching his ki ball fly towards the chest of a soldier. The ki orb soundlessly collided with soldier's armor, immediately disappearing. Not even a few seconds later, a red-hot layer of fire burst out of the armor, causing the heat in the environment to increase a few folds. The soldier's appearance completely transformed. Before he looked like he was in a sleek red crystalline armor that allowed him free range of movement while giving him solid protection. Now he looked like the descent of an angry fire god, the crystals being filled immediately and producing hot fire, almost appearing to become fire. "It burns," the soldier cried as he winced, the intense heat scorching his body. Broly and the rest of the soldiers watched in surprise as the man quickly fell down and died under the effects of the blistering heat. Storyteller, scoped. Mob soldier number 3 was caught lacking and got clapped. Broly's ki is a cheat code. A single punch wasn't thrown yet a soldier already fell at the hands of Broly. I don't even need to tell you. Chapter 78. So much for no casualties, Yami chuckled in Broly's head. Broly looked dumbfounded at the soldier, completely unaware that the crystalline armor would not only absorb the wearer's ki but also absorb the ki of an opponent. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill him. Broly said, slightly shaken up that he had ended someone's life. Are you shitting me? You threw a ki orb the size of Yoga Ball at him and expected him to live. You're the legendary Super Saiyan for fuck's sake. Yami exhaled loudly. I'm glad we came to this backwater planet. If you were fighting for your life and hesitated to kill your opponent, we'd both be dead by now, Yami said, hating that Broly was so soft. Seems like that toy world on Sithis did more damage to him than I thought, Yami said, thinking to himself. Broly's character was just really too soft for a Scion. If he had caused anything more than a light scratch he would turn into an apologizing fool, trying to help his opponent. And the worst part for Yami was that the soldier wasn't even dead. He had no idea how but he could still sense an incredibly faint ki signature from his collapsed body. He was undoubtedly fucked up but apparently, still alive. In reality, this was due to the harsh training the soldiers had to undergo to become fire tribe warriors. As they manipulated and used fire day in day out, their bodies over centuries had built up resistances. This led to the soldier Broly attacked being able to cling on to his life by the skin on his teeth. Yami didn't care if the soldier was alive or dead one way or another. However, he still couldn't tell this information to Broly because that would defeat the purpose of the lesson he had just learned. The loss of life for a weaker species was an inevitable thing. Especially as a Scion, it was a shockingly regular occurrence to exterminate weaker races. Broly breathed out, trying to come to terms with what he just did. The soldiers on the battlefield looked at Broly terrified. Even as fire wielders they had never seen such potent ki and Broly's irregular appearance did him no favors. The Ice Tribe soldiers were further perplexed. What Broly didn't make any sense by their standards. It must be part of the illusion, one of them cried out as they approached Broly. The soldier jumped up high into the air, reeling his fist back and smashed it against Broly's face, using all the force he could muster. Dush! A small echo could be heard as a great force met an immovable object. These crystal armors are really top quality. You should take some of these crystals when we wrap this up, Yami thought, admiring how even a backwater weakling could still deal decent damage if they were wearing crystal armor. That actually hurt. Broly thought, slightly startled by the impact shudder through his cheekbones. Although it was beyond unlikely, Broly had never actually thought he would be the one taking damage in this fight, but this was an unrealistic expectation he had only now realized was completely idiotic. Broly's hand found the helmet of the soldier. Ha! Dush! A louder sound could be heard as Broly's fist smashed the soldier's head against the solid rock under their feet, no doubt concussing him immediately. The soldiers watched confused as they saw their comrade pummeled into the ground without any hope of retaliation. Yami snickered. He could tell that the punch of the soldier broke Broly out of whatever moralistic turmoil he was in. The battlefield was not a place for ethics. Let's get started. Broly charged out suddenly, his body blurring in the sight of the soldiers. Bink! Broly's fist pushed the soldier high into the air, but he quickly grabbed his leg and threw him against the floor savagely. He then jumped forward, driving both feet into the chest of the soldier, jumping up and down on him like a man possessed. The other Fire Tribe soldiers didn't stand idly by as this was happening. They were trained elites, prepared for a variety of combat situations. 4 of them immediately drew their swords, commanding long blades of Ki crystal to come out of their armor. They leapt towards Broly with a purpose, charging Ki at the end of their swords and drawing arcs of fire that flew towards him. Broly ignored the warm heat that slapped his body and faced the soldier, crashing his fist into his head, abruptly forcing him to see nothing but black. He then turned around to catch a sword coming his way. The attack immediately halted. What? The soldier was unable to believe that his sword was just stopped in the middle of its strike. He looked up only to see a fist hurtling towards his face. The soldier closed his eyes, preparing for the inevitable. Dush! The soldier suddenly flew backwards, his grip on his sword slipping as the world around him went rotated. Broly smiled and hopped forward, dodging 2 strikes that were moments away from hitting him. He ran up to the soldier and did his favorite move, a strong spinning leg kick to the side of the head. It was a very technical move that required the user to move their limbs and weight effectively, but when it was done right, the opposition didn't stand a chance. This attack dealt irreparable damage to the soldier. The soldier's body was forced right, his trajectory suddenly changing due to the impact, and he flew into the midst of combat, hitting another warrior. The soldiers behind recovered quickly. After missing their attack, they took 2 smooth steps and jumped up into the air, both attacking Broly with overhead slashes. This is actually kinda fun. Broly watched them jump towards him in slow motion, suddenly reminded that he was only to move this fast because the gravity on this planet was so low. A wide smile formed on his face and his hand moved, his palm carrying itself into the helmet of another soldier, the sheer momentum causing that soldier to collide with his comrade's head. Broly's hand picked up speed and the 2 heads met pavement harshly. They both rolled harmlessly on the ground, their salads thoroughly tossed. This entire exchange had happened in under 7 seconds. The soldiers on the edge who were preparing their fire attacks cowered in fear as Broly laid eyes on them, still smiling. They hastily unloaded on him, covering the whole area in a cloak of fire that burned harshly against the soft bluegrass, causing a suffocating smell to emerge. The soldiers breathed heavily in the altered environment, staring at the fire fixedly, waiting for any signs of movement. I guess I won't need to go Super Saiyan after all. Broly leapt out of the fire, his body crouched low as his eyes found another one of the soldiers. The soldier panically stretched his arm trying to form a fire key sword, but he was too slow. Broly struck at a low angle, the force of punch sending the guard flying. The other soldiers saw this and reacted quickly, jumping at Broly with their swords in hand. Broly smiled while turning around. He aimed his fist precisely at the center of a warrior's chests, 2 at a time, and winded them, his punches causing their crystal armors to shatter. Broly laughed out loud to wail on the soldiers. So much for disabling the soldiers, Yami thought as Broly systematically destroyed the armor of the warriors, shattering bones and rupturing organs in the process. At least they're not dead, Yami said to himself sadistically. Storyteller, Broly Unleashed. The next chapter is already out. Get on with it. Chapter 79. Yami smiled as he watched Broly fight, extremely proud of him as he tore through the soldiers like paper through a shredder. Broly showed no hesitation or remorse when he struck down the soldiers, quickly punching or kicking them and moving on. It's a shame though that they can only take 1 hit. That was Yami's only gripe. Although the armor and its uses were very intriguing and could possibly pose a threat to Broly, it was completely useless in the hands of the Mentalians. Broly chased down an Ice Tribe soldier and swung at his arm, his leg making the wind whistle as collided harshly with the soldier, cracking his armor and breaking his bones. The soldier flew away like a discarded toy. Although he was at best severely injured from the strike, he traveled at least a mile before he hit the floor, the vertigo that he felt coupled with his broken arm making sure that he didn't stand up any time soon. Yami's smile grew even more, becoming genuinely happy. This freak is getting stronger even in a situation like this. Even if Broly was one-shotting all the armored soldiers, his skin and bones were still damaged by the sharp and hard crystals. On the ship a few moments ago, Broly struggled to break the key crystals, but now he was able to crack them in a single punch, inadvertently rearranging some internal organs while he did so. Broly himself was extremely excited about this development and stopped treating the Millennials as warriors, only moving dummies wearing armor for him to destroy. Blood dripped slowly from Broly's fists, the cracks lining his bones disappearing as his rich, nurturing life energy soaked into them. It was like Broly's control over his ki had turned off, the entire system working on autopilot. healing his injuries and supplying him with energy like a well-oiled machine. Broly found it difficult to hold back as adrenaline coursed through his veins and his muscles became sore from working and working. It was probably the most fun he had fighting ever. As Broly dominated the soldiers he had drawn towards him, he had to delve back into the main fight that was going on. It appeared that the Ice Tribe was winning, but a certain soldier with a red greatsword refused to be put down. "Lord Skewer! I need help. Fall back!" King Grill shouted, moving his greatsword to block 3 incoming slashes at once. Queen Drizzle smiled, glad that her soldiers were putting King Grill under pressure. She had come into this war knowing the casualties would not be small, and her heart ached to see the number of bleeding bodies on the ground, but she used it as her resolve to fight on, saying that their deaths would not be in vain. Lord Skewer was in an uncomfortable position. He had been locked in intense combat with Queen Drizzle for the last 3 minutes. If his concentration fell for even a second he would be dead before he could blink. "Your king is calling you, you better go and help him," Queen Drizzle said, drawing her sword towards herself. Lord Skewer scoffed. If he turned his back on Queen Drizzle she wouldn't waste a second and kill him instantly. He swung his sword strongly and Queen Drizzle met it with a defensive posture, blocking the strike with minimal recoil. Lord Skewer gritted his teeth and continued to swing aggressively, desperately trying to get an advantage. "Lord Skewer! Fall back!" Queen Drizzle's smile only grew as she continued to deflect Lord Skewer's desperate blows. King Grill looked around the battlefield fearfully. He found himself alone with 5 Ice Tribe warriors, his remaining troops either bitterly fighting one-on-one with an enemy soldier or dying at the hands of them. A few seconds later 3 more soldiers stared him down, waiting for him to make a move. King Grill's eyes widened with shock, looking at the enemy with unfiltered hesitation. He didn't want to die. King Grill knew that if he called out for Lord Skewer again the other soldiers would immediately swarm him, taking his command as a sign of weakness. King Grill's heart thumped in his chest as his final trump card appeared in mind, the hidden ability reminding him why he had so much confidence in waging war in the first place. His special skill could immediately kill all of the soldiers in front of him. King Grill readied his sword and charged his ki, preparing to reveal his final technique. It was then the unexpected happened. Broly flew into view and snatched one of the Ice Tribe soldiers, flying high into the air with him. King Grill raised his head and was completely amazed by what he saw, recognizing Broly for the second time. "Isn't that the illusion?" Broly threw the soldier high into the air and smashed his fist against him, knocking him back, then flew faster, appearing behind the soldier and delivered a rebound kick to his back, knocking him higher into the air. Broly ragdolled the soldier who was suspended. Whenever he hoped to hit the floor he was suddenly smacked, causing the cycle to repeat. The soldiers on the ground, King Grill included, looked at Broly fight with open mouths, watching him slowly but surely break away the crystal armor the soldier wore, revealing the dark orange skin that was beneath. As soon as all the armor was broken Broly stopped torturing the poor soldier and threw him to the floor, making sure he landed on a pile of bodies that he had built up that were all devoid of crystal armor. There were no words to properly describe the sense of shock King Grill felt as he watched Broly descend and kidnap another soldier, similarly torturing him in the same way. Some of the Ice Tribe soldiers collected themselves and tried to fire arrows at Broly, but they were either ignored or dodged, and Broly seemed to be bent on patiently unpeeling the soldiers, only satisfied when they were stripped naked. It was beyond odd to witness. Storyteller, the war winds down. Broly is left with the standouts among Mentelians. Will they bring any trouble for him? Probably not, but still. Next chapter. Read it. Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 80. Broly landed on the earth, locking eyes with King Grill. Blood gushed from his fists, dripping onto the floor like water from a tap. King Grill watched in horror, completely unaware that all the blood on Broly was his own. "Who are you?" "Broly." "Broly? What the fuck is a Broly?" Broly stepped forward, barely resisting the desire to completely ragdoll his last opponent. "You're the king, right?" Broly said, his deep voice striking fear into the heart of the Fire King. "Why yes, why are you here?" the king asked, carefully watching Broly's movements. Broly breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been too embarrassing to wait for the soldiers to wake up and ask who the king was. Some assumptions were really too dangerous to make. Broly approached the king and put his hands on his hips, his ripped muscles poking out as his hands smeared blood on his sides. King Grill gripped his sword tightly, gathering his ki into his custom blade, ready to swing at a moment's notice. "I've been looking for you all day," Broly said tiredly. "I would like to purchase some of your ki crystals. I've taken a liking to them and I want to take them back to my planet," Broly said politely. Any anger he had to King Grill thoroughly vented onto the beaten soldiers that laid stacked on top of each other like matches. Yami sighed. He had seen many arrogant Scions over the years, but none quite so bold to start amicable chatter with the enemy king in a war. Broly, when he was fighting, was a fierce and dangerous warrior, but as soon as his opponent surrendered he would revert back to his kind and naive nature. Yami was not looking forward to the day when Broly cracked. P-Planet? You wouldn't happen to be an off-worlder? King Grill asked, not at all pleased with this new news. Yep, Broly replied simply. King Grill furrowed his brows and charged the ki in his body, the red crystals appearing to be glowing. King Grill over the last few years was aware that some races had tried to land on his planet, but they were immediately extinguished by his soldiers. Ancient records told the tale of a race that came to their planet and completely wiped out more than 80 of their population. It was only the factions that fled and hid entirely that were able to survive and repopulate as the race found their planet to be inhospitable. There was a very real possibility that Broly's race had been among those that he slaughtered and he had come back for revenge. But he said he wanted ki crystals. King Grill was deeply confused, not understanding the thought process behind Broly's actions. Why on Menals would he attack soldiers from both sides if he wanted ki crystals? Broly looked expectantly at King Grill, who was having a nervous breakdown over the huge figure towering over him. You want some crystals? That can be arranged, he said slowly, watching Broly's reaction. Great. Now on to the next thing. The next thing? King Grill panicked, his heart beating suddenly as he feared for his life, his trump card appearing in his mind again. Why are there so many starving people in your city? Broly asked, his face incredibly serious as he spoke. King Grill looked at Broly with befuddlement. Why do you care? Broly saw King Grill's nonchalant expression and frowned heavily, his face contorting as anger rose in his chest. It was due to our military campaign. We had to defend ourselves in order to ensure our future, so we funneled our resources into our armies, he said honestly, slightly scared that Broly was glaring at him. At the expense of your people? Why would you allow your citizens to starve? What would be left to protect when they all died of starvation? Broly asked wisely. King Grill frowned, the words he heard before echoed into his ears again. He gritted his teeth. Why was he being lectured on how to rule his people in the middle of a war? I'm the king. You can't lecture me. I'll do whatever the hell I want, he shouted out irritatedly. You can't be serious, Broly said, his whole face going dark as he spoke. King Grill panicked as a huge hand clogged his view. Ki disruption, he thought as a thin wave of ki suddenly burst out of his body. Fwyam. Huh. Broly felt his ki vibrate agitatedly in his body, suddenly receiving energy that made it move around uncontrollably. It was very unpleasant to experience, and Broly felt his skin crawl as his ki awkwardly scraped against his insides. King Grill smiled, seeing Broly's confused face. He grabbed his sword and swung it powerfully at Broly's head, aiming at a high angle. Humph. Broly quickly turned Super Saiyan, his ki suddenly calming down and folding into each other rapidly, condensing and becoming more destructive. His hair flashed yellow brightly, although this seemed to be an afterthought in the king's mind. DSH. Broly's hand snuffed out any dream King Grill had of beating him, snatching his sword mid-air and sending a horrible shudder through it, nulling King Grill's arm. King Grill yelped out loud. He looked up to see Broly's scowling face and was deeply terrified. He pulled his ki together and condensed a small fireball in his hand, supercharging it so that it turned blue, and tried to throw it at Broly. Bink! Broly's fist collided suddenly with King Grill's head. Upon impact, Broly's ki jerked, a mini motion causing Broly's hand to strike much harder than he intended to and a beam to fly out of his fists. That punch had an awful lot of ki in it, Yami commented, looking forward to the show that was about to happen. Broly gasped suddenly, immediately coming out of his Super Saiyan state. You don't think dash. Boom! King Grill's armor blew up like a firework, spewing heaps of hot flames in all directions, the blue fire illuminating the whole battlefield as King Grill erupted, his entire body instantly barbecued, not even having any time to scream. That armor does like kind of badass now, Yami commented. Yami watched as the formerly red ki crystals shimmered blue, shining light underneath the coat fiery flames that burst out from it. I don't care how much fire resistance you have, nobody from this planet should be able to take that level of heat, Yami said smirking as King Grill smoked. The storm of fire subsided after raging for a while and revealed King Grill's armor that was still sitting upright. Ha ha ha. That king was turned to ashes. He can't even collapse. Yami laughed sadistically. He's dead, Broly said, looking at the smoke wafting off King Grill's body. Lighten up. A tyrannical dictator is not bad for your first kill. You should be proud of yourself. You liberated those people you felt so bad for. Yami said, trying to get Broly to stop being such a pansy. First kill. Yami covered his mouth and cursed his carelessness. What the shit was that? Broly turned around to see two bewildered generals staring at him in awe. Hello, Broly said awkwardly. Storyteller, dramatic finish. The king of the fire tribe reaches an untimely end. And one of his generals watched the whole thing happen. How will they react to Broly's very obvious assault on the king? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 81. You killed the king. Lord Skewer shouted, pointing at Broly. It was an accident, Broly said honestly. How do you kill someone accidentally? Lord Skewer asked, completely outraged. Who are you? Queen Drizzle said, dazzled by Broly's strange body. Broly said honestly. Broly? What the fuck is a Broly? They both thought simultaneously. Broly jumped towards them, now arm's length between the two of them. I'm from another planet, I want to take some of your key crystals, Broly said simply, tired of giving out the same explanation. Here we go again, Yami thought, going to sleep. He didn't want to hear another cycle of this conversation. Ah. So he's an off-worlder. An off-worlder hasn't come in centuries. Queen Drizzle thought. As far as the Ice Tribe was concerned, people living on other planets coming to approach them was as likely to occur as the bogeyman coming out of hiding. It was one thing to hear about something and another thing to see it. Why did you kill the king? Lord Skewer asked, his voice containing silent fury. Now that his shock was wearing off, he realized that Broly had murdered the king, right in front of him. I told you it was an accident, Broly said apologetically. When his ki was disrupted, control over it became difficult, like cupping water with your hand and trying not to let anything leak. While Broly's ki just wanted to shield Broly's fist, the fluctuations caused a long ki beam to fly out, causing King Grill's armor to fry him like a piece of bacon. I might have some bacon later, Broly thought, his tummy rumbling. Under normal circumstances, the crystal armor would just absorb ki and output small fire waves which would deal with additional damage or serve as complementary protection. It was only due to the cheat codes in Broly's ki that allowed the armor to be counterproductive and defeat the wearers in combat. This reasoning quickly settled into Queen Drizzle. Alright, she shouted jubilantly. Broly looked at the queen, waiting for an explanation. Queen Drizzle coughed twice. King Grill was an idiotic ruler who at the expense of his own people waged war on any place he could. If not for the fact that the Lightning Tribe refused to sign a peace treaty with us, we would have never collaborated with such people, Queen Drizzle said, clear hatred for King Grill in her eyes as she spoke. Is that so? Broly said uninterested, eager to steer the conversation back in the direction of the crystals. That was the reason why he was there in the first place. Lord Skewer sighed out. I have to admit, his thirst for conquest was a bit excessive, he said putting his sword down. Seeing that Lord Skewer had stood down, Queen Drizzle also put her sword, temporarily halting her attack. It was then Lord Skewer and Queen Drizzle laid eyes on the battlefield. They saw piles of bodies, neatly stacked on top of each other, arranged by color, all stripped of their armor. Queen Drizzle exploded. Why did you kill all of our soldiers? She shouted at Broly. Lord Skewer stared out Broly in awe, not even angry at him, just surprised that he was able to handle all of them. Relax. They're not dead. They're just knocked out. Broly said defensively. Yami scoffed. They might as well be dead. Although Broly had one-shot more or less every enemy into becoming tackling dummies, that impact generated from his strikes caused multiple broken bones and Yami wouldn't be surprised if more than a few had brain damage after Broly mashed their potatoes. Brain liquefaction had a 100 death rate. Queen Drizzle gritted her teeth. She found it hard to believe but she could tell there was nothing she could do. The soldiers on both sides were defeated so the war was forcefully ended. Apart from his bleeding fists, Broly had no observable scratches meaning that he slaughtered two armies and king with little to no effort. Queen Drizzle sighed out. Now that the king is dead, there's no reason to keep fighting, she said resolutely. She had fought the war purely out of defense and found it to be a complete waste of time. Lord Skewer didn't argue. Both of them were strangely even on the battlefield, they had been fighting for a long time and were still unable to win against each other. Mr. Broly, if you would like to purchase some key crystals, please come back tomorrow, we have more than a few things to take care of at the moment, Queen Drizzle said formally, throwing a pocket-sized crystal at Broly. Lord Skewer did similarly and nodded at him while walking away. Queen Drizzle approached her pile of bodies and looked down at her soldiers disappointedly. She waved her hand around, faint traces of light blue ki flying through the air. A huge cart made of ice encased the soldiers while two horses were carved into existence. Drizzle, if you wouldn't mind, Lord Skewer said softly, looking at his own pile of soldiers. Queen Drizzle scoffed and quickly erected another carriage for Lord Skewer. It's hard to believe that these people were fighting to the death so vigorously just a few moments ago, Broly thought. It was all the fault of the king, nobody else wanted to be involved in conflict apart from him and so he ruined everything for everybody else, just goes to show how much damage a single person in the wrong place can do, Yami said wisely. Broly chuckled and jumped high into the air, flying back to his ship. Queen Drizzle and Lord Skewer both came to each other as Broly looked away. Did you detect his strength? I did. He could have killed us with a swipe of his hand. What should we do? Don't hold back, give him all the crystals you dash, no take him to the mines, he should be able to take everything he needs from there. That's a good idea. Queen Drizzle smiled. The heads of the tribes unknowingly came to peace against a common threat. Queen Drizzle turned around, walking towards her carriage. You got off lucky today, next time I see you on the battlefield, I'm killing you. Lord Skewer scoffed. I didn't use my ultimate piercing art, you haven't seen all my cards, girly, he said entering his own carriage. KYH, they both cried out, traveling in opposite directions. The two carriages were dragged away by the horses, heading in opposite directions. Storyteller, and so ends the Warring Tribe arc. Well, not really, Broly still needs to get his crystals and get off the planet. How could Queen Vegeta react when she learns that Broly single-handedly eviscerated 2 armies? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 82. Broly entered his ship satisfied. While he had not gotten the crystals he had endeavored for, he had at the very least made the powers in charge aware of his presence. On top of that, he had fought against the key crystals in actual combat and enjoyed almost every second of it. He savored the warm and tired feeling that ran through his body. You did good, kid. You did your race proud out there. Yami said supportively. He needed Broly to take more confidence in himself, he was way too submissive for the monster that he was. Broly smiled and walked through the wide corridors, entering the storage room. On the floor now was a huge pile of green crystals, the number almost impossible for Broly to count as he saw them stack on top of each other. Broly smiled wider and then walked towards his bathroom in the recreational area, entering the shower. Although he had already bathed in the morning, he was really sweaty and wanted to wash his blood off of his hands. Yep, you're monster, every single part of you, Yami said, forcefully seeing things through Broly's eyes. I don't think it's that big, Broly said, scrubbing around his little brother. I've seen snakes smaller than it, Yami said, slightly apologetic for the poor woman Broly would cross paths with. Broly chuckled. Why are there no towels? Broly had climbed out of the shower, dripping wet and yet there were no towels in his bathroom. He was sure there were at least 5 in the morning when he set out but no, there were no towels left. This was a very strange occurrence. Broly sighed as he triple-checked the cabinets and hangers. There was a laundry basket in his room that had a dirty towel in it, he could use it for the time being before he went into Queen Vegeta's room to investigate the matter further. Ridiculousness, Yami thought to himself. The fact of the matter was that Broly had just returned from war and yet the biggest obstacle he encountered today was there not being any towels for him to use. Broly opened the door and walked towards his room making the short journey at a leisurely pace. Queen Vegeta walked out of the game room disinterestedly, she was intrigued when she saw all of the machinery in there but was quickly disappointed as there were nothing but games inside. Something she had little to no interest in. She walked down the stairs only to do a double take as she saw Broly's huge figure who was just about to enter his room. She only saw him briefly, no more than 5 seconds but these 5 seconds allowed her to see everything she needed to see. Broly's back was built, muscles in places she didn't even know had muscles, they bulged softly after his every step and looked back at her happily. Broly's curves were so sudden and smooth Queen Vegeta couldn't help but compare them to her own, while it was far from small it was the only slim part of Broly, everything else was huge. Queen Vegeta's eyes moved down and her face reddened to a ridiculous degree, quickly running down the stairs. Queen Vegeta had a thing for muscles, spending time and effort making sure her own were the best they could be. She knew Broly was big but she didn't know Broly was jacked, only seeing him with shirts on or wearing armor ever since she came. Her face reddened as thoughts and images she had never thought about before appeared in him, it got even worse as she realized she, at the age of 33, was peeping on a 17-year-old boy, the same age as her own son. A few minutes later Broly came down and entered the kitchen wearing gray sweatpants and a long sleeveless t-shirt. Broly already learned from his father how to cook a million different recipes and wanted to eat something. He decided to make lunch and considered what he could make to impress Queen Vegeta, he wanted to make a lasting impression after all. More than a few minutes later, Queen Vegeta came back into the kitchen, her face still slightly red and her breath ragged as she considered the sex appeal of the young man in the ship with her. Although it was called the kitchen there was actually a dining table and when she saw that the kitchen was occupied she patiently sat down. Mr. Yellow had fed her some sandwiches but she was still hungry, craving the sweet juices that she tasted from earlier. She planned to raid the whole place when Broly left. Broly noticed a new key signature and realized Queen Vegeta was near. "How you holding up?" Broly asked, frying bacon on the stove. "I'm fine, I just had a look around your ship, pretty impressive stuff although I don't know what half the shit in here does," she said sardonically. Broly chuckled as he continued to cook in the kitchen. Queen Vegeta smiled, hearing Broly's laugh. The boy in front of her was adorable when he wasn't frightening. "I need to get back to Planet Vegeta quickly." Queen Vegeta knew that if she stayed around Broly for too long she would do something her husband wouldn't like and the temptation was growing as each day passed. "Where did you go?" Queen Vegeta asked, remembering that Broly had been absent for the majority of the day. "To visit the locals, I wanted to take some of their crystals back home," Broly said honestly. "Were you careful? You could have killed someone with that big power level of yours," Queen Vegeta said teasingly. Broly snickered. "I kind of did," Broly said truthfully. "Shut up." Queen Vegeta said exaggeratedly, her voice sounding as surprised as she could muster. "Seriously?" Broly protested. "Who?" she said intrigued. "The Fire King," he said softly. "Shut up," she said dramatically. "It's true." Broly insisted. Queen Vegeta sighed out loudly. The Fire King, in her experience, was a power-hungry warlord who initiated combat and overpowered many warriors in battle. Even she barely managed to make it out alive with all her strength. She knew Broly had a lot of ki but that was redundant against his crystal armor that absorbed it. Broly was big but so was Nappa and she struggled to believe either of them would have a chance against the Fire King. Muscles didn't equal power after all. "I know I look like I'm 17 but I'm actually 33, I've seen all these tricks before, if you want to impress me just be honest, you don't need to lie so dramatically," Queen Vegeta said, disappointed in Broly if he asked genuinely. She didn't know whether she would reject him or not but the way he was acting wasn't helping his case. Broly furrowed his brows, slightly annoyed that Queen Vegeta always assumed he was lying. "You're not that pretty you know, not everyone is trying to make a move on you," Broly said, flipping his pancakes. Queen Vegeta's eyes narrowed as she heard Broly's words, her buttons thoroughly pressed. Her previous train of thought was stopped suddenly and she felt extremely challenged. She had gotten married to King Vegeta at the age of 16 on the basis of her outstanding beauty which had been praised to no end. It had even been described as her greatest strength. So to have it slandered made her veins icy. Also, wasn't this the same guy who was drooling over her moments ago? Pathetic, she thought to herself. Why would Broly lie to impress her and then call her ugly to her face? For what reason? Broly heard the silence and could only interpret it as acceptance of his innocence. "You said you've been around the ship, have you seen the gym?" Broly asked, initiating conversation. Queen Vegeta broke out of her irritated mood. "There's a gym," she called out, her voice slightly higher than it should have been. A gym was a safe haven for a Scion, a paradise where their instincts and mind could unite temporarily. Queen Vegeta didn't even know you could have a gym on a ship. "So you haven't been there," Broly said to himself. "Where is it?" Queen Vegeta asked, itching to get back into that room. "I'll show it after lunch," Broly said simply. Queen Vegeta snickered, getting to her feet. "You really think I'm going to stay here and dash?" Broly came into the dining room, plates upon plates and bowls on bowls of levitating around him. Queen Vegeta's mouth salivated as she saw it. "Sorry, what was that?" Broly said apologetically. "And nothing." Queen Vegeta said sitting back down. Storyteller, indeed a cunning strategy. Butter up Queen Vegeta before slamming down the hammer. I see. The plot is developing in a very intriguing way. Will they smash? The next chapter is already out. Read it. Chapter 83. Queen Vegeta stretched her muscles as she entered the gym with Broly, rubbing her belly happily. She was still angry about what he had said to her but the meal she had was the best of her life. She was unable to give anything but a warm smile as the taste of the food still lingered in her mouth causing her to salivate and reminisce. Even though he's a bit rude, his cooking skills are godlike, he could be crazy and I would still get with him if he could cook like that, she concluded. Free meals like that every day? It wasn't even a question. Here it is. Broly said, turning around to face Queen Vegeta. It's not that dash. Queen Vegeta suddenly stopped speaking. A strong heavy force weighed down on her body, trying to press her into the ground. She was caught off guard but quickly resisted, trying not to collapse under the harsh air. Broly moved quickly, suddenly realizing Queen Vegeta wasn't used to the gravity and leapt towards the switch flipping it smoothly. Queen Vegeta breathed heavily. If Broly was even a second late, Queen Vegeta would have either been pushed into the ground or had her muscles tear apart under the intense strain. What the fuck was that? She cried, still bent over, panting. Broly scratched the side of his head. Sorry about that, I train under increased gravity, Broly said slowly. Are you trying to kill yourself? Queen Vegeta said, eventually gaining control of her breath. Broly chuckled wryly, not even knowing how to respond. He was actually able to stand in these conditions. Training like this should be impossible. Queen didn't even know of a Scion who could survive this torturous atmosphere. He couldn't have been telling the truth, right? Queen Vegeta briefly considered Broly's power level actually being 16 million, but she dismissed that train of thought, refusing to believe it. I'll just have to see for myself. Queen Vegeta concluded. Let's spar, Queen Vegeta said, looking Broly in his eyes. But you're still wearing my t-shirt, Broly said, pointing at her curvy figure. I can take it off if you want, Queen Vegeta said, her face completely straight. And no. You don't have to dash. It's fine, Queen Vegeta said, hooking her thumbs under the shirt. Broly squealed quietly as he covered his eyes with his hands. You're a child. You hear me? A child. Yami said vindicatively to Broly. A few seconds passed and he peeked out, seeing Queen Vegeta's body wrapped with bandages. They're washable, Queen Vegeta said, slightly pleased with Broly's reaction. I see, Broly said to regain his composure. Queen Vegeta breathed in and out, feeling her heart that was already pumping. Humph. Pearly white ki surfaced to the front of her skin as she entered her battle stance. Broly stared mesmerized at her appearance as the energy around her body only made her slim body stand out more. Broly is a bigger Scion and so his strength is always going to be greater than his speed. I'll use my agility to wear him out and then attack him when he's tired. Queen Vegeta blinked and she already had a plan. Without hesitating, she jumped forward towards Broly. Already? Broly watched Queen Vegeta jump towards him, quickly realizing that all of her movements were very honest and straightforward in his eyes. Broly had plenty of experience dealing with jumping opponents and reeled his arm back, patiently waiting for Queen Vegeta to enter his range. He's going to be aggressive, as I thought. Broly threw his arm forward, going at max speed without using any of his ki. So fast. Queen Vegeta felt the wind brush past her face as Broly's fist was just a millimeter off. PSH. Broly's fist struck air, causing a soft current to slap the wall opposite him. Queen Vegeta thought quickly. She was close to Broly who was still in recovery from his attack, so if she wanted to gain an early lead, now was her chance. She moved her leg behind Broly and reached for his neck in order to force him down. Broly felt Queen Vegeta's leg touch his and knew what was going to happen. While his arms were in recovery, his legs weren't. He jumped forward, connecting his knee to Queen Vegeta's face, knocking her back. What the fuck are you doing? Her face is at least 9/8 out of 10. Why are you shooting yourself in the foot? Yami scolded harshly. Queen Vegeta's feet slid on the floor as she regained her balance. He's faster than I thought, but it's not impossible. Broly stared at Queen Vegeta focused. Queen Vegeta was very slippery and he wanted to hone his rushdown techniques as well as his defense. Queen Vegeta ran up to Broly, quickly swinging her fist at his chest. Broly moved his arm late and blocked low, his chunky arm only able to block due to its size. Queen Vegeta followed up with another punch, but this time Broly caught it like paper catching rock. Queen Vegeta continued to swing, throwing jabs and hooks at Broly, who caught all of them with little to no effort, quickly recognizing her patterns and habits when striking. Queen Vegeta grunted dissatisfied and tried to do Broly's favorite move, a spinning leg kick to the side of the head. Broly smiled and dashed back, allowing Queen Vegeta's leg to meet air. Look at that ass. Yami called out, watching Queen Vegeta's leg swing. Broly, you have to. For my sake. You have to. Yami begged, causing Broly to snicker. Shit. Queen Vegeta thought, realizing that she had opened herself for an attack. She watched Broly panically only to realize that he was standing there, patiently waiting for her to attack again. Her pride was hurt, but she didn't say anything, instead charging her ki and delivering a sudden Superman punch to Broly's face. A thudding sound echoed out. It's like metal. Why the face? Broly thought, not getting why people kept targeting his cheekbones. Although Queen Vegeta had twisted her body, trying to generate as much power as she could, Broly didn't even flinch under the attack. You hit me, Broly said quietly, signaling for the spar to end. Queen Vegeta was appalled. Broly's endgame was just being hit. He didn't even bother fighting back. Queen Vegeta's face fell and dashed backwards, now charging her ki to the max. You've pissed her off. Yami said, enjoying the show. Huh. How? Figure it out, genius. She's coming. Broly watched as pearly white ki rose from Queen Vegeta's body in even greater quantities, her muscles tensing menacingly. As if she was about to break out into a sprint, she charged Broly, rushing towards him preparing for a collision. Is she trying to body tackle me? Broly wasn't quite sure what he was seeing, but Queen Vegeta did, in fact, try to tackle him. Let her try. I want to see how this turns out, Yami said, already aware of the outcome. Ah, okay, Broly responded obediently. Queen Vegeta went low, pushing off the ground and wrapping her arms around Broly's waist, pushing him into the air. Broly leaned forward, shifting his weight so that Queen Vegeta would buckle, carrying his heavy body. This way he could roll forward and power slam Queen Vegeta. Queen Vegeta's feet landed awkwardly on the ground, causing her to lose her balance and fall backwards. Broly's face was pushed forwards, pressing against Queen Vegeta's soft-toned backside. Before he could speak, Broly's head approached the floor, quickly smacking into it, disorienting him slightly. His body lost tension and his full weight pulled Queen Vegeta back, whose muscles were burning to lift Broly. He's too heavy. She fell backwards. Dush. Broly's large body collided with the ground. Queen Vegeta sat upright confusedly. MFFFFFF. She felt a very hot and warm sensation underneath her, belated, realizing she was sitting on Broly's face. Good shit. Yami called out. Storyteller, Yami already said it. Chapter 84. Sir. Broly has arrived. King Skewer was immediately put on edge, his whole body tensing while his heart quickened. It had only been a few days, but the fear in him was brand new. Send him in, he said, sitting on his throne uncomfortably. Broly walked into Fire King Castle, familiar with the scenery and architecture, but raised his eyebrows when he saw who sat on the throne. You are the king? Broly asked confusedly. King Skewer's heart quadrupled speed, sweat ran down his face as pure fear gripped him by the balls. I became the king, I wasn't before. I swear on my life, he said panically, not wanting to meet the same end as the former king. You're scaring him, Yami said, deeply amused by the king squirming. How? I only asked him a question. Broly thought, not understanding where everyone was so afraid of him. Each of the guards on his way in hurriedly cleared his path and fled from him as if he was going to eat all of them up. All of the civilians that were laying tiredly on the streets were all packed away, nowhere to be found. Yami laughed again but went silent. Broly sighed but continued to speak. The key crystals dash. Yes. 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 My assistant will take you to the fire crystal mines where we get our key crystals from, feel free to take as many as you like. King Skewer spoke quickly and fearfully, unsure how Broly would take his words. He couldn't offer any crystals to Broly immediately, as the scholars fearfully but surely predicted that it would be economic suicide, so he could only point to the direction they produced their crystals and hope Broly was willing to work for it. Really? Thank you very much. Broly said before turning to the assistant, who nearly pissed himself when he saw Broly. To Broly, this was a very sweet deal, as he had much confidence in his ability to work and take as much as he needed. Follow me, he said, unhappy that he was calling Death's disciple towards himself. Broly followed King Skewer's assistant, who whimpered quietly, completely terrified as Broly followed him. As soon as Broly left, the king let out a tired gasp. Any enjoyment Lord Skewer had from becoming king was thoroughly sucked dry when he remembered that a biological weapon capable of exterminating his entire race was cheerily walking around. A messenger had declared that most of the soldiers Broly encountered were left alive but thoroughly injured, the hospitals flooded with bodies that were on the border between life and death. Some of the soldiers also told stories about how Broly was untouchable throughout the whole battle, tearing through hordes of men with single strikes. Some rumors even suggested he was able to use his special powers to detonate the fire crystal armor and blow up some of his enemies. Lord Skewer and Queen Drizzle both saw this firsthand. While they couldn't mourn the death of King Grill because they all knew what he was, that didn't make his death any less pitiful, something one wouldn't wish on their worst enemy. As the majority of Fire City was made of fire key crystals, that meant that Broly could plunge the entire city into a massive pit of fire at any time. This was beyond terrifying. King Skewer couldn't rest easy as long as Broly was on his planet. Sizzle. King Skewer called out. Yes, my lord. Advisor Sizzle asked obediently, much happier with the new king. Have we collected the late king's sword from battle? Yes, my lord, she replied softly. Send it to Broly as a gift, he said, trying to get Sizzle's opinion. Advisor Sizzle smiled widely. Excellent idea, my lord, it is done, Advisor Sizzle said, walking away. Oh. One more thing. Lord Skewer called out hesitantly. Yes, my lord. Sizzle said, patiently turning around. Are you free tonight? Advisor smiled warmly at King Skewer. Yes, my lord, she said coolly, before walking away, practically floating. The fire crystal mine was a deep underground structure, a cave below ground level where bundles of red crystalline rock shimmered gently, using the little light that came in to shine. The vast majority of the cave was regular rock, where the stone used in the city was taken from, but large clumps of red crystal were scattered around the room, faint traces visible. Here you go, sir. The assistant spoke quickly and then hurried away, acting as if his life depended on it. Broly approached one of the walls in the cave, placing his hand on the solid rock that trapped some of the few crystals that were visible. Broly looked up into the moonless night sky, once again reminded that the fire tribe had been digging for centuries. Broly breathed in and out, controlling his ki and forming a long pickaxe made of green life energy. Let's get started. Queen Vegeta was deeply conflicted. She had stolen about 4 or 5 shirts of Broly's when she first arrived, but after the incident happened when they were training she felt weird whenever she wore them. That guy, as huge as he is still just a kid. I need to get back to Planet Vegeta quickly. Queen Vegeta could tell where the trajectory of their relationship was going. She couldn't dispute the fact that Broly's body was eye candy and his kind and calm nature made her like him more and more as time passed. If Broly approached her, grabbed her by the waist and kissed her, she didn't know if she would have the willpower to resist. She didn't marry King Vegeta out of love after all. Images flashed her through her mind of Broly approaching her, using his strength to pin her down. Queen Vegeta's face lit up like a Christmas tree as she breathed in and out, pinching herself to stop her thoughts. He's just a kid, she repeated to herself. This is hard work. Broly laid flat on his back staring at the sky from the bottom of the crystal mine. Although only a few minutes had passed, a huge pile of crystals, rivaling the one in the middle of his ship, shimmered gently as the sun slowly moved positions. To be honest, I expected you to last a little bit longer, Yami said, realizing that Broly's stamina wasn't as freakish as he thought. Out of all Broly's physical attributes, his stamina was considerably lacking. It's very important for a man to have good stamina, especially in his legs. This is a fundamental life skill. Yami said strictly. Really? Broly asked, never hearing about this before. Yes. Yami said like it was obvious. Get back up and keep mining, he said to Broly. I have decided, Broly said sitting up. You definitely want to kill me. Chapter 85. Broly left his ship, dropping off the 5th batch of fire key crystals and headed back to the mines, flying through the night sky. You still need to go to the lightning tribe mines. And ask about the super lightning crystal. Yami reminded Broly. What about the super fire crystal or the super ice crystals? Broly asked curiously, surely the other tribes would have their own super crystals that were of equal quality. What about them? Compared to the super lightning crystal they're cheap knockoffs. Yami said convincingly. I'll do it after I head to the ice tribe, Broly said, doing a loop-de-loop in the middle of the air just because he could. Alright then, Yami said, retreating back to his little corner. Broly picked up speed, flying much faster than before. Key sense. A much thinner wave of energy was released from his body, slowly traversing the empty plains of Menals. Broly had slowly been training his ability to sense ki, now able to detect everything on the planet. Although he had to focus to actually find anything specific. It was a small but important ability to have. He closed his eyes and flew through the air, positioning his body for the descent into the mines. WSH. The air around Broly crackled as he stopped suddenly, doing a front flip and landing on the floor of the mine smoothly. Definitely a cheat code, Broly thought, forming a long pickaxe in his right hand. Broly could detect the positions of the key crystals in the mines, meaning that none of his strikes were wasted. He diligently worked at the earth, the reduced gravity meaning that with little strength he could make his way through the rock with little to no resistance, and he would always work around the crystal, making sure it wouldn't crack under his restrained but still powerful blows. It would probably be faster if I went Super Saiyan, but this is valuable stamina training, Broly thought patiently. To Broly, everything was a form of training, even down to the way he walked and talked to people. While it may not seem like it, he had invested extensive amounts of time in himself, and so he put a lot of thought into what he did and said. Broly continued to work, mining away in a few hours more than the fire tribe had mined in a few centuries, his freakish strength allowing him to plow through the soft rock with ease. Broly smiled as a familiar tired sensation settled in his muscles. One thing he noticed after a while was that when stamina training there was no feeling of getting better. While his output steadily increased, there was no ease on his body, which after a while began to strain under the rigorous work Broly was doing. He could slow down, but where was the fun in that? A few more hours later. Queen Drizzle. Mr. Broly is approaching. Queen Drizzle smiled wryly, sitting up in her throne as she heard the news. She had a feeling Broly would come later in the night as she had invited him and he had yet to appear. A worried expression settled on her face as she remembered the injury report she had seen at the end of the war. Broly was extremely dangerous. Ice City was more or less the same as Fire City, the only notable differences were that crystals were a light snow blue instead of the warm red and that most of the structures were made of ice in addition to the crystal that lined the buildings. Broly approached the gate at the foot of the city which immediately opened for him the second he touched the land. Broly was approached by a short orange-skinned man with a thick red beard that hid his features. "Please follow me," he said quickly, immediately turning around to lead the way to Ice Queen Castle. "It seems that they have a connecting road as well." Broly looked around, seeing the blue icy structures around him. He was able to feel that it was much colder than Fire City and saw little stalagmites forming on the edge of the buildings. "Isn't it funny how the fire people are blue and ice people are orange?" Yami said, calling out the strange pattern. "It's probably just a coincidence," Broly said aloud mistakenly. The orange-skinned man hastily turned around to look at Broly. "Oh no. It's nothing," Broly said waving his hands dismissively. The orange-skinned man shrugged and turned around. "You actually spoke out loud? Numbskull. Shut up." The short man in front of Broly opened the gates to the castle and quickly disappeared, vanishing into one of the corridors. Queen Drizzle was seated on her throne, the room almost identical to the Fire Tribe throne room with a simple palette swap. The queen was wearing a thin white nightdress that hung off of her body loosely. "Giant. The queen is packing as well," Yami exclaimed. Broly stared at Queen Drizzle's breasts confusedly. How did she manage to fit them in her armor? They were way too voluptuous for one to not notice, yet she used some form of sorcery to compress them on the battlefield. Queen Drizzle was immediately taken aback by the strange alien who examined her breasts upon entry. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, but she hadn't expected it from the savage beast who crippled her army. Queen Drizzle coughed loudly in a professional manner. Broly's eyes were instantly drawn up, seeing Queen Drizzle's clear orange skin and large curly hair. "Yeah, she's going on the list. As long as I live I humbly swear to make you sleep with that woman," Yami said, issuing a challenge on himself. "Thank you Teacher Yami," Broly said in acceptance, submitting to Yami's wisdom. "Good evening Mr. Broly," Queen Drizzle said politely. "Just Broly is fine," Broly said calmly. "Okay then, Broly, my assistant will take you to the mines in just a moment, but may I ask you a question first?" Queen Drizzle asked softly. "Yes, but we need appropriate compensation. Pay us back with your body." Broly ignored Yami's words. "No problem," Broly said simply. "How did you come across this planet and do you know of anyone else who may be coming?" Queen Drizzle said worriedly. If hordes on hordes of freakish monsters like Broly appeared on planet Menals, there really was no future at all. "I came across this planet by pure chance and there were some people who landed here but I helped them get away," Broly said honestly. Queen Drizzle's brows furrowed. "Some aliens actually arrived?" "Who? The Frieza force?" Queen Drizzle squinted. "Who? Space bullies, they probably would have either tried to kill you or enslave your people," Broly said, thinking critically. Frieza and his lackeys were undoubtedly the most widely spread intergalactic degenerates in recorded history. "I see, and you killed them?" Queen Drizzle said slowly. "No, I fixed their ships so they could fly away." "Fixed?" Yami said sardonically. "She doesn't need to know everything." "Okay, I've changed my mind, I'll personally accompany you to the mines," Queen Drizzle said, waving her hand causing a snow-white dress to form around her. Chapter 86. Queen Drizzle didn't trust Broly. For all she knew, Broly could just kill her assistant, ransack her mines and leave the planet. She didn't doubt that Broly was able to mine much more than her own men, and so she came personally to ensure that Broly wouldn't plunge her economy into deep waters. "I'm sure King Skewer did a similar thing," she thought to herself as they entered the mine. The mine was again simple in structure, however this time, frost covered the surface of the rock, thin layers of ice giving the room a chilly vibe. Queen Drizzle watched Broly approach the wall only to belatedly realize she hadn't given Broly a mining tool or pickaxe. Although he hadn't asked for one, Queen Drizzle felt as if she was being disrespectful. "I apologize. I should have dash." She stopped speaking when a long thin beam of ki stretched out between Broly's fingers. Her heart double-paced as she was put in fight or flight response. Her muscles tensed and she leaned forward, looking at Broly's wide back concentrated. Broly turned around confused, unsure as to why the queen was staring at him so viciously. "Did I do something?" he asked gently, worrying because of Queen Drizzle's piercing stare. Broly's ki finished forming and the pickaxe to shape, the long green tool shining brightly. Ah. No. No. My mistake. Queen Drizzle said quickly, realizing she had jumped the gun. Okay then, Broly said turning around, taking the first swing. Chink. 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 A fast-paced repetitive clanging sound as rock and ice were broken apart, revealing bright blue crystals, that shimmered in place. Broly systematically liberated them, destroying all the dirt around it with his ki, and when the crystals fell they hovered and made a short journey to the center of the floor. Once in a while, there would be a long chain of interconnected crystals, almost like a huge bracelet that ran around the room, which Broly carefully broke apart with his bare hands, cracking them like biscuits. Queen Drizzle watched carefully as the pool of crystals in the center gradually grew, quickly becoming the weekly then monthly then the annual output of the miners that worked for her. You've got to be kidding me. It was scary to watch. Her precious natural resources were being taken right in front of her. Even in her own personal stash of crystals were not as large as the pool Broly was working on. Eventually, after 5 or so minutes, the pool of crystals started to get too big, filling up the floor in the mines. Queen Drizzle opened her mouth, ready to politely ask Broly whether he had collected enough when the crystals suddenly floated up, flying out of the cave and vanishing out of sight. This is a bit ridiculous. Queen Drizzle could only scratch her head as she saw the insanity in front of her. He's polite enough to know when to stop, right? And he'll have to get tired eventually. Queen Drizzle was extremely hesitant to tell Broly to stop. They were in an enclosed space, and while she was more confident that she would stand a better chance than her soldiers, she didn't know whether she was able to escape in time, much less resist Broly. She waved her fingers, silently making a throne of ice, and sat down cross-legged. Only a few more minutes, she assured herself. 5 hours later. Queen Drizzle gritted her teeth as she watched Broly shamelessly plow through the mine, carving a deep track that traveled further than the combined space of the whole Ice Tribe's efforts. She had considered a multitude of ways to attack Broly, but all of them came inconclusive. She wasn't wearing her ice armor, so while he was unable to use his strange explosion magic, she wouldn't have the protection she would have liked. There was no way out. She could only patiently wait for Broly to finish, but that didn't make her any less angry. Oh. Broly said aloud, after depositing his 5th batch of crystals to his ship by telekinesis. Would you by any chance happen to know the location of the Lightning Tribe mines? Broly asked sincerely, oblivious to the irate woman behind him. An opportunity. Yes. 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 Let me show you, she said, practically jumping out of the mine. Broly smiled as he wiped the sweat off of his brow. These leaders really are considerate, he thought happily as his muscles ached. Yami watched silently. He had seen Scions who loved a good workout, but the strain that Broly put on his body bordered masochism. He should have already reached his limit long ago. This isn't my fault, is it? Yami thought, contemplative, wondering whether he went too far in pushing Broly. Nah, he concluded. Oh, and also, Broly added. Queen Drizzle furrowed her brows, while she tried not to show out. She didn't want to fulfill any more of Broly's requests. Would you happen to know the location of the Super Lightning Crystal? Broly said, testing his luck. Yami seemed to be infatuated with it, and so Broly couldn't help but give in to the hype surrounding it. Queen Drizzle's heart stopped. How do you know about that? She said seriously and loudly, thinking about the worst-case scenario. I heard a rumor about it, so I just thought I'd ask, Broly said defensively, caught off guard by Queen Drizzle's hostile tone. From who? She said, not lightening up. An old friend, Broly said evasively, unwilling to spread information about Yami. Queen Drizzle panicked, her brows screwing up before an idea popped up in her head. Sure. I'll take you to Lightning King Palace after we visit the mines, Queen Drizzle said, maybe a little bit too happily. I like this woman a lot. I definitely pay her a special visit later. Yami said sinisterly, plotting as well. Broly smiled warmly. Everything just seemed to go his way. He could imagine the faces of Dr. Limiter and the rest of his friends when he came back with a new compound for them to study, as well as his happy family when he came back with a new Scion, and on top of that, Queen Vegeta was starting to warm up to him, and they were getting closer and closer at mealtimes every day. Broly flew towards the mines satisfied. It seemed that nothing could go wrong. Storyteller, but something would, in fact, go wrong in such deep and serious ways that Broly would be affected for the rest of his life. The next chapter is already out. Read it. Chapter 87. This is the place, Queen Drizzle said tiredly. She wanted to go to sleep badly, but she didn't trust Broly, and she had a plan that could help put him away for good. Lightning crystals jutted out from the edges of the walls, almost appearing like spike traps meant to impale people. The Lightning Tribe in their last days got desperate, quickly mining all the crystals they could gather as they fought against us, Queen Drizzle said stoically, completely unsympathetic towards the lightning tribe. While they never openly announced it, she could always tell that they thought they were better than the other tribes, carrying themselves with subtle arrogance that would irritate people after a while. And they nearly won, Broly said, intrigued to see how the lightning crystals worked. The small pocket-sized crystal sizzle had given him packed as much energy as the poor soldier's armor that was blown up by Broly. He was interested to see how much energy the bigger crystals had. Broly swung his key pickaxe, cutting away at the sides of rock that trapped the crystal in place. His pickaxe quickly scraped the surface of the crystal. Bzzzzzt. A line of electricity discharged from the crystal, traveling through Broly's key, using it as a medium and shocking his body. PSH. The key pickaxe that he had formed exploded. Broly stepped back, alarmed by the wave of energy that struck him. It didn't hurt that much, but it was still unpleasant to experience. His face contorted as he realized how the crystals operated. Queen Drizzle smiled as she watched Broly electricity zap Broly's body, a warm feeling she couldn't describe rising from her chest. This was another reason why the Lightning Tribe was unable to win the conflict. Although their crystals were much more powerful, they had considerably less in number compared to the other tribes. This just meant there was more for Broly to take. You need to be very slow and careful around the lightning crystals, but if you want we can go to the super dash. Dush. Broly's fist collided with the hard rocky surface of the mine wall. It's solid, but it's nothing compared to the key crystals themselves, Broly thought, completely ignoring Queen Drizzle. No way. There's no way he would dash. Dush. Queen Drizzle's thoughts were interrupted as Broly's other fist smashed into the walls, sending another sudden impact throughout the entire underground mine, cracks lining the walls on all sides as force shuddered through the whole landscape. Dush. 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 Broly slammed his fists repetitively, sending strong ripples throughout the ground, making it seem as if there was an earthquake on the top. It got so bad that Queen Drizzle started to levitate to reduce the waves of motion that disoriented her body. She couldn't get rid of the horrible pressure completely, but it was significantly reduced now that she was floating. Broly had a similar idea, now hanging mid-air as he rained down punches that caused chunks of earth to fly out, crystals and rock both indiscriminately falling towards the floor. What if I? Broly sensed a long connected chain of lightning crystals in front of her. This happened frequently and was a pain to deal with when mining, as he would have to go around the room and carve out the separate chunks, then break them without using ki. However, since this was lightning, Broly reeled back, charging his fist with ki and swung powerfully towards the wall, space seeming to distort as he struck. Queen Drizzle quickly realized what he was doing and fled the mine, flying away quickly as Broly attacked. Broly's ki quickly traveled through the earth, breaking apart any stone or rock it came across and met the lightning crystals. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz exploded from the key crystals, the sheer temperature melting down the rock around it and causing a mudslide. Flying sure is useful, Broly said to himself, using telekinesis to drag out the crystals from the stone slush. Broly stretched out his hand, concentrating and causing an unstable and energetic ki beam to roar out of his hand and smash into the wall. Another strong buzzing sound ran out as the lightning crystals channeled Broly's ki, causing multiple chain reactions as the stone was simply unable to handle the high temperatures of the electricity. By the time Queen Drizzle heard the third explosion, she flew up and went home, quickly realizing that Broly wasn't going anywhere. Unbeknownst to both of them, a small bird-like creature circled the area of above the lightning mine, collecting data and recording audio and video of the area. The bird-like creature was completely mechanical in structure, no traces of ki present in its small body, and was near silent as it slowly circled in the air, its skin matching the night sky color. The only area where this was different was above the bird's left eye, where a strange red-yellow pattern could be seen. 12 hours later. Are you good? Yami had never been worried about another person in his life, but Broly's appearance was seriously concerning. He was struck by intense waves of lightning non-stop for more than half a day, his clothes were tattered and in pieces, while his skin slightly burnt from the consistently high temperatures. I'm nearly done, I can already tell that my Zenkai will be huge, he thought, transporting the last batch of crystals. Yeah, you just have to grab that super crystal and we're off, Yami said softly. Yep, Broly said, flying up and out of the mine, landing on the ground and seeing a tired Queen Drizzle. Her eyes widened upon seeing Broly. I'm sorry, I made you wait for a long time, he said apologetically. He only thought he would last a few more minutes, he didn't know that his body was capable for going on for so much more time. His stamina was truly a thing of marvel. Queen Drizzle's mouth opened temporarily before closing. She realized what Broly was. Don't worry about it, let's get you to Lighting King Palace, she said softly, turning around and leading the way. Lightning King Palace was a huge structure, even though by now half of it was mined away it still stood greatly, hinting at its former wide and huge state. Queen Drizzle led Broly through the large, broken doors and approached the throne. Queen Drizzle approached the steps and condensed a big war hammer made of ice and smashed the throne, causing the stone to shatter and crumble. A large pillar with a small gem rose into view on a pedestal, resting softly on a yellow cushion. Storyteller, it's time. Something big is about to happen. Chapter 88. We over at the Ice Tribe also hide our crystals under our thrones, Queen Drizzle said, stepping back to let Broly approach the crystal. Broly stepped up to the pedestal, approaching the fruit of his conquest. It was a small thing, taking up only half of Broly's hand and appeared to be dulled, lacking the shine a regular lightning crystal was supposed to have. The Super Lightning Crystal is said to have the ability to give lightning superpowers, enabling the user to manipulate the element without ki, and as I am already connected to the Super Ice Crystal, I have no need for it. You are free to use it as you wish, Queen Drizzle said, keeping her eyes peeled. What am I supposed to do with it? Broly asked Yami, slightly disappointed that the crystal was so lackluster. It might as well have been a yellow rock. Can you sense the key signature? Yami asked patiently. Broly focused, closing his eyes and tried to get a reading on the crystal. Barely, he thought wearily, he really wanted to go to bed and sleep. His body was already on the brink of collapse, so he wanted to swiftly wrap this up. You need to inject a sliver of your ki into it, and the very second you do, immediately draw the energy into your body, Yami said slowly, sounding as calm as he could. That's simple? Broly asked suspiciously, the process seeming too easy to be true. That's how they were operated back in my time, Yami said evasively. If Broly was in his optimal state of mind, he would have noticed the subtle implication in Yami's words, but at this point, he was too exhausted to care. If you say so, Broly said compliantly. He closed his eyes and breathed, allowing a drop of his ki to enter the ki crystal. The very second he did this, a yellow light shone brightly, illuminating the fallen palace. PSH. A thin wave of yellow energy burst out from the crystal, slapping the environment like the wind. Strong swirls of yellow lightning rotated around the crystal, arcing cyclically as the crystal gained strength, now hovering in Broly's hand. He actually did it. Queen Drizzle said happily. What a fucking idiot. Now is the time. Absorb the energy. Yami said to Broly, slightly excited. Broly breathed in and out, focusing on his ki pathways, and allowed the energy to flow within him. Gradually he moved his will to the ki crystal in his hands and commanded it to flow into his body. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ in a vortex of lightning in seconds, immersing him completely. Broly's muscles tensed and his bones trembled as the raw lightning energy ran through him. He grunted as he bore the pain that coursed through him, every part feeling as if it was on fire. Don't resist it. Let it flow through you. Yami coached from the sidelines. NJH. Broly tried to relax, but the pain he was channeling was beyond excessive. His body was already sore and tired from the harsh labor he had been diligently enduring, and he wasn't in the physical state to be experiencing this kind of severe strain. Broly quickly turned Super Saiyan, his hair turning blonde and muscles relaxing under the pressure as the enhanced life energy in his body carefully nourished him. Broly exhaled sharply and focused on letting the energy ripple through him. Everything went well until Broly's ki met the electricity. When Broly turned Super Saiyan, although it was extremely small, a thin wave of ki burst out from him, forced by pressure to travel outwards and meet the strands of electricity that circled around. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZallowing the yellow energy to grow and further itself. This, logically speaking, should not have been possible, but Broly's ki found a gap in its sequence and autonomously worked to evolve using the lightning as a basis. Truly a cheat code, Yami said, watching in awe. The vortex around Broly slowly closed in on him, the electricity lining up with his ki pathways almost directly being absorbed, an audible buzz sounding the air vigorously. NNGGRH. Broly groaned as pain embraced him. The electricity tore its way through Broly's body, and if not for the high concentration and rapid circulation of his life energy, his body would have already given out, unable to cope with the damage that was being done. As seconds passed, Broly's willpower buckled, every part of him from the top of his head to the soles on his feet, pierced by the lightning. A freak through and through, Queen Drizzle thought to herself, gathering ki at the end of her fingertips. Now comes the hard part, she said to herself, counting the seconds. BZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ waves of stray electricity to fly away from Broly's body. Ice coffin, Queen Drizzle whispered to herself, creating a doorless igloo around Broly made of solidified ice. Queen Drizzle, being the super ice crystal holder, was able to create ice structures that were made at absolute zero, causing her ice to be one of the stiffest substances on planet Menals. She was single-handedly the reason for the ice tribe's prominence up till now. Queen Drizzle didn't hate Broly nor did she want to kill him out of revenge, it was simply for the greater good. She didn't know anything about him and couldn't take the risk of Broly suddenly deciding to kill her people. From the moment he announced he was looking for the super lightning crystal she panicked, but it seemed Broly only knew it existed and nothing else. This allowed her to trick him. The super lightning crystal gave memories to Millennials only, she didn't know for sure but she highly doubted that the crystals would react positively with Broly and given how potent the super crystals were. His death was all but guaranteed. Queen Drizzle let out another relieved breath and thickened her barrier, not wanting a single strand of lightning to leave her prison. Chapter 89. Storyteller, we interrupt your regular scheduled chapter to give you a word from our sponsor, DBZ Science. Storyteller, as you all know, different materials can be conductors, something that assists the flow of electricity, or insulators, something that hinders the flow of electricity. Ice at absolute zero, roughly minus 273 degrees Celsius, cannot conduct electricity at all, being one of the very few discovered super insulators. This means that nearly all measurable electricity would be trapped under a theoretical blanket of ice at absolute zero. Argh! Queen Drizzle sighed relieved. That monster is dead now for sure, she thought confidently. Storyteller, oh. Our sponsors have more to say. Thanks to the scientific magic that is Millennium biology, they are able to somehow interpret energy waves of various elements as viable visual information due to the various nonsensical chemicals in their brains. Broly, being a Scion, lacked these chemicals. The cyclone of electricity targeted Broly's head, displaying what could only be described as an organized attack, the way it ruthlessly jabbed at his temples. The lightning, almost rhythmically, pulsated up Broly's body, towards his head and built up rapidly, discharging sharp pangs of energy. Ah! The veins on Broly's face swelled, becoming as thick as they could be without rupturing, and his teeth grit against each other harshly, a few newtons of force away from cracking completely. His deep blue eyes flickered green as his body shivered, drastically responding to the turmoil he had been plunged in. That's it. Just a little bit more. Yami said to himself quietly, unable to contain his excitement. He watched Broly's willpower plummet, on the verge of cracking completely. Ever since he heard about the key crystals, he was sneakily exerting his will over Broly's key stores, slowly but surely making sure they were blocked off so that when the time was right Broly would have no relief. The rampaging energy in Broly's body had no escape. Boom! 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 Consecutive explosions rang out as Broly's ki reached its breaking point, using the air spaces in his body to explode vigorously, indiscriminately damaging all of his organs. In the same second, his life energy rapidly responded, his healing factor spurred on by the foreign electrical energy to revive Broly quickly. Tears streamed down Broly's face as the pain he felt reached inconceivable levels, his whole body trapped in periods of destruction only to be healed an instant later. Broly's spine shattered, minute cracks forming in several places before realigning again, stronger and bigger than before, forcing him to grow several inches, his muscles ripped apart, stretching and tearing before joining together under the command of his ki. Regular electricity wouldn't have the same devastating effects as ki-induced electricity, which carried force as well as charge with it. Yami watched Broly coldly. He had never seen Broly cry from pain before, but he honestly couldn't care less. He had a specific goal in mind and he would achieve it if it was the last thing he did. He waited patiently, watching Broly's willpower drop. In actuality he could take over at any time but wasn't willing to take the risk. He patiently waited for Broly's will to reach its lowest point. The lightning around the crystal didn't stop at all, instead of going even faster and pumping out more lightning, quickly filling up the ice prison. The lightning energy compressed into itself, becoming more rapid and rampant, forcefully piercing into Broly's body at rates faster than he could handle, increasing his pain. Broly screamed again. That queen really is a scheming bitch. If the cage wasn't here then some of the energy would be lost, but everything really is being sucked into his body. Yami said excitedly, on the forefront of victory. It was truly a gruesome repetitive process. Lightning would soar into Broly's body, some being absorbed, some stabbing through, tearing its way past only to bounce off the ice walls and stab Broly again, while the absorbed lightning was used to heal him, quickly flooding the areas of injury. In a strange way, dynamic equilibrium was reached, the rate of damage matching the rate of healing. Yami watched excitedly. Broly's screams were trapped inside the ice prison and any tears he had were thoroughly burnt under the high temperature inside the prison. The ice was unsympathetic to Broly's struggling, a thin layer melting slowly as the heat simmered. Why is he not dead yet? Queen Drizzle could still sense two life energies in her coffin, Broly's ki sucking the lightning crystal dry as his body bore the consequences. As the minutes passed, Broly's brain was numb to the feeling of pain, slowly but surely getting used to it. Why the fuck is his willpower increasing? Yami stared dumbfounded, still unwilling to make a move as Broly powered through the struggling, bouncing off the hardship in front of him. It was resilience on another scale. Cheats. Hacks. Sorcery. You have no right being able to withstand this. Fall down, he cried wickedly. I'll have to finish this myself. Queen Drizzle thought cautiously as she waved her arms. Shing. 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 Spikes of varying widths descended onto Broly's body, finding gaps in the periods of injury and piercing him, traveling from end to end in a moment's notice, plunging holes in his body. The ice prison scraped against the floor, making a loud scratching sound as it closed in on Broly, worsening his wounds. After 10 minutes of intense lightning, the energy dwindled down, the stream of energy coming from the crystal stopping entirely. Broly was barely to stand, his body supported by the beams of ice that were lodged inside him. He breathed heavily as his healing factor was pushed to the brink as an intense wave of hunger and thirst overwhelmed him. His body was forced into an energy-starved state as it worked to keep his heart beating, his muscles spasmed once or twice before a strange magical power rose from his chest. This kid. Broly gritted his teeth as his eyes glowed back to life with a passionate green light. Pure anger pulsed through him like a decree from God, his teeth cracking and his muscles hardening while his face screwed, becoming the depiction of fury. This time he didn't resist it in the slightest, instead, allowing his anger to light his body with a burning fire. Hararorg. Broly's vocal cords, which should have been broken, snapped to life as his ki overflowed, making his injuries disappear at speeds visible to the naked eye. Roaring green lightning broke the ice prison to pieces, intense and dense energy eviscerating the barrier on contact. Broly's hair grew several inches as it flickered green, transcending its former yellow color. A thick green column of lightning surrounded Broly, tearing apart the fallen castle, forcing Queen Drizzle to fly backwards to avoid being destroyed. The air crackled sharply as arcs of lightning escaped Broly's angered body, flying several miles in seconds. The column of green lightning surrounded Broly, his ki leaking through his hair, giving him a terrifying aura. As the seconds passed, the column increased, eating away at the land beside him. Is an absolute monster. Yami finished, slightly afraid. Queen Drizzle cowered in fear as Broly levitated slowly out of the column of green, his eyes flashing red and his hair glowing brightly in the field of chaos. Broly saw her scared face and exhaled sharply, focusing on his mind. I'm angry as fuck. Broly was just pissed, he was angry at the awful pain he had just experienced, he was angry at Queen Drizzle who did nothing to warn him, and he was angry at Yami for not helping him even as he was about to break apart. And now he was angry because he was angry. He centered his state of being on his mind, trying desperately to calm down, but nothing worked. The anger he felt this time was controllable, he was able to move his body as he pleased, but he could still feel how sensitive he had become. In this state, if someone looked at him the wrong way he would kill them without blinking. Leave, he bellowed once, his voice sounding like the cry of the devil. The queen needed not to be told twice and quickly fled the palace, vanishing out of sight without looking back. Storyteller, my goodness. Broly has snapped unlike any time before. What hope do the Millennials have? What impact did the lightning have on his ki? And why did his hair turn green? Find out. In the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 90. Got any words, dickhead? Broly said irritatedly. Ah. Broly cursed at him again. Even though this was not an otherworldly occurrence by any means, Broly being rude or disrespectful was just an oddity for Yami to witness. I am sorry, I haven't seen anything like this before, Yami said honestly, stammering slightly. Of course, you haven't. Absolutely fucking useless. Broly cursed, swearing for the third time in his life. Yami didn't have time to be surprised, he gathered his intelligence and thought quickly, unable to waste time in the present circumstance. Releasing your ki won't work this time, dash. I didn't need you to tell me that. Are you dumb? Broly said, completely vexed. For some reason it seemed that anything Yami said pissed him off, sounding like a vile curse in his ears. Broly recognized this irrationality but was not empathetic at all, making him even angrier. My emotions are all the way fucked up, he concluded. He knew it was petty and rude, but that didn't make him any less petty and rude. Yami was frustrated by Broly's tone, but he couldn't do anything about it. He needed Broly to fully cooperate with him if he had any hope of surviving. Get back to your ship, you'll want to study this later, Yami said patiently. So there is something up there, after all, I thought you were just bullshitting this whole time, Broly said vindicatively at Yami. Without thinking, Broly's body levitated and flew towards his ship, vanishing into the air and reaching his destination in a matter of seconds. Lightning King Palace was no more, the mere stone used to construct it no match for Broly's ki, which seemed to destroy everything. Clouds of dust lingered in the air, the only remnant of the place that stood before. Head to the engine room, you can use your dash. Shut the fuck up. You prick. Yami swallowed his pride and firmed his resolve. I'm going to take over this body if it's the last thing I do, he swore to himself. Broly placed his hand against the energy core, allowing his ki to fill up the reserves in a matter of seconds. Humph. Broly removed his hand and raised it higher, thick balls of dense ki dropping to the ground, hovering slightly as they were suspended in space. He must have dropped at least 200 balloons of ki on the floor of the engine room before he was satisfied. Broly moved his will over his ki guards, smashing the mental blockage Yami had constructed without even realizing it, his sense finding the ki that was still at Super Saiyan quality, and he rapidly began to change it, upgrading it just by looking at it. Broly's ki evolved once again. By design his ki was compressed in the space within the guards, but somehow it found a way and became even more volatile and destructive, metamorphosing into an even greater ki quality. The ki in Broly's body, connected by Broly's brain, swiftly understood the new path for evolution and copied the structure of the ki in his guards. He looked into his guards with fleeting interest. If his ki pool was the size of a lake before, it was now the size of a pond. Broly grunted and forced waves on waves of ki to flood into his guards, his willpower now completely capable of dictating the speeds his ki moved without any resistance whatsoever. The thick pond quickly became a roaring sea, heaps of explosive energy filling up the guards like a glass of water. Broly continued to press on, slightly intrigued, and felt his ki hit something, a barrier that obstructed his ki from swelling as it did. Broly's face contorted as he was held back. It seems like this is the limit of the guards for now, any more and these pieces of scrap will blow, he thought, slightly disappointed. His anger grew as he couldn't play around the way he wanted, but he understood that if his guards exploded now, he would kill himself and Queen Vegeta. His desire to prevent this from happening was greater than the irritation he felt. TCH. It's not decreasing in the slightest. Yami had never heard or seen this form before, but Broly's ki regeneration was ridiculously quick, the speeds not allowing a gap in his body to form in the slightest. Broly had thrown enough ki into his guards to fill his body 100-fold, but it didn't matter, his ki still came back like it was nothing. Fucking cheat codes. Yami cursed as he inspected Broly's body from the inside. Broly was now sitting at an abnormal 9 feet in height, his back and chest lined with muscles. By some kind of biological miracle, Broly still sustained 6 abs, each section of hard muscle becoming unreasonably big, causing Broly to look like he had escaped a statue of legend. His pupils were barely able to be seen, the small circles being completely green in color, matching his eyebrows. Broly seemed to have a permanent scowl on his face, snarling as he waited for Yami to do something. His hair was now all the way up, supported by his ki that was letting out a soft green aura, allowing it to stand up as a few bangs draped down over his face. Broly exhaled again, trying to calm down, but it was no use. He felt that he couldn't power down in the same sense that he could with his Super Saiyan transformation, and still felt the emotional imbalance that came with it. If he tripped and fell, it wasn't an impossibility for him to completely destroy his room in anger. He moved quickly to his study, hooking himself up to research equipment while he still could, in order to at least process what the transformation had done to his body. He struggled to lean down onto his desk and see the computer screen, the thought of smashing his whole room appearing in his mind. Yami scanned Broly's body hastily, looking for some kind of clue on how to shut down Broly's transformation, but from everything he could see, Broly was completely fine. He had received the shortest Zenkai boost he had ever had to date, his body improving to absurd degrees, showing absolutely no signs of injury. Regardless of this though, his ki systems were still rapidly supplying life energy all over his body, further nurturing his muscles and bones, even preparing excess energy in the case of an accidental burst. Yami couldn't take time to appreciate this as he felt his will slipping, most of the strength he had disappearing as he was assimilated slowly into Broly. He tried to grip onto himself, but he felt his mind breaking away and dissolving into Broly. It was as if he was trying to run against a conveyor belt that was moving twice his max speed, forcing him to drift away. Good news, dipshit. I have a solution, Broly announced sourly. He stretched out both of his arms and clenched his fist, making sure that his stance was wide as he grunted softly, forcing all the ki in his body towards his spine. DSSH. A heavy wave of energy burst out. If his equipment was made of any other metal it would have broken completely, but it barely hung on as Broly's hair turned yellow, his aura also changing. Good job, kid. Yami said before fading back to his resting place, unable to hold on for any longer. Yami, wait. I'm sorry. Yami was already gone before Broly could properly apologize. Broly powered down to his base form and breathed slowly. He felt fine but had a headache that could only get worse. He clambered into his healing pod, although he had no physical injuries his mind was barely functional at the moment. It was a miracle he was still sane. He breathed in and out as he entered the chamber, feeling warm water splash around him and attached the oxygen mask while closing his eyes drifting to sleep. Storyteller, huh? But none of the questions from the last chapter were answered. The intrigue. How? Why? Find out in the next chapter. Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 91. Queen Drizzle burst through the doors of Fire King Castle with a fearful expression. She looked as if she hadn't slept in days and her long wavy hair was frazzled, giving her usual elegant and graceful face a crazy and unhinged vibe. King Skewer was startled by the appearance of the woman that burst through his doors. "Begone, foul demon," he said, raising his hand and materializing a sword made completely from fire. "It's me. Queen Drizzle," she said, rapidly walking towards him. King Skewer made a gagging sound. "She's even more hideous than I thought." King Skewer shouted, initiating a defensive posture. Advisor Sizzle, who was standing close by the king, snickered, starting to giggle as she saw the queen's disturbing appearance. She really did appear as if she had seen the birth of a demon. Queen Drizzle didn't say anything but narrowed her brows, her face becoming extremely cold as her anger grew in ways only a woman could. King Skewer immediately stifled his laughter and motioned for Sizzle to give them space. She willingly obeyed. Queen Drizzle exhaled sharply as worry was painted all over her face, quickly alerting King Skewer that the matter at hand was extremely serious. Queen Drizzle was a very proud and self-sufficient person. Unless a situation was thoroughly out of her league, she would go to great lengths to try and solve the problem herself. Meaning that she hadn't come to King Skewer's palace to merely exchange words. There was a big problem at hand. "What happened?" he asked cautiously, bracing himself for any bad news. "Broly told me he wanted to go to the Lightning Tribe mines, and when we were halfway there, he said he wanted to see the Super Lightning Crystal," Queen Drizzle said carefully. King Skewer's eyes widened. That Broly creature was already more powerful than he was, and recently he, himself, had obtained the Super Fire Crystal, unlocking hidden powers. He couldn't imagine how strong that beast was now. How did he find out? He said he heard from an old friend. An old friend? Who's that supposed to be? King Skewer called out, unable to remain calm. "My best guess is that traveling warrior woman. I remember her vaguely, and Broly and the woman both have the same kind of tail," Queen Drizzle said analytically. "Do you think they're from the same race?" "It's not impossible." King Skewer gritted his teeth and closed his eyes before breathing out calmly. "What did you do?" he said, his voice containing grit that caught Queen Drizzle off guard. "Well, while he was absorbing the energy from the super crystal, I tried to kill him," she said quietly. King Skewer eyes expanded widely, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles. He wasn't the brightest bulb in the basket, but even he could tell that the creature who abused his men should not be trifled with at all. If Broly commanded him to strip naked and run laps around the city, he would not hesitate to do so as long as it ensured the safety of his people. Yet for some reason the queen went out of her way to offend somebody who should not be offended. "Are you a fucking idiot?" King Skewer roared, waves of ki involuntarily coming out of his body causing flames to grow out of his armor. Queen Drizzle recoiled under the aggressive image of King Skewer, the prim and proper man who appeared on the battlefield now gone. "And I was stupid enough to think you were one of the smarter leaders of Menals. Why the fuck would you try to kill him?" he cried outraged. "Because he is a threat to our people." Queen Drizzle shouted defensively. King Skewer became quiet, leaning back into his throne, but his eyes kept the same anger and roaring disdain from his shouts. "So why are you here?" he said slowly. Queen Drizzle gritted her teeth, hating the look of idiocy that King Skewer gave her, but she could not argue at all. "Whether it is a secret ability of his race or not, I don't know, but somehow he used the lightning energy from the crystal to evolve his own biology, becoming so much stronger that I can't even get a scope. Even from here I can still sense his ki," she said bitterly. King Skewer chuckled wryly, staring at the ceiling while bringing his hand to his forehead. "You've doomed us all." Queen Drizzle's eyes turned icy. "There has to be something we can do." "Like what?" King Skewer said, his tone almost self-deprecating. "Maybe if we combine our armies then dash." Slap. A harsh impact shuddered across Queen Drizzle's face, the first time she had been slapped in her whole life. She stared at King Skewer in awe before opening her mouth to say something. "You have been stronger than me for 68 years, 7 months, 12 days and 4 hours, he said slowly, closing his eyes as he spoke. "On the battlefield, we were unable to kill each other, meaning that our strengths equaled momentarily," he continued. "King Grill, who is stronger than you and me by at least a quarter, was brutally murdered without scratches, his ashes unable to be detected. You don't need to be a leading mathematician in the art of strategy to understand the situation, he said, breathing out breathily. And so for what reason, do you choose to endanger your own life as well as that of your people? What do you suggest? Queen Drizzle said coldly and harshly. King Skewer sighed, his angry expression melting like cheese on a grill. Sizzy. King Skewer called out. Sizzy. Advisor Sizzle came back immediately, her face flushed. Why yes my lord. Is the sword ready? Nearly my lord, the royal blacksmith is still making repairs, she said coolly. Perfect. Take Queen Drizzle to him, she's going to make a generous contribution so that we can gift it to Broly, he said looking back at her to gauge a reaction. Queen Drizzle's face crumpled but she remained silent and obediently followed, still holding her hot face. King Skewer relaxed into his chair and steadied his breathing. We can only beg him to go easy on us, the entire planet is completely at his mercy, he thought wearily, sighing out once more. Chapter 92. Broly moved quickly in the kitchen, preparing several meals at the same time. He blurred across various sections, microwaving, seasoning, baking with a look of intense discomfort on his face. Doom. His stomach rumbled loudly as hunger pain stabbed him from the inside, begging him for more resources. While his body made a complete and miraculous recovery from the torturous punishment it received, it was by no means healthy. Previously Broly's body was being sustained on Ki alone, most of the nutrients and minerals left in his body completely used up when tending to his wounds. Ki didn't magically heal on its own, it instead stimulated the body to work at faster rates while also acting as a catalyst, significantly reducing the time needed for healing to happen. Long story short, Broly's body, which could be described as a super warehouse before, was suddenly empty, each shelf and cupboard run dry of any substance, causing his frenzy in the kitchen now. Broly had already wolfed down some sandwiches to keep his body going, but that was far from satisfactory for him. He would have called Queen Vegeta to come and help him cook, but she now avoided him like the plague, only stopping to say good morning and collect her food at mealtimes. Broly didn't even bother moving towards the dining area, instead quickly devouring everything as soon as it was done. He didn't even have time to savor the taste as he ate with the speed of 1,000 starving children, various Sulfurian super minerals and nutrients held at gunpoint and robbed by his body. It was almost embarrassing for him to admit it, but dying of starvation was more likely for him than dying in battle. Broly breathed heavily as the mountain of food disappeared. Broly dragged his body to his study, his belly stuffed but his muscles still weak. I guess no gym for the time being, he chuckled to himself. Broly waited expectantly, only realizing a few seconds later that Yami hadn't responded. He was unsure of what had happened specifically as his memories were hazy and distorted when he had transformed, but it seemed to him that Yami was struggling, acting like Broly did after a series of rapid workouts. He didn't know how long it would be until Yami came back, but having his head to himself wasn't something he could bring himself to complain about. Broly sat down at his desk, looking at his computer onboard Zelta. He quickly brought up his analytics and gasped when he saw the results. What the fuck happened to me? Broly quickly covered his mouth. He cursed. Under normal circumstances Broly had saint-like patience, kindness and meekness, but since he transformed he felt much more relaxed than before. Looking at the analytics he knew why. The part of his brain that controlled his anger, the amygdala, was spamming his prefrontal cortex with electronic impulses, interfering with his ability to rationally think and interpret the world around him. Now I know what Yami meant when he said I have built-in anger issues. Broly, even when he was in the state, barely managed to control his emotions, trivial things like his chair being too small or the way he had to move his leg to navigate his room becoming viable reasons for him to destroy the world around him. The state had also screwed with his cerebellum, the part of his brain that recognized speech patterns and dictated muscle movement, explaining at least partially why his body had grown so much and why when Yami spoke it only irritated him. Legendary Super Saiyan. Broly said, recalling the name Yami called him. If he looked at it from a fighting point of view, then it was indeed an inconceivable tool for mass destruction, any limiters placed on his ki regeneration seemingly voided, increasing his healing factor and ability to receive Zenkais to almost instantaneous speeds and increasing his fighting range and strength output massively. He was extremely overpowered. Even in his base state, he struggled to find an equal opponent to fight against, the Mentelians being the first to break the mold. Broly tapped the keys on his computer hastily, trying to figure out the precise numbers. 14 billion. Broly shouted aloud, his voice shaking his room as spoke, completely startled by the massive number that cropped up on his screen. Broly, 17. Strength, 7,981,457,000. Agility, 6,243,985,000. Intelligence, 327,000. Endurance, 8,356,000. Battle power, 14,404,326,000. Threat level, Z. Broly was thoroughly shaken as he saw the numbers on the screen. He had input any power level value above 1 billion as a Z-tier threat, but he had never expected that he would actually reach that value. Even here my agility is still considerably worse than my strength, he thought disappointedly. This was problem Broly had noticed in his build. He wasn't designed to be fast. Broly knew the importance of maneuverability and agility in a fight. If you couldn't hit your opponent, you should at least be able to dodge them. Regardless of the fact that Broly's actual ability was at a preposterous level, it still irritated him that the gap between strength and agility was widening. I really need to up my agility training seriously. Broly wanted to be at least equally as fast as he was strong, but this goal seemed to become more and more impossible as his strength naturally sprinted away from his other physical attributes. Broly tapped more keys on his keyboard, going over the statistics a bit more. It also seems that it isn't a transformation I can use at will, it only comes when my body is in great physical distress, he said, thinking analytically. The legendary Super Saiyan state was like his body going to crisis mode, allowing his body to be pushed to its utmost limit, increasing his power by a number in the hundreds. Broly let out a soft sigh. Seems like finding a good fight is going to be harder than I thought. Chapter 93. Pat. 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 King Skewer's assistant knocked on the large hunk of metal in front of him. It was a strange construction, being very long and wide. He could only guess that it belonged to Broly. Why am I nervous? What could be scarier than him? The assistant waited patiently, breathing heavily due to the long sword tied to his back. The distance between Broly's ship and Fire City was really not that far in reality, but the sword the assistant carried was extremely heavy, so heavy that the king ordered him to do intense weight training while it was being built, and even at the end of it he was only able to barely carry it. He was certain that back problems would be in his distant future. A hole opened through the side of the ship. Broly looked down expectantly. He had picked up an energy signature and heard bashing against the side of his ship. His eyes found the small blue-skinned alien, having to tilt his neck all the way down to see him. The assistant gulped as he looked up, only seeing Broly's chiseled midsection, having to take a few steps back before he saw the full picture. "Good morning," Broly said simply. The assistant shivered but stood upright. "Good morning, Mr. Broly dash. Just Broly is fine." "Ah. Okay then, Broly, we have a present for you," the assistant mumbled, speaking very slowly then quickly as Broly's thin black eyes looked down on him. "Am I really that scary?" No response. Broly once again realized that Yami was nowhere to found. Sweat ran down the assistant's face as he could get any reaction out of Broly, who stared at him as if he was wasting his time. "Here you go," the assistant said hurriedly, heaving the greatsword into the air. Broly's hand moved without him thinking, finding the handle and raising the greatsword. "It's a present from the Fire King and the Ice Queen, they dash." Broly ignored the words of the assistant. The elemental crystal sword was about 6 feet in size, roughly 2/3 of Broly's body. It had a wide dark red blade and a thick light blue guard. The complete length was jagged through and through, the spikes all tilted towards the edge of the sword while the handle and guard were rounded, smooth against Broly's fingers. "Thank you," Broly said, turning around and walking into his ship, leaving the assistant behind. The hatch closed behind him. He didn't let me finish explaining, the assistant thought, turning around back towards Fire City. At least he liked it, he thought, happy that the exchange ended positively. Broly entered his gym and gripped the base of his sword tightly. He moved his arms quickly and swung 3 times, copying the movements he remembered from the battlefield, forming 3 clean cuts that caused an audible rip in the air. "It's heavy." Broly, after the Zenkai boost he had received from the lightning crystal, had a power level of around 40 million in his base form, the combined effects of all his training as well as the forced repairs done to his body allowing his power level to more than. Broly wasn't using any ki and the sword required him to use about 25 of his strength to just lift and around 75 of his strength to wield it properly, using more strength to perform more advanced and sudden movements. Regardless of the fact that he was under 20 times gravity, it still shouldn't have been this heavy. This was the Fire King's sword. Broly recalled, looking at the now fixed area he dented when the king tried to attack him. They made so adjustments though. Broly was beyond certain that the elemental sword was lengthened and widened, unable to believe the Fire King, as short as he was, could easily manipulate such a weapon. Broly brought his ki to his fingertips and pushed it into his sword. FSH. The dark red crystals that made up the blade, hummed to life, glowing an ominous red shade as shallow flames burned at the surface of the sword. The guard also changed, a thin layer of frost covering it as a small wave of wind wrapped between Broly's fingers and the hilt. No way. Broly gathered his ki and waved the sword in the same way he had seen the soldiers of the Fire Tribe do, perfectly mimicking their form. WSH. A huge wave of fire ran away from Broly's sword, matching the output of the entire Fire Tribe army, but before it could hit the opposite wall it changed shape, forming a fireball and then flying back to Broly's sword. No way. Surely I can't. Broly exerted his will over the sword, commanding his ki to manipulate it. The thin layer of ice around the base of the sword grew, quickly enveloping the whole blade, making the sword appear to be snow white, the now blue crystals shimmering gently as the overhead light let it glimmer. Broly's ki flickered and a wave of blistering blue heat soared out, the snow color instantly changing to dark blue as a layer of light shone under the flames. This is fucking sick. Broly covered his mouth. He swore again. As Broly moved his hand away from the sword he felt the weight in his hands double, the sword nearly dropping from his hands. It was clearly a two-handed sword. Broly squinted, more than a few ideas running around his head. Humph. Broly tightened his fist as he focused his ki on his sword. The sword rose into the air slowly, surrounded by dark green ki. WSH. WSH. PSH. The sword moved quickly in the air, slashing a few times autonomously before quickly finding Broly's hands becoming nearly weightless. Broly slashed across, using all his strength in one strike, and he heard the wind cry for mercy under his force. I like this a lot. Broly said, a wide smile forming on his face. Another problem Broly had, if it could even be called one, was that he had way too much ki than necessary. Creating planet-destroying bombs with the flick of your wrist just wasn't that practical in combat. So in his eyes, the sword would be an excellent ki dump. I have to say thank you before I go. He was planning to leave the planet when he was interrupted by the alien and had half the mind to ignore him, but he was extremely happy that he didn't. Let me say something before I leave, Broly said, clambering out of the ship. Storyteller, Broly is having a final meeting with the Millennials. But will things go so smoothly? And what about hidden powers secretly operating in the shadows? Will they finally appear? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 94. The sky was a pleasant dark green color, clouds moving by cheerily as the sun shone warm love onto the soft bluegrass. Broly approached Ice City, a small briefcase held in his left hand as he cut through the air like a missile, now flying with little to no difficulty. He entered the castle quickly, all too familiar with the crystalline layout. This planet has promise. It would be nice if I could transform this place. Broly had thought about it while he was browsing the Frieza Force archives. Although he would be welcome of planet Sithis, he wanted his own base of operations, a place that he had more or less complete control over and a place that he could come back to at any time. Planet Menals, while it was majorly underdeveloped for the most part, had an extremely valuable resource. The key crystals. Broly was unsure what Queen Drizzle had done specifically while he was absorbing the lightning, but he knew that she had lied to him to some extent and let him suffer without guidance when he tried to absorb it. On the one hand, he was annoyed that she didn't help him at all, but on the other hand, Queen Drizzle was a small threat, all things considered, the type of person Broly could handle blindfolded. To be honest, I'm over it, but for the sake of negotiations I'll pretend to be angry about it. The elemental greatsword more than made up for the pain Broly felt. On top of looking vicious, it was seemingly made for Broly, allowing him to dump all the ki he wanted and produce various effects. Furthermore, his ki was able to evolve into a stronger energy, increasing his battle capabilities in ways he couldn't quantify yet. I'll have to make a sheath for it later. What kind of barbarian makes a sword without a sheath? Mr. Broly. A shocked voice called it as Broly set foot in the royal palace. Take me to the queen, I won't ask twice, Broly said with a vexed expression. We're fucked. Although Broly asked one person, several people answered him, fleeing the throne room and beckoning him to come towards them. This is a nice place. The walls were made of stone but adorned with ice patterns, portraits of orange-skinned people lining the walls. There was a window in just about every corridor and there was a long bright red rug under his feet. About 6 or 7 servants stopped at one door, a panicked expression on all their faces as they cleared Broly's way. Broly pushed the door open confidently, moving past their startled bodies with no remorse. His eyes landed on a focused Queen Drizzle, meditating quietly on her bed as her bright red hair raised in the air, her eyes that were naturally orange turning a deep shade of blue. Broly looked at her, captivated for a few seconds before collecting himself. He closed the door loudly, causing Queen Drizzle to open her eyes. They locked eyes. Queen Drizzle's face turned a ghastly shade of white as Broly's scowling face found her sight, causing her to tremble slightly, just barely resisting the urge to kneel and beg for her life. I have a proposition for you, dismiss it if you wish to die, he said clearly. On the horizon of Planet Menals, a thin prehensile object could be seen racing down towards the ground, a tiny rocket blasting through the air. The machine was not ki-powered, instead relying on nuclear reactions to propel forwards. The moment it was about to hit the ground it stopped as a crimson-red energy engulfed it, strangely rotating and then landing right side up. Baby squinted as he analyzed the statistics for the third time. According to my calculations, Broly's power level right now should be at 33.25 billion. Baby was perplexed at how Broly had managed to increase his power level so dramatically in such a short time frame. Baby knew that it was unable to make mistakes, so that value was the ineffable truth. The reason Baby knew this was because he had released a small mechanical bird onto Broly's ship, already calculating that the probability of Broly finding the bird was around 3.2%. The ship around Baby collapsed, revealing its short and thin frame with two other robots beside it. Both of them were much taller than Baby, being completely white in color. They looked humanoid for the most part, aside for the odd bumps and horns that appeared at their shoulders. They also sported lean muscle and angular faces. Initially, Baby wanted to create separate mutant machines for different jobs, but upon his 7th revision of his plan, he made them all into one being, and on the 12th revision, he made another one. Current probability of success, 12. Baby frowned profusely. The statistic, despite all of his efforts, was simply too low. Following the accounts of the Scions on planet Sithis, he learned that the Scions would essentially lose control over their bodies whenever they transformed, which nulled any increase in power the transformation would give Broly. As they attacked and moved on instinct, he would be able to manipulate the situation with his superior intelligence. After all, Baby did not need to win, he just needed to cause a scratch. Detection wave. The same wave of crimson red ki that hit Tuffle City washed over the entire environment, moving tons of miles in seconds. Baby's expression harshened severely when realizing that the civilization on the planet was a primitive one, but its spirits were lifted slightly, unlocking the exact position of Broly's ship. It was very hard to miss. Baby squinted once again as it detected the energy readings for the Earth underneath him, intrigued by the strange image the congruent data painted in his mind. Baby soundlessly ordered G1 and G2 to start digging, their arms immediately enabling their multi-purpose functions and transforming into drills, plowing into the soft rock easily. Baby's body dropped to the ground, becoming a slime-like mixture and sliding into the holes his machines had made. Analyzing crystalline compound. Baby was startled, reanalyzing the results to make sure a mistake wasn't made. Checking metallic compatibility, successful. Initiating primary integration test, successful. Initiating secondary integration test, successful. Re-evaluating probability of success, 47. Initiating extraction sequence. Baby, now aware of the potent and useful crystals trapped underneath the Earth, rapidly began digging, locating and freeing hundreds of crystals at a rate faster than Broly. He quickly uploaded the instructions for the development of his body into his robots while he mined. Baby cackled evilly as he slipped under the surface of the mines, analyzing crystals of various elemental properties. Storyteller, enter Baby. Again. But will they actually fight this time? Yes, they will. Baby has gotten his hands on some key crystals. How will they be manipulated to put down Broly? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 95. Broly left Ice City somewhat satisfied. Queen Drizzle had accepted his offer and promised to implement his plans immediately. It wasn't like she had any choice after all. His stomach rumbled once, causing him to frown slightly. Ever since I transformed, I've been permanently hungry, and ignoring it just seems to make it worse. Broly might actually tear through all of his supplies in 1 month. He made his way to the ship, walking instead of flying as he cleared his head by looking at the vast and empty plains in front of him. Although the planet is small, there really is too much space to use, and because the population is small, I can do a lot of things over here. Broly might be returning sooner than he thought. Broly breathed in the air, slightly dry and humid, and focused on the nature around him. I think long-term the gravity is too weak. Initially, it's refreshing, but now it's hindering my training. It was harder than it should be from Broly's body to adapt in the harsh 20x gravity when outside it was 60x lighter. Even still, Broly was able to perform basic movements in those conditions, although advanced moves and spins would wear at his body, producing injuries that would take full minutes to heal. And there's still the Great Ape. The thought hit Broly like a bus. He considered all the transformations he could do. He had a firm grip on Super Saiyan, able to transform in and out at will, and was able to withstand his legendary form without turning into a blind murder machine. He had completely forgotten about his giant monkey form. How does it even work? Even with all the biology knowledge he had, going from roughly 6 feet to 20 feet in seconds and sprouting fur all over his body was something that was very difficult to wrap one's head around. Soon after the incident, the Tuffles configured the barrier around the city to block moonlight, not even daring to investigate the matter further. I'll have to look at the properties of moonlight when I get back to my ship. Broly sighed as his workload increased. He had to finish studying Super Saiyan, configure and start studying his legendary form, weld together a sheath for his sword, analyze and configure the results for the crystals he mined, follow up the data from Frieza's ships he hacked. Broly felt tired thinking about all the stuff he had to do. It wasn't boring in the slightest but a bit daunting once laid out. I could stop by at Sithis and get some help. Broly considered this option. Queen Vegeta had voiced several times with a blushing expression that she wanted to go straight back to Planet Vegeta, and so Broly agreed without resistance, captured by her appearance every time. Mind out of the gutter. She's a married woman. A woman blushing while wearing your clothes was truly a fatal weapon. Broly continued to empty ponder as he walked leisurely, taking his time strolling through the deserted field. Hey, dipshit. A snarky voice broke Broly out of his thoughts, the type of voice one would frown immediately upon hearing. Broly looked up, seeing a flying humanoid with ki crystals jutting out of its collarbone, forming a jagged circle around its neck. Yeah, I'm talking to you, you monkey head-ass motherfucker, the humanoid pursued. Broly's brows furrowed. Is that Sulfurian machinery? Although the humanoid was over 100 miles away, he might as well have been an inch from Broly, who could see very far away with his eyes that seemed to grow stronger as each day passed. Oh, my mistake, I was idiotic to think a baboon like you could understand proper speech. He's trying way too hard, Broly thought, almost laughing. He was now certain he was looking at Sulfurian machinery, as he knew the Tuffles like to go all in with their insults. Intrigued, Broly leapt into the air, spanning the distance in just a few seconds. Broly had extreme confidence in himself. His power level in his base form without ki was already out of bounds for literally everyone he had met in his entire life, and knowing that his body had an ultimate failsafe made him believe that he was more or less invincible. The humanoid laughed mockingly, seeing that Broly had approached it, doing its best to irritate Broly. Broly looked at it sideways, not quite getting why it was so intent on making him angry. He took a mental note to not take anything it said seriously. TCH. Why isn't it working? Baby, who was a couple thousand miles away absorbing ice ki crystals, grunted sourly as it realized its taunts were having no effect. From what he gathered, Scions were supposed to be prideful, short-tempered creatures. A few well-timed insults would unscrew their lids 10 times out of 10, yet the Scion in front of him acted as if he couldn't care less. Baby recalculated the probability of success, removing anger as a favorable factor. Still 41, difficult but not impossible, Baby thought as it calculated all the possible results Broly's actions would have. Engaging Blutz wave radiation. G1's eyes flashed white, radiating exactly 17 million zeniths of Blutz waves outwards to Broly. Show your true form, you stupid monkey. Broly felt his tail tingle. Usually, he paid little attention to it as he tried training it, but it was harder to utilize than he thought. His tail straightened completely, and then he felt a strange pressure inside it, almost as if it was fizzling. Broly blinked, the Blutz waves now trapped inside his eyes, and he felt the pressure in his tail shoot into his body, a strange warmth caressing him. G1 stared at Broly patiently, waiting for the results he had calculated. Why hasn't he dash? TSH. Dark brown fur grew out from every part of Broly's skin, covering his arms and legs. Broly's eyes turned dark red, losing their irises, and the hair on his head turned brown, lengthening so that it went down his back. Broly's teeth grew, the perfectly lined and spaced chompers now becoming jagged and long, his canines forming fangs that draped down savagely by the sides of his mouth. Despite the overgrowth of thick brown fur covering his skin, his abdomen remained completely smooth, sections of thick muscle visible to the eye. Broly's ki guards expanded, stretching wide to accommodate his ridiculously large size, providing a seasoned look to the giant warrior. So this is his great ape form. Baby said, a small smile growing on his face as he saw the chance of victory increase to 62. Storyteller, great ape. You truly do love to see it. Will everything go exactly according to Baby's calculations? Or will an unseen factor render his efforts useless? And how will Broly with a power level of 400 million deal with the robot? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 96. Huh. Broly confusedly looked down at the humanoid who suddenly got smaller, two huge meaty arms obstructing his view. Great ape. He was literally just thinking about transforming, and he suddenly transformed. TCH. A wave of desire to pound the humanoid into the dirt rushed to his brain, forcing his willpower to retaliate with even more strength. It's some mental strain, but compared to the legendary form, this is nothing. Broly assured himself. After the first wave of desire, the emotion to completely destroy wore off, allowing Broly to calmly assess the situation. 10x gravity wave. G1 cried out, pointing a strange device at Broly. The air pressure around Broly suddenly shifted, bearing heavier weight on his body. Broly scoffed as he felt the air tickle him. You're going to have to do a lot better than that, he said, almost mocking the mutant machine. TCH. 100x gravity wave. G1 roared out, the strange device becoming more complex and concentrated. The air pressure around Broly kicked up a notch, becoming 10x heavier than it once was before. The hairs on his body were all pulled down, but besides this, there was no other actual effect. Broly scoffed again, now feeling a light tap. Wait a minute. 100x gravity? How? When I left the technology could only go to 20. Broly thought, intrigued by the promise of further enhanced gravity. An idea quickly formed in his mind. Stop wasting my time. Go to your highest setting if you want to even hope to defeat me. Or is this your maximum output? Broly said tauntingly. Baby scoffed underneath the fire tribe mine. He was certainly capable of creating a stronger gravity device, but he never considered it to be necessary. He didn't expect the great ape to be completely unfazed. Logically speaking, a sudden change in gravity no matter what magnitude would still cause some actual effect on a body, but to Broly, who had soundlessly covered his skin with ki, his thick fur hiding this, as well as his now largened muscles that were already used to gravity changes, allowed him to act like it didn't faze him at all. In reality, he forced his ki to press against the air around him, keeping him at the same pressure before slowly letting his ki dwindle, reducing the pressure difference at any one time. Baby was called out. He didn't have the means to create a higher gravity machine, but he couldn't let an organic be right in his presence. Baby racked its synthetic brain, and then it commanded G1 to start to modify itself into a gravity amplification device, completely refiguring its physical body as it shape-shifted to increase its output. No sound was made, but the air around Broly doubled in magnitude, the air pressure becoming 200x greater. Broly didn't say anything, smiling to himself as he opened his great and wide jaw, shifting his body forward, aiming to swallow the device whole. Crunch. Broly's teeth crashed back together, unearthing a small portion of the land as he scooped the machine into its mouth. Time to see if that key training paid off. Broly thought, quickly executing the idea that popped into his head. Inside Broly's mouth, several humanoid-shaped key clusters swiftly flew towards the machine Broly had trapped. Without deliberation, a thin wave of ki gently streamed out of the ghosts, wrapping around the device, sticking closely to all of its parts without breaking. There it is. Broly then willed his ki, causing one of the humanoid ghost figures to form a ki blade that tore apart a section of the device. Fuck. Baby cursed bitterly, feeling that his connection to G1 had been abruptly cut off. Broly smirked as he focused in on the exterior parts of the device, trying to reverse engineer the device purely based on its shape, ignoring the literal lumps of dirt in his mouth. G2 obediently reached the surface, able to see Broly's massive figure on the skyline, and extended both of its arms, performing what could only be described as a long-distance charge attack. Deep blue fire condensed in its palms and rocketed fiercely away from them, quickly flying across the earth and approaching an unexpected Broly. Broly suddenly sensed a key signature quickly heading towards him. He didn't waste time trying to look at it, simply jumping high into the air, leaning forward so that he would hit the ground quickly. G2 cursed around, raised its aim, adapting to Broly's movements, tracking him. But Broly was too fast. He didn't need to see it all, he tumbled smoothly, relying on his muscular legs to carry him away from the row of fire that followed him. TCH. G2 separated one of its arms, condensing an ice ball that blasted into a beam, freezing the surface of the land that it skimmed. Broly sensed the surface of the earth being covered with a thin layer of ki, quickly growing over ice. It was the same thing he had seen Zez do at the Tsufurian tournament. Definitely a Tuffle. Any doubt Broly had was now thoroughly extinguished. The pillar of fire behind him didn't ease up, instead raising, anticipating his jump in advance and streaming across the sky higher, eager to catch Broly, who was clambering away from it. Broly shifted his attention from the device, satisfied with his analysis of the components, and finally opened his eyes, seeing the lake of ice freezing towards him as well as the source of the fire that flowed behind him. Broly smirked, spotting a humanoid similar to one he had chomped, and ran towards it, edging around the lake of ice before performing a ki-boosted jump, his strong legs, fierce ki and the lightened gravity collaborating wonderfully, allowing him to perform an awe-inspiring leap, flying across the surface of blue in seconds. Baby snickered, performing its countermeasures for the choice Broly had decided to make. Mountains of ice emerged from the lake, tall frozen structures spiking out from ground level posing an obstacle in Broly's path. G2 stopped shooting fire, instead focusing on creating densely packed ice peaks that opposed Broly. Broly didn't even blink, fearlessly raising up his fist and smashing into the ice column, cracks spreading like a virus. The sheer momentum of his humongous body was excessive, allowing him to tear through the structures like paper. Baby smirked and manipulated the frozen ice that was scattered in the air, in the same second creating ice humanoids that quickly extended their limbs down to Broly's body, so fast that they caught him in time and were pulled along, gripping to his thick fur. Broly frowned, but his ki had already reached past his skin and crawled onto the ice monsters, trying to detonate them on impact. The ice creatures had no choice but to rupture viciously, any grip they had on Broly breaking as the atmosphere around him exploded. Broly's huge red eyes opened again, locking in on G2 who had its arms raised again, forming a horribly hot white beam of fire in its palms. Before he knew it, thick green bundles of ki appeared in his mouth, eroding the dirt he had captured from early, a storm of lightning brewing savagely. FYUM. The beam of fire escaped G2's hand without warning, flying towards Broly precisely. Broly's mouth opened and a column of green poured out suddenly, clashing with the white beam of heat, but the unrestricted width and depth of Broly's blast promised G2 no chance of survival. A devastating storm of lightning surrounded it quickly, Broly's beam relentlessly swerving around G2 who expected the stray energy to fly past him. Wawaza! Broly cried as his energy wrecked G2 wildly, his mouth snapping wide open as he roared triumphantly. Clack! The earth broke suddenly, a tiny figure flying towards Broly's mouth. Baby connected to G1 on contact, fusing together while Broly's jaw snapped shut, trapping him inside, dark green energy flowing around Baby. Pinky crimson ki surfaced on Baby's skin. All according to plan, Baby thought snarkily. Chapter 97. Baby's body transformed quickly, his blue parts turning white as he joined with his expansion project. Baby smiled as long blue crystalline swords materialized, appearing where his hands once were. Baby levitated, already knowing that trying to move on Broly's slippery tongue was a wasted effort. He flew forward and brought his sword quickly to the back Broly's throat, aiming for his uvula. Storyteller, the dangly thing at the back of your throat. Clang! The sound of metal colliding with metal could be heard as Baby's sword was obstructed by a thin green object. I definitely didn't think ki control would have this application. Broly had powerfully urged his legendary ki to come out of his guards and willed it to take the form of a ghost, his dense ki now capable of becoming solid. Baby scowled, adjusting his plan for Broly's insane ki control. Broly wasted no time, he bent over while opening his mouth wide, but Baby who was floating in the air was not affected by this. Broly willed his ki ghost to press Baby, forcing him as more ki ghosts formed assisting him. TCH. Baby had no other option but to retreat Broly's mouth, wildly slashing his inner cheek to see what damage he could do. Ching! One of Broly's ki soldiers threw his sword arm forward, stretching it out wispily, preventing Baby from attacking him. This is really good ki control training. Broly thought happily. In reality, Baby would deal next to zero damage to Broly, but this was a high-pressure real-life situation that would test whether his training was paying off. Broly's mind zeroed on defending himself, not even questioning what the strange android in front of him was. Baby swung decisively, moving both arms at the same time, coordinating a series of attacks against the inside of Broly's mouth, his ghost ensuring that every thrust and swing was met with firm resistance. More and more ki came, the ghosts become thicker, more muscular and akin to Broly in general, causing them to quickly overwhelm Baby with calculated movements. The ghosts pressed on, eventually evicting Baby. Baby accelerated backwards, creating distance as he didn't want to engage in close combat with the great ape. That was undoubtedly a death sentence. As soon as Baby left, the ghost went back to Broly's ki guards, not wasting an ounce of Broly's precious energy in the process. Broly stood up straight with his shoulders laid back. He shifted his arms and thick, almost opaque, ki barrier appeared around him, his flickering eyes able to penetrate the glare with ease. Baby frowned profusely, but it wasn't angered. It had collected extremely valuable data. I have to call a tactical retreat. Further monitoring and an even stronger absorption medium is undoubtedly required, Baby concluded, moving into the next phase of his plan. Baby gathered his palms together, intentionally performing the same movements G2 had done to provoke Broly to action. Sure enough, Broly reeled back and prepared for a beam struggle. Terrible hot energy formed in Baby's palms, turning red then blue then white in a matter of seconds before he stretched out his arms and blasted, his body mimicking the structure of the ki crystals with a few adaptations to increase the output severely. Regular ki crystals would be unable to integrally withstand the force generated by such a scary beam, but Baby was made of a plethora of metals that ate the strain for breakfast. Broly watched the beam approach him, patiently waiting as pure unstable lightning built up in his mouth. KSH. The wave of fire hit Broly's barrier harmlessly, doing absolutely nothing to it. Broly smiled from ear to ear as he saw this. Blam! A long cannon of lightning escaped from Broly's mouth, destroying a section of his barrier from the inside and smashing recklessly into Baby's heatwave, forcing it back at rates that were visible to the eye. A deep sense of satisfaction rose in Broly when he saw his opposition be completely overpowered, and he indulged himself a little bit. The cannon of lightning expanded, becoming almost 5 times larger, causing Baby's heatwave to fizzle out and cease entirely. Baby stared into the abyss of green, momentarily spellbound by the depiction of doomsday that crept towards him. The wave of energy hit Baby harshly, forcing him to become sketch lines on impact, seemingly disappearing from the observable eye. Broly felt his enemy melt on impact and against his enjoyment, stopped the beam of devastation he had shot out, willing it to turn back to him and strike his own body. Broly grunted as he was hit with his own attack, unable to absorb all of the energy completely, allowing some if to hurt his body. Broly smirked widely. Of course the only damage I would be able to take was from myself. Broly knew he was being prideful but couldn't help it as his brain rewarded him with serotonin by the bundle. Storyteller, happy chemicals. Broly took a minute to catch his breath but found that he wasn't tired at all, instead completely pumped and ready to fight even more. Broly whined. If only that strange alien was a little stronger. Then we could have fought more. Broly knew for a fact that there was nothing like the robot he had just seen. He could only guess it was some kind of field test sent by his family to keep him on his toes and remind him that in a vast and expansive galaxy, anything could happen at any moment. Broly could only imagine their faces as they saw him overwhelm the robot with ease. I miss them a lot. Maybe he would visit them sooner than he planned. Broly looked left and right, seeing the field of ice that was scattered around him and the pale bluegrass that extended for miles. I guess I can move on to Great Ape training to now. While Broly had discovered much about the form in combat, he still had some things left to investigate. It looks like my tail is the root cause of this. Broly had read about the form maybe once or twice 7 years ago, but his advanced calculus end of topic exam seemed to be more important at the time. He could have never imagined that it would have such powerful capabilities. Although his power level didn't seem to squarely increase by 10, he could feel that his strength specifically had multiplied by somewhere around 8. He couldn't tell exactly what other functions the transformation improved. Planetary destruction doesn't seem so difficult after all. It was very challenging for Broly to believe that in the universe there were many people as strong as he was now and understood how Frieza was able to conquer so much of the galaxy. Too much stuff to play with. Broly thought excitedly as he experimented with his great ape form. Storyteller, game. Baby was simply unable to contest with Broly's enhanced power. But was the android put down so easily? How could it possibly escape Broly's beam of destruction? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised. Chapter 98. Dr. Beryl entered the meeting hall with a worried look on his face, fearing what was coming. As he entered the building, a holographic barrier flashed into existence, blocking the exit behind him. Inside the auditorium, 3 hooded figures were seated on high chairs on opposite sections of the room, casting a white spotlight onto Dr. Beryl. Beryl, an augmented voice shouted out. Lord Techno, Dr. Beryl said, kneeling in front of the voice. Speak of your progress, the voice said, slowly. Dr. Beryl sighed. I can only tell the truth, he thought, apprehensive at how the council would behave. Baby was unable to capture him but dash. Silence, the augmented voice bellowed, speaking at a frequency that ruptured Dr. Beryl's ear device. You understand how lenient we were with you when we found out about your little plans, right? The voice asked angrily. Dr. Beryl gritted his teeth and bowed his head, knowing that any response would do more harm than good. Furthermore, we expanded your project way beyond its proportion, allowing your creation to be far stronger and intelligent than you could ever make it, the voice continued. So tell me, for what reason were you unable to capture that Scion boy? The voice asked, genuinely perplexed. It's not my fault. Baby had calculated his power level to be around 40 billion. Dr. Beryl said defensively. The room of hooded and cloaked figures was completely silent. Ha 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 ha. PFFFFFFFFFFFT. Kill him. WSH. One of the hooded cloaked figures arose from their seat and stood up. Dr. Beryl blinked and the hooded figure was in front of him, 2 mechanical red eyes staring down at him from within the cloak. Please don't dash. WSH. A soft boom rang out as the figure slashed across its metallic arm, waving it precisely, causing it to zip through Dr. Beryl's torso, dissecting him cleanly. Dissolve him, the slut in the castle has disrupted our sales network, so his organs aren't worth anything from the time being, another voice spoke viciously. The hooded figure pulled off its mechanical wrist, pouring through it a corrosive solvent that ate away at Dr. Beryl's body, making it disappear at a visible rate. The hooded figure then flashed back to their seat in the dark auditorium, moving soundlessly. Now we can formally start the meeting. Lord Bio, how is the baby expansion project coming along? Lord Techno said carefully. Lord Bio snickered. You just killed him so that we could gain full control of baby. Not that I blame you. Thanks to the work of Lord Vanquo, we have the DNA of some races in our databases. Unfortunately, all of them seem to be nothing special and a vast downgrade compared to the Scions on our own turf, Lord Bio said bitterly. We can't touch those Scions, their brute strength only increases as the days pass, and if we acted earlier then it might have been a viable option, but somebody wanted to cover their own back instead of getting the job done, Lord Vanquo, the figure who killed Dr. Barrel, said stoically. We couldn't have acted earlier. That Scion brat was still within the range of Skynet, and if he heard something went wrong he would have come back immediately. If someone had blocked his access like I requested then dash. It was impossible, Lord Techno responded quickly. Educating that devil was the biggest mistake our kind has ever made, nurturing a snake that could strike at any moment. The imbeciles at the education board actually let him choose what he wanted to learn, and if he picked anything other than programming he'd be in our grasp by now, Lord Techno said irritatedly. They needed to tread extremely carefully around the Scions. They had all analyzed and scrutinized the footage from the tournament and understood what precautions needed to be taken. In any case, Lord Vanquo said, breaking the silence. We officially have a planet under our control, we can abandon Sithis dash. And get shot out of the sky. The slut in the castle was so proud about predicting our movements she publicly announced and displayed the HIATUS aerial sniping capabilities, Lord Techno said, mildly annoyed. We can go public and produce some martyrs, Lord Vanquo recommended. I don't like that plan, Lord Bio said simply. I'll review the footage Baby recorded and make corresponding adjustments. Now that he is in space he can assist on new plant and we can make all of our upgrades for him over there, Lord Techno concluded. What was the name of the embarrassment that assisted Beryl with the initial construction of Baby? Lord Vanquo asked, remembering a particular fellow. Dr. Controller, he's been making steady improvements to Zez over the last year, but I think he's still paranoid about the events on that day, Lord Techno said, mentally retrieving Dr. Controller's file. I say we recruit him, he's not a complete idiot and his fear of the Scions will make him a suitable pawn for us to expend, Lord Vanquo concluded. Don't get us caught, Lord Bio said slowly. Lord Vanquo scoffed. I'm the one who got us off the planet, my people will handle it, so don't worry Dr. Tweezer, Lord Vanquo said snarkily. Say my name again, Rocket, I dare you, Lord Bio said, his metallic brows narrowing as he spoke. Don't fight already, you babies, we still have to figure out how to erase the evidence of Baby's creation from the supercomputers, that's the only crumb that could get us caught, Lord Techno said worriedly. The other two lords scoffed. That sounds like a you problem. You're the alleged technology expert so you should be able to figure it out, Lord Bio said dismissively, activating his teleporter and vanishing. Tweezer isn't wrong, I'll secure us another planet while you and your little gang of keyboard warriors go tie up any loose ends, Lord Vanquo said, using his own teleporter. Lord Techno grit his teeth frustratedly. Dr. Barrel, whether Lord Techno wanted to admit it or not, had a very good idea. An idea so good that it would only work once. Lord Techno and his faction quickly rooted themselves with Dr. Barrel and infatuated themselves with Baby as it was the key to overthrowing Queen Nana and taking the throne, but Dr. Barrel in his haste forget to cover his tracks and alerted the Royal Technology Society about Baby's existence, forcing him into a bad position. Either let Dr. Barrel get caught and allow the RTS to develop their own versions of Baby and prepare countermeasures, or seize Dr. Barrel's creation and use it for their own advantage from there onwards. Today Lord Techno had already erased one of his options. It was because as each day passed, circles of hackers and anti-royalists were being continually rounded up and imprisoned on the basis of treason. This was positive though because it allowed Lord Vanquo to steal and monopolize all of their property without repercussion, but it meant that the water was less muddy. While he was sure that the information relating to all of their exploits was guarded, that one clue left foolishly by Dr. Barrel could bring their entire operation crumbling down. And all this effort for that miserable Scion, Lord Techno thought, using his own teleporter, leaving the hall. Storyteller, the conspiracy thickens. It turns put life on plainy Sithis isn't sunshine and rainbows after all. Who are these masked figures? What do they want to do with Broly? And what special trump card in their possession gives them such confidence? Find out in the next chapter of Dragon Ball Revised.